Chu Xiu, a seasoned programmer of 10 years, unexpectedly traverses through time and activates the bragging becomes reality system. As long as he can hear those around him boast, the system will record the bragging information and rewards can be obtained through cashing out. Ding! Detected someone boasting. Cash out reward acquired. 1 Yongwon U8. Ding! Detected someone boasting. Cash out reward acquired. Cash of 1 million yuan. Ding! Detected someone boasting. Cash out reward acquired. 1 luxurious flat in the Yuha Bay Sky Garden. Ding! Detected someone boasting. Cash out reward acquired. Golden dual kidneys. Chu Xiu gazed at the system before him, bewildered. Is this compelling me to become a wealthy magnate? Chapter 1. Activation of the system. In a parallel world, May 25, 2025, Jinling City, Jiangnan Province. In the early morning, a gentle breeze swept across the expansive and boundless surface of Xuanwu Lake. Despite the scorching summer, it invigorated one's spirit. At the lakeside, a strikingly handsome youth, approximately 6 feet tall with fair complexion and tousled hair, abruptly awoke from a park bench, gazing around in confusion, utterly dazed. Wasn't I working late at the office? How'd I end up by the lake? Who the hell is messing with me? Chu Xiu's bewildered eyes scanned the surroundings. This was a secluded corner of the park, the lake water rippling gently. Yet no one knew the turmoil within him, akin to a tempestuous upheaval. Have I traversed through time? Chu Xiu mused. Disbelief etched across his features as he began to question his existence. Suddenly, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged forth, leaving him no chance to react, forcefully flooding into the depths of his mind. Chu Xiu, male, 23 years old, a senior in the business administration department at Jinling University, born in Jinling City, the sole child in his family, with parents who are alive and running a moderately well-known traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Although the family is not affluent, they're free from worries about food and drink. Recently, the original owner of this body began an off-campus internship in his junior year due to sufficient credits, earning his first salary. Chu Xiu then invited a few childhood friends for a barbecue by Xuanwu Lake. During this time, he unexpectedly encountered his classmate Fang Qing and her best friend. Both Chu Xiu and Fang Qing are locals and are relatively familiar with each other from school. After some pleasantries, everyone gathered to barbecue together. Fang Qing, with her sweet appearance, is famously known as the class flower. Her alluring figure, coupled with her flair for dressing, left people entranced. The atmosphere of the barbecue was instantly heightened, and under the encouragement of a few beers from his childhood friends, Chu Xiu boldly confessed his feelings on the spot. The incident was abrupt, and Fang Qing declined without hesitation, claiming that Chu Xiu might have been drunk and said silly things, assuring him that she would not take it to heart and they could remain good classmates. Fang Qing indeed exhibited remarkable composure. Had it been an ordinary girl, she might have lost her temper on the spot. Chu Xiu quickly sobered up and hastily apologized. However, the disdainful gaze from her best friend pierced Chu Xiu deeply, as if to say, "Sister, what kind of classmate is this? Truly disappointing." The original host was an introverted child, and upon facing such a situation, he immediately fell apart. Subsequently, he made an excuse to settle the bill, hastily exchanged a few words with his childhood friend, and hurriedly fled. Thereafter, he purchased a bottle of Erguo 2 from a nearby convenience store and retreated to a secluded corner of Xuanwu Lake Park to indulge in his drink. One must admit, the vitality of youth is remarkable. After consuming a bottle of Erguo 2, he promptly fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself in the body of Chu Xiu, a most unfortunate child. It seems this is no illusion. I have truly traversed into another world. Chu Xiu mused, tugging at his disheveled hair, deep in thought. In his past life, he was born an orphan, graduated from an ordinary university, remained unmarried, and at the age of 30, he was still toiling away in an unknown small factory, earning a meager salary of 5,000 to 6,000, living a monotonous 996 existence, akin to a beast of burden, with a clear vision of a bleak future. This time, he was summoned by his boss to work overtime until 11 at night, and under the relentless barrage from his supervisor, the overwhelming workload ultimately led to Chu Xiu's transmigration. Before my transmigration, I spent every day either working overtime or en route to work. By the age of 30, I already felt entirely drained. With this thought, Chu Xiu's initially gloomy mood significantly improved, especially upon seeing his reflection in the shimmering lake, looking as handsome as any esteemed reader, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. For Chu Xiu, this transmigration was not a misfortune. Feeling the youthful vitality of this new body, he was somewhat elated. Since he had transmigrated and shared the same name, Chu Xiu could only accept this fate with grace, though he lamented the loss of his former life savings of over 300,000. A life extinguished, yet the money remained unspent. The pain was suffocating. Well then, in my previous life, I lived like a beast of burden. In this life, I shall certainly seek comfort, embracing a life of freedom and ease. Just as Chu Xiu was lost in his thoughts, two figures approached along the lakeside pathway. An elderly man in his 70s clad in a gray tracksuit, though his hair was silver and frosted, exuded a vigorous spirit, casting a benevolent gaze upon Chu Xiu. Following the elder was a robust middle-aged man, broad-shouldered and clad in a black martial arts uniform. His muscular contours were subtly discernible beneath the fabric as he surveyed the surroundings, eventually settling his gaze upon Chu Xiu. In an instant, Chu Xiu felt as though he had been targeted by a fierce tiger. Before he could react, the elder waved his hand, and suddenly, Chu Xiu felt the warm summer breeze envelop him. My goodness, I have encountered a master. In his past life, during a decade-long career as a programmer, Chu Xiu had encountered various individuals, yet he had never before witnessed someone exuding such formidable presence. Not to mention, the elder was accompanied by an imposing figure, indicating the elder's status. Chu Xiu, with a stiff smile, greeted the elder, who appeared to be heading towards the terrace behind him for some exercise. The elder smiled warmly and leisurely made his way to the platform, where he began to practice his punches. The middle-aged man quickly walked a few steps, circled the platform, and stood not far from the elder, occasionally glancing at Chu Xiu with his peripheral vision. Chu Xiu, recognizing the situation, offered an awkward smile and lowered his head to tidy up the empty bottles around him, preparing to leave. Suddenly, he heard a sharp sound and instinctively turned his gaze towards the practicing elder, immediately taken aback. Lo and behold, the elder was performing the 5 animal play movements, his hands releasing from his slightly hunched back. With each breath, sounds emanated from his bones, akin to the creaking of bamboo. It was astonishing. Others may not comprehend the skill involved, but Chu Xiu was acutely aware of the difficulty, as his father was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. It was said that he followed the teachings of Hua Tuo's Zhong Songjing, mastering the 5 animal play. Chu Xiu himself had practiced the 5 animal play with his grandfather since childhood, and after over a decade, he had developed agility beyond that of the average person. Yet, he was far from reaching the elder's level, where the resonance of the bones echoed within. A true master. After approximately 10 minutes, the elder completed a full set of the 5 animal play, appearing rejuvenated and invigorated. Noticing Chu Xiu observing his movements, the elder kindly remarked, "Young man, have you practiced the 5 animal play as well?" Before Chu Xiu could respond, the elder began to relax his body, moving his hands and feet while speaking. "I am performing the authentic 5 animal play." Chu Xiu stepped forward eagerly, his face alight with admiration. "Forgive my impertinence, esteemed elder. My name is Chu Xiu, a family tradition, and your fluid movements are truly commendable. Aha, I shall call you Young Chu. Today, it seems fate has brought us together. Though the 5 animal play has many lineages, I shall teach you a few techniques." Perhaps the elder found Chu Xiu somewhat agreeable, noticing his disheveled appearance and lackluster demeanor. He felt it appropriate to allow Chu Xiu to learn a few moves to enhance his physical fitness. Yes, esteemed elder, your talent is extraordinary, rivaling that of the masters." Chu Xiu, seeing the elder in good spirits, readily agreed, though he found the elder quite amusing. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder began to demonstrate the tiger form from the 5 animal play. His lineage of the 5 animal play was derived from Master Dong of Anhui, a true inheritor of this art. One could observe that each move was executed with remarkable precision, embodying the essence of the bear style. With every gesture, it seemed as though a genuine bear was charging forth. Astonished by the elder's performance, Chu Xiu immediately recognized the significant disparity when compared to the movements of his own 5 animal play. Truly, it is an authentic lineage. Noticing the admiration in Chu Xiu's gaze, the elder could not help but indulge in a bit of self-aggrandizement, laughing heartily as he proclaimed, "I do not exaggerate. Had I possessed 20 fewer years, this set of 5 animal play would undoubtedly cultivate one's qi to the realm of qi guidance." Ding! Detection of the host being in the presence of someone boasting. The boast-to-reality system is now activated, binding the system. Suddenly, a mechanical notification interrupted Chu Xiu's train of thought. What on earth is happening? Boasting can actually become reality? Wait a moment, who is the one boasting? Chu Xiu stared in disbelief at the elder, realizing that even this venerable master dares to indulge in such bravado. Chapter 2. Blowing one's own horn becomes reality. Redemption. Startled by the voice echoing in his ears, Chu Xiu quickly lowered his head to conceal his expression. However, he was momentarily taken aback as a phantom panel suddenly materialized before him. Ding! The blowing one's own horn becomes reality system has been successfully bound. Congratulations, host. The system is now activated. Ding! A piece of boasting information has been detected, meeting the system's recording standards. It has been logged. Please check. A system. To his astonishment, there truly existed such a system. He was immediately engulfed in euphoria. Indeed, traversing worlds must come with a golden finger. He was grateful to the great deities of his past life. They had not deceived him. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiu's solid psychological fortitude, honed over a decade as a programmer, allowed him to quickly regain his composure. He began to scrutinize the system panel before him, which was remarkably straightforward, displaying a segment of textual information. Blowing one's own horn becomes reality system. Host, Chu Xiu. Assets, 6,000 yuan. System skills, none. System items, none. Recorded boasting information, 1. I am a master of the 5 animals play. I can cultivate the qi of the 5 animals play. Redemption reward, master level 5 animals play. How considerate of the system to provide a manual. Chu Xiu noticed a label in the lower right corner of the luminous screen, indicating usage instructions. Redemption rules for the blowing one's own horn becomes reality system. 1. Within a 10-meter radius of the host, if someone boasts, the system will automatically filter the boasting information that meets the standards. 2. The system will automatically shield the host's own boasts, guiding others' boasts that do not meet the standards. 3. The system will save a maximum of 10 pieces of boasting information daily, updating anew the next day. 4. The final interpretation writes, the standards for filtering boasting information are controlled by the system's intelligence, comprehensively judging based on market conditions and difficulty levels to eliminate all cheating behaviors and unrealistic fantasies. I must say, the blowing one's own horn becomes reality system is truly remarkable, conjuring something from nothing. What an extraordinary ability. Since the golden finger has been activated, let us see if it is genuine, lest it be merely a figment of last night's drunken haze. Chu Xiu gazed at the screen, mentally chanting, redemption. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have redeemed boasting information sequence 1, earning the reward of Master Level 5 Animals Play skill. Master Level 5 Animals Play, inherited from the classical Zhongsong Jing. It cultivates both internal and external strength, enhancing the physique and prolonging life. When paired with acupuncture techniques, it can guide the qi, possessing the ability to ward off diseases. Just as he redeemed the skill, Chu Xiu felt as if he had accumulated decades of experience practicing the 5 animals play within his mind. Winter practices in the cold and summer in the heat, with relentless perseverance. How much time passed, he could not tell. But the knowledge in his mind gradually transformed into the instinct of this body. Suddenly, he felt a tremor within, as a warm qi was birthed from his abdomen, winding through his body along a wondrous path. As the qi swirled within him, Chu Xiu sensed his physique strengthening continuously. His previously loose abdomen began to flatten and firm, his muscles becoming distinctly defined. Ultimately, the warm qi surged into his chest, coalescing into a singular force, as if it lay in wait. Goodness! The results rival those of Captain America's super soldier serum. As he experienced the transformation of his body, Chu Xiu was reminded of a foreign blockbuster he had watched before his journey. The protagonist underwent an amazing metamorphosis from a weakling to a muscular behemoth thanks to the super soldier serum. Delightful. It seems our ancient qi is far more advanced than foreign technology. Through the system's annotations, Chu Xiu discovered that the skills awarded by the system were categorized into levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, expert, and master. Although he was uncertain of the effects of skills at other levels, he had a profound appreciation for the prowess of master-level skills. Terrifying indeed. Upon receiving the Master Level 5 Animals Play, Chu Xiu noticed several inconsistencies in the old man's execution of the movements. Many transitions were not fluid. Moreover, The chi within the old man appeared somewhat chaotic, with numerous movements relying solely on instinct. Such long-term practice would inevitably harm the foundation of his body. Realizing this, he could not help but marvel at the prowess of master-level skills. In contemporary society, if one were to discuss familiarity with the five animals play, Chu Xiu would be second to none. With a shift in his mindset, as he observed the old man's tiger stance, he could not resist offering a suggestion. Old sir, when you lower your fists to shoulder height, transition to a downward palm. As you descend along your body to the abdomen, spread your fingers wide, palms facing downward. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's voice, the old man instinctively began to follow his instructions. After completing the motion, he immediately felt a rush of blood circulating rapidly through his upper body, an exhilarating sensation emanating from within. It was as if he had consumed a ginseng fruit, feeling utterly invigorated. However, upon hearing Chu Xiu's guidance, a middle-aged man nearby could no longer remain composed, staring at Chu Xiu in disbelief. It was a grave taboo for outsiders to offer unsolicited advice during martial arts practice. Such a young boy, daring to presume to instruct others, was utterly presumptuous. The middle-aged man, with a stern expression, admonished, "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you even understand the rules?" "What rules?" Chu Xiu leisurely cast a glance at the middle-aged man. It was imperative to understand that after accepting the system as five animals play, he was now the most knowledgeable individual regarding the five animals play in the world. In the realm of health cultivation techniques, he was a master. Presumptuous brat. Next time be more mindful and refrain from giving unsolicited guidance while others are training. The middle-aged man's irritation surged as he observed Chu Xiu's calm demeanor. With a cracking sound accompanying the movement of his knuckles, the middle-aged man flexed his hands and approached Chu Xiu, preparing to teach this audacious youth a lesson. "Xiaolei, stand down. Come back." The old man, still basking in the afterglow of his previous experience, hurriedly intervened to prevent the middle-aged man from proceeding further. The middle-aged man hesitated, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Xiu before retreating to the old man's side, falling silent. "Xiao Chu, I apologize for my old buddy's offense. Thank you for your earlier guidance." The old man's demeanor was as refreshing as a spring breeze, reminiscent of a beloved elder at home, evoking a sense of warmth. "Haha, Xiao Chu, your tiger stance is quite remarkable. Who is your master?" The old man was perceptive. The few movements Chu Xiu had suggested made his tiger stance far more fluid, with astonishing results. Clearly, the lineage was extraordinary, and he could not help but inquire further. "It is a family tradition. I practiced for a few years with my grandfather in my youth. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly just now. I hope the old sir will forgive me." Seeing that Chu Xiu was reluctant to reveal the truth, the old man merely nodded kindly. However, the middle-aged man could no longer contain his inner fury, casting a cold glare at Chu Xiu. "You certainly have a flair for pretense. Just now, you rambled on. And now you can't even disclose your basic lineage. Are you afraid to admit you're a rogue practitioner, fearing disgrace?" The middle-aged man was displeased that old Yi praised such an unremarkable fellow, and he spoke again. "Kid, since old Yi commends you, why not dare to spar with old Lei? A fight?" Chu Xiu was not angered. Rather, he found it quite novel. This was the sort of scenario one would typically encounter in novels and television dramas. He never expected to experience it in reality. Moreover, as a master-level practitioner of the five animals play, he had confidence in his skills, especially given the transformation he had just undergone. However, the five animal play is, at its core, merely a method for health cultivation. Chu Xiu yearned to ascertain its efficacy in practical combat. "I agree." Chapter 3, The First Martial Duel. Chu Xiu readily acquiesced, though the elder hesitated, yet upon witnessing Chu Xiu's confident demeanor, he chose not to voice any further objections. Coincidentally, he also wished to validate his assumptions. The middle-aged man shrugged his shoulders, his perception of Chu Xiu shifting slightly with the young man's unhesitant consent. At the very least, he was a man of audacity. Nevertheless, seeing Chu Xiu's self-assured expression irked him. After all, he was well-versed in modern combat arts and had traversed battlefields. So what right did an ordinary person have to believe they could best him? Youngsters often relished in flaunting their bravado. The middle-aged man approached Chu Xiu directly, sneering. "Don't say I, old Lei, am bullying the young. If you must blame someone, blame your own arrogance for choosing the wrong opponent." This middle-aged man's name was Lei Yong, appearing to be in his 40s, having served as the elder's bodyguard in his youth. Proficient in modern combat, despite his retirement. His imposing physique and fierce aura indicated that he was not to be underestimated. Chu Xiu, with his exceptional skills and audacious spirit, found that the master-level 5 animal play not only fortified his body, but also unraveled countless movements and techniques within his mind. Although taken aback by Lei Yong's imposing presence, Chu Xiu felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. unlike the original owner of this body. The Chu Xiu from before his transmigration was an avid martial arts enthusiast. Upon receiving the influx of movements and techniques in his mind, a warm sensation began to spread throughout his body, filling his limbs with vigor. Truly, a newborn calf fears not the tiger. Lei Yong. Seeing Chu Xiu adopt the tiger stance of the five-animal play, couldn't he help but chuckle inwardly. It was evident he had never engaged in martial combat. What use was posing during a fight? With a swift motion, Chu Xiu launched the first strike, transforming his hands into palms and attacking Lei Yong's chest with the speed of lightning, as if a gust of wind had cut across Lei Yong's cheek, leaving it stinging. Damn, this young man has no sense of martial ethics. Lei Yong was momentarily stunned, astonished that Chu Xiu dared to strike first. However, age had not dulled his reflexes. He nimbly sidestepped, his gaze sharpening, as his right leg delivered a fierce whip kick aimed at Chu Xiu. Be careful, quickly use the bear defense. The elder, slightly irritated by the intensity of Lei Yong's counterattack, suddenly changed his expression and hurried to warn Chu Xiu. Yet, before he could finish, he realized it was too late. Boom. Chu Xiu, undeterred, allowed Lei Yong's whip kick to strike him directly. To everyone's astonishment, Chu Xiu did not budge an inch. As if he were impervious to the blow, Lei Yong nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. He had assumed that kick would strike steel. The application of energy could be utilized in such a manner. This spontaneous acceptance of the blow made Chu Xiu's eyes gleam with newfound clarity. It turned out that when facing Lei Yong's kick, Chu Xiu instinctively employed the unique energy guidance method of the five-animal play within his mind. Gradually channeling the energy within, he directed it to the point of impact on his body, achieving remarkable success. Now it's my turn to counter. Let me see just how formidable this energy truly is. Casting aside distracting thoughts, Chu Xiu took a deep breath, his chest subtly rising and falling, establishing a perfect cycle. A stream of energy flowed slowly within him, being guided to his palms. The energy within his chest seemed to find an outlet as Chu Xiu thrust his palms forward, striking at Lei Yong's abdomen. An invisible stream of energy shot forth from Chu Xiu's hands like a swift arrow. Bang! The energy struck Lei Yong's abdomen directly, propelling him backward a full 5 meters before he could even retract his legs. Stumbling, he fell to the ground. Terror etched on his face as he gazed at Chu Xiu. How is this possible? Lei Yong struggled to stand, suppressing the pain in his abdomen, his heart racing in fear. What had just transpired? It was utterly terrifying. Chu Xiu approached Lei Yong slowly, offering him a hand to help him up, marveling at the unexpected versatility of this energy. This was akin to the internal force depicted in martial arts dramas. Contemplating this, Chu Xiu felt an exhilarating wave of joy. To his astonishment, his rebirth had brought him good fortune, not only granting him a system, but also bestowing upon him such extraordinary rewards. Fortune had finally smiled upon him. This was energy cultivation, the five-animal play, guiding energy. Indeed, it was real. The elder was also drenched in cold sweat. Having witnessed Lei Yong being sent flying 5 meters back, he gasped in astonishment. After many years, he had encountered the legendary energy only attainable at the pinnacle of the five-animal play in another individual. Reflecting on his 30-plus years of arduous practice, he bitterly smiled. It seems I have been showing off in vain, in my lifetime. To encounter someone who has cultivated the five-animal play to the level of energy is indeed worth dying for. Feeling embarrassed by the elder's praise, Chu Xiu quickly waved his hands and chuckled. It's merely a family tradition, just an ordinary health cultivation method, nothing remarkable. At this moment, Chu Xiu was elated to discover the true prowess of the system's rewarded skills. He felt a surge of gratitude towards the elderly gentleman before him, wishing he could bestow a banner of honor upon him. Lei Yong dusted himself off, his expression a mix of complexity as he regarded Chu Xiu. Taking a deep breath, he said, Old Lei, speak carelessly. I did not realize I was in the presence of a master. Please, lay the blame solely on me, and absolve Elder Yi of any fault. The elder couldn't help but praise, young master, truly remarkable. Talents emerge in every generation. New blood replaces the old. Chu Xiu maintained a calm demeanor, hastily waving his hands. It's just a small skill, hardly worth mentioning. Through the myriad movements of the five-animal play in his mind and the various applications of the energy within his chest, the recent duel was, in fact, nothing for the current Chu Xiu to boast about. Mr. Chu, you are a master. I, Lei Yong, have been rude. Lei Yong stammered. Faced with Chu Xiu's formidable strength, and bolstered by Elder Ye's support, he had no choice but to alter his address as a sign of respect. Little Chu, this old man is merely relying on his seniority. You are indeed remarkable. The elder, noticing that Chu Xiu was unaware of the weight of being a young master, patiently explained, a master? You are not far from the legendary martial arts expert. Elder, are you jesting? In modern society, Are there truly martial arts experts? Chu Xiu was intrigued to learn that the elder had encountered other master-level figures in the five-animal play. Haha, little Chu, though our China is vast. Those who can cultivate health techniques to the master level are indeed rare. After my mentor's passing, you are the first true master I have encountered. The elder gazed at Chu Xiu with profound emotion, feeling as though the years had been in vain. Chu Xiu was but in his 20s, akin to the age of the elder's granddaughter. Witnessing such reverence from the elder, Chu Xiu felt a spark of curiosity and asked with a smile, "Elder, can other masters also guide energy in such a manner? Now that martial arts are in decline, where could one find experts who can wield energy? Most have begun practicing routines, and martial arts have waned," the elder lamented. "What? Haven't your elders informed you?" Seeing Chu Xiu's expression of newfound enlightenment, the elder questioned with growing curiosity. Haha. Chu Xiu awkwardly chuckled, secretly thinking, "Am I truly a young master, or is it just your exaggeration? No one ever taught me." Chapter 4. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Cough, cough, cough. The elderly gentleman, upon hearing Chu Xiu's light-hearted remark, took no heed of it. Just as he finished speaking, a violent fit of coughing erupted from his mouth. "Elder Yi, are you all right?" Observing the elder's incessant cough, Lei Yong hurriedly approached, gently supporting the old man and gesturing for him to sit back against the bench. "Sir, what troubles you?" Although Chu Xiu lacked expertise in medicine, his early exposure to traditional Chinese medicine, coupled with his mastery of the five-animal play, rendered him exceedingly familiar with the flow of qi within the human body. He had noticed during the elder's coughing that his breathing was evidently labored, and there was a palpable stagnation of qi in his heart and lungs, indicating that this was no ordinary cough. The old man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing, just an old ailment. A bit of rest will suffice." Through their recent interaction, Chu Xiu felt a kinship with the elder, especially since he had assisted him in activating his system. Moreover, the elder had bestowed upon him the mastery of the five-animal play, prompting Chu Xiu to willingly offer his assistance. He stepped forward, placing his right hand gently on the elder's back, allowing a warm stream of qi to flow slowly into the old man's body, causing his chest to gradually ease. Witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, Lei Yong felt an inner tumult. While he had not clearly seen Chu Xiu's earlier attack, seeing him effortlessly alleviate Elder Ye's long-standing affliction instilled a newfound respect for the young master within him. What a miraculous technique! The thought of his earlier provocation now left him feeling somewhat anxious. Lei Yong resolved inwardly, such a person should never be trifled with. As the elder's coughing subsided, Chu Xiu withdrew his hand and inquired softly, "Have you injured your heart and lungs while practicing?" "Ah, young Chu understands medicine too." "The old man is surprised that you can detect this internal injury," the elder replied, astonished. Lei Yong's eyes suddenly brightened with hope as he urged Chu Xiu to elaborate. Elder Yi sustained injuries during his youth on the battlefield. After retiring, he has consistently practiced the five-animal play, though there has been some improvement. It cannot be completely cured, and he has relied on medication to manage it. Realizing Chu Xiu was a young master, Lei Yong hastily continued, "Mr. Chu, with your esteemed lineage, I'm certain you can heal Elder Yi. Name your price, and I shall pay it." Having known Elder Yi for over a decade, Lei Yong held both admiration and respect for him, having retired alongside the elder. With the elder's support, he established a business and built a family. Thus, the elder held a fatherly position in his heart. Therefore, whenever the elder ventured out for exercise, Lei Yong faithfully accompanied him day after day for over a decade. This demonstrated the elder's significant status in Lei Yong's life, and his earlier words were not mere flattery. Lei Yong's earnest plea elevated Chu Xiu's regard for him. "Mr. Chu, do you have a method to treat him? How much will it cost? Please, do not hesitate to ask." Lei Yong had some savings after all these years. Noticing Chu Xiu's silence, he assumed the young master had reservations and quickly offered his willingness to pay. Observing the elder's serene smile, Chu Xiu remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "Uncle Lei, do not be anxious. Although the elder's internal injury may be beyond the reach of medicine, the years of practicing the five-animal play have had some effect. While I am willing to help, I also worry my skills may be insufficient and inadvertently hinder the elder's recovery." Upon hearing this, Lei Yong became excited. "Master Chu, whatever you require, just tell me. Here is the plan, Uncle Lei. The elder's internal injury requires initial medicinal treatment, and I will need to prepare as well." With Chu Xiu's agreement to provide treatment, Lei Yong felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank you, young Chu. Treatment is not a matter of a day or two. There is no need to rush. You're an adult now, yet you still act like an impatient youth," the elder remarked, having witnessed the aura of a master. He understood that with Chu Xiu's intervention, his internal injury would surely be resolved. Even after decades of leadership, he could not suppress a smile. "Very well, I own a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. and we have all the necessary herbs. Let Uncle Lei accompany me to my home to collect the medicine. Young man, I truly appreciate your help. I will have Xiao Lei escort you back, and there is no need to rush for the medicine. If you encounter any troubles in Jinling in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I still hold a few connections, the elder cheerfully said to Chu Xiu, before offering a few more words of advice to Lei Yong. Understood. As Chu Xiu observed the elder's kind demeanor, warmth filled his heart. After leaving Xuanwu Lake Park, guided by Lei Yong, they arrived at the parking lot. As it was still early, only a few vehicles were scattered about, and prominently displayed was an elegant and grand Maybach, its streamlined design strikingly beautiful. Chu Xiu stared in astonishment at the luxurious vehicle, unable to suppress a glance at Lei Yong. It appeared he had underestimated Lei Yong and the elder's status. A figure like Lei Yong, possessing a multi-million luxury vehicle, was merely a bodyguard to the elder. Unbelievable. Once inside the car, the opulent leather and exquisite decor were breathtaking, and the comfortable seats seemed tailor-made for the passengers, offering unparalleled enjoyment. Lei Yong took the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and glanced at Chu Xiu through the rearview mirror, confidently stating, "Mr. Chu, this is Elder Ye's exclusive vehicle. He specifically instructed me to personally drive you home." Chu Xiu quickly waved his hand. "Uncle Lei, please refrain from calling me Mr. Just call me Chu Xiu or Xiao Chu." He then curiously asked, "Uncle Lei, if this car belongs to Elder Yi, what do you drive?" "Haha, old Lei has overstepped. Since we've become acquainted today, how about calling you Chu brother?" Lei Yong felt thoroughly impressed by Chu Xiu, and given his still aching abdomen, he sought to strengthen their rapport. Besides, it was not an overstatement to call a young master his brother. "Brother Chu, with your prowess as a young master, luxury vehicles are merely trifles. Tomorrow, I will take you to choose one for yourself." Lei Yong preferred a low profile, driving a more ordinary vehicle, which paled in comparison to Elder Ye's, merely a Cullinan. Chu Xiu, hearing Lei Yong's ostentatious remarks, he couldn't help but mentally scoff. Truly, a big shot, treating a Cullinan as just an ordinary car. However, the system did not register Lei Yong's boastful comments, indicating he truly was a figure of considerable stature. Subsequently, Chu Xiu provided the location of his family's traditional Chinese medicine clinic, situated near Huayu Xinyuan community in Jiangbei, approximately 20 kilometers away. After Lei Yong set the navigation, he began to engage Chu Xiu in conversation, chatting about various topics, leaving little room for Chu Xiu to interject. Truly, as a business magnate, his social skills were unparalleled. Watching Lei Yong exude authority and confidence with every gesture was genuinely admirable. However, after just over 10 minutes, hearing a series of notification chimes from the system, Chu Xiu looked quizzically at Lei Yong, silently thinking, "Uncle Lei, I never expected you to be this kind of person." Ding. A boastful remark has been detected. Meeting system recording standards, logged successfully. Please check. Ding. A boastful remark has been detected. Meeting system recording standards, logged successfully. Please check. Ding. Ding. A total of 4 system notifications. Goodness, the system is spamming. Old Lei, your facade has slipped. I never imagined you were this kind of person. Chapter 5. No more pretense, I'm laying it all out. Chu Xiu watched as Uncle Lei earnestly boasted, feeling a twinge of discomfort. The revelation was quite unexpected. Who would have thought the stout and expressive Uncle Lei would trigger a system alert? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he began to review the system panel information. Boastful remark system. Host, Chu Xiu. Assets, 6,000 yuan. System skills, master level 5 animal play. System items, none. Input boasting information, 1. I am a master of the 5 animals play, capable of cultivating its energy. Withdrawal reward, master level 5 animals play. Input boasting information, 2. Old Lei is getting on in years. In his youth, it was effortless for him to take on dozens of opponents at once. Withdrawal reward, beginner level combat skills. Input boasting information, 3. In his younger days, Old Lei was the most handsome in the security company. Withdrawal reward, cosmetic surgery package. Input boasting information, 4. Old Lei enjoys a happy family life, with a gentle wife and a filial son. Withdrawal reward, marriage and childbirth. Input boasting information, 5. Old Lei is generous and carefree, casually giving his son pocket money of 1 million. Withdrawal reward, cash reward of 1 million. Chu Xiu, observing Uncle Lei speaking with unwavering confidence, Chu Xiu felt his composure beginning to falter. Old Lei, please, refrain from exaggerating. If you continue, not only will your facade crumble, but your true self will also be revealed by the system. Chu Xiu understood the necessity of making prudent choices regarding withdrawals. Given that he could only withdraw 3 times a day, each selection must be made with great care. Upon seeing the reward in sequence 1, he immediately dismissed it. After all, he already possessed master level 5 animals play, and acquiring combat skills would be a regression. As for the reward in Sequence 2, Chu Xiu was taken aback by the cosmetic surgery offer, and upon glancing at old Lei's rugged visage, he inwardly scoffed. You crowned yourself the most handsome, didn't you? That's a definite pass. As for Sequence 3, Chu Xiu felt a twinge of sympathy. Living with illness of Hidong at home must be quite challenging for old Lei. The system was truly remarkable, capable of conjuring a marriage and childbirth out of thin air. After much contemplation, he decided to withdraw from Sequence 4. After all, in both his lives, he had never seen a million, and it would be quite embarrassing for a transmigrator to admit such a shortcoming. With a silent incantation in his heart, Chu Xiu prepared to withdraw from Sequence 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully withdrawing from Boasting Information Sequence 5. Withdrawal successful. Reward of 1,000,000 yuan obtained. Your bank account 9430, on May 30th, received an income of 1,000,000 yuan, with a balance of 1,006,000 yuan post-transaction. Jinling Bank. To his astonishment, had he just become a millionaire? As he gazed at the text message on his phone, Chu Xiu was overwhelmed with excitement. Even after living 2 lives, it was his first time possessing such wealth, and a smile involuntarily spread across his face. However, to live a life of unrestrained freedom, this amount was still woefully insufficient. He might as well strive to achieve a small goal before school commenced. Chu Xiu was startled by his own determination. When had he become so audacious? It seemed the system was not only transforming his physical form, but was also quietly altering his mindset. 30 minutes later, having escorted Chu Xiu to the entrance of the residential complex, Lei Yong respectfully expressed his gratitude and left with a cheerful demeanor. In truth, Chu Xiu was no expert in traditional Chinese medicine. However, the energy cultivation techniques inherent in the Master Level 5 animals play could indeed mend internal injuries. Although he would need to invest time in research, and preparing herbal medicine was merely a facade. With this thought, Chu Xiu resolved to delve into the study of medical arts at home. Walking through the complex for about 5 minutes, he took the elevator to the 6th floor. Upon arriving home, he discovered his parents were absent, likely busy at the clinic, and he paid it no mind. However, he noticed that breakfast was still laid out on the dining table. Chu Xiu hastily ate a few bites before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Gazing at his transformed physique in the mirror, he smiled broadly, feeling a sense of pride. After all, his muscular chest and 8-pack abs were enough to make anyone drool. Master-level skills were indeed powerful. Their effects were comparable to the legendary refinement of essence and marrow. Unfortunately, the system lacked a personal attribute panel. Otherwise, Chu Xiu was convinced his strength attribute would be off the charts. Clenching his fist, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through him, even without mobilizing his energy. He felt capable of delivering a fatal blow to a bull. System, let us go? However, after a night of revelry, he needed to catch up on sleep. As soon as he lay down, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and he quickly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Chu Xiu envisioned utilizing the system to amass billions in savings, managing multiple publicly listed companies, surrounded by luxury cars and opulent villas. With a bevy of beauties at his side, becoming a true tycoon, he perfectly fulfilled his desire for a life of indulgence and unrestrained enjoyment. System, what a daydream. Ouch. Chu Xiu felt as if he were soaring amidst beauties in a sea of clouds when suddenly, a foot descended from the sky, unceremoniously kicking him out of the clouds and crashing him to the ground. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he gradually opened them to find a woman in her 50s. With a pleasing appearance and fashionable attire, holding a feather duster and smirking coldly. Little brat, you still know to come home? I called you over a dozen times last night, and you didn't answer. What's this, planning to run away from home? You're only in your 3rd year. And you think your wings are strong enough already? If it weren't for Tiger's call, I might have reported you missing. Also, don't drink anymore. You're still young. Don't follow your father's example. What's with the drinking? If I catch you again, I'll break your legs. Where am I? Who am I? Chu Xiu stared at the woman in front of him in a daze. Suddenly, memories flooded his mind, prompting him to call out instinctively, Mom. It turned out to be the mother of this body. Chu Xiu trembled. At that moment, he recalled seeing numerous missed calls on his phone that morning, which he hadn't thought much of at the time. Now, it seemed they were all from his mother. Sweat trickled down. He had been careless, preoccupied with the system and neglecting to return her calls. Seeing his mother in a fit of rage, Chu Xiu instinctively moved closer, patting her back in a conciliatory manner. Offering an explanation, Mom, I want to do it again. I was wrong. Humph, you irresponsible child. Even when drunk, you couldn't even let someone know you were safe, making me search for you everywhere. A commanding voice echoed, prompting Chu Xiu to turn and see his father, dressed in a gray long coat, exuding an air of authority. Glaring at him, go wash your face. What time is it? Still sleeping? His mother wasn't genuinely angry. She was merely worried that he hadn't answered her calls. Thankfully, he was safe. After speaking, his mother began tidying up the room. Noticing her husband's grim expression, she hurriedly nudged him out, urging him to prepare lunch. Understood. I'll head over right away. Watching his mother shield him by ushering his stern father away, Chu Xiu quickly jogged to the bathroom, hastily splashing water on his face to finally wake himself up. Looking down at the time, he was shocked. It was exactly noon. He had slept for over 3 hours. Alas, it was a pity about the dream. He had been so close to seeing the Beauties' face. Chu Xiu decided that after lunch, he would stroll downstairs. After all, there were plenty of uncles and aunties to boast to. It would be a piece of cake. And today he still had one more withdrawal opportunity to seize. He definitely couldn't let it go to waste. Chu Xiu, are you ready? Time to eat. His mother's voice called from the dining room, and Chu Xiu jolted, hurriedly responding. Chu Xiu, you're almost a senior. Stop following Tiger around. You've only been interning for 2 months. Don't you realize how important it is to find a job? As he took a seat, his father shot him a sidelong glance, pouring himself a cup of medicinal wine and sipping it leisurely while imparting his wisdom. Hearing his father's words, Chu Xiu felt speechless. I have $1 million in savings. Do I still need to find a job? This mundane existence, he had endured enough in his past life. In this life, he intended to relish every moment. Chu Xiu quietly retrieved his phone, opened the banking app, and presented his savings information to his father. What are you doing? Trying to flaunt your debts? Let me tell you, I have no money. Chu Xiu, father, no more pretenses. I shall lay my cards on the table. I am, in fact, a millionaire. Chapter 6, The First Millionaire Luxury Car. Observing his son's audacious demeanor, exuding arrogance, Father Chu promptly expelled a mouthful of medicinal liquor. Had it not been for Chu Xiu's mastery of the 5 animals play, which significantly heightened his reflexes, he might have ended up with a face full of it. You've watched too many movies, claiming to be a millionaire. Father Chu glared at the smug expression on Chu Xiu's face, immediately igniting his ire. This cheeky boy had not only strayed from the path, but had also taken to flaunting his bravado. Before Father Chu could finish his tirade, Chu Xiu swiftly opened his mobile banking app to display his account balance. What are you doing? I've always been irritated by your outdated fruit phone. I, on the other hand, possess a Huawei. I hadn't realized my father harbored such sentiments. Chu Xiu chuckled, attempting to calm the situation. Father, please. Do take a closer look at the contents on my phone. Xiu, what are you bantering about? A millionaire? This must be some mobile game. Mother Chu approached with a bowl of chicken soup, unceremoniously snatching the phone from her husband. Upon seeing the balance, she instinctively read aloud, Jinling bank balance, 1,006,000. Whose card is this? Completely befuddled, Mother Chu gazed at both men. What's the fuss? It's merely a balance of 1,006,000. How much? 1 million? Wife, you must be mistaken. Father Chu leaped to his feet, snatching the phone from Mother Chu's hand. Son, this is your card. You haven't robbed a bank, have you? Mother Chu's expression mirrored her husband's shock as they both stared at Chu Xiu. With a bemused expression, Chu Xiu thought, who robs a bank only to deposit the stolen money? What next? Robbing for interest? Observing his parents' astonishment, he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor while reveling inwardly. Clearly, his calmness needed refinement. In truth, ever since Chu Xiu received $1 million in cash rewards, he had planned to clarify matters with his family to avert misunderstandings. He had already devised an explanation, claiming to have interned at a fund recruitment company in Jinling City for 2 months. He would assert that he was making money in the market alongside the firm, and this was merely the beginning, with more earnings to come. After all, his parents were not well versed in finance, but they understood the concept of quick returns. Once the origin of the money was clarified, Chu Xiu's parents finally exhaled in relief, though disbelief still clouded their faces. Father Chu's traditional Chinese medicine clinic, earning a decent reputation, barely made over 200,000 a year, just enough to scrape by? How could their son, still a university student, already be a millionaire? Moreover, according to his claims, there were further funds on the way. Seeing Chu Xiu's unruffled demeanor, Father Chu felt a swell of pride for the first time, remarking, having a wealthy son feels rather splendid. Truly, he is a worthy descendant of the Chu lineage. Stop with your nonsense. However, Xiu, you are indeed making us proud. Just don't overwork yourself. Mother Chu remembered how he had collapsed from exhaustion that morning, her heart aching for him. Witnessing his parents bask in happiness, Chu Xiu smiled inwardly and promptly transferred 50,000 to his mother for household expenses, only for her to insist on saving it for his future wife. Such is the tender heart of parents. Yet, Father Chu seemed somewhat out of sorts, frequently glancing at his son during dinner, incessantly muttering about Huawei's new M9, its technological superiority, and support for domestic vehicles. Truly, His intentions were as transparent as day. Ignoring Mother Chu's disapproving glances, Chu Xiu transferred another 45,000 to Father Chu. Haha, my son understands me. Dear, tomorrow the clinic shall be closed. Watching Father Chu appear 20 years younger as he excitedly explained the car's advanced features to Mother Chu filled Chu Xiu with a sense of accomplishment. For this body, there were no regrets. Yet, gazing at the balance in his mobile banking app, a wave of melancholy washed over him, realizing that his million had dwindled to mere thousands. Determined to remedy the situation, he resolved to make money. After a quick change into shorts and flip-flops, he ventured outside. Upon reaching the small square, he spotted a gathering of elderly folks, and his eyes gleamed with ambition. System, it is your time to shine. Thus, Chu Xiu, with hands behind his back like an old man gathering intelligence, wandered from one conversation to another, engaging in chess matches with various seniors and taking a seat among the gossiping aunties. Uncle Su, please continue boasting. What car are you planning to buy? Young man, do you have any manners? I'm not bragging. This is strength. Remarkably, in a mere 10 minutes, he collected 3 credible boastful tales, filling the system's quota to the brim. Recorded boastful information. 6 Uncle Su. Despite losing 9 games, I am guiding the youth. Young man, you must grasp the essence of chess. Withdrawal reward. Beginner chess. Recorded boastful information. 7 Auntie won the singing contest, facing controversy. Her husband had to step up to defend her. As a judge, my vote was fair and just. Withdrawal reward. Beginner singing. Recorded boastful information. 8 Uncle Su. For my son's wedding, I'm saving every penny to buy a luxury car worth $1 million. Withdrawal reward. 1 Yangwang U8 luxury vehicle. Recorded boastful information. 9 Annie Fong. My son graduated from a top university and works at an architectural design institute. Withdrawal reward. Design Institute interview notice. Looking at the 10 recorded boastful entries, Chu Xiu felt a jolt. The system had such capabilities. He had seemingly discovered a daily opportunity to fill the boastful entries, though regrettably, aside from Uncle Su's luxury car dream, the other rewards consisted of 2 beginner skills, which he promptly disregarded. As for the interview notice, it was completely ignored. Yet, among these entries, the 1st and 5th were already grayed out, indicating they could not be withdrawn, while the others remained eligible for withdrawal, with one last opportunity remaining for the day. Simultaneously, Chu Xiu mused on the simplicity and innocence of the elderly, whose aspirations remained modest. The only disappointment was the lack of monetary gain. After some contemplation, he fixed his gaze on entry number 8, silently intoning, withdraw. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully withdrawing boastful information sequence 8. Withdrawal successful. Reward. 1 Yangwang U8. In an instant, a car key materialized in Chu Xiu's pocket, accompanied by a notification from the system. Ding. 1 Yangwang U8 has been parked at the roadside parking lot outside the east gate of your community. The vehicle has been paid for, and all related documents are inside. Please check for yourself. Following the system's instructions, Chu Xiu hurriedly made his way to the east gate of the community. Though he had experienced the wonders of the system before, this was his first car, and excitement bubbled within him. Upon reaching the roadside, he was captivated by a large SUV not far away. Exceeding 5 meters in length and 2 meters in width, its moonlight silver body, coupled with a futuristic design, immediately drew his admiration. As he opened the concealed door handle and stepped inside, the luxurious seating and technologically advanced interior left him in awe. This was the first luxury car of his life. With a racing heart, he started the vehicle, his fingers tingling on the steering wheel. Eager to take it for a spin, after completing the college entrance examination, he promptly obtained his driver's license. Throughout the university years, during the summer and winter breaks, he frequently drove the family van to deliver goods. Driving was a trivial matter for him. The exhilaration of acceleration, the comfort, and the sensation of being pushed back into the seat were utterly delightful. Upon acquiring the system, Chu Xiu amassed $1 million in savings and achieved the status of owning a luxury car within a mere 2 days. Not to mention acquiring the legendary skill of Master Level 5 Animal Play. At that moment, Chu Xiu's mindset began to shift. Chapter 7. Class Reunion. An hour later, Chu Xiu parked his car steadily outside the eastern gate of the community, contemplating his future plans. School must continue. As for internships and part-time jobs, he could forego them, but he still needed to find a stable source of income. He was not questioning the system's capabilities. Rather, he feared the inquiries from those around him. After all, the prying nature of relatives was well known and could easily expose one's secrets. Seeing that he had no clear direction at the moment, he decided to take things as they came. Just as he was about to exit the car, he received a WeChat message on his phone. To his surprise, someone had sent a message in the group chat. Hello everyone, I am Song Chongqing. I have just returned to the country and miss my old classmates dearly. Today, I've arranged a class reunion. At 6 p.m., we will gather at the Lion King Pavilion on Changle Road. I have reserved a private room and will cover all expenses. I welcome all my old classmates to join. The class group that had been dormant for years instantly sprang to life, with many chiming in. Song Xiao, so generous. Just back from abroad and already thinking of us old classmates. I, Qian Ming, will be the first to sign up. Wow. The Lion King Pavilion is a high-end dining establishment in Jinling City. I heard the minimum consumption starts in the tens of thousands. Song Xiao is impressive. Do you need any appendages to hang on to? Immediately, the group chat was flooded with various expressions of admiration, and within no time, over 20 people had expressed their intention to attend. It is worth noting that in Chu Xiu's graduating class from Jinling High School, there were nearly 50 students. And every year, a reunion was organized. It was considered a success if more than 10 could attend, as everyone had chosen different paths after graduation. Some went to universities in other cities, others opted for immediate employment, and a few attended vocational colleges, feeling somewhat shy about attending reunions. However, it was rumored that the school beauty, Fu Qingqing, would also be present at this gathering. In the end, more than 30 people confirmed their attendance, which took Chu Xiu by surprise. After some contemplation, he decided to join, especially since Fu Qingqing had once been his goddess, his white moonlight. The Lion King Pavilion on Changle Road is located in the high-tech district, an area that the government has prioritized for development in recent years, making it exceptionally vibrant. At night, it is particularly bustling, with numerous restaurants, KTVs, bars, and other venues teeming with patrons. Especially at the centrally located Lion King Pavilion, the lights shine brilliantly. The staff at the Lion King Pavilion were discerning, quickly recognizing the recently launched BYD Yangwang. They hurriedly guided Chu Xiu to park behind a BMW X5. After all, a young man driving a million-yuan luxury car must possess an extraordinary identity. Such esteemed guests deserved impeccable service. Upon entering the lobby, Chu Xiu was greeted by beautiful hostesses stationed on either side, who greeted him with courteous bows. This service is exceptional, Chu Xiu mused. With this level of service, one would feel remiss not to spend at least several thousand at the Lion King Pavilion. Following the hostess's guidance, Chu Xiu swiftly located the private room for the reunion. Upon entering, he realized that the Lion King Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as a high-end restaurant. The decor of a standard private room was resplendent, with several waitstaff bustling in and out serving dishes. Inside, 2 tables were nearly filled with people. Upon seeing them, Chu Xiu felt a mix of familiarity and strangeness. After all, he had not attended a single reunion since graduating high school, and he had not seen the majority of his classmates in 3 years. Some had even changed so much that he struggled to recall their names. At one of the tables, someone had already begun to toast. Chu Xiu was startled to realize that he was the last to arrive. Classmates, today we gather thanks to Song Xiao's generosity, able to dine at the Lion King Pavilion. I, Qian Ming, express my gratitude to Song Xiao for organizing this event, while also welcoming him back to the country. Let us all raise our glasses to Song Xiao. Congratulations, Song Xiao. I hear you are the vice president at Jinling's top decoration company, Golden Ideas Decoration. Truly an outstanding achievement. Wow, Golden Ideas Decoration? That company is worth tens of millions. Did you not see that brand new BMW X5 parked out front? That's the car Song Xiao just picked up today. Goodness, that vehicle costs over 600,000. Impressive. Today, not only is it a gathering for everyone, but also a welcome for our overseas PhD, Song Xiao. Back to the country. Let us all rise and drink to him. Song Chongqing, with his hawkish nose and refined appearance, donned a flashy blue suit. Seated with a subtle smile, he listened to his classmates' praises with a hint of smugness evident in his eyes, which Chu Xiu noted without difficulty. You, a PhD from an overseas diploma mill, managed to obtain your degree in 3 years? You must be quite the charlatan to impress this crowd. Chu Xiu thought disdainfully of Song Chongqing's ostentatious display of wealth and status. Others may not be aware, but he was well informed. Since his freshman year, Chu Xiu had frequently encountered such advertisements while studying. Just recently, a news story broke about the fraudulent degrees from such institutions. At that moment, Song Chongqing noticed Chu Xiu entering, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He made no effort to greet him, simply lifting his glass and modestly proclaiming, "Thank you all for your warm welcome. We are all still young. I am certain your future achievements will surpass mine. I shall drink first as a gesture of respect." After finishing his speech, Song Chongqing ostentatiously placed his car keys on the table, as if afraid others might not notice his new acquisition. He then gestured for everyone to sit and enjoy their meal, seemingly ignoring Chu Xiu entirely. Besides Song Chongqing, a voluptuous young woman with an internet celebrity visage, exuding charm, caught sight of Chu Xiu and exclaimed with a sarcastic smile, "ISNT that our class's top student, Chu? Why did you arrive so late? Did you take the bus?" This young woman, named He11, had a stunning figure and dressed provocatively, standing out among the university students. Chu Xiu did not have a clear impression of her. During high school, he had been intensely focused on his studies and had little interest in girls. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Chu Xiu asked, puzzled. "Why you?" He Wenwen nearly exploded with indignation at Chu Xiu's indifference. What did he mean? Am I a nobody after 3 years of high school? Did he not regard her at all? Huh, what is the use of getting into a top university? You still look like a poor wretch. He Wenwen was dissatisfied with her perceived insignificance in Chu Xiu's eyes, her disdain evident. Chu Xiu merely regarded He Wenwen with indifference. Unwilling to engage further, his demeanor cold. "Oh, it's you, Chu Xiu. My apologies, I didn't recognize you in that outfit," Song Chongqing remarked, observing Chu Xiu's humble appearance with a sense of displeasure. Song Chongqing's custom LV suit cost over 100,000. While Chu Xiu appeared to be clad in clothes worth only a few hundred, looking utterly unremarkable. So what if you're a top student? Even if you got into a prestigious university, you're still living in hardship. A poor loser. Song Xiao, as an overseas high achiever and vice president of Golden Ideas, it's understandable not to recognize Chu, the top student. He Wenwen leaned against Song Chongqing, half of her body resting on him as she spoke with an air of arrogance. He Wenwen, did your mother not teach you the importance of manners? A cold voice pierced through the air from behind Chu Xiu, directly addressing the girl beside Song Chongqing. Chapter 8. Song Chongqing's Tactics. At that moment, a graceful young woman approached Chu Xiu. The instant she appeared, it was as if all the other girls in the room had lost their color. Her beauty was breathtaking. With eyes as clear as autumn waters, she possessed a tall and slender figure, clad in a white cropped t-shirt that accentuated her delicate frame, her curves prominently displayed. She wore a pair of blue denim shorts that showcased her stunningly long legs, shimmering under the lights like translucent marble. This young woman stood at approximately 1.7 meters tall, her expression exuding an air of aloofness as she stood beside Chu Xiu. They appeared as a pair of celestial beings, seemingly drawn from a painting. She was none other than Chu Xiu's white moonlight, the goddess of his high school days, Fu Qingqing. Fu Qingqing slightly nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Chu Xiu was utterly captivated by Fu Qingqing's presence. She was indeed the former belle of the school, and judging by her attire today, she would undoubtedly score a high 98. Yet, what did her gaze signify? The original owner's memories revealed no instances of any flirtation with her during high school. Just as Chu Xiu pondered this perplexity, Song Chongqing could no longer contain himself and hurriedly distanced himself from He Wenwen. With a deeply affectionate gaze directed at Fu Qingqing, he flashed an elegant smile, saying, "Qingqing, it's been a long time. Over these years abroad, I have constantly thought of you. Please, come sit with me. I have much to discuss." After 3 years, Song Chongqing was still astonished by Fu Qingqing's beauty, feeling that she had become even more ethereal and regal. As he spoke, a rare hint of nervousness flickered across his face. In truth, the classmates in the private room were unperturbed. They were well aware that Song Chongqing had pursued Fu Qingqing relentlessly throughout their 3 years in high school, earning the reputation of being the school belle's devoted admirer, despite her never gracing any man with a favorable glance. Now, Song Chongqing looked at Fu Qingqing with hopeful anticipation. He had transformed significantly since then, not only having successfully studied abroad, but also holding the position of vice president at a large company. Today, he had even brought along a brand new car worth over 600,000, showcasing his substantial capabilities. He was confident that, with his newfound achievements and understanding of women, he would surely win the goddess's favor and ultimately embrace her. Wow, Song Xiao returned to the country and is thriving in his career. It seems love will surely come his way this time. How sweet. Crossing oceans to see you. May lovers become companions. Incredible. The school belle is even more beautiful after all these years. It's almost overwhelming. He Wenwen, however, looked at Fu Qingqing with resentment, muttering under her breath. She dared not express her anger towards Song Chongqing, as she still wished to cling to his favor, but Fu Qingqing's arrival had rendered her overshadowed. Furthermore, Fu Qingqing's words had made He Wenwen feel humiliated. That table is full. You might want to find an empty spot over there, He Wenwen said dismissively, waving her hand imperiously, unwilling to relinquish Song Chongqing. Fu Qingqing ignored Song Chongqing's invitation, her large eyes sparkling as she addressed Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, that table has a vacant seat. Let us go. No sooner had she spoken than she took Chu Xiu's hand and led him toward the table next to Song Chongqing, casting a beautiful sidelong glance at He Wenwen as they passed, stirring something within Chu Xiu's heart. Qingqing, you. Song Chongqing's expression shifted dramatically. The goddess had disregarded him entirely. And what was worse, she was exceedingly warm towards Chu Xiu. What does this guy have that compares to me? In terms of looks, it's pointless. Chu Xiu is unremarkable, just a pretty boy. What good is that? Can it fill one's stomach? In terms of status, With my doctorate from abroad and my family's unwavering support, I easily overshadow a mere university student like him. Seeing Fu Qingqing unabashedly welcoming Chu Xiu to sit beside her, Song Chongqing's expression darkened, and waves of resentment surged within him. Chu Xiu, what do you think you are? Just a pathetic loser trying to court a swan. In the midst of the crowd, Song Chongqing found it difficult to confront Chu Xiu directly in public, yet his mind was filled with malicious curses aimed at him. The other classmates in the private room were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, exchanging bewildered glances. What is happening? Isn't today supposed to be Song Xiao's show? How did it turn into a pairing of the school belle and Chu Xiu? This twist had rendered the atmosphere rather awkward. Qianming, sitting near Song Chongqing and acting as his chief sycophant, his small eyes darting around, interjected, Chu Xiu. Since Song Xiao has returned today to host this gathering at the Lion King Pavilion, I'm sure you've never experienced such luxury, right? Why not come over and raise a glass to Song Xiao, thanking him for this opportunity? The moment Qianming finished speaking, several people turned to look at Chu Xiu, their eyes filled with disdain, mixed with a hint of envy. After all, Fu Qingqing had rejected Song Chongqing, the most eligible bachelor among them. Nevertheless, the vast majority of the boys found it unacceptable that the school belle chose to accompany Chu Xiu, casting scornful glances in his direction. Speaking of which, I saw Chu Xiu working part-time at the Hushy CBD not too long ago. Suddenly, one boy recalled encountering Chu Xiu beneath an office building recently. Now realizing it must have been a part-time job. No way. I heard Chu Xiu is studying economics and management at Jinling University. How could he be working part-time in his third year? Come on, are you out of your mind? What can a university student studying economics and management manage? You must have a fortune to even dare enroll in that major. Haha, Chu Xiu, you aren't running food delivery, are you? The situation quickly soured, and a wave of derision targeted Chu Xiu, especially from those who had previously fawned over Song Chongqing at the dining table. They disregarded the camaraderie of their high school days, seeking to curry favor with Song Chongqing by belittling Chu Xiu. Watching Chu Xiu being belittled brought immense satisfaction to Song Chongqing, as it would expose Chu Xiu as true nature before Fu Qingqing. By generously pulling Chu Xiu down, he believed this subtle display of superiority might even sway Fu Qingqing's affections. Seizing the moment, Song Chongqing narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, given our past as classmates, if you find yourself in need, don't hesitate to speak up, even if you're looking for a job. With my position as vice president at Gold Idea Decoration, I can arrange something for you. The classmates watched Song Chongqing with awe, admiring his seemingly magnanimous offer to assist an old friend. A wave of flattery ensued, praising Song Chongqing for his willingness to help. Seeing Song Chongqing's maneuver, Chu Xiu couldn't help but admire him. Such talent. His display of superiority was indeed impressive, and his loyal subordinates were impeccably coordinated. Truly, a cunning individual. Chapter 9. The Goddess's Rejection. Song Chongqing, your false compassion is as transparent as a cat mourning for a mouse. Perhaps you should be more concerned about yourself. As I've heard the decoration industry is facing tough times this year. Chu Xiu regarded Song Chongqing with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, revealing a set of bright, white teeth. What do you mean, Chu Xiu? What does a university student understand? Before Song Chongqing could voice his thoughts, Qianming immediately stood up to accuse Chu Xiu, as if he had suffered a great injustice. It was merely hearsay, after all. Song Chongqing had just returned to the country and was still unfamiliar with the domestic situation. He could certainly benefit from spending more time reading. Chu Xiu had no desire to elaborate excessively, for he was not attempting to deceive Song Chongqing. After all, he was a student from a prestigious university, studying economic management. During his internship at a company, through news and corporate updates, he had genuinely discerned that the current economic landscape was beginning to shift. The decoration industry was particularly susceptible to the real estate market, and significant changes might indeed be on the horizon. Stop pretending to be important, you impoverished fool. Qianming muttered under his breath, witnessing Chu Xiu's unwavering confidence and feeling a sense of inadequacy. All right, that's enough. Let's all refrain from speaking too much. It's a rare occasion for us to gather. Since our high school graduation, each of us has taken a different path. We shouldn't elevate some while belittling others. We must treat one another equally. Within the private room, a few classmates, possessing clearer heads, could no longer bear the increasingly confrontational atmosphere and stood up to speak. Song Chongqing's expression eased, for his objective today was Fu Qingqing, and he did not wish for the minor character of Chu Xiu to hinder his grand ambitions. Adjusting his attire and disregarding He Wenwen's pleading expression, he raised his glass and walked straight towards Fu Qingqing. With gentle eyes, he inquired, Qingqing, I heard you've started shooting advertisements at Jinling Art Academy? Being classmates, Fu Qingqing felt it necessary not to make things awkward and responded perfunctorily. Thank you for your concern, but it's merely trivial work that does not catch Song Xiao's eye. Having encountered a soft rebuttal, Song Changxing remained unfazed. Instead, he felt a flicker of joy upon hearing Fu Qingqing's cool voice. Her tone was soft and endearing, with a hint of playfulness that starkly contrasted with her typically aloof demeanor. A man of the world. Song Changxing suppressed his displeasure and managed a strained smile as he proposed. Qingqing, our company operates an account with 3 million followers. We would like to invite you to shoot a print advertisement. Are you interested? Upon finishing, he discreetly signaled to Qian Ming, who with his round little eyes, approached Fu Qingqing with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Campus Belle, I heard you were working as a part-time model recently. Congratulations. Song Xiao is providing you with a substantial platform. Wow, Song Xiao, you truly are impressive to manage an account with over 3 million followers. Song Xiao, do you think I'm suitable? With a curvaceous figure and long legs. Don't make a fuss. This promotional video represents the company. Height is essential. Song Changxing ignored He Wenwen's antics, gazing at Fu Qingqing with intensity. Declaring like a domineering CEO, Qingqing, as long as you are willing, you shall be the leading lady in the advertisement. Song Changxing began to extol his operational strategy, revealing even confidential company information in a bid to impress. Observing Song Changxing's forced bravado, several girls in the room looked at him with evident admiration. Wow, Song Xiao. So charming, so devoted, so moving. Where did this infatuated creature come from? Initially pleased by the compliments, Song Changxing turned to see a pudgy face gazing at him with adoration, causing his smile to falter. How dare you covet my attention? I refuse. Song Changxing, I am not interested in your advertisement, and we are not well acquainted. Please address me by my full name. Fu Qingqing firmly rejected his offer upon hearing his request. Qingqing, please reconsider. I assure you, for your first shoot, I can offer 30,000, and if the results are good, an additional 20,000. Anxious at Fu Qingqing's refusal, Song Changxing impulsively blurted out his willingness to pay, hoping to demonstrate his financial prowess. My goodness, Song Xiao, how generous. 50,000. Fu Campus Belle, you must agree. This sum is quite substantial. Qian Ming eagerly encouraged. Song Changxing beamed at Fu Qingqing, believing this offer to rival those made by larger internet celebrities. He was aware of her modest background and was confident she would not resist. Observing the envy and jealousy from the other guests, Song Changxing began to feel a sense of superiority. After all, nothing sways a woman quite like wealth. He envisioned himself as a multifaceted suitor, a wealthy heir, a foreign-educated Ph.D., a corporate executive, with luxury cars and mansions, and plenty of money to spare. With such an array of advantages, surely, he could change the goddess's mind. Fu Qingqing, with her crescent-shaped brows and a serene smile, replied, Thank you for the invitation, Song Xiao, but I have no interest in shooting advertisements. I merely passed by today to see my old classmates. Disappointment welled within her. After more than 3 years apart, most classmates had changed so much that they felt like strangers. She had helped Chu Xiu earlier, not wanting to disrupt the camaraderie of their past, only to find that most classmates were now fawning over Song Changxing while relentlessly targeting Chu Xiu. It was truly excessive. Despite Song Changxing's repeated invitations to participate in advertisements, she could see the predatory glint in his eyes, and she was all too aware of his true intentions. At that moment, Fu Qingqing felt a strong desire to leave. Chu Xiu could not help but glance at her. This girl, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, exuded youthfulness, especially with her long legs that gave off an unmistakable supermodel vibe, captivating him entirely. How does it look? Beautiful, isn't it? Fu Qingqing noticed Chu Xiu's gaze fixated on her long legs and stifled a giggle, concocting an excuse to depart while deliberately stretching her legs in front of him. Ahem. Qingqing, you are the campus belle of Jinling Art Academy. Perhaps you should tone it down a bit. Chu Xiu felt a surge of unease at her boldness. Seeing Chu Xiu's serious demeanor, Fu Qingqing could not contain her laughter and mischievously regarded him. Oh, don't all you boys enjoy looking? Her voice was sweet and melodic. Are you testing my resolve? I'm serious. Would you like to touch? What? Chu Xiu was taken aback by Fu Qingqing's innocent yet playful expression, almost causing him to leap from his seat. Chu Xiu, there are many people here. Let South find another place to talk. Fu Qingqing tilted her head, her smile bright. Her whimsical behavior sent a shiver down Chu Xiu's spine. What an astute woman. Am I invisible to you too? Song Changxing interjected angrily. Fu Qingqing, you little vixen. Pretending to be innocent with me. He seethed at the sight of Chu Xiu and Fu Qingqing engaging in intimate banter, his temper boiling over. Song Changxing's expression darkened, the atmosphere around him growing ominously tense. Chapter 10. What an inferior vehicle. Excuse me, sir, your car is obstructing other drivers. Could you please move it? Thank you. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Chu Xiu's thoughts. A male attendant from the Lion King pavilion entered, bowing respectfully. Chu Xiu was taken aback. He believed he was parked normally. However, He did not wish to make things difficult for the attendant, who was simply doing his job. He nodded, indicating he would go down and move his car. As Chu Xiu left, Fu Qingqing followed suit, casting a complex glance at the other classmates in the room before unhesitatingly departing. Bang! Filled with rage, Song Chongqing hurled his glass to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Damn it! Chu Xiu, how dare you steal my woman? Just wait until I get my hands on you. I'll make you pay. As the other students beheld the fierce expression on Song Chongqing's face, veins bulging with indignation, they could not help but inwardly chuckle. Is it easy to mooch off a sumptuous meal? Suddenly, Qianming approached Song Chongqing, ingratiatingly suggesting, Song Xiao. That impoverished wretch Chu Xiu actually drove here. I wonder if he is in a battery-operated vehicle. Shall we go take a look? This remark stirred something within Song Chongqing. His simmering wrath had yet to be unleashed, but he found it unbearable. If only he could unleash it upon Chu Xiu, he would be more than willing. An idea struck him regarding his BMW. Given that the goddess was present, it would not only serve to highlight the inferiority of Chu Xiu's dilapidated vehicle, but also showcase his own prowess to the goddess. Furthermore, it would deal a blow to Chu Xiu's self-esteem, humiliating him in front of the crowd. With a hint of admiration, Song Chongqing regarded Qianming, who, despite his unremarkable appearance, possessed a nimble mind. Let us go, everyone, let us descend together, he called out to the group. Thus, most of the individuals in the private room, driven by a desire for entertainment, proceeded downstairs. Upon reaching the public hall on the first floor, Song Chongqing indeed spotted Fu Qingqing's alluring figure just outside the entrance, her silhouette graceful and unmistakable. Qingqing, would you like me to drive you home? He inquired, taking a deep breath to adjust his expression, donning what he deemed a gentle smile. However, Fu Qingqing appeared oblivious to his words, her large, round eyes fixed straight ahead. Ignored. Song Chongqing's smile vanished abruptly. This was an outright disregard. Just wait until I have you in my grasp. I shall concoct a fitting retribution. The embarrassment of being snubbed in front of so many people was palpable. Attempting to salvage his dignity, he remarked, Did Chu Xiu leave on his electric bike? How utterly devoid of grace. Doesn't he even think to offer you a ride? Qingqing, rest assured, I shall drive you home, he added, pressing a button on his key fob. Beep. Not far away, a black BMW X5 flashed its lights. Wow, that's the new BMW X5 that Song Xiao has just acquired. That model must cost upwards of 600,000 to 700,000, and here is a young man already owning such a prestigious vehicle. Impressive. Indeed, I'm still in university, while he is already driving my dream car. It would take me a decade of work to afford something like that. Fu Xiaohua, you'll be the first to ride in Song Xiao's new car. The passenger seat has yet to be occupied. Qianming, fully aware of Song Chongqing's intentions, seized the opportunity to showcase himself. Although the classmates knew that Song Chongqing owned a BMW X5, the sight of the actual vehicle still stirred a sense of envy. Most of the high school students in their class were still attending university, with little exposure to the world beyond. It was jarring to witness the transformation of a fellow student into a wealthy heir, a stark reminder of the widening chasm between the affluent and the rest. The notion of fairness seemed utterly absent in the realm of adulthood. Song Chongqing, with a smile plastered on his face, reveled in the envious and jealous glances from his peers. Despite having faced humiliating failures in the past, those had been due to Fu Qingqing's lack of acknowledgement. This time, he was determined to reclaim his dignity. He sauntered over to his vehicle, gentlemanly opening the door to the passenger seat, his self-satisfied gaze fixed on Fu Qingqing. At that moment, Fu Qingqing seemed to notice him, her lips curling into a bashful smile as she approached. In that instant, Song Chongqing believed that Fu Qingqing had finally come around to accept him. Haha, Chu Xiu, what do you have to compare with me? He thought, unable to contain his delight as he observed the envious eyes of his classmates. At that moment, he felt invincible. Qingqing, be cautious as darkness falls, he reminded her, flashing a smile he believed could enchant countless maidens. Fu Qingqing's tall figure became increasingly distinct as she gracefully approached, yet she walked right past him without a moment's hesitation. What? Qingqing, you? Song Chongqing stood there, astonished, his expression frozen. Just moments ago, amidst the flattery of his classmates, he had felt assured of winning Fu Qingqing over. Yet, here was the goddess, treating him as though he were invisible. Fu Qingqing, halt! Song Chongqing erupted, cursing as he advanced to seize her arm and salvage his pride. Fu Qingqing deftly evaded him, stepping in front of an SUV parked behind him. Playfully tapping her chest with a feigned look of fear, coyly addressing the driver, Brother Chu Xiu, I think I'll go with your car. There are too many bad people on the streets. Her voice, sweet and slightly whiny, sent shivers down the spine. Beep, beep. The sound of the vehicle's horn brought Song Chongqing to a halt, his expression one of utter bewilderment as he peered into the SUV, where he spotted Chu Xiu in the driver's seat. Song Chongqing scrutinized the emblem on the front of the vehicle, sneering. Although the SUV appeared substantial and its color appealing, he was aware that several domestic brands offered similar models at a price of merely over 100,000. To flaunt such a vehicle as a status symbol was to underestimate the depth of Fu Qingqing's knowledge. Did he truly believe that a larger vehicle equated to greater value? Fu Qingqing was no ordinary girl. She had been the school beauty for 3 years and was reputedly hailed as the most beautiful among the 4 beauties at Jinling Art Academy. A goddess in the eyes of countless admirers, the object of many dreams. Yet here was Chu Xiu, a lowly nobody, attempting to exploit the goddess's lack of automotive knowledge to win her favor. How foolish. Truly a waste of space. Chu Xiu, you pauper. Driving a subpar domestic vehicle worth a mere 10,000. Do you really think you can pursue the goddess? Save your breath. Song Chongqing regarded Chu Xiu with blatant disdain before turning to Fu Qingqing, determined to expose Chu Xiu's little ruse. Qingqing, don't be deceived by him. He thinks he can win you over with that pathetic little car, but you may not realize that Chu Xiu's vehicle is worth at most a mere 10,000. Song Chongqing pointed proudly at his BMW, declaring, this car is worth 700,000, 6 times the value of Chu Xiu's wretched vehicle. Your noble self deserves a car like mine. Whoa. Qian Ming, trailing behind Song Chongqing, gasped at the sight of the Yangwang U8. Song Xiao. This is the BYD Yangwang series SUV. The Yangwang U8, valued at over 1.2 million. This vehicle just hit the market last month. Wow. Chu Xiu, you're impressive. Is this the first one in Jinling? Impossible. I thought BYD vehicles were only around 10,000. How could one be over 1 million? Shut up, you fool. This is BYD's high-end electric off-road vehicle, just released, with a starting price of 1.09 million. What on earth? This is a BYD brand. Wasn't this supposed to be a vehicle worth just 10,000? It turns out to be a luxury car worth 1 million. As Song Chongqing listened to the gasps of astonishment from his classmates, he felt utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had it really been just over 3 years since he returned to the country? Had domestic vehicles advanced so rapidly that they were now producing million-dollar models? The revelation that Chu Xiu was indeed driving a million-dollar Yangwang U8 sent shockwaves through the crowd, equivalent to a seismic event of magnitude 10. With an air of calm, Chu Xiu exited the vehicle, opening the door for Fu Qingqing, disregarding the astonished onlookers as he gently closed the door and prepared to drive away. As Chu Xiu passed by Song Chongqing, he slowly lowered the car window, casting a discreet glance at Song Chongqing. Next time, refrain from pestering Fu Qingqing. Keep your distance. With a sudden roar, Chu Xiu executed a U-turn right on the spot, departing from the Lion King Hotel. The onlookers were astounded, their jaws dropping at the sheer audacity of the maneuver. It was only then that they beheld the full grandeur of Chu Xiu's vehicle, a large SUV that, under the bright moonlight, appeared to be adorned in a delicate veil of lunar glow, resembling a mighty beast poised for action. Chu Xiu, it turned out, was remarkably understated, donned in exceedingly ordinary attire. Yet was revealed to be a concealed, affluent heir, driving a luxury electric vehicle worth millions. It was common knowledge that such high-end electric cars were mere playthings to the wealthy, rarely acquired by average households. No wonder Chu Xiu had remained so composed since entering the private room, neither servile nor arrogant. It dawned upon them that he was indeed a genuine magnate, utterly indifferent to their judgments. In an instant, numerous classmates approached Chu Xiu, offering their apologies regarding the incident in the private room, while many cast sidelong glances at Song Chongqing, their expressions laden with intrigue. Faced with the peculiar gazes of his peers, Song Chongqing felt as though he were being scrutinized like a circus clown. Chu Xiu, you wait. Song Chongqing's fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously as he glared at Chu Xiu, his eyes seemingly capable of inflicting harm. This situation left Qian Ming utterly speechless. What on earth was happening? The true big shot turned out to be Chu Xiu. Observing the despondent Song Chongqing beside him, he sighed inwardly. Even those who gaze up in admiration seem to lack recognition. This Ritterney Ph.D. is truly lackluster. Chapter 11. Fu Qingqing's Girlfriends. Chu Xiu. Thank you for earlier. Fu Qingqing chuckled as she watched Chu Xiu focused intently on his meal. Here was a distinguished owner of a million-dollar luxury car, yet he was unceremoniously dining on pig trotters by the roadside. In the past few days, Fu Qingqing had been quite distressed, ever since Song Chongqing returned to the country. He had somehow acquired her WeChat and phone number, bombarding her with dozens of messages each day. It was truly vexing. After the recent gathering, she believed that even with Song Chongqing's audacity, he would find it difficult to contact her again. It's but a trifling matter, no need for formality. That brat is only attempting to irritate me. It's all self-inflicted. Chu Xiu was genuinely famished, having spent the entire afternoon without even a sip of water. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Fu Qingqing propped her chin on her hand, captivated by him. All done, beautiful lady. Thank you for treating me, Chu Xiu declared, savoring the delectable pig trotter rice. Wiping his mouth clean before meeting Fu Qingqing's gaze with gratitude. Their eyes locked for a brief moment, and within 3 seconds, Fu Qingqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned away, muttering softly, "Pervert." Chu Xiu remained unfazed. After all, admiring a beautiful woman was a delightful endeavor, and there was no need for pretense. Nothing wrong with that. Ding ding. Fu Qingqing, unable to withstand Chu Xiu's gaze, hastily lowered her head to check her WeChat messages. In the group chat for room 701, Lady Emperor Lu. Qingqing, how did the high school reunion go? Did that sycophant confess to you? Fu Qingqing. Oh, Lady Emperor. What nonsense are you spouting? There's no sycophant, just an ordinary high school classmate. Lady Emperor Lu. 30+ messages of greetings in a day? What else could it be? Come on, let the Sea King explain. Sea King Yuan. Murderous expression, don't give me ridiculous nicknames. He merely has a few fish. Lady Emperor Lu. Isn't it a bit heartless to say that? A week of breakfast deliveries, with different people each time? That's a true sycophant. The Sea Queen name fits perfectly. Sea King Yuan. You can't speak ill of his brother, he's not a sycophant. Lady Emperor Lu. Mingyao, you better manage your brothers. Someone else already trying to add me on WeChat. Sea King Yuan. Damn, which sycophant is it? I'll blacklist him. Lady Emperor Lu. Not your brother? Sea King Yuan. Fu Qingqing. Ladies, my classmate is a bit dim-witted and loves to boast. It's quite embarrassing. Sea King Yuan. He clearly lacks any real ability and enjoys pretending. Just block that sycophant. Wang Mingming. Sister Fu. I'm at the Night Color Bar on Changle Road. Very close to the Lion King Hotel. Can you give me a ride when you pass by? Fu Qingqing. Mingming, working part-time again? Just a moment. I'm dining with classmates. Sea King Yuan. Qingqing, you're being evasive. What classmates? How tall is he? Is he handsome? What is his family background? Fu Qingqing. Just an unremarkable classmate. These folks are still trying to pry into my affairs, Fu Qingqing thought, feeling exasperated. Chu Xiu, you've just finished eating. And the evening is still young. It's been years since we last met. How about we head to that bar for a drink? Fu Qingqing suggested. Noticing it was only a little past 7, and Mingming wouldn't finish her shift until 9. Chu Xiu looked at her in surprise, as if such words were unexpected from her typically aloof demeanor. Oh, don't misunderstand. I have a roommate working there, and I'll return with her after her shift. Fu Qingqing, sensing Chu Xiu's misunderstanding, felt a bit embarrassed as she explained. After all, in a bar setting, with dim lighting and pulsating music, it appeared to be a hub for flirtation and couples, and she worried that her sudden invitation might be misconstrued. Seeing Fu Qingqing's shy expression, Chu Xiu felt a sense of amusement. She was indeed a pure-hearted girl. Moreover, he felt a tinge of anticipation for the upcoming bar experience, after living 2 lifetimes. He had yet to visit a bar, and even mentioning it felt like a source of embarrassment. Why not? We just passed a Night Color Bar when we left the Lion King Hotel. Let us go there. Chu Xiu suggested enthusiastically, having noticed the bar's impressive scale on their way. The parking lot alone was several times larger than that of the Lion King Hotel, and the decor was lavish. All right, Fu Qingqing replied with a hint of joy, nodding gently. It was indeed a stroke of luck that Chu Xiu proposed the Night Color Bar, the very establishment where her friend worked part-time. Subsequently, Fu Qingqing sent a message in the group chat, announcing that they would arrive at the Night Color Bar in 10 minutes. As night fell, bathed in moonlight, in room 701 of the Jinling Art Institute dormitory, a beautiful girl with long hair cascading down her shoulders sat on the edge of her bed, engrossed in her phone, her fingers moving rapidly as though playing the piano. Yuan Haiwang, which sycophant are you dealing with this time? I can barely keep up. The girl with long hair's counterpart, a slender girl with fair skin and exquisite features, was applying makeup while watching the long-haired girl handle her admirers. Unable to stifle a tease. Lu Ruoyan, you stone-hearted girl, I doubt you would understand. The long-haired girl, with bright eyes and white teeth, resembled a lotus emerging from water, her beauty striking. Her large, dark eyes sparkled with clarity, as if they could penetrate one's soul. She was Yuan Mingyao, one of the 4 campus beauties of the Jinling Art Institute, admired for her looks, passion for gaming, frequent participation in comic conventions, and love for cosplay, garnering the attention of numerous male admirers. Even after being exposed for simultaneously dating 3 individuals, earning her the title of Sea Queen, her ethereal beauty continued to draw more admirers. After all, beauty often equates to justice. Lu Ruoyan seemed unfazed by the jibe, continuing her makeup application with a focus of her own. She is also one of the 4 renowned beauties of Jinling Art Institute, majoring in fashion design. With a passion for various styles and beauty trends, possessing an intimate knowledge of luxurious and popular brands. Every day, she dedicates time to embellish herself, striving to appear even more enchanting. Yuan Mingyao often mocks Lu Ruoyan for her flamboyant appearance, Yet she herself never casually engages with boys. Throughout her 3 years in university, she has never been in a romantic relationship, scarcely interacting with male classmates, and has become a source of amusement for her dormitory mates. Rumor has it that someone on the school forum exposed Lu Rian as a stone woman. But she managed to uncover the identity of this individual and stormed into the boys' dormitory to reprimand him harshly. From that moment on, she gained notoriety, her reputation echoing throughout the institute. It is said that a student even captured a photograph of Lu Rian in her fierce, commanding demeanor, and she was thereafter hailed as the Empress of Jinling Art Institute. Oh my, Xiao Qingqing and Xiao Mengmeng actually made plans to go to Nightshade Bar. These 2 little girls are drinking without inviting me. While Yuan Mingyao was sifting through various messages, she was suddenly taken aback by a notification in the group chat. Heavens! Rian, quick look. Xiao Qingqing is actually going to the bar with a man. In the dormitory group chat, Fu Qingqing had just posted a picture of herself in the passenger seat, declaring that she would arrive in 10 minutes. Isn't this young lady known for her aloofness as the most untouchable beauty? Today, she is actually seen entering a bar with a boy. I must go see who could possibly captivate Xiao Qingqing. Yuan Mingyao was genuinely astonished. Based on her understanding of Fu Qingqing, she had always kept boys at bay, making this occurrence quite rare. Xiao Qingqing certainly has exquisite taste. Lu Rian had already applied her makeup and, upon glancing at the photo on her phone, felt slightly surprised. What? This is merely an ordinary car, not a supercar. Yuan Mingyao took a closer look and realized that it was indeed a standard vehicle, starkly differing from the luxurious supercars she had seen online. Thus her interest waned. Lu Rian rolled her eyes and scoffed, proceeding to enlighten her. It was then that Yuan Mingyao discovered this car was actually a $1 million SUV, and moreover, electric. It's no wonder this track car was not her area of expertise. After all, who among the wealthy would fret over the cost of fuel? How foolish. Just think, casually spending over $1 million on a toy. What must be his worth? Goodness, he turns out to be a wealthy brother. I must make him my brother. Chapter 12. A chance encounter at the bar as night descended. The clamor of the city gradually succumbed to the embrace of darkness. The streetlights twinkled like fallen stars, adorning the tranquil cityscape. Under the cover of night, a quaint establishment named Nightshade Bar appeared especially welcoming. After Chu Xiu parked the car, he followed Fu Qingqing to the entrance of the bar and, observing its desolate exterior, felt a wave of surprise wash over him. Is this truly a bar? It seems more akin to a cafe. Why is it so quiet? In response to Chu Xiu's bewilderment, Fu Qingqing wore a puzzled expression, unsure how to answer, as this was her first visit to such a venue, and it seemed quite different from her expectations. Good evening, sir and madam. Welcome to Nightshade Bar. Please come in. At that moment, a male waiter emerged from the bar and, upon seeing the two, promptly approached them. The waiter, being quite experienced, noticed they appeared to be newcomers and treated them without prejudice, as a fundamental courtesy of his profession. To alleviate any awkwardness, he kindly explained as he invited Chu Xiu and Fu Qingqing inside. Nightshade Bar officially opens at 9, when the atmosphere becomes more vibrant. At this hour, there are fewer customers, so the environment is more relaxed, allowing guests to enjoy some music and conversation. Chu Xiu couldn't help but admire the waiter's professionalism. Just as he was about to step into the bar, Fu Qingqing received a phone call and gestured to Chu Xiu that she would step outside to take it. Not minding her departure, Chu Xiu followed the waiter's lead into the bar's main hall. Upon surveying the interior, he found his preconceived notions of bars utterly overturned. The lighting was soft, creating a serene ambience. The bar counter was adorned with an array of beverages, while skilled bartenders expertly crafted cocktails, providing patrons with a feast for both the eyes and palate. The central hall was impressively spacious, easily spanning over 300 square meters, not to mention the private rooms on the second and third floors. Though the crowd was sparse, most attendees were youthful, congregating in small groups, either engaging in quiet conversations or lost in their own worlds. On the central stage, a singer with a deep voice serenaded the audience with delightful folk tunes. And as the melodies flowed, Chu Xiu felt as if certain dormant instincts within him were awakening, igniting a desire to sway and dance. How embarrassing. Good evening, sir. Welcome to Nightshade Bar. You may call me Ming Ming. How many guests do we have? A stunningly attractive manager approached, extending a warm greeting. Appearing to be in her 20s, she wore a form-fitting dress that accentuated her curves, exuding an alluring charm. The hem of her dress fell just above her knees, subtly revealing her long legs as she moved, radiating an irresistible allure. Under the soft glow of the lights, her fair skin appeared to shimmer faintly, enhancing her youthful beauty. Chu Xiu was momentarily captivated, silently admiring her, considering her a notch more appealing than Fu Qingqing, estimating her score at around 95. 2 guests, indeed. Would you require any special arrangements, such as a booth or a private room? The manager, recognizing that this was Chu Xiu's first visit. Promptly informed him of the consumption policies regarding booths and private rooms. Meng Meng. Suddenly, a cool, surprised voice interrupted the manager's enthusiastic introduction, leaving Chu Xiu with a sense of regret, as he had been enjoying the close proximity to the beautiful manager during her presentation. Oh, Qingqing, you arrived so quickly. The manager looked up and, upon realizing it was her dear friend Fu Qingqing, her face lit up with joy, thrilled to see her friend had come so early. Meng Meng, you look absolutely stunning. I never noticed it before. Fu Qingqing was seeing Wang Meng Meng in her professional attire for the first time. Having been accustomed to her ordinary school attire, who would have thought that in her bar job, she could appear so beautiful? Truly, as one of the 4 renowned beauties. If the school's introverted boys were to witness Meng Meng like this, perhaps the rankings of the beauties would shift a couple of places. Oh, it's merely work attire. Don't mention it. Come on, Qingqing, let me find you a place to sit. Wang Meng Meng hurriedly interrupted Fu Qingqing's praises, needing to attend to other guests, but wanting to ensure her friend was settled first. Fu Qingqing chuckled, covering her mouth, and introduced Chu Xiu. This is my high school classmate, Chu Xiu, a distinguished student from Jinling University, wealthy at a young age, and most importantly, still single. Chu Xiu felt at a loss for words, surprised that the typically aloof Fu Qingqing could jest about him so openly. However, she was not incorrect. He was indeed affluent at a young age, having once been a millionaire, albeit briefly. Alas, the spotlight only lasted a day. Being single, however, felt embarrassing. It appeared he ought to find a girlfriend, especially since he would soon be a senior, with classmates already getting engaged, awaiting their weddings in the latter half of the year. As he gazed at the 2 enchanting beauties before him, each more stunning than the last, a certain idea began to blossom in his mind. Wang Mengming's eyes lit up as she listened to her best friend's introduction. The reason she had approached Chu Xiu earlier was that she was enamored with handsome faces. As long as someone was good-looking, everything else could fall into place. Please arrange for us a private booth, she requested. Chu Xiu casually pointed towards a secluded corner in the southeast of the hall, a spot that, while somewhat isolated, was favored for its tranquility and spaciousness. Looking in the direction of Chu Xiu's finger, Wang Mengming hesitated before explaining, that is a 10-person booth, with a minimum consumption of 30,000. That works. We'll head over now. Please bring us some delightful drinks later. Chu Xiu confirmed without a hint of hesitation, his expression unwavering as he strode confidently towards the booth. Wang Mengming couldn't help but marvel at how 30,000 seemed as inconsequential to him as 300. She thought to herself, he truly is an extraordinary person. She then turned her gaze to Fu Qingqing, her eyes brimming with questions. Fu Qingqing shrugged and spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness, saying, I only just discovered today that this guy is a rich second-generation heir. He drives a car worth over $1 million. Hey, Qingqing, Meng Meng, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to find you both here at Nightshade. Just then, a sweet voice interrupted their conversation. Fu Qingqing turned to see Yuan Mengyao and Lu Ruyan had hurried over from their dormitory in the span of just a few minutes. What brings you here? Fu Qingqing asked, her face reflecting her surprise. Hee, we're good friends. We were worried about you and Mengming's safety, so we came to escort you, Yuan Mengyao replied cheerfully, her long hair styled into a playful braid, making her look even more charming. Wang Mengming quickly deduced her friend's intentions, feeling a pang of annoyance, and asked, Yuan, I can understand your presence, but Lu, why did you come as well? With an impassive expression, Lu Ruyan pointed at Yuan Mengyao, indicating that she was merely accompanying her. Enough of that. Where's my handsome guy? Where is he? Yuan Mengyao exclaimed, her large eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. I'm truly exasperated with you. Wang Mengming sighed, urging Fu Qingqing to lead the 2 girls over while she went to prepare the drink menu. The booth where Chu Xiu sat was near a window, and as he gazed out at the bustling traffic, he couldn't help but reflect on the hardships of his previous life. Suddenly reminded of something, he picked up his phone to check in with his mother, explaining that he was at a class reunion and would likely return home late, asking her not to wait for him. His mother offered a few casual reminders, advising him to refrain from drinking and to stay safe. Wow, that guy looks familiar. He's so handsome. A clear voice suddenly reached Chu Xiu's ears. He looked up to find an exceptionally beautiful girl standing before him. The girl stood about 5 feet 5 inches tall, her features exquisitely delicate, particularly her bright, clear eyes that resembled deep lakes. She wore a short black jacket paired with a white shirt, adorned with a red bow tie at the collar. Her short skirt was embellished with intricate patterns, contrasting sharply with her black stockings. The girl gazed at Chu Xiu with excitement, as if she had truly met him before. Chu Xiu stared at the unexpectedly charming girl in astonishment. She was indeed beautiful, her attire rivaling that of Wang Mengming. Yet, in her twinkling eyes, he sensed a hint of something more insidious. Reflecting on her earlier words, he realized, Isn't that what Baochai said upon first meeting Lin Daiyu in Dream of the Red Chamber? Hello, I am Chu Xiu. It's a pleasure to meet you, he said. His expression peculiar as he scrutinized the girl before him. Chu Xiu Gij. I am Yuan Mingyao. You may also call me Yuan Mimi. This is my best friend Lu Ruyan. She doesn't particularly like boys. The crowd reacted with astonishment. The Sea Queen is truly formidable, effortlessly claiming a brother. Chapter 13. Conflict. At that moment, a group of stylishly dressed young men and women sauntered in, laughing and chatting. Among them, a stout and rugged-looking boy suddenly caught the attention of Fu Qingqing and her friends seated by the window, who waved and shouted towards them. Mingyao, is that you? What are you doing here? Oh no, it's Chao Shiji. That chubby guy has spotted me, Yuan Mingyao exclaimed, her eyes widening as she recognized the boy lumbering towards her. He was one of her admirers, a fourth-year photography student at Jinling Art Institute. Rumored to come from a wealthy family, and known for showering Yuan Mingyao with gifts. However, he was also among the last people she wanted to see. Recently, she had noticed his gifts becoming more extravagant and his advances increasingly bold, leading her to decide that this chubby fish needed to be discarded according to her Sea King principles. She had been deliberately avoiding him for days, and now, encountering him at Nightshade was unfortunate. Haha, Mingyao, it's so good to see you. It feels like ages since we last met. I've missed you. The chubby boy, unfazed by the surrounding company, approached their booth and began spewing an array of nauseating compliments. Upon seeing Fu Qingqing and Lu Ruyan, he was even more astonished. Wow, what luck! I've stumbled upon 3 of the 4 school flowers, he exclaimed, straightening his clothes as he extended his right hand, eager to shake Lu Ruyan's hand. Lu Ruyan's disdain was evident as she shot him a contemptuous glance before gracefully turning her slender waist and seating herself beside Chu Xiu. Yuan Mingyao admired Lu Ruyan's poise and subtly gave her a thumbs up, while she herself slid into the space next to Chu Xiu, half concealing herself behind him. Noticing Chu Xiu's curious gaze directed at Lu Ruyan, Yuan Mingyao felt a twinge of annoyance at her own inability to capture his attention. After a moment's consideration, she wrapped her arms around Chu Xiu's and playfully shook it. In her most endearing voice, she asked, Chu Xiu Gij, what drink shall we have tonight? I'll keep you company. Where did this little leech come from? Mingyao, don't let this pretty boy fool you. My love for you is genuine. Unlike this pretty face that's all show and no substance. Chao Shiji fumed as he witnessed his goddess deliberately trying to charm the pretty boy. His anger flared. He had always despised pretty boys, having lost 2 previous girlfriends to them. Kid, you'd best behave. Scram now and don't provoke my woman. As Lu Ruyan remained unfazed, Chao Shiji grew increasingly anxious, letting harsh words escape his lips. Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened. Although Yuan Mingyao seemed to be using him as a shield, her beauty was undeniable. Even if she exhibited a hint of manipulation, such individuals often made the best companions. He had amassed considerable wealth and now only lacked a woman. Besides, Yuan Mingyao was practically offering herself to him. No man would turn her away. Having already scrutinized the expressions and postures of the girls, he was convinced that the school flowers were indeed good girls, and his resolve to win them over grew stronger. Just then, Chao Shiji's arrival, coupled with his crude remarks, presented an opportunity for him to teach the chubby boy a lesson. Silently channeling his energy, Chu Xiu directed a warm current to his left index finger. Concealing his hand gesture, he discreetly flicked his fingers, sending an invisible force surging towards Chao Shiji's chest. Bang! Ouch! Who the hell ambushed me? Chao Shiji felt as though he had been kicked from the front, crashing to the ground, struggling to breathe as he grimaced in pain. Was it you all? He glared menacingly at Chu Xiu and the others, his eyes as wide as saucers. Yuan Mingyao and the others exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered. Moments ago, Yuan Mingyao had found it strange that the foolish Chao was attempting to elicit her sympathy through his self-directed theatrics. Fatty, you're a photography student, not a director. Do try to be more sensible. Fu Qingqing's thoughts mirrored those of Yuan Mingyao. She looked at Chao with disdain, as if regarding a simpleton. Chu Xiu, however, was acutely aware of the situation. He acted with subtlety and finesse, confident that no one had discerned his involvement. For now, he played along, donning a perplexed expression. Only Lu Ruyan, by his side, regarded him with a discerning gaze, her eyes betraying a hint of suspicion. This man was extraordinary and far from ordinary. Damn it! I am not a fool. Chao, gripping his injured chest, felt his defenses crumble as he caught sight of Yuan Mingyao and her companions regarding him as if he were insane. Unable to contain himself, he exploded in a torrent of expletives. What the hell? Chao Xiao, are you performing acrobatics? What sort of play are you concocting? At this moment, the others who had entered with Chao began to grasp the absurdity of the situation, witnessing him collapse and wail in confusion. Yang Xiao, help me up. I've been assaulted. What is happening? Who dares bully Chao Xiao in front of us? Are they seeking death? Quickly assist him. Goodness, brothers, we've hit the jackpot. There are 3 stunning beauties here. Hey, aren't these the 3 school flowers from Chu Xiu's university? Today is indeed our lucky day. Let's have the school flowers drink with us. Indeed, beauty brings trouble. Women can attract disdain wherever they go. Chu Xiu observed the brazen gazes of the wealthy youths around him and realized he was in a precarious situation. Nevertheless, with his mastery of the 5-animal play, he felt confident that even dozens of them would not pose a challenge. Yang Wei, short in stature and with skin marred by acne, possessed a pair of small eyes that glimmered with cunning, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Little brother, I saw that Chu Xiu was attacked. What do you propose we do about it? Although Yang Wei addressed Chu Xiu, his gaze flitted greedily among the 3 beauties as if harboring ulterior motives. His voice dripped with insincerity and lewdness, punctuated by unsettling laughter that elicited distaste. Fu Qingqing shot him a scornful glance and retorted, "We did not strike anyone. He fell on his own. The surveillance cameras throughout the establishment can attest to that." Haha, beautiful lady, you might not be aware of Yang Xiao's status. He is one of the shareholders of this nightclub. He can dictate what the footage shows. Chao was unperturbed by the surveillance issue, fully cognizant of Yang Wei's influence. After exposing Yang Wei's identity, he regarded Chu Xiu and the others with an air of provocation. Little brother, don't misunderstand. I have no desire to bully anyone. This matter can be escalated or resolved amicably. Having navigated the social scene for years, Yang Wei instantly recognized that the individuals before him were mere university students yet to step into the real world. The only one who puzzled him was Chu Xiu, who remained unnaturally composed, devoid of any trace of panic. "Oh, how do you wish to resolve this?" Chu Xiu inquired, curiosity piqued as he anticipated Yang Wei's tactics. "Let us keep things straightforward. If these 3 lovely ladies can join us for drinks, we can consider this matter settled." Yang Wei's predatory ambition finally surfaced. "Dream on." A thunderous voice erupted from the crowd, stunning everyone into silence. There stood Wang Mingming, her hands cradling a tray of drinks. Her form clad in a fitted dress that accentuated her curves, her long legs adorned in sheer stockings, exuding an irresistible allure. Yang Wei's eyes lit up upon seeing Wang Mingming. He often frequented the nightclub and had long coveted her, having been thwarted in his attempts to approach her previously. However, upon noticing Yang Wei's lecherous gaze and recalling the grievances she endured today, compounded by his earlier threats, rage ignited within her. Without hesitation, she seized a glass of fruit wine from her tray and hurled it at Yang Wei. Gasping in shock, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Had she truly dared to splash Yang Xiao? Indeed, she is fiery. I like that. Yang Wei's demeanor shifted from congenial to menacing as he glared at Wang Mingming, rushing toward her with the intent to seize her. His fury surged, and he was determined to make them all feel his wrath. A swift slap, so rapid it left only a blur in its wake, struck Yang Wei's face, forcing him to spin 180 degrees on the spot. Who did that? Yang Wei howled, clutching his bleeding chin, the pain searing through him, feeling as though he had lost 2 teeth. You dared to bully a woman. Chu Xiu gradually withdrew his right hand, standing before Yang Wei with an imposing presence, his gaze imbued with authority. What? It's him? How dare he? Chao and the others were taken aback, staring at Chu Xiu in disbelief. Wait, how did he get over here? They had only seen a fleeting shadow and had not noticed Chu Xiu's strike. Goodness, he is a master. Chapter 14. Quickly, summon Brother Hao. What a scoundrel. This fellow is playing the fool to catch the tiger. Chao's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. Witnessing Chu Xiu injure Yang Wei, he understood that reconciliation was no longer an option. Chao was well versed in the dynamics of the wealthy elite in Jinling. Though he had not infiltrated the upper echelons, he had been courting favor with Yang Wei recently, given the latter's connections. Kid, you're finished. Yang Xiao's family runs a chain of wineries, with assets in the hundreds of millions, dominating the market in Jinling. At this juncture, Chao felt compelled to intervene. He had instigated this mess and needed to uphold Yang Wei's reputation to avoid any fallout that might reflect poorly on him. With barely 10 million in assets and a meager monthly allowance, he could not afford to offend Yang Wei. Chu Xiu regarded Chao with a detached expression, as if observing a mere jester, and refrained from further violence. He gestured for Wang Mingming to approach him. At this moment, he was quite taken aback by Wang Mingming's earlier actions. He had not anticipated such solidarity among the girls. They were indeed good-hearted individuals. Wow, Mingming, you were so cool. Love you. Yuan Mingyao gushed, unabashedly fawning over Wang Mingming, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding tension, as if nothing could possibly concern her. Fu Qingqing shook her head disapprovingly. The emotional resilience of this female, Sea King, was remarkable. Yet she felt a surge of gratitude for Wang Mingming's willingness to stand up and confront Yang Wei. Mingming, was that worth it? What about your job prospects? Lu Rian's voice was cool, expressing admiration for Wang Mingming's fierce protective instincts. She had not expected the usually gentle and capable Wang Mingming to display such bravery. Wang Mingming, however, remained nonchalant, waving her hand dismissively. That young fellow has been a nuisance to me. If it weren't for my boss's prior assistance, I would have quit long ago. Chu Xiu gave her a thumbs up, increasingly impressed by Wang Mingming. She was sweet, gentle, yet also possessed a spirited side, making her the quintessential girlfriend material, especially in her professional attire. Hey, you there, are you listening to me? Yang Wei's voice dripped with venom, and the tension in the air thickened. Upon witnessing four exceptionally unique and extraordinary young ladies encircling Chu Xiu, the corpulent Chow felt a surge of jealousy twisting his heart, compelling him to unleash a torrent of invective. However, as he caught a glimpse of Chu Xiu from the corner of his eye, fear gripped him, causing him to stifle his foul words. Damn it, get lost. At this moment, Yang Wei had regained his composure and requested the waiter to fetch an ice pack for his bruised cheek. Observing Chow's humiliation, he erupted in a furious diatribe. Determined to take matters into his own hands, he signaled to his underlings and instructed the waiter to summon the security personnel from the establishment. He was astute enough not to recklessly charge at Chu Xiu, for he had not even discerned how Chu Xiu fought. Advancing toward him would only result in an unmitigated beating. Before long, a dozen security personnel from the night bar had gathered, led by a towering figure standing at nearly 6.5 feet, his physique robust and his gaze menacing. His muscles appeared to bulge like small hills, instilling a sense of dread in those present who dared not meet his eyes. Young Master Yang, what transpired? Who dares to lay a hand on you? I shall dismantle him today. The burly man, with a voice as harsh as gravel, surveyed the crowd, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Chu Xiu. After all, young Master Yang had the numerical advantage, and it was only this lone male who could be the aggressor. Captain Han, you must advocate for me, Yang Wei lamented, covering his face and adopting a tone of distress. I merely wish to enjoy a drink with these lovely ladies, yet the staff member Wang Mingming doused me with liquor, and her friend resorted to physical violence. He gestured toward his injuries, continuing to feign victimhood. I am a shareholder in the night bar. I cannot let these individuals go unpunished, especially these beautiful ladies. None shall escape. Captain Han was no fool. After observing a nearby security guard, the latter promptly approached and succinctly relayed the events that had transpired. Captain Han nodded and explained to Yang Wei, Young Master, I regret the incident today. We will take responsibility for the actions of our staff. This evening, I shall cover all your expenses, including drinks, on behalf of my brother. Indeed, as expected from Brother Han's sibling, Captain Han is quite magnanimous. Yang Wei was somewhat appeased by Captain Han's initial response. As for Wang Mingming, all personnel adjustments within the establishment fell under my brother's purview. Once I consult him, I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. With that, Captain Han turned to face Chu Xiu and his group, his expression tightening. You all shall each offer young Master Yang a toast and apologize, as if this incident never occurred. Hey, Captain Han, we can't let those girls off the hook. They should accompany me for a drink as well. Upon hearing that it was merely an apology and a toast, Yang Wei felt disgruntled, and the goodwill he had previously felt toward Captain Han dissipated, leading him to voice his discontent. Young Master Yang, we live in a society governed by law. Do you truly wish to compel them to drink with you? Be cautious, they might accuse you of harassment. Captain Han dismissed Yang Wei's unreasonable demands, for the night bar had its own rules and principles. They were resolute in avoiding any illicit dealings. Fine, since Captain Han is unwilling to intervene, I shall take matters into my own hands. I implore you not to interfere. Yang Wei, a prominent figure in the affluent circles of Jinling, was not one to be trifled with. Not everyone could afford to challenge him openly. Had it not been for his apprehension of Captain Han's brother, he would have openly retaliated long ago. The incident had occurred, and he was determined to exact revenge and restore his honor. Otherwise, word would spread that the esteemed young master of the Yang family had been slapped by a mere passerby, a humiliation too great to bear within his social circle. Resolute, Yang Wei rallied his companions, commanding, beat him up, but do not harm the lovely ladies. If anything goes awry, I shall take responsibility. His followers exchanged glances. But considering Yang Wei's influence and power, they realized that aiding him could earn them favor and potentially benefit them financially in the future. With this understanding, Chow and his companions strode purposefully toward Chu Xiu, flexing their hands in preparation for confrontation. Captain, should we intervene? One of the security personnel hesitated, observing the unfolding scene and seeking guidance. Captain Han crossed his arms, feeling irritated by Yang Wei's lack of respect during the earlier mediation. Nonetheless, recognizing Yang Wei as a partner, he did not wish to sever ties and gestured for his subordinates to remain at a distance for the time being. Having seen countless individuals during his years alongside his brother, he had never encountered someone as composed and unflinching as Chu Xiu. This young man undoubtedly possessed some hidden prowess. He decided to observe closely. As Fu Qingqing and the other ladies witnessed Yang Wei's brazen intent to strike, they instinctively retreated behind Chu Xiu. Suddenly, Wang Mingming had a thought and reached for her phone to make a call, but Chu Xiu intervened, seemingly unfazed by the menacing intruders. With his hands in his pockets, he calmly approached the group. "Fear not." He uttered 2 words in a slow, measured tone, and for reasons unknown, those simple words, combined with his demeanor, instilled a sense of calm in the ladies as they gazed upon his strong silhouette. A wave of reassurance washed over Fu Qingqing and the others. "Wow, brother Chu Xiu. How incredibly manly," Yuan Mingyao exclaimed, her admiration escaping her lips. "Damn it, enough is enough. Attack." Chao, incensed by Chu Xiu's nonchalance during the altercation, could not help but erupt with an elegantly phrased exclamation. This seemed to empower him, and he instinctively swung a fist toward Chu Xiu's face. Bang! Chao's body uncontrollably toppled backward, and in that instant, time appeared to freeze, his eyes wide with shock and helplessness. As his body collided with the ground, a heavy thud echoed, as if the entire world trembled in response. "Quick, go summon Brother Hao." Yang Wei finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Chu Xiu's punch had shattered his pride. As he saw Chu Xiu regarding him with the playful demeanor of a cat toying with a mouse, panic engulfed him, prompting him to shout in desperation, "Quick, fetch Brother Hao." Chapter 15. Mr. Chu, we meet again. Chu Xiu had not anticipated that someone as large as Chao could not withstand a single punch. The youth was indeed robust, collapsing into unconsciousness. Unlike his previous encounter with Lei Yong, this was merely a brawl, and Chu Xiu had exerted little effort, relying solely on his physical prowess, which had been significantly enhanced by the system's skill upgrades. While he may not have appeared particularly muscular, the strength bestowed upon him rendered him a veritable force of nature. Hearing Yang Wei's frantic cries, Chu Xiu regarded him with icy disdain, realizing how utterly oblivious this individual was to the consequences of his actions. After repeatedly seeking out trouble and posturing before him, did he truly believe Chu Xiu would refrain from retaliating? Enough. Cease this folly. The night bar operates within the bounds of the law and does not permit fighting. Captain Han, witnessing Chu Xiu's swift and decisive takedown of Chao, was astounded. It would have taken considerable effort for him to accomplish such a feat. This individual possessed formidable strength. Desiring to prevent the altercation from escalating further, Captain Han was keenly aware that attracting the attention of law enforcement would severely tarnish the bar's reputation. Otherwise, his brother would not have allowed him to escape unscathed. Chu Xiu cast a surprised glance at Captain Han, disregarding him as he approached Yang Wei, grasping him firmly and lifting him off the ground. "What the hell? Who is this guy? Darling, come quick and witness this super strong man." The crowd was left in a state of shock by Chu Xiu's astonishing display of strength. While many protagonists in films can effortlessly lift individuals, the reality is starkly different. Without external assistance, such feats are impossible. "You, don't be reckless. My father is Yang. Yang Wei's first reaction was sheer bewilderment, followed swiftly by a surge of panic as his breath quickened. He hurriedly proclaimed his background, hoping to instill a sense of caution in his adversary. Seeing that Chu Xiu remained unfazed, Yang Wei's anxiety escalated. His face flushed as he desperately pleaded for mercy. "If you have the ability, put me down and see how I will deal with you." "Stop. Have you lost your mind?" Captain Han, incensed by being ignored, charged at Chu Xiu like an enraged bull. With a resounding thud, Chu Xiu stood firm, utterly unaffected, while Captain Han stumbled back, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. "My dear brother, please show some restraint and grant Han a moment of grace." At this juncture, a young man in his 30s, clad in a black suit and sporting golden-rimmed glasses, descended the staircase from the bar's second floor with an air of composure. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Han Tianhao, the proprietor of this establishment. I kindly request that you overlook this misunderstanding." It was none other than the esteemed Hao Gu that Yang Wei had mentioned, the true owner of the bar. "Mr. Chu, may I trouble you?" It was at this moment that Wang Mingming, having noticed Han Tianhao's entrance, quietly approached Chu Xiu, her expression imploring. Chu Xiu's demeanor shifted. It was clear that Wang Mingming, a rare beauty who worked part-time at the bar, had managed to safeguard herself, particularly against the advances of scions like Yang Wei. She must have influential allies. Releasing his grip, Yang Wei fell to the ground, his legs weak and knees buckling. At that moment, Yang Wei was too preoccupied to consider anything else, gasping for air as if he had just tasted the sweetest nectar of life. Today marked his utter defeat. Not only had he lost face, but he had also narrowly avoided a severe beating. Typically, when he found himself in conflict, it was merely a matter of exchanging verbal barbs. relying on his family's influence to maintain an air of superiority. He had never encountered a situation like today's, where physical confrontation was imminent. It was no wonder that many in his circle of wealthy heirs cautioned against crossing the boundaries of the common folk. Han Tianhao cast a complex glance at Wang Mingming, recognizing the care he had extended toward her, albeit with ulterior motives. He was not merely interested in her beauty. He intended to introduce her to a distinguished guest, hoping that this individual might extend a helping hand in return. Thus, whenever someone troubled Wang Mingming, he would intervene to resolve the issue. Regrettably, Han Tianhao had started out on the streets at the age of 16, gradually establishing himself in Jinling, opening bars, restaurants, KTVs, and high-end clubs, becoming a notable figure in the area. His discerning eye for character was sharp. He immediately recognized Chu Xiu's extraordinary presence and enigmatic charm. Ignoring the suspicious glances of those around him, Han Tianhao approached Chu Xiu with a forced smile. "My young brother, I apologize for the inconvenience. It seems my management of the nightclub has faltered, causing you distress. Rest assured, I am willing to cover any losses incurred." "How good! You must advocate for me," Yang Wei exclaimed, seeing Han Tianhao as his savior, rushing forward in search of assistance. However, the moment Han Tianhao, who had just been all smiles, saw Yang Wei approaching, he delivered a swift kick that sent Yang Wei sprawling on the ground, begging for mercy. "You fool! How many times have I told you to keep a low profile and not stir trouble in my establishment? How could you not remember?" Han Tianhao slapped Yang Wei's face a few times and kicked him again, spitting out, "If it weren't for your father's influence, I would have broken your legs by now." The onlookers were left stunned by Han Tianhao's ruthlessness, realizing he was a formidable character who would not hesitate to discipline his own. Yang Wei, now aware of the gravity of the situation, struggled to rise, loudly pleading. "How good! I was wrong, truly wrong. Please give me another chance. What exactly did you do wrong?" Han Tianhao's gaze turned nonchalant as he directed his attention to Chu Xiu. Yang Wei, adept at navigating the world of the wealthy, quickly grasped Han Tianhao's intentions and silently lamented his misfortune. "Chao Pongzi, you've ruined me. Why did you have to provoke such a formidable figure? This person is undoubtedly someone of significant standing. Even how good dares not offend him?" Suppressing his pain, Yang Wei staggered towards Chu Xiu, humbly apologizing. "My dear brother, I am truly sorry. I beg for your forgiveness." He was genuinely terrified of the repercussions. "What did you say?" Chu Xiu regarded Yang Wei with amusement, the earlier bravado entirely absent, replaced by a comically bruised visage. "Did you forget to eat? Speak up." Han Tianhao kicked Yang Wei again. "My brother, I beg your pardon." In a bid to avoid further punishment, Yang Wei bowed deeply before Chu Xiu, apologizing profusely. The rapid reversal from Han Tianhao's urging Yang Wei to apologize to Yang Wei's deep bow within the span of a minute left the young women behind Chu Xiu utterly astounded, as well as the youths who typically followed Yang Wei, now at a loss for words. In their eyes, Yang Wei was the epitome of a super-rich heir, often extravagant and accustomed to bullying others. He never offered apologies. However, witnessing the subdued Chao Pongzi and realizing even the true owner of the nightclub dared not confront Chu Xiu, they finally comprehended that he must possess a remarkable background. Han Tianhao, relieved by the turn of events, cast a meaningful glance at Yang Wei. "Kid, I've just saved your skin. You must ensure that your father extends me some discounts on drinks next time." Seeing this unfold, Chu Xiu lost interest, waving a hand at Yang Wei. "We're all young. It's only natural to be arrogant. If you want to challenge me, that's your own folly. My young brother, I am grateful for your leniency," Han Tianhao continued, signaling his brother, Captain Han, to clear the area. Suddenly recalling the request from a distinguished guest in the VIP room upstairs, he addressed Chu Xiu. "Oh, I am but a humble individual with limited abilities. I fear I may not be able to assist you, Boss Han." Chu Xiu noted Han Tianhao's adept handling of the situation, impressed by his commanding presence. "Fear not, my brother. It is a favorable matter. I have a distinguished guest who wishes to invite you upstairs for a discussion." Curiosity piqued, Chu Xiu followed Han Tianhao upstairs, accompanied by Fu Qingqing and others. Upon reaching a private room, Han Tianhao took a deep breath and opened the door. "Ah, Mr. Chu, what a pleasure to see you again." Upon entering, Chu Xiu was immediately drawn in by the robust laughter of Lei Yong. "Uncle Lei," Chu Xiu exclaimed, astonished. Although he had suspected the elder's connections were extraordinary, he never anticipated that Lei Yong could command the respect of someone like Han Tianhao, a figure entrenched in the underbelly of society. This encounter clearly signified an impressive status. Chapter 16. The Shock of the Four School Beauties. Inside the luxurious private room of the nightclub, the space was vast, adorned with opulent decorations, and the floor was covered with exquisite carpets. The lavish embellishments on the walls were emblematic of the room's grandeur. In the center of the room stood a grand round table, around which a few individuals were scattered. Among them, a middle-aged man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit. Upon noticing Chu Xiu's entrance, proactively vacated his seat and approached Chu Xiu. Haha, Mr. Chu, just a moment ago, old Lei spotted a familiar figure by the window. Who would have thought that we are destined to meet? Come, take a seat. Lei Yong, exuding an air of familiarity, swiftly ushered Chu Xiu to his own seat without waiting for a response. Fu Qingqing and the others were taken aback. This man clearly held an extraordinary status, as evidenced by the respect he commanded from Chu Xiu. My heavens, what a remarkable high school classmate I have encountered. Alas, my friends are bound to be captivated. She was acutely aware of the allure of a man shrouded in mystery. Wow, brother Chu Xiu, you are truly impressive. I have made my decision. Yuan Mingyao exclaimed dramatically, startling Fu Qingqing. What have you decided to do? Wang Mingming inquired curiously, gazing at Yuan Mingyao. Humph, for a female sea king like myself. Chu Xiu is the biggest fish in my pond. Lu Ruoyan scoffed, knowing her friend's temperament better than anyone else. Nonsense, what female sea king, what pond? From this day forth, I shall become a girl with dreams. I will forget the past, abandon all my ponds, and reinvent myself. Yuan Mingyao envisioned a future with Chu Xiu, her face radiating hope and longing. Ugh, heartbreaker. Came the collective retort from the three campus beauties in dormitory 701 of Jinling Art Academy. In an instant, the beautiful women gathered together, resembling a vibrant and colorful painting. Their smiles shone like the sun, and their eyes sparkled like stars. Each possessed a unique beauty that left all in awe. The once serious atmosphere of the private room was suddenly infused with irresistible charm, captivating everyone's attention. Ah, youth is truly splendid, remarked an elderly gentleman with a youthful visage. Appearing to be in his 60s, dressed in a white martial arts outfit, his demeanor kind and benevolent. Behind him stood a robust young man, his muscular physique exuding power. Clearly a martial arts practitioner. The young man's gaze fixated on Fu Qingqing and the others, his eyes wide with admiration. Ahem, the elderly man, noticing his disciple's awkward demeanor, hastily interjected. The young man, startled, quickly lowered his head, his face flushed, too shy to look at Fu Qingqing and her companions. Chu Xiu cast a glance at him, finding his bashfulness rather amusing. Such modesty was a rarity among the youth these days. Old Lei, this young talent is the extraordinary figure you mentioned. Why not introduce him to us? The elderly man was taken aback to see Lei Yong placing the young man in the spotlight. Haha, Mr. Chu, let me briefly introduce you to my friends. Lei Yong said, standing beside Chu Xiu and gesturing towards the elderly man. This is President Fong of the Jinling Martial Arts Association, who has guided my martial skills and is essentially my mentor. Beside the elderly man stood a beautiful woman in her 30s, with fair skin and clad in a white qipao, the hem seeming to rise to her waist. She wore light makeup, exuding an enchanting allure, and regarded Chu Xiu with evident interest, curious about who he was that even the renowned Lei Laohu addressed him as Mr. This was no trivial matter. While others might not grasp Lei Laohu's character, she was well aware of the formidable reputation of this tiger. Mr. Chu, this is Rose. Despite being a woman, she owns at least half of the bathing and leisure establishments in Jinling. Lei Yong, perhaps fearing Chu Xiu might underestimate Rose's stature, half-jokingly remarked before her, she is indeed a thorny rose. Upon hearing old Lei's implication, Chu Xiu's expression grew contemplative. Oh my, where did this handsome young man come from? Come sit beside your sister, Rose teased, holding a glass of fine red wine, swirling it nonchalantly while casting a playful glance at Chu Xiu. Ahem, Rose. Do mind your manners. Don't speak carelessly, Lei Yong cautioned, startled by her boldness. Rose retracted her smile, regarding Lei Yong with suspicion. Who exactly was this charming young man that even Lei Laohu seemed cautious around? Ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a treat today. After arranging everyone's seating, old Lei gestured towards Chu Xiu. This Mr. Chu is no ordinary individual. Elder Yi has praised him as a rare young talent. To call him a young master in the realm of health cultivation would not be an exaggeration. Old Lei's words fell like a thunderclap, leaving the table in stunned silence. Who was Elder Yi? The former deputy commander of the Jinling military district, with his eldest son currently at the helm of Jinling City. Not to mention old Lei, a kingpin in Jinling's underground scene, with assets surpassing 100 billion. While Rose may not fully comprehend the significance of a young master, she recognized that the accolades from these two individuals indicated Chu Xiu's exceptional abilities. Regarding the major powers in Jinling, or even the ancient families across the country, she had never heard of anyone named Chu. Contemplating this, Rose glanced at the others. Just as she suspected, the four exquisite girls accompanying Chu Xiu wore expressions of confusion. And even Han Tianhao, Lei Laohu's top enforcer, appeared bewildered. Only President Fong suddenly stood up, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at Chu Xiu. The astonishment in his eyes impossible to conceal. Impossible. The young man behind the elderly man was the first to voice his doubts. What did master truly mean? Those in the martial arts community were well aware. His master, as the president of the Martial Arts Association, had practiced for decades, unable to even dream of reaching the master level. How could Chu Xiu, appearing to be just in his early 20s, possibly achieve such status? Especially when he himself was a national martial arts champion. Han Tianhao also stared at Chu Xiu in disbelief. Although Lei Yong had shown Chu Xiu great courtesy, he harbored suspicions. Perhaps Chu Xiu belonged to a wealthy or influential family, or was a relative of Lei Yong's friend. Yet, the notion that Chu Xiu had earned respect through his own prowess was utterly astounding. Chu Xiu, what exactly is a young master? Suddenly, a clear voice broke the silence, revealing that it was Fu Qingqing, curious about the astonishment of these prominent figures, her straightforward nature prompting her to ask directly. In truth, it was not just Fu Qingqing. Lu Ruoyan and the others felt like restless kittens, eager to uncover Chu Xiu's true identity. Lei Yong ignored the questions, instead looking at Chu Xiu with anticipation, clearly hoping for him to showcase his abilities. Chu Xiu, faced with the puzzled gazes, was not one to dilly-dally. Without shifting his position, he gently raised his right hand, palm open, slowly directing it towards the unopened bottle of fruit wine at the center of the round table. Just as everyone was uncertain of Chu Xiu's intentions, a sudden gust of wind seemed to sweep through, and the bottle of fruit wine flew directly toward Fu Qingqing. Startled by the flying bottle, Fu Qingqing instinctively reached out to catch it and was astonished to find herself successfully grasping it. What? A martial arts master? This is internal power. My goodness. Brother Chu Xiu can actually perform martial arts. Chu Xiu's display not only left Fu Qingqing and Yuan Mengyao dumbfounded, but also sent shivers down the spines of the other distinguished guests at the round table. Particularly for President Fong and his disciple, it completely upended their understanding of martial arts. As for the beautiful woman, Rose, she was drenched in cold sweat. Initially, she had greatly underestimated Chu Xiu, but to her astonishment, he possessed such remarkable abilities. Having been in close contact with martial artists for a long time, she had never encountered someone as formidable as him. Meanwhile, the four individuals from room 701 of Jinling Art School exchanged fleeting glances, each harboring distinct thoughts in their minds. In that moment, Chu Xiu realized that he had unexpectedly become the center of attention. Chapter 17. Brother, remember to play with me. In the vibrant atmosphere of the night bar, the pulsating music reverberated loudly, while the flickering neon lights cast a mesmerizing glow. Countless young men and women lost themselves in the dance floor, reveling in the rhythm. The bar was filled with a rich blend of smoke and alcohol, intertwining with the cacophony of lively chatter. Behind the bar, the skilled bartenders expertly crafted an array of colorful cocktails, their movements fluid and elegant, as if performing a captivating art piece. Patrons at the tables either engaged in hushed conversations, immersed in their own worlds, or swayed gently to the music's cadence. At that moment, Chu Xiu finally understood why everyone adored bars. In such an ambience, he felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation and enjoyment. He couldn't help but reflect that this was the true essence of a bar, far superior to conversing with a group of grumpy old men. An hour earlier, he had found the atmosphere of conversation among the big shots, like Lei Yong, utterly unbearable, leading him to excuse himself and seek refuge on the dance floor. Having finally extricated himself from that situation, he was now in the midst of pure enjoyment. Before long, Fu Qingqing emerged from the heart of the dance floor, accompanied by Yuan Mengyao and Lu Ruyan. The trio exuded an enchanting fragrance, their bodies glistening with sweat. Yet they appeared even more captivating. Observing Chu Xiu's languid demeanor, Fu Qingqing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Everyone had misjudged him. It turned out that Chu Xiu was the most impressive among them all. The events of the evening had utterly overturned her understanding. What began as a class reunion, where Chu Xiu had endured repeated humiliation from Song Chongqing, culminated in his absolute triumph. At the night bar, he had faced challenges from the likes of Fat Chow and Yang Wei, even engaging in a brawl, only to emerge victorious. Moreover, he had encountered several prominent figures from Jinling City in a private room on the second floor, witnessing their attempts to curry favor with him. Fu Qingqing realized that her perception of Chu Xiu needed a complete overhaul. After 3 years apart, he had transformed into a stranger in her eyes. No longer the shy and introverted boy she remembered. 3 years had enabled Chu Xiu to metamorphose into a mysterious master of martial arts. The thought of the Martial Arts Association's president, at over 60, wanting to take Chu Xiu as his master, struck her as ludicrous. Fu Qingqing gazed at him with a dazed expression, seemingly attempting to unravel the enigma of who he truly was and what experiences he had endured. The extraordinary martial prowess he possessed must have come at a great cost. Gradually, Fu Qingqing felt as though Chu Xiu had morphed into two distinct individuals. A sense of drowsiness washing over her, causing her to lose awareness of her surroundings and ultimately lean directly against him. How much had she drunk? Presently, Chu Xiu found himself cradling the inebriated Fu Qingqing, her cheeks flushed and her gaze unfocused. Chu Xiu, brother, come dance with me, Yuan Mingyao said, eyeing Fu Qingqing in his arms with envy, playfully tugging at him to rejoin the dance floor. Wang Mingming, also quite tipsy, staggered slightly, as if she might topple over at any moment. Fortunately, Lu Rian supported her, preventing her from collapsing onto the couch. Seeing Yuan Mingyao lean against him, Chu Xiu felt speechless. Her hair cascaded chaotically over her shoulders, swaying with her movements. In that instant, she lost her usual elegance and composure. Appearing utterly submerged in her intoxication. She truly can drink, Chu Xiu mused, having witnessed the drinking capacities of both Yuan Mingyao and Wang Mingming. I'll handle this. You take care of Qingqing, Lu Rian declared, the only one among them who had abstained from alcohol due to a lifelong allergy. She positioned Wang Mingming against the couch, then helplessly pulled Yuan Mingyao aside. Today, Yuan Mingyao was reveling in the festivities, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol. Her breath reeked of liquor, her speech became slurred, alternating between murmurs and loud exclamations. Her body trembled slightly, her hands hanging limply at her sides, yet her dazed eyes locked onto Chu Xiu, prompting her to lunge toward him once more. Lu Rian, feeling a headache from Yuan Mingyao's antics, was at a loss for how to manage the situation. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu, still reeling from the psychological impact of last night's liquor, had opted for fruit wine at the bar, which had a significantly lower alcohol content, allowing him to maintain a semblance of clarity. Glancing at the time, he noted it was just past 9 o'clock, the bar's atmosphere reaching its zenith of excitement. However, observing the three inebriated beauties beside him, he lost interest in experiencing the bar culture, prioritizing instead the safety of sending the girls back to their dormitory to avoid any mishaps. Thus, Chu Xiu suggested they leave, earning a grateful glance from Lu Rian. It wasn't he that he was a paragon of virtue. Seizing the opportunity to take advantage of drunkenness was certainly not the behavior of a gentleman. Had it not been for the depletion of his cash withdrawal opportunities, he would have been aimlessly wandering through the crowd with a singular focus on making money. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu lifted Fu Qingqing into his arms and exited the bar, locating his vehicle and placing her in the back seat. One by one, he carefully transferred the three girls into the rear, assisting them with their seatbelts. Fortunately, Chu Xiu's vehicle was a spacious SUV, accommodating the three slender girls as they nestled against one another. Upon discovering that Lu Rian could drive, he handed her the keys. Although he had seen photographs of his BYD Yangwang U8, Lu Rian was still taken aback by its imposing presence, such a vehicle perfectly aligned with her preferences. With a roar, the Yangwang U8 surged forth like a colossal beast awakened from slumber, swiftly disappearing into the distance. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Jinling Art Academy's female dormitory. After numerous assurances from Chu Xiu, the dormitory matron reluctantly consented to let him accompany the inebriated girls inside. Thankfully, as summer vacation approached, many students had already left for break, resulting in a sparse dormitory population. Otherwise, a male would not have been permitted entry. How reckless, the matron thought, observing the three girls, shaking her head in resignation. These girls were truly audacious. The young man before her had returned them safely, indicating his good character. Had they encountered someone with ill intentions, who knew what mischief could have ensued with such exquisite beauties? Ultimately, under the matron's watchful eye, Chu Xiu escorted each of the three stunning girls to the 7th floor. Had it not been for the system's reward of a master-level physique from the 5-animal play, Chu Xiu would have been utterly exhausted from the back and forth. Even so, he could feel his legs growing weary. Chu Xiu, would you like some water? Lu Rian asked, observing his tired demeanor with a pang of guilt. However, considering the personal items scattered throughout her dorm room, she hesitated to invite him in, quickly returning with a bottle of water. Their fingers brushed together briefly, sending an electric shock through Lu Rian, causing her to retract her hand swiftly. In moments, she felt her heart racing, her breath becoming rapid. Chu Xiu gazed at Lu Rian, her cheeks flushed crimson, reminiscent of enticing apples, making it impossible not to be tempted to take a bite. Had it not been for the vigilant gaze of the dormitory matron nearby, Chu Xiu would have found it difficult to restrain himself. Ah, the enchantress. With a resigned sigh, Chu Xiu noticed that Lu Rian seemed to sense his thoughts, her heart fluttering with delight as she murmured softly, Brother Chu Xiu, where are you? Remember to invite Meng Yao to play. Suddenly, a loud shout from Yuan Meng Yao echoed from the dormitory, startling the two outside. I've called for a designated driver. I will head back now. Rian, please take care of the others. You've worked hard. Chu Xiu's gaze frequently lingered on Lu Rian, his eyes betraying an elusive hint of intimacy. She appeared to feel his attention, occasionally responding with a shy smile, imbued with subtle suggestion. Oh dear, your son is finally about to be single no more. As Lu Rian returned to the dormitory, Chu Xiu left the girls' quarters under the diligent watch of the matron. This was his first visit to the girls' dormitory, yet regrettably, he had no opportunity to explore it thoroughly. Thank you, Auntie. Shortly thereafter, the designated driver arrived at the dormitory building. Perhaps it was the first time he had seen Chu Xiu's upward gaze towards the U8. The driver hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, with Chu Xiu's reassurance, he drove away from Jinling Academy of Arts at a leisurely pace. For Chu Xiu, today was undoubtedly a day of bliss. Having met the 4 renowned beauties of Jinling Art Institute simultaneously, he had begun to anticipate the possibilities of future encounters with them. System. I hope you bring your A-game tomorrow. I need to make money. Chapter 18. Shopping at the mall on the second floor of the Zhongxing Tea House on Jiangbei Old Street. Leaning against the railing, Chu Xiu gazed out. Below, the streets were bustling with a continuous flow of vehicles and a throng of pedestrians. The cacophony of honking horns, lively conversations, and the vendors' calls blended into a unique urban symphony. Passers-by hurried along or strolled leisurely, each with their own destination and story. Yet, Chu Xiu felt a pang of melancholy, reflecting on the simplicity and kindness of the Jiangbei people. For 2 consecutive days, he had found himself mingling with the community's elderly, frequently wandering the lively old streets. To his dismay, the system had failed to collect the promised 10 boastful messages in a day, leaving him thoroughly disappointed. Particularly, this morning, he had only encountered 3 boastful messages. Goodness, has society's ethos become so virtuous that people no longer boast? Thankfully, his financial resources were robust, bolstering his confidence. At this moment, the interface before Chu Xiu had become significantly more elaborate. Boasting realization system, host, Chu Xiu, assets, 3 million system skills, master level 5 animal play, intermediate singing. Intermediate go, advanced acupuncture, system items, 7-star needle, log boasting information. 1. Uncle. After much contemplation and reflection, despite losing 5 consecutive games, young ones. Take a page from my book. Reward, intermediate go. Log boasting information. 2. Uncle Su, my son's wedding demands a dowry of 200,000. Truly, the bride is treating my son exceedingly well. I've decided to prepare 1 million for the dowry. Reward, funds 1 million. Log boasting information. 3. Bystander. My boyfriend has recently taken up stock trading and made a fortune. Friends, what are you hesitating for? Join me in trading. Reward, beginner stock trading. What pleased Chu Xiu the most were the advanced acupuncture skills and the 7-star needle he had acquired from his father. Watching his father boast about his superior acupuncture technique and the ancestral treasure, the 7-star needle, Chu Xiu almost believed him. However, with acupuncture and the 7-star needle at his disposal, he felt more assured about treating Elder Ye's internal injuries tomorrow. Observing the information about his 3 million deposit on his mobile banking app, Chu Xiu stroked his chin, realizing it was time to learn how to live lavishly. Moreover, as he prepared to treat a significant figure tomorrow, he needed to spruce himself up, as he did not wish to be disparaged for appearing impoverished. Having made up his mind, Chu Xiu settled the bill and departed the tea house, intending to drive to Jinling's most vibrant shopping plaza, Golden Eagle International. Golden Eagle International Mall is a grand modern shopping center, exuding a majestic presence. Upon entering the mall, the spacious and luminous interiors offer a sense of comfort. Opulent chandeliers hang from the ceiling, while polished floors reflect the glow of the shops. The mall is well organized, with clearly marked sections on each floor, allowing patrons to effortlessly locate their desired items. Chu Xiu was momentarily dazzled by the overwhelming array of options, unsure of where to begin his exploration. Ah, brother Chu Xiu, what brings you here? Just as Chu Xiu stood at a loss, a melodious voice rang out nearby. Following the sound, amidst the mall's hustle and bustle, his gaze fell upon a beautiful girl. She was slender, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, gently brushing against her fair skin. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her slightly upturned lips bore a charming smile. It was none other than Yuan Mengyao, the best friend of Fu Qingqing. After a few days apart, Yuan Mengyao appeared even more radiant. Dressed in a white t-shirt paired with a plaid skirt, she exuded simplicity and elegance, radiating a unique charm that fully showcased the allure of the 4 beauties of Jinling Art Institute. Upon spotting Chu Xiu, Yuan Mengyao darted through the mall like a graceful butterfly, capturing the attention of those around her. Every movement was imbued with confidence and grace, as if she were the center of the universe. What a stunning beauty! Chu Xiu couldn't help but admire Yuan Mengyao's beauty, affirming that the public's judgment was astute. The four school flowers of Jinling Art Institute were indeed deserving of their titles. What a coincidence, Meng Yao. Yuan Meng Yao stood beside Chu Xiu, playfully pinching the hem of her skirt as she circled him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. What's wrong? Is there something on me? Chu Xiu asked, puzzled by her behavior. Not at all, brother. I was just shopping nearby and found an outfit that would suit you perfectly. Come, let me take you to see it. Yuan Meng Yao linked arms with Chu Xiu and led him toward the elevator. Feeling the softness of her arm, Chu Xiu lost his composure. This girl certainly knew how to charm, and though it was a bit bold, he found it delightful. They reached the 4th floor, and as they surveyed the dazzling array of shops and clothing, Chu Xiu felt overwhelmed and helplessly sought Yuan Meng Yao's guidance. With a playful smile, she expertly led him to one of the stores. This was an international brand, adorned with English letters that Chu Xiu did not recognize. After more than 10 minutes, Chu Xiu helplessly watched as Yuan Meng Yao diligently tried on over 10 outfits, continuing to sift through options. He resolved to act as a mere model today, intending only to handle the payment. Wow, isn't that the renowned Yuan school flower? I gather that after making bold claims to me, you found a new love. Just as Yuan Meng Yao adjusted Chu Xiu's sleeves, a piercing voice interrupted. Luan, what are you doing here? Yuan Meng Yao glared at the newcomer with disdain. He was a student from the neighboring sports college of Jinling Art Institute, tall and imposing, dressed in designer labels. Yet his prominent rosacea and an array of acne on his face rendered him rather unsightly. Uft, who let this creature out of the zoo? Chu Xiu couldn't help but chuckle, unable to contain his amusement. That laughter rang in Lu Wen's ears, sounding particularly jarring. Damn it, how dare someone mock me in public? Especially in front of my goddess. How dare you little brat? Lu Wen scrutinized Chu Xiu with disdain evident in his small eyes. Barely worth 200. What a pitiful wretch. You, the campus belle, do not refuse my kind intentions because of this impoverished fool, do you? With that, Lu Wen ostentatiously displayed his opulent gold watch. A Rolex, a collector's edition, worth 400,000. His loud mockery drew the attention of other patrons in the store, who cast furtive glances at the unfolding spectacle, particularly at Lu Wen, who exuded an air of self-satisfaction. Yet, upon observing the unremarkable Chu Xiu, flanked by the exquisite Yuan Meng Yao, envy flickered in their hearts. Chu Xiu shot Lu Wen a cold glance. Indeed, wherever one found beautiful women, one often encountered foolishness. Observing Lu Wen, who resembled a nouveau riche, Chu Xiu mused, today must be your unlucky day. You've picked the wrong person to show off to. Chapter 19, A Slap in the Face. Waiter, come here. Chu Xiu grasped Yuan Meng Yao's hand to prevent her from engaging in a futile argument with Lu Wen, aiming to avoid unnecessary trouble. If it could be resolved with money, it was best to minimize the noise. The young waitress who had attended to them hurried over, bowing respectfully. Sir, how may I assist you? Please help me pack all the clothes I tried on earlier, as well as those this lady tried on. After speaking, Chu Xiu handed over his bank card. The waitress, bewildered, accepted the card, her face a mask of confusion as she looked at Chu Xiu. Lu Wen reacted most vocally, clapping his hands as he laughed at Chu Xiu. Foolish boy, do you even know what kind of store this is? Louis Vuitton, ever heard of it? Also known as LV. He pointed derisively at the garment Yuan Meng Yao held. That piece alone costs at least 20,000. Can you afford it? Stop pretending. Oh, so this is LV. Chu Xiu finally understood the brand's name, which he had recognized in English. Yuan Meng Yao, let us check out some other places. Yuan Meng Yao was also startled by Chu Xiu's comments. The clothes she had tried on amounted to at least several 100,000. Chu Xiu remained silent, merely signaling the waitress to begin packaging the items and calculating the total. Lu Wen crossed his arms, a mocking expression on his face. He had encountered many like Chu Xiu, who tried to inflate their worth. He envisioned Chu Xiu's embarrassment as he fled in disgrace, leaving the goddess to look upon him with admiration instead. Sir, the total comes to 8 men's outfits and 4 women's outfits, amounting to 760,000. Are you sure you wish to proceed with the card? 3 staff members approached Chu Xiu, presenting the packaged clothes and confirming the amount. Wow, LV truly lives up to its reputation. Over 10 outfits for 760,000. The young man was dumbfounded, perhaps believing he could impress the girl with a few thousand. What a pity. He was good-looking, but rather simple-minded. Come on, kid, stop hesitating and swipe your card. Hearing the murmurs from the surrounding crowd, Lu Wen felt a surge of satisfaction, although he too was astonished by the quoted price, nearly matching his Rolex. Seeing Chu Xiu remain motionless, Lu Wen assumed he was intimidated and shouted, "What's wrong, kid? Is your credit limit insufficient?" Huh. The poor boy's bluff has backfired. Chu Xiu ignored the clown, leading Yuan Meng Yao toward the cashier. Surprisingly, holding her delicate hand felt immensely pleasant. Yuan Meng Yao blushed and nestled closer to Chu Xiu, gazing at him with admiration. This man is so handsome, a strong physique, an attractive face, an air of mystery, and the luxury of a generous spirit. Yuan Mingyao resolved. Sisters, forgive me, but this Sea King has made his move. Damn, that little brat. Lu Wen seethed at the sight of Yuan Mingyao and Chu Xiu's closeness. You flaunt now, but just wait until it's time to pay. He vowed not to miss the chance to revel in Chu Xiu's misfortune. Upon reaching the cashier, Lu Wen was startled by the successful card swipe sound, a dreadful thought creeping into his mind. Could it be that he actually succeeded? Watching as the staff fawned over Chu Xiu and Yuan Mingyao, Lu Wen was astounded, disbelief etched across his face. Mr. Chu, thank you for your patronage at LV. We look forward to your next visit. This purchase can be delivered to your home. The store manager beamed at Chu Xiu, eager to provide top-notch service. My goodness. Today, we encountered a true tycoon. While many affluent shoppers frequent LV, I have never witnessed someone spend nearly $1 million in one go. Unbeknownst to Lu Wen. Before making the payment, Chu Xiu had instructed Yuan Mingyao to select a few bags as gifts for Fu Qingqing and others. Moreover, recognizing Yuan Mingyao's assistance throughout the day, Chu Xiu generously picked a bag priced at 168,000. Yuan Mingyao squealed with delight, planting a kiss on Chu Xiu's cheek. Absolutely worth it. Yuan Mingyao beamed as she held Chu Xiu's hand, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Wen as they passed. I already have a boyfriend. So please do not approach me again. I fear my boyfriend might misunderstand. At that moment, Lu Wen felt as if the sky had fallen. Chu Xiu placed the newly purchased clothes in the car, intending to take Yuan Mingyao out for a meal. As they exited the parking lot, they spotted a dejected Lu Wen lingering by the roadside, resembling a lost soul. Chu Xiu turned to Yuan Mingyao with curiosity. Her charm was evidently formidable. Unaware of Lu Wen's presence, Yuan Mingyao was seated in the passenger seat, engrossed in her phone, her fingers tapping away so swiftly that Chu Xiu could hardly keep up. What are you doing? Hee, brother Chu Xiu, I'm cleaning up my phone. Recently, many people have added me on WeChat, so I need to clear some out. Yuan Mingyao had cultivated a following of admirers primarily to enjoy the benefits of their attention. Why not take advantage? Coming from a modest background in a remote village, she had been terrified of poverty in her childhood. Chu Xiu recalled Fu Qingqing mentioning several roommates. Although they were hailed as campus belles and appeared glamorous, their family situations were quite ordinary. In a materialistic society where power and wealth dictate success, it was a foolish dream to rise above without connections or resources. Moreover, as students of an arts college, they would inevitably pursue careers in the entertainment industry, making networking essential. As newcomers to the city, Yuan Mingyao, Wang Mingming, and Lu Rian were compelled to work diligently to acclimate to their surroundings. For instance, Yuan Mingyao had a network of wealthy second-generation individuals and officials. Wang Mingming had been working part-time since her first year, supporting herself, while Lu Rian ventured into entrepreneurship from her first year. Only Fu Qingqing enjoyed a stable home, with both parents being high school teachers, never worrying about basic needs. Seeing the affection in Yuan Mingyao's eyes and her enticing red lips, Chu Xiu leaned in and gently kissed her. Yuan Mingyao's heart raced, a mixture of shyness and anticipation flooding her senses as she clumsily reciprocated. Minutes later, unable to contain a soft moan, Yuan Mingyao slowly opened her eyes. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Chu Xiu. I, dear brother, nearly found myself breathless. Yuan Mingyao uttered with a rapid breath, her chest slightly heaving. Ha. Chu Xiu observed Yuan Mingyao with amusement, finding her current demeanor quite rare, which only served to intensify his intrigue. This coyness, a blend of refusal and acceptance, compelled Chu Xiu to contemplate deepening their relationship. No matter, let's eat first. Today, I must win over this young lady. Chapter 20, The Lover's Fund. On the 28th floor of the Jinling Golden Eagle International Hotel, at a barbecue restaurant. Table 32. A sofa seat by the window, offering a panoramic view of the most prosperous commercial district of Jinling. At this moment, smoke enveloped the air, and the aroma of grilled meat wafted around. Chu Xiu and Yuan Mingyao sat beside the grill, indulging in a feast of culinary delights. Yuan Mingyao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her tongs grasping a piece of perfectly grilled golden beef, the charcoal crackling as it cooked. Once the meat was adequately grilled, she placed it into Chu Xiu's bowl. This barbecue truly tastes delightful, Chu Xiu remarked, savoring the meat as he chewed with satisfaction. Yuan Mingyao giggled softly. Indeed, the essence of this restaurant lies in its flavors. Their spices are quite unique, enhancing the richness of the meat. Chu Xiu, however, could not discern any extraordinary taste, mainly due to his appetite having expanded post-transformation by the master-level skill, leaving him hungry even outside mealtime. He speculated that perhaps the master-level skill continued to influence his body, and in due time, he would return to normal. Otherwise, he would hesitate to dine out casually in the future. Yuan Mingyao, too, stifled a laugh, having never encountered someone with such an impressive appetite. The most remarkable aspect was that his physique remained well-defined, appearing quite slender. Mingyao, do indulge a bit more, replenish your strength, Chu Xiu remarked, his gaze playfully assessing Yuan Mingyao's figure. Yuan Mingyao froze, then recollected something, rising to glance down, and indeed, noticed her feet. Oh dear, brother Chu Xiu. How mischievous you are. Yuan Mingyao glared at Chu Xiu in mock anger, understanding his insinuation, given that her roommate Wang Mingming often flaunted her ample assets, which frequently led to discussions about her blissful troubles. Humph. Yuan Mingyao huffed, turning her head away, no longer feeding Chu Xiu, and instead took small bites for herself. Haha. Chu Xiu chuckled heartily. This girl is delightful, exuding both sweetness and saltiness, continuously radiating an irresistible allure. Scoundrel. Not far from Chu Xiu's table, a man with a nose reddened by drink and a pockmarked face glared at Yuan Mingyao, gritting his teeth as he muttered curses under his breath. Xiaowen. This is the girl you've been pursuing. She's rather beautiful. The woman speaking sat across from Lu Wan, her delicate oval face adorned with thin lips. Her smile was perpetually slightly upturned, but when she laughed, it appeared somewhat forced, her eyes glinting with a mischievous glimmer. Sister, that's her. She's even touted as the campus belle of Jinling Arts Institute, and yet she's out here cavorting with some ruffian. How despicable. And she's pretending to be pure with me. The indignation Lu Wan felt from earlier in the LV store simmered within him. He detested the feeling of being belittled and humiliated. Humph. Look at her peachy complexion, clearly a wanton temptress. You, my dear brother, are simply naive. Easily deceived by her innocent facade. The woman with the oval face had a pleasant appearance, yet her voice was sharp and piercing, akin to a blade, grating on the ears. Xiaowen, as your elder sister, I will certainly look after you. Rest assured, I have plenty of good friends. I shall introduce you to one soon. Lu Wan replied, I appreciate your concern, dear sister. But those women from your socialite circle are either surgically enhanced or have undergone procedures. He cannot afford them. Hey, what kind of look is that? Sister, I must inform you that I have recently secured a connection with the top rich second generation in Jinling. Today is merely an opportunity for you to make an appearance. The woman with the oval face expressed her frustration at her brother's lack of ambition, knowing the price she had paid to earn this opportunity. Brother, you must understand the sacrifices I've made for your future. I am still reeling from the cost. The top rich second generation, is that for real? Just don't let yourself be fooled again. Reflecting on the previous boyfriends their sister had dated, each claiming to be wealthy, only to expose their true colors once they had their way. The most absurd was a con artist who had attempted to marry her, deceived by her socialite status. Had their sister not acted swiftly, she would likely be a divorced woman by now. This society is far too complicated, especially with today's Chu Xiu, who appears to be a mere impoverished lad, yet managed to assert his dignity in the LV store with a spectacular turnaround. Damn it, the city is full of schemes. I want to return to the countryside. Seemingly seeing through her brother's thoughts, the woman with the oval face chose not to elaborate further and directly pulled out her phone to show Lu Wan several pictures. Wow, isn't that Yang Xiao? Our student council president from the Sports Institute is associated with him. He even visited our school in a Ferrari, loaded with cash. Lu Wan's heart raced with excitement upon seeing the man in the photos. His sister had indeed encountered a top-tier rich second generation this time. Finally, the years of hardship had borne fruit. Failure is the mother of success. Sister, you're the best. Well, you should put in a bit more effort. Mingling with Yang Xiao could provide you with opportunities that would sustain you for a lifetime. The woman with the oval face smiled gently, feeling satisfied by her brother's admiring gaze. Hey, sister, how much pocket money do you get from Yang Xiao each month? Lu Wan rubbed his hands together, as he had recently been in dire need of pocket money, hoping his sister could assist him. The woman's smile faltered, gazing at Lu Wan's expectant expression. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, not much, just over 200,000 a month. He gave me 50,000 yesterday. As she spoke, her expression softened, though internally she was crying. She sincerely hoped her brother would ask for less, given that last night, he had only given her 20,000, while the remaining 30,000 was accumulated from her recent endeavors. Wow, sister, you're impressive. That's incredible. Lu Wan nearly jumped with excitement upon hearing the figure. This was fantastic. He could now rely on his sister. Yuan Mingyao, the campus belle, is it? Just wait until I shower you with money. It won't matter if you don't yield immediately. I don't mind spending. Observing Yuan Mingyao and Chu Xiu feeding each other affectionately from a distance, Lu Wan could only curse inwardly. Ding. A boastful message has been detected, meeting the system's recording standards. It has been logged. Please check. Oh, who would have thought that a meal could yield unexpected rewards? He turned his gaze to the system panel before him. Chu Xiu could no longer conceal the smile on his face. The system could indeed operate in such a manner. Boastful realization system. Host, Chu Xiu. Assets, 2 million. System skills, master level 5 animal play, intermediate singing, intermediate go, advanced acupuncture. System items, 7-star needle. Recorded boastful messages. 1. Old Master Da. I, the esteemed master, reflect deeply. Contemplating my moves. Despite losing 5 consecutive games, young ones, learn from this. Redemption reward, intermediate go. Recorded boastful messages. 2. Old Master Su. My son's wedding requires a dowry of 200,000. That is far too generous for my son. Thus I have decided to prepare a dowry of 1 million. Redemption reward, 1 million funds. Recorded boasting information. 3. Passerby A. My boyfriend has recently taken up stock trading and has made a fortune. Friends, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and join me in trading stocks. Withdrawal reward, beginner's stock fund. Recorded boasting information. 4. Lu Tsuwa. Brother, I have struck it rich with a wealthy partner, receiving a monthly allowance of 200,000. You shall enjoy life with me from now on. Withdrawal reward, lover's fund. Lover's fund, specifically designed for the host's lovers, stabilizing the host's emotional life. The fund is autonomously managed by the system, and on the first of each month, it will grant the host's lover an allowance of 200,000. For each lover role bound by the host, the amount disbursed by the lover's fund increases by 200,000, accumulating based on the number of lovers. With a maximum cap of 2 million, Chu Xiu gazed at the lover's fund awarded by the system, feeling a twinge of envy within. If the number of bound lovers reaches the system's stipulated limit, each lover would receive a monthly allowance of 2 million. What does this mean? Annually, that amounts to 24 million. It is rare for domestic enterprises to achieve such profits in a year. If there were 10 lovers, that would total 2.4 billion a year. My goodness, Chu Xiu is about to become prosperous. 24 billion a year just to maintain lovers. Who could surpass that? However, the pressure remains immense, as finding 10 lovers is indeed daunting. With this thought, Chu Xiu unconsciously glanced at Yuan Mingyao, with the 4 campus beauties occupying half the slots. The task does not appear insurmountable. Yet, even if his body could endure, his kidneys might not hold up. System. If only the system were a bit more intelligent, it would surely have something to say about Chu Xiu's dual desires. Chu Xiu had already made 1 withdrawal today and silently recited, withdraw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully withdrawn boasting information sequence 4 and received a lover's fund. Ding. Please promptly bind a recipient for the lover's fund and input the lover's information. The initial fund amount is 200,000. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiu was astounded to discover that Yuan Mingyao truly was a lucky charm. A simple meal had garnered such boasting information. No, wait, it is I, Chu Xiu's woman, who will prosper in the future. Chu Xiu felt compelled to express gratitude towards Lu Tsuhua, such a straightforward name. Yet her audacity in boasting was remarkable. He was genuinely curious about her appearance. What kind of confidence could command a 20,000 allowance? Chu Xiu raised his head and scanned the surroundings, quickly spotting Lu when amidst the crowd. As his peculiar appearance stood out prominently, upon seeing the woman with an oval face opposite him, understanding dawned on Chu Xiu. Ugh! Upon closer inspection of the woman's features, Chu Xiu felt his eyes were sullied. She appeared exquisitely crafted, though her face bore the marks of numerous surgeries, and her pale complexion suggested excessive indulgence. This creature, even 2,000 would be a waste. Yang Xiao. Chu Xiu, brother, what's wrong? Is the barbecue not to your liking? Your expression seems rather grim. Yuan Mingyao, sitting across from Chu Xiu, had not noticed Lu Wan and the others beside him. She observed Chu Xiu's changing expression and assumed that a few poorly cooked pieces of meat had caused his concern, prompting her to inquire with genuine care. While also feeling a tinge of guilt, Chu Xiu, speechless, thought to himself, what a good girl she is. He gently caressed Yuan Mingyao's cheek and chuckled softly, it's nothing. Hurry and eat. After we're done, I'll take you shopping. Chu Xiu was in high spirits today. Gazing at the gentle girl before him, he resolved to pamper her. Chapter 21. This lad is truly handsome. After relishing the delectable barbecue, Chu Xiu took Yuan Mingyao's delicate hand and led her away. Yuan Mingyao, blushing as she watched Chu Xiu playfully toying with her hand, felt as if she wanted to bury her face in his embrace, practically hanging off him. From a distance, Lu Wen seethed with jealousy, muttering curses under his breath. The woman with the oval face glanced at her phone and winked at her brother. Yang Xiao had lunch earlier. He'll arrive in 10 minutes. Little brother, do you want to take revenge on that little vixen? Ah, sister, that lad is not to be trifled with. Lu Wen could only helplessly recount the events that transpired at LV to his sister, embellishing the details. In his narrative, Chu Xiu was depicted as a despicable character who relied on wealth to snatch away others' girlfriends, flaunting his wealth with arrogance. What? He actually spent $1 million on that little vixen? His sister's incredulous scream echoed. Are you serious? I spent an entire night serving Yang Xiao and only received 2,000 in allowance. What gives that little vixen the right? Just because she dresses flamboyantly and pouts a few times, she can make a man part with $1 million? Who on earth is this man? Watching Chu Xiu's figure gradually fade into the distance, the woman with the oval face felt a mix of emotions. Why had such a splendid man not crossed her path? Simultaneously, she could no longer conceal the jealousy burning within her towards the youthful and radiant Yuan Mingyao. No, I must make this man aware of the little vixen's true identity, and then, using my charms to win over men. Dealing with such a little man will be a piece of cake. Lu Wen, observing the increasingly fervent gaze in his sister's eyes. Lu Wen was well aware of her intentions. A wave of despair washed over him. What on earth was he doing? Do women truly think so differently? Such a curse. Lu Wen could already envision a lush green pasture atop Yang Xiao's head. If Chu Xiu were to learn of their misguided thoughts, he would undoubtedly deliver a resounding slap to each of them, ensuring they wake up to reality. However, at this moment, he was engrossed with Yuan Mingyao, inhaling the enticing scent emanating from her, utterly oblivious to Lu Wen and the others. Throughout their journey, Chu Xiu was generous. If Yuan Mingyao admired something, he would swipe his card without a moment's hesitation. In just over 10 minutes, he spent over 200,000 on cosmetics, jewelry, designer clothing, and more. At this moment, Yuan Mingyao gazed at Chu Xiu with eyes sparkling with affection, her gaze brimming with warmth. Although Chu Xiu had never been in a romantic relationship in either of his lifetimes, he could sense her feelings for him. Chu Xiu couldn't help but reflect, indeed. Wealth allows one to act freely. He felt a sense of injustice for his past life, where he had devoted the best 10 years of his life to capitalists, sacrificing everything, even his life, only to realize that the true rewards were known solely to the laborers. Having come to this understanding, Chu Xiu felt a sense of clarity envelop him. In this lifetime, with the system's assistance, he believed he could reach the pinnacle of success as an ordinary person. As for romance, with the system at his disposal, what need was there for it? A life lived freely and extravagantly was his true pursuit. Thus, Chu Xiu confidently strode forward, purchasing wherever he pleased, and after each successful transaction, he simply relayed an address, ready to continue his journey unencumbered. Observing Chu Xiu's demeanor, Yuan Mingyao's smile never waned, radiating joy like a fallen fairy, dancing around him. She exuded an almost ethereal charm, making Yuan Mingyao increasingly alluring. This captivating duo drew the attention of many shoppers within the Golden Eagle Mall, capturing their gazes instantly. Before long, the two arrived at a watch store. Cartier. Welcome. 2 rows of attractive service staff clad in form-fitting black skirts greeted them at the entrance, all eyes irresistibly drawn to them. Brother. Yuan Mingyao was also drawn by the voice of the attendant. Upon realizing that they were at a Cartier watch boutique, a flicker of apprehension crossed her mind. She had often heard Lu Rian speak of Cartier in their dormitory, where the prices ranged significantly, reaching as high as several hundred thousand, even millions. Today, her brother Chu Xiu had already spent an extraordinary amount on her, shattering her understanding of finances cultivated over 2 decades. She was at a loss as to how to repay her brother, pondering deeply until she suddenly recognized that her most valuable asset was, in fact, herself. Thus, upon seeing the Cartier brand, she instinctively gestured for Chu Xiu to leave. Chu Xiu, however, was captivated by Cartier's exceptional service. Such warmth and enthusiasm were indeed rare. Of course, it was not merely the allure of the 2 rows of black stockings that attracted him, but rather his familiarity with the brand from having owned a Cartier watch the previous year. In his past life, he could only afford the Ballon Bleu series, which had still cost over 40,000, a sum he hoped would bring him the precious love symbolized by that very watch. Without further contemplation, before Yuan Mingyao could utter a word, Chu Xiu took her hand and entered the store. Little did they know, as soon as they stepped inside, they were confronted by 2 individuals approaching them head-on. Upon closer inspection, Chu Xiu's brow furrowed. It was none other than Lu Wen and her sister Lu Tsuhua, whom he had encountered not long ago. Wow, handsome boy, your physique is fantastic, perfect for modeling. Amana, Lu Tsuehua exclaimed. It must be said that Lu Tsuehua, the slender-faced woman, was quite adept. Even in her flirtation, she exuded the air of a strong woman. Chu Xiu couldn't help but admire her prowess, carefully scrutinizing her. Were it not for his early recognition of her artificial features, coupled with his own experiences, he might well have found himself attracted to her. Not interested. Please step aside. You're blocking my way. Chu Xiu's blunt words left Lu Tsuehua momentarily stunned. She thought to herself that her usual charm had successfully won over countless men. Yet today she found herself at a loss. Humph, little man, congratulations, you've caught my attention, she provocatively retorted. Lu Tsuehua, unperturbed, continued to size up Yuan Mengyao with an air of disdain. A naive little girl like her? Defeating you would surely take mere moments, she mused. Handsome boy, the woman beside you is not to be underestimated. My brother has pursued her for over a year and knows her quite well. Lu Tsuehua intended to unmask Yuan Mengyao's facade in public, believing that a girl like her would feel humiliated and shy away from Chu Xiu, thus creating an opportunity for herself. Oh, what about her? Chu Xiu sensed Yuan Mengyao's slight tremor. Her pallid face turned towards him, her eyes brimming with a plea. I must say, you have excellent taste. This girl is the campus belle of Jinling Art Institute. Are you aware? The number of suitors vying for her attention is almost like an entire battalion. She is not a good woman, Lu Tsuehua remarked. Her tone sharpened by the excitement she felt as she observed Yuan Mengyao's fear. Feeling Yuan Mengyao's unease, Chu Xiu gently patted her hand and smiled reassuringly. My woman is so perfect. Having many admirers is only natural. I assent it. You, Lu Wan, unable to endure Chu Xiu's calm demeanor, interjected. Let me be frank with you. Yuan Mengyao is simultaneously involved with 4 or 5 suitors. This has long been the talk of the school. Oh, that's rather novel. However, it's also quite possible that this is a malicious rumor spread by those who failed to win her over. After all, being a university student, I am familiar with such tactics. Chu Xiu replied with visible displeasure at Lu Wan's relentless probing. He pondered how much more of a lesson Lu Wan needed after their earlier encounter. He would have to teach him a more severe lesson soon. Lu Wan, you are talking nonsense. This is all just gossip from those men, Yuan Mengyao said, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Chu Xiu. Her expression, one of helplessness. Those men often harass me. I merely wanted to teach them a lesson, which is why I engaged with them. To make them pay, she explained. Silly girl, I believe you, Chu Xiu said, reaching out to wipe away Yuan Mengyao's tears. With his half-hearted knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, he could easily discern her true character. Damn, what a devoted admirer, Lu Wan muttered under his breath, unable to contain his irritation at the tender display between Chu Xiu and Yuan Mengyao. Hey, why does it feel like I've insulted myself too? Lu Wan thought helplessly, his skills proving insufficient as he sought assistance from Lu Tsuehua. Damn, sis, which side are you on? He exclaimed as he noticed the look of admiration in Lu Tsuehua's eyes directed at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's display had left Lu Tsuehua utterly enchanted, her eyes sparkling with admiration for him. This man is truly remarkable. Oh, how unfair is fate that I have not encountered such a good man myself. Seeing that her previous tactic had failed, Lu Tsuehua did not retreat, but rather clapped her hands in congratulations. I see. It makes sense now. A girl as lovely as this cannot possibly be, as Lu Wan described. After which, she cast a flirtatious glance at Chu Xiu. Though Chu Xiu ignored her advances, Lu Tsuehua, undeterred, continued, handsome boy, let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. You're here to buy a watch for your sister, right? I'm quite familiar with Cartier and can assist you. Chu Xiu had to admire this woman's skills. It seemed her training as a socialite was thoroughly complete, as her familiarity with the brand made her appear as if she were one of Cartier's own attendants. Yuan Mengyao, having calmed herself with great difficulty, watched the exchange with a puzzled expression. Chu Xiu shook his head, signaling for her to follow, as he trailed behind the two, maintaining an air of composure while observing Lu Tsuehua's incessant chatter. Meanwhile, Lu Wan stood some distance away, his expression dark and sullen as he watched the unfolding scene. Ding! A boastful message has been detected, meeting the system's recording standards. It has been logged. Please check. Oh, Lu Tsuehua is rather impressive. In such a short time, she has managed to register 2 boastful messages. I can't help but be curious about what she has said, he mused. Recorded boastful message. 5 Lu Tsuehua. Sister, a woman must treat herself well. Today, I plan to reserve $1 million watch. Please give me your input. Reward for withdrawal. A pair of Cartier $1 million watches. Upon seeing this, Chu Xiu couldn't help but chuckle internally, feeling fortunate that what he wished for was indeed manifesting. Observing that the system allowed for one last withdrawal, he decided without hesitation. Withdraw. Ding. Congratulations, host. For successfully withdrawing boastful message sequence 5, you have received the reward of a pair of Cartier $1 million watches. Instantly, a notification popped up on Chu Xiu's phone, confirming the pickup date and location from Cartier, specifically at the Jinling International Store. The thought of possessing a pair of $1 million watches, something he had only ever seen online in both lives, filled him with exhilaration. Although Cartier might not be on par with the likes of Patek Philippe in the realm of top-tier luxury watches, a $1 million timepiece was a significant step into the world of affluence. After all, in the eyes of the wealthy, the motto was the poor play with cars, while the rich play with watches. Chu Xiu called over one of the attendants, expressing his desire to meet the store manager. The attendant's face lit up with delight. Sensing the potential wealth of this customer, and hurriedly went to fetch the manager. In a fleeting moment, a fragrant breeze unexpectedly enveloped him, accompanied by the sound of delicate chimes. "Mr. Chu, greetings. Welcome. I just received notification from headquarters that you would be here today to collect your order. And I am pleasantly surprised to see you have arrived," said the newcomer. She appeared to be in her late 20s, standing approximately 5 feet 8 inches tall, with a finely sculpted visage and a slightly plump figure, adorned with cascading waves of hair. Her porcelain skin was complemented by a pristine white work shirt paired with an exceedingly short pencil skirt, exuding the allure of a mature and sensual woman. Particularly striking were her long, dark legs, which, when combined with her fuller figure, created an eye-catching ensemble. Mr. Chu glanced at her name badge, noting the title Senior Store Manager, Bai Jia. "Hello, Manager Bai, I am Chu Xiu," he greeted, extending his hand for a brief handshake, which was polite yet fleeting. Bai Jia smiled warmly, casting a discerning glance at Chu Xiu, recognizing that he was indeed an extraordinary individual. Achieving the position of store manager at such a young age was no small feat. It was not only due to her own prowess as a sales champion, but also her keen eye for talent. With just a few casual exchanges, she could assess whether a potential customer genuinely desired to purchase a Cartier watch. Only 10 minutes prior, she had received word from headquarters that a customer with the surname Chu would be arriving to collect one of the store's most prestigious timepieces. Bai Jia had envisioned the customer to be a middle-aged tycoon or a domineering CEO, yet to her astonishment, he was merely a remarkably handsome young man, seemingly unremarkable otherwise. "Mr. Chu, please follow me." The Cartier high jewelry watch HPI 01084 from the Roton series, W1556229, has arrived and is ready for immediate collection, Bai Jia said, momentarily reflecting on the understated nature of the customer, likely a scion of a prominent family. As the store manager, Bai Jia promptly adjusted her demeanor, extending a respectful invitation to Chu Xiu. Yuan Mingyao observed with astonishment as the Cartier store manager personally attended to Chu Xiu, and she realized that he had already reserved 2 exquisite watches. It seemed that her brother planned to surprise her after all. In an instant, Yuan Mingyao rushed to Chu Xiu's side, enveloping him in a tight embrace, her eyes brimming with affection that she could no longer conceal. Chu Xiu, fully aware of Yuan Mingyao's sentiments, felt a surge of happiness, leading him to find even the distant, tech-savvy Lu Zihua somewhat more agreeable. In stark contrast to Yuan Mingyao's joyful demeanor, Lu Zihua appeared utterly astonished, her heart weighed down as if she had consumed durian. "My goodness, this man has actually reserved 2 Cartier masterpieces," she thought, feeling her heart sink further. The models Bai Jia mentioned were ones she had studied in high society classes, indeed worth millions. The Cartier high jewelry watch HPI 01084 features the meticulously crafted manual winding mechanical movement from Cartier's workshop, a case and bracelet made of 18K rhodium-plated white gold, adorned with 60 trapezoidal diamonds weighing a total of 779 carats and 48 trapezoidal sapphires totaling 704 carats. Its design is both simplistic and luxurious, widely regarded as one of the most collectible women's timepieces from Cartier, with a price tag exceeding $2.6 million, an amount that money alone could not guarantee one could obtain. This revealed the man's extraordinary background. Lu Zuohua's resolve to pursue Chu Xiu only grew firmer, while the Roton series W1556229, a floating tourbillon-minute repeater watch, was among Cartier's most expensive men's watches. Its design was intricately complex, boasting substantial aesthetic and collectible value. "Sister, it's just 2 watches. Why make such a fuss? This guy really knows how to show off." Lu Wen couldn't comprehend the extravagance, thinking it was merely a watch, unlike his own humble purchase the previous year. Lu Zihua rolled her eyes at her brother, having made up her mind to chase after Chu Xiu, hoping her brother would behave and not ruin her chances. "Oh dear, young man, your taste is impeccable. This watch is truly a perfect match for you," Lu Zihua exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she saw Chu Xiu trying on the watch, circling around him with compliments. An outsider might have mistaken her for Chu Xiu's girlfriend. Yuan Mingyao's irritation flared at the sight, as she was no fool and quickly grasped Lu Zuohua's intentions. "Some people really have no shame, still boasting," she retorted. This remark seemed to pierce Lu Zuohua's pride, igniting feelings of envy and resentment. "You little wretch. Don't think you can climb the social ladder just because you have a few tricks up your sleeve. He might just be toying with you," she shouted, drawing the attention of everyone in the store. Bai Jia and the other Cartier staff regarded Lu Zuohua with disdain, disapproving of her disruptive behavior. One of the attendants approached to intervene, but Lu Zuohua, feeling cornered, shoved the staff member away, shouting, "You're just a mere attendant. I'll report you. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that? Don't forget, this store belongs to my husband." The revelation stunned everyone, including Chu Xiu and Bai Jia. Could this audacious woman truly be the boss's wife? Oh, do enlighten us about your brother-in-law, Chu Xiu inquired, intrigued. For he had never heard of such a brand scale having local shareholders. Haha, let me tell you, my brother-in-law is Yang Wei, young Master Yang. You should have heard of his reputation by now, Lu Wen proclaimed with pride, as if anticipating Chu Xiu to kneel in reverence at the mention of the name. Young man, while you are a guest at my family's store, I reserve the right to refuse service to you, Lu Tsuhua declared confidently, as though she were indeed the proprietress. How dare you tarnish my reputation, you wretched creature? Suddenly, a booming voice erupted from the crowd, and a man with a pronounced nose approached Lu Tsuehua with an imposing demeanor. Ah, young Master Yang, it's me, Anna, Lu Tsuehua exclaimed, twisting her body to rush towards him, eager to throw herself into his embrace. Slap! Yang Wei disregarded her exuberance and swiftly struck her across the face. Lu Tsuehua let out a cry, collapsing to the floor, her face contorted in pain from the blow, rendering her appearance even more grotesque. Wow, a transformed face. What a sight! Yuan Mingyao thought, instinctively retreating behind Chu Xiu, while he appeared to be enjoying the unfolding drama. Sensing Yang Wei's dark expression, Lu Tsuehua hurriedly clutched his leg in desperation. Young master, I was foolish, speaking without thinking. Please forgive me. I won't dare again, she pleaded. Smack! Yang Wei's hand struck her again, furious. You audacious woman. How dare you sully my name? I will end you. No, please, young master. I realize my mistakes. Handsome young man, I apologize, I was just speaking nonsense. Please, intercede on my behalf with young Master Yang. Lu Tsuehua's heavily made-up face was marred, tears mingling with fresh blood, rendering her a pitiful sight as she turned to Chu Xiu for mercy. Greetings, young Master Yang. Your presence is indeed imposing. Upon hearing the teasing voice of Chu Xiu, Yang Wei instinctively shuddered, his hand reflexively brushing against his cheek. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, as a twinge of pain lingered. Young Master Chu, you are magnanimous. In your presence, how could I possibly exhibit any grandeur? Yang Wei hastily abandoned Lu Tsuehua and turned to Chu Xiu, bowing and fawning in acquiescence. The expressions of those who followed Yang Wei into the room were one of incredulity. Who is this person, capable of eliciting such deference from one of Jinling's elite second-generation heirs? One fellow, feeling as though he had just awakened from slumber, pinched himself. Ouch! This is no dream. It's all too real. Beside him, Lu Wen, who had encountered Yang Wei before, was now pale with fright, shrinking into himself like a quail, desperately trying to diminish his presence. Noticing Chu Xiu's amused gaze upon him, Yang Wei understood that his superior was displeased with his demeanor. Turning his head, Yang Wei suddenly spotted Lu when attempting to slip away and bellowed, "Halt! So it was you, little brat, stirring up trouble." With that, he bounded forward without a second thought, swinging a hand to deliver a resounding slap. The blow, owing to the difference in their heights, landed awkwardly on Lu Wen's chest, prompting Yang Wei to contemplate his own demise in embarrassment. This oaf, doesn't he know how to cooperate? I'm trying to help you here. Observing the tumultuous expressions on Yang Wei's face, Lu Wen, recalling Yang Wei's formidable reputation, bowed his head and approached, bracing himself for the impending punishment. With a sharp crack, Yang Wei delivered another slap, simultaneously unleashing a tirade. Do you even comprehend who you have offended? Young Master Chu is my benefactor. Cursing under his breath, he added, if it weren't for the fact that your sister is somewhat tolerable, I would have dealt with you severely. And you wouldn't even be apologizing to young Master Chu. Yang Wei was acutely aware of Chu Xiu's background. The misfortune he encountered at Nightshade Bar the previous night had been a grave error. Upon returning home, he had faced a stern reprimand from his father, who claimed it was a direct instruction from the formidable Lei Laohu, a veritable big shot. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but kick Lu Wen a few times, lamenting, I'm trying to avoid trouble, and here you are dragging me into your mess. Ah, young Master Yang, I recognize my mistake. Please, spare me. Lu Wen, fully aware of the chaos he had caused, suppressed the pain, refraining from retaliating, and turned to the onlookers, pleading, young Master Chu, my eyes failed to recognize greatness. I have wronged you. Please, I beg for your mercy. Meanwhile, Lu Tsuehua hastily rose and bowed deeply to Chu Xiu, continuously apologizing. Enough, young Master Yang. We are all reasonable individuals here. Let us not escalate this further. Observing the siblings' plight, Chu Xiu felt a sense of relief, wishing to avoid drawing more attention to the scene. After all, should someone distort the narrative and share a video online, it could paint him as an arrogant bully, oppressing Lu Wen and his companions. Young Master Chu, you are magnanimous. I, your humble servant, shall host a gathering for you in the near future. Please do honor us with your presence. Yang Wei exhaled, grateful that Chu Xiu was not pursuing the matter further, which would have caused him considerable trouble. With this in mind, Yang Wei stepped forward to explain that the establishment they were in was owned by his family, and he was involved in its operations. Noticing Yang Wei's sincerity, Chu Xiu chose not to dwell on the incident and instructed by Jia to present 2 exquisite watches for them to wear. Indeed, the luxury timepieces, valued in the hundreds of thousands, exuded an aura of opulence, particularly as Yuan Mingyao donned a classic lady's watch, transforming her into a vision of elegance. Her demeanor elevated by the exquisite accessory. This is the confidence that wealth bestows. Upon their departure from Cartier, Jia coordinated a respectful farewell from the store staff. And the gazes of the onlookers were filled with envy, for at such a tender age, they possessed watches of such worth, a true testament to their triumph in life. After exchanging WeChat contacts with Yang Wei, Chu Xiu escorted Yuan Mingyao to a luxurious suite in the Jin Ing International Hotel on the 32nd floor, priced at $28,888. Shortly thereafter, the items Chu Xiu purchased began to arrive in succession, meriting commendation for the service quality. Oh dear, brother, it's already past 5. Immersed in trying on an array of outfits, Yuan Mingyao only now realized the time. Chu Xiu, however, was quite content, having witnessed her in various styles and flavors within the span of an hour. Particularly captivating was Yuan Mingyao in her JK uniform, complemented by her long legs adorned in black stockings, her eyes shimmering with a gentle allure as she gazed at him. Who could resist such a sight? Without hesitation, Chu Xiu swept her into his arms, relishing the delicate form of the girl nestled against him, especially her alluringly flushed cheeks and the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. In the bedroom, Chu Xiu leaned down, placing a tender kiss upon Yuan Mingyao's enticing lips, pausing only when he heard her breath quicken. He then delicately nibbled on her translucent earlobe, trailing kisses down her alabaster neck. Yuan Mingyao quivered as though electrified, her body stiffening momentarily, her heart racing. Before succumbing to Chu Xiu's advances, her form gradually relaxing. Gazing into the gentle eyes of Chu Xiu, Yuan Mingyao felt a wave of joy, suppressing her shyness as she eagerly reciprocated his kiss. One by one, their garments fell away, littering the room. Brother, your physique is truly remarkable. Yuan Mingyao marveled at Chu Xiu's sculpted form, the defined muscles of his chest and abdomen painting a tantalizing picture, particularly accentuated by his impressive physique. Unbeknownst to her, the stripped-down version of herself was an enticing sight in Chu Xiu's eyes. The sounds of soft moans filled the air, mingled with delicate cries, their melody rising in pitch under Chu Xiu's persistent explorations. Yuan Mingyao felt enveloped in warmth, her body responding fervently to his prolonged caresses, as if she were floating on clouds, the sensation utterly intoxicating. This man, I adore him. Chapter 24. I am your lover. Brother, you are incredible. Yao Yao feels as though she might perish. After an hour of passion, Yuan Mingyao collapsed into Chu Xiu's embrace, dozing off, murmuring sweet nothings in her slumber. Observing the faint traces of blood at the foot of the bed, Chu Xiu felt a pang of concern, pressing a gentle kiss to Yuan Mingyao's forehead before rising from the bed. For Chu Xiu, the intensity of their activities was hardly significant. His body, enhanced through master-level transformations, was brimming with vitality and strength. He could easily continue for an entire day, especially considering it was Yuan Mingyao's first experience. Glancing at the time, he noted it was past 6 and promptly called the front desk to arrange for a candlelit dinner to be delivered to the suite. What? There are many guests tonight, and it will take 2 hours. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's willingness to offer extra payment, the customer service representative became increasingly respectful, assuring him that it could be prepared in half an hour. Truly, money speaks volumes. Feeling the perspiration on his skin, Chu Xiu donned a bathrobe and proceeded to shower. Cleansing himself, 10 minutes later, as he emerged in his bathrobe, he was surprised to find Yuan Mingyao already awake, clad in a lilac lace sundress, carefully trimming the blood-stained sheets at the bedside. As Chu Xiu entered, he resembled a startled little white rabbit, swiftly diving beneath the covers, revealing a charming head with a fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue, gazing at him with a sweet smile. Yao Yao, why are you awake so soon? Does it still hurt? Why not try to sleep a little longer? Chu Xiu feigned ignorance of Yuan Mingyao's little antics, settling down at the edge of the bed, his heart aching for her. Deeply touched, Yuan Mingyao felt a willingness to offer her body to Chu Xiu today, particularly since he was prepared to bear such a significant cost for her. She was not a gold digger, yet this wave of financial allure was indeed irresistible, especially from a handsome young man like Chu Xiu, who was both wealthy and rare. If she didn't grasp this opportunity tightly, she would inevitably regret it later. During her school years, Yuan Mingyao had witnessed upperclassmen being supported by middle-aged affluent men, granting her a clear perspective on society. She did not regret surrendering her body. Rather, the profound exchange with Chu Xiu brought her immense joy. Had it not been for the blood-stained sheets, she might have doubted whether it was truly her first time, as the pain she experienced was markedly different from what her friends had described. If Chu Xiu were aware of her thoughts, he would surely be amused. The reason behind this was undoubtedly due to the energy within him. Upon sensing Yuan Mingyao's discomfort, he instinctively guided her with his qi, simultaneously nurturing her body. Thus, she was still able to move about normally. Gazing at the enchanting little lamb before him, exuding an alluring charm, Chu Xiu found himself unable to resist. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, interrupting the moment. Brother, who is it? Seeing the concerned expression on Yuan Mingyao's face, Chu Xiu flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. You go take a shower first. There's a surprise waiting for you. Yuan Mingyao nodded gently, her adorable face reflecting curiosity. What surprise? Amused by her expression, Chu Xiu scooped her up in a princess carry and brought her to the bathroom door before leaving. Returning to the living room, he opened the door to find a waiter delivering their meal. As the waiter busily set up a candlelit dinner, all that remained was the arrival of the leading lady. Listening to the gentle sounds from the bathroom, Chu Xiu found himself eagerly anticipating the beauty emerging from her bath. It was not long before the bedroom door swung open, revealing Yuan Mingyao clad in a loose purple lace camisole, the neckline slightly open, showcasing her delicate collarbone and a hint of skin, radiating an enchanting allure. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, a few strands playfully brushing against her face, adding a touch of seduction. Without any makeup, her fresh and natural beauty was impossible to overlook. Her eyes resembled deep lakes, with long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Yuan Mingyao approached Chu Xiu with captivating steps, and upon noticing the candlelit dinner behind him, she gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. With tears nearly brimming in her eyes, she gazed at Chu Xiu with heartfelt gratitude. In a swift motion, he enveloped her in a warm embrace. As he held her in his arms, Chu Xiu felt increasingly satisfied. At that moment, she seemed like a spirit of the home, emanating warmth and comfort. Leaning against Chu Xiu, Yuan Mingyao happily savored his attentions, and as time passed, her body gradually relaxed, her mood lifting. She reveled in this moment of tranquility, casting aside all her worries. Once they had feasted, Chu Xiu encouraged Yuan Mingyao to rest in the bedroom while he instructed the hotel staff to tidy up the living room. After the staff departed, he entered the bedroom to find Yuan Mingyao at the vanity, diligently applying a light makeup, completely unaware of his presence. Yao Yao, give me your bank card information. Chu Xiu's demand was unmistakable, and Yuan Mingyao, understanding his intent, readily provided the information without hesitation. Ding. You have received a payment of 200,000 yuan. Oh, brother Chu Xiu, what is this? Yuan Mingyao's enchanting eyes widened in astonishment as she regarded Chu Xiu. 200,000 was no small sum, and she was puzzled by his actions. In truth, Chu Xiu had simply entered Yuan Mingyao's information into the system. Since it was the end of the month, the lover's fund for the month could be dispersed. As soon as the system registered the relevant information, it promptly transferred 200,000 yuan directly to Yuan Mingyao. In response to her surprise, Chu Xiu smiled faintly. Take it. This will be your monthly allowance. If you perform well, it will even double. Ah, brother, no husband. Thank you. I love you. Yuan Mingyao exclaimed, leaping up to wrap her arms around Chu Xiu's neck, showering him with kisses on his face. Calm down. Watch the drool. Chu Xiu was left speechless by Yuan Mingyao's exuberance. He had given her a watch worth over 200,000, yet had never seen her so ecstatic. Husband, are you supporting me? Once she had calmed down, Yuan Mingyao looked at Chu Xiu with hopeful eyes, cautiously inquiring. Yes, Yao Yao, I truly like you. All the expenses today were for you. You could say I am supporting you. Do you accept? I do. Yuan Mingyao responded without a second thought, even giving Chu Xiu a passionate French kiss. Yao Yao, wait, did you understand what I meant? Chu Xiu was taken aback by Yuan Mingyao's reaction. Weren't girls supposed to be pure-hearted warriors? Her swift agreement caught him off guard. Humph, men, you're all such big pigs. I know your thoughts. I'm simply willing to be your lover. Yuan Mingyao looked at Chu Xiu with a playful expression, inwardly reluctant, but feeling powerless. After all, a man like Chu Xiu, who was willing to spend over 300,000 after only their second meeting, was truly one of a kind. At least 200,000 each month was a tangible benefit. And the most crucial factor was his charm. How could any woman resist? Yuan Mingyao secretly resolved that while she didn't mind Chu Xiu seeing other women, she had to secure his heart. Reflecting on her dormitory friends, she thought, sisters, my happiness depends on you. Ha ha. Upon hearing Yuan Mingyao's response, Chu Xiu was overjoyed. Nearly ready to take off in delight, the first step to a lavish life had been perfectly achieved. Gazing at the enchanting little temptress before him, Chu Xiu pulled out his golden staff, preparing to conquer her personally. Little temptress, where do you think you're going? Chapter 25, BMW M8. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the disheveled bed where the couple lay entwined in slumber. A night of passion had granted them both the utmost release of body and soul. Their clothes lay scattered across the floor, bearing witness to the fervor of their encounter. Dingling. Suddenly, a melodious ringtone pierced the silence, jolting Chu Xiu from his sleep. Hello? After answering the call, a cacophony of noise erupted on the other end, followed by a cool voice. Who are you? How did you get Yao Yao's phone? Where is Yao Yao? Wait, this is Yao Yao's phone. Chu Xiu, still drowsy, glanced at the device, realizing it was not his own. He then held the phone up to Yuan Mingyao's ear, gently shaking her awake. After rousing her, he settled back down, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, eager to bask in her warmth and enjoy the rare tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, the voice on the other end was nearly exploding with agitation due to his presence. In the girls' dormitory of Jinling Art College, 3 resplendent and youthful maidens gazed curiously at the amplified voice emanating from the mobile phone. Upon hearing the male voice on the line, Fu Qingqing was startled and promptly summoned her roommates to inquire about the situation on the other end. Hello, Qingqing, why are you calling me so early? I haven't had my fill of sleep yet, came the languid and comfortable voice of Yuan Mingyao, sending shivers down the spines of Fu Qingqing and her companions. This is a crisis. Oh no, Yao Yao, have you been drugged? Just say the word, and we'll help you call the police. Ah, Wang Mingming. What nonsense are you spouting about drugs? The moment Yuan Mingyao heard Wang Mingming's unrestrained voice, she instinctively glanced at Chu Xiu, who was still fast asleep, and felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then whispered sternly, don't jump to conclusions. He is my boyfriend. What? You've gotten involved with that man with the ruddy nose? Have you lost your mind, Yuan Mingyao? A sudden high-pitched shriek pierced the air, startling Yuan Mingyao to the point where she nearly dropped her phone. Who on earth is this ruddy-nosed man? As Yuan Mingyao processed Wang Mingming's wild conjectures, she snapped back to reality and replied through gritted teeth. You're the one who has gotten involved with a ruddy-nosed man. Stop talking nonsense. It's not him. Oh, as long as it's not him. But, Yao Yao, didn't you say you were going to clarify things with that ruddy-nosed man yesterday? Why did you spend the night with another man? Yao Yao, are you out of your mind? How much did you drink? And you've already sent him off. Yao Yao, your taste in men has never been great. You need to be cautious when choosing. Yuan Mingyao. So this is how my dear friends perceive me? She stared at her phone, utterly flabbergasted by her friend's reactions. Enough, enough. Stop your wild chatter. This is my Prince Charming. I'll talk to you later. I'm feeling tired. Wait. Frustrated, Yuan Mingyao hung up the phone, preferring silence over annoyance. With a chuckle, Yuan Mingyao turned to find Chu Xiu's bright eyes sparkling with amusement as he observed her, which caused her to dive beneath the covers in embarrassment. What a mortifying experience. I might as well have died socially, she muttered under her breath while nestled in the blankets. Haha, little enchantress. Where do you think you're hiding? Chu Xiu, seeing her spirited demeanor, transformed into a playful spirit, swinging his imaginary golden staff in jest. Amidst a chorus of pleas for mercy, their playful skirmish gradually subsided. By noon, Chu Xiu and Yuan Mingyao dined at a Michelin-starred restaurant, casually scrolling through several boastful messages. The only unfortunate aspect was that the rewards yielded no remarkable skills or rare items, merely cash rewards, each amounting to 1 million. It seems that short videos do not deceive. Indeed, we live in a society where the average savings amount to millions. After all, simply dining out had garnered them 5 or 6 entries into the system. Chu Xiu was in no hurry to withdraw, as he currently possessed over 3 million in savings. Not lacking in funds. After their meal, Chu Xiu suggested purchasing a vehicle for Yuan Mingyao, prompting her to shower him with passionate French kisses, nearly leaving him covered in saliva, though he believed he had humorously mocked her. In response, she playfully pinched him several times at his waist, whereupon he realized that even his well-built physique was no match for her. As they frolicked and laughed, they made their way to the parking lot. Upon opening the car door, even Chu Xiu, with his composed temperament, was taken aback by the sight before him. It turned out that when they checked out, he had instructed the hotel staff to place their purchases in the car. To his astonishment, the back seat and trunk were crammed full, nearly swallowing the front seats. Oh dear, darling, girls are naturally inclined to shopping. Feeling somewhat bashful under Chu Xiu's gaze, Yuan Mingyao could only offer him another kiss. Once inside the car, Chu Xiu took the driver's seat, firmly grasping the steering wheel, turned on the music, and input the navigation location, heading straight for the car dealership. 40 minutes later, they arrived at Jinling Star, the largest luxury car dealership in Zhongbei district. Upon entering, a young man enthusiastically invited them inside. Recognizing Chu Xiu's upscale vehicle and the stunning woman accompanying him, which indicated that they were likely potential customers. After a brief introduction, the young salesman, surnamed Jiang, revealed that he had been in car sales for 5 years and was well-versed in high-end brands. He assured Chu Xiu that he could meet any requirements he might have. Manager Jiang, I'm primarily buying a car for my girlfriend, with a budget of 3 million. Would you like to drive it home today? Chu Xiu, momentarily unsure of how to address the younger man, finally settled on a casual tone. Sir, you can just call me Xiao Jiang. With a budget of 3 million. You have a plethora of options, please follow me. Upon hearing the 3 million budget, Xiao Jiang could hardly contain his excitement, quickly introducing himself and guiding the clients to view the vehicles. All right, thank you, Xiao Jiang. Despite Chu Xiu being several years younger, Xiao Jiang was unfazed by the casual address, as he had not encountered such an open-minded client in quite some time. Eager to please to win over a lovely woman's smile, Chu Xiu found it somewhat disappointing that there were no scenes of ostentation or condescension at the dealership. The service was consistently warm and attentive. Under Xiao Jiang's guidance, Chu Xiu and Yuan Mingyao explored a variety of models, including Porsche, Maserati, Bentley, and Mercedes, encompassing sports cars, sedans, and SUVs. After much deliberation, Yuan Mingyao finally settled on a striking red BMW M8 four-door coupe. This one, please, darling. Yuan Mingyao's eyes sparkled with delight. This model was a recent update from BMW, featuring a hardtop, convertible, and four-door coupe versions. Yuan Mingyao was drawn to the four-door version, considering her 3 close friends. How could they all fit in a 2-seater sports car? Chu Xiu found her reasoning rather perplexing. But ultimately, he had no choice but to indulge his beloved. The BMW M8's new design boasted elongated headlight fixtures, combined with a bold black double-kidney grille and an aggressive front bumper, creating a fashionable aesthetic. The vehicle's sleek lines and elegant posture exuded an air of sophistication, while the pronounced fenders enhanced its imposing visual appeal. The car's performance was equally impressive. However, noticing Yuan Mingyao's indifference, Xiao Jiang refrained from elaborating further. Chu Xiu felt a flicker of temptation, yet he inherently lacked a fondness for sports cars. Who would drive such low-slung vehicles unless to show off? They were a nightmare over speed bumps. He preferred the imposing grandeur of the Yangwang U8, which provided a truly exhilarating driving experience. After finalizing the purchase agreement, Chu Xiu made the payment, totaling to 45 million, a reasonable price. He instructed Xiao Jiang to expedite the paperwork for the vehicle. Watching as Yuan Mingyao snapped photos and admired the interior, which was indeed luxurious. Who could resist such a lure? Half an hour later, Yuan Mingyao finally received the keys to her very first car. Eagerly, she selected a few photos to share on her social media. Without hesitation, she jumped into the driver's seat while Chu Xiu settled into the passenger side. Buckle up, I'm driving now. With a swift press of the accelerator, the car zoomed forward like an arrow shot from a bow. Chapter 26, A Sensation on Campus. Boom. A brand new 4-door crimson sports car sped through the campus of Jinling Art Institute like a streak of lightning, closely pursued by a moonlight silver Yangwang SUV. The sleek lines of the dazzling sports car glimmered with a radiant metallic sheen, and its engine emitted a deep and powerful roar, as if showcasing its formidable prowess. Instantly, it captured the attention of numerous students, who paused to admire, their eyes brimming with envy and astonishment. They showered praises upon the car's speed and appearance, with some even daydreaming about the possibility of owning such a magnificent vehicle one day. When Chu Xiu's Yangwang U8 made its appearance, it caused quite a commotion. After all, the mythical domestic luxury car worth millions had only existed in presentations online, making its presence in reality all the more remarkable. As the two vehicles came to a stop at the entrance of the female dormitory, a throng of students gathered around. Wow, is that the new BMW M8 4-door sedan? It's stunning, exclaimed one. Damn, that car costs over 2.4 million. Who's driving it? They must be incredibly wealthy. Another remarked. What's that? The BYD next to it is even more impressive, shouted someone else. What? The BYD is better than the BMW? Brother, you must be joking. Do you even understand? That's the latest Yangwang U8 from BYD, worth over 1.2 million, a pride of domestic automobiles. Isn't that impressive? Wow, someone is getting out. Oh my god. It's the campus belle, Yuan Mingyao. What is going on? The campus belle is driving a supercar? Gasped a student. Oh no. Could it be that this man is her boyfriend? This is huge news. Yuan Mingyao has a boyfriend, remarked another. That car next to her must belong to him. He is so wealthy. As the window rolled down, Yuan Mingyao revealed her breathtaking visage, smiling and greeting her fellow students. Simultaneously, when she affectionately linked her arm with Chu Xiu, it sent ripples through the crowd. It was clear to everyone that this man was the boyfriend of the campus beauty. The envy of many girls surged as they silently wept inside, longing for such a celestial boyfriend, handsome and affluent. At that moment, a group of boys approached aggressively. Led by the notorious rich second-generation student, Wang Tao, a senior from the directing department with a family-owned manufacturing business. Mengyao, why have you been avoiding me these past few days? Speak up. Is it because of this man? Wang Tao seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Xiu, his demeanor threatening. A scrawny boy beside him hurled insults at Chu Xiu. Kid, daring to pursue my boss's goddess? You must be tired of living. The entourage behind Wang Tao joined in, chanting provocatively. Observing the escalating tension, the surrounding students instinctively took a few steps back, clearing a space for the impending confrontation. What good classmates, they thought. Silently providing a stage for the unfolding drama, as disputes outside the campus bell's dormitory were not uncommon. Chu Xiu's expression turned icy. It was rare for him to be provoked. But these fellows were indeed bothersome. He positioned Yuan Mingyao behind him, casting a disdainful glance at the raucous crowd, a confident smile playing on his lips. What? Looking for a fight? He said, stretching his limbs. How arrogant. Wang Tao, unfazed by Chu Xiu's attitude, charged forward, his aggression fueled by the cheers of his entourage. Imagining Chu Xiu rolling on the ground in pain. As Wang Tao lunged at him, Chu Xiu remained undeterred, effortlessly sidestepping the incoming punch and delivering a swift blow to Wang Tao's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Wang Tao was sent flying over 3 meters, collapsing to the ground. Damn it! Wang Tao grimaced in pain, curling up on the ground, unable to finish his curse. Fortunately for him, Chu Xiu had held back some of his strength. Had he not, his full force could have left Wang Tao in a far worse state. Pathetic. That LL teach you to be foul-mouthed, Chu Xiu remarked coolly, retracting his fist and surveying the motionless crowd, his tone dripping with disdain. Wow, what a powerhouse. A single punch sent him flying 3 meters, murmured the onlookers in awe. Who would have thought young Master Wang could be beaten? This show is worth it. They chuckled, relishing the unexpected turn of events. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Wang Tao's followers grew enraged, their faces flushed with humiliation as they glared at Chu Xiu. Damn it, he's alone. Let's all go for him, they yelled. Let us avenge young Master Wang. As Chu Xiu observed the group of 7 or 8 boys charging at him, he was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such reckless bravery. However, he was pleasantly surprised to see some spirited youths willing to confront him, though he didn't hold back too much. In under 30 seconds, he had dispatched all 8 challengers with ease. The surrounding crowd, witnessing Chu Xiu's effortless triumph, erupted into discussion, with some recording videos to upload to the school's forum. Instantly, the post was pinned and highlighted by the forum administrators, drawing the attention of a multitude of students. It turned out that someone had fought for the campus bell, with the added elements of a handsome guy, luxury cars, one-on-one duels, and brawls. Wait, isn't that Wang Tao? The #1 admirer of campus bell, Yuan Mingyao. One student exclaimed. Everyone step aside. I'm from the directing department, seeking inspiration. Hey, director above, I'm from the screenwriting department. I've already conjured up over 50 episodes of the campus bell's love entanglements in my mind. Another chimed in. Very promising. Once you hit 80,000 words, I'll recommend you, a third added. I've heard that Yuan Mingyao comes from an average family, yet owns a sports car. Someone noted. Wow, please elaborate. I'm starting to visualize the story, urged another. Do you think if I report this to the authorities, they'd de-arrest all of them? One student pondered aloud. You're quite the schemer. I support you. Another replied enthusiastically. The fervor in the forum finally caught the attention of Fu Qingqing, who quickly recognized Chu Xiu and Yuan Mingyao. She promptly informed her 2 dorm mates, and the 3 of them tidied themselves up before heading out. Chu Xiu likely hadn't anticipated that a mere scuffle would garner such widespread attention. Observing Chu Xiu's display of prowess, Yuan Mingyao's clear, sparkling eyes seemed to want to adhere to him, her affection nearly overflowing. The campus belle's deep, affectionate gaze prompted a wave of indignation among the male students present. Finally, one student shouted, Hey, which school are you from? Causing trouble at our school is unacceptable. Another declared, Fighting is illegal. You will face consequences. Exactly. Why should outsiders come to our school to flirt and fight? A cacophony of voices arose, collectively pointing fingers at Chu Xiu. Wang Tao and his followers regained some composure. Standing defiantly across from Chu Xiu, Wang Tao, in particular, bellowed, My father is Wang Tong. You'd better watch out. Silence. A crisp reprimand rang out from within the female dormitory. The crowd turned to see 3 youthful and charming figures emerge. It was none other than the 3 other campus belles of Jinling Art Institute, gathering in a dramatic assembly with Yuan Mingyao. She is a remarkable presence at Jinling Academy of Art, her beauty and charisma impossible to overlook. Lu Ru Yin possesses a tall and slender figure, her curves exquisitely defined. With cascading hair that flows like a waterfall, her gaze exudes determination and confidence, as if she can perceive everything around her. Ahai! elegant nose and luscious lips form a captivating visage. Wang Tao, enduring physical pain, manages to muster a faint smile and flatteringly remarks, Ru Yan, it's a pleasure to see you again. Might I have the honor of sharing a meal with you this evening? Not only is Ru Yan striking in appearance, but her commanding personality radiates an irresistible aura at this moment. Wang Xiao, she asserts, bringing such a crowd to block the girls' dormitory today. Are you not afraid of school repercussions? Without waiting for Wang Tao's response, her eyes scan the surroundings, revealing an undeniable authority. I urge the students who filmed the video earlier to promptly remove it from the forum, and I ask everyone to refrain from disseminating it online. You have not obtained others' consent. Sharing this video constitutes an infringement of their portrait rights and privacy. Ru Yan's voice is crisp and powerful, her words striking like a keen blade. Observing her defense of outsiders, Wang Tao's demeanor grows increasingly cold, his lips curling into a sardonic smirk. He retorts, we all have the freedom of speech and press, and besides, that fellow deserves to face consequences for his actions. Who, Wang Tao? Do you expect me to pay what price? Chu Xiu observes him with a sardonic smile, feeling a surge of admiration for Ru Yan's actions. This assertive and captivating woman truly stirs one's heart. Humph, you little brat, just wait. I'll call my brothers to teach you a lesson, and then we'll settle this. Wang Tao responds, his bravado masking his discomfort. He feels restless unless he confronts Chu Xiu today. Oh, may I ask, is your brother durable? A glint of cold light flickers in Chu Xiu's eyes, harboring disdain for such ostentatious second-generation rich kids. Keep your bravado. You'll soon find yourself begging for mercy. Wang Tao, wishing to unleash a barrage of profanities, restrains himself, recalling the ease with which he was overpowered moments ago. Who dares to bully my brother on my turf? And you dare act tough in front of the girls' dormitory? I'll see which fool dares to show up. A torrent of curses erupted from the outskirts of the crowd. Many students, upon seeing the figure approaching, instinctively parted ways, feigning smiles while cursing inwardly. Oh, another loyal sycophant of the campus beauty has arrived. What a day! All 4 campus goddesses and 2 notorious bullies are present. Yikes, and there's a handsome young man too. Chu Xiu glanced closely and recognized the newcomer, none other than the corpulent Xiao, whom he had encountered a few nights prior at the Nightshade Bar. Given Xiao's nature, his brashness was to be expected. A hefty figure, towering at 6 feet tall, he approached Wang Tao, panting heavily. What is going on, brother? Which little brat is blind enough to mess with you? I'll knock him out. Xiao's fury ignited upon witnessing Wang Tao's disheveled state. Being beaten up in his own territory was intolerable. Turning around, Xiao sought to identify the audacious perpetrator. Chu Xiao, oh my. You're here? Spotting Chu Xiu's sardonic gaze, Xiao's mind went blank, realizing he was in the presence of this formidable figure. His anger evaporated instantly, replaced by a subservient demeanor as he bowed respectfully to Chu Xiu, offering him a cigarette. Brother, what is this? Xiao's actions left everyone astonished. The atmosphere felt as though time had frozen. The crowd's eyes gravitated toward Chu Xiu and Xiao, many wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping. Witnessing their astonishment, Wang Tao's brows furrowed, confusion etching deep lines on his forehead. What is happening here? Big brother, you're the campus bully. Why are you acting like a lackey? Yet Xiao felt a deep-seated frustration, cursing Wang Tao internally for being such a fool. Even Yang Xiao had to humble himself before Chu Xiu, let alone him. Xiao, feeling mighty today? This is your domain. How do you propose we resolve this matter? Chu Xiu remained unfazed, arms crossed, gazing at him with an indifferent expression. What do I do? Xiao's mouth gaped in disbelief, a hint of fear flickering across his face, as if confronted by something dreadful. After a moment of contemplation, he wiped the sweat from his brow and slowly approached Wang Tao, guilt etched on his features. Brother, I'm sorry, I did this for your own good. With that, Xiao delivered a sudden slap to Wang Tao's cheek. Ouch! Wang Tao cried out, nearly losing his balance. Had it not been for others steadying him, he would have fallen. The unexpected blow not only stunned Wang Tao, but also left the onlookers dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of shock and confusion as they stared at the unfolding drama. Ru Yan and her companions, having been aware of Chao's previous encounter with Chu Xiu at the Nightshade Bar, remained unfazed. Among the astonished faces, one stood out prominently. Wang Tao's previously handsome features twisted in disbelief, his eyes wide with terror, lips trembling as if he wanted to speak, but could not muster a sound. This demonstrated the sheer force behind Xiao's slap, delivered so suddenly that it took everyone by surprise. In the crowd, whispers began to circulate, some pulling out their phones to capture the astonishing scene. Chu Xiao, does this suffice? I guarantee this news won't make it online. I'll have the campus site remove any posts. Without needing Chu Xiu's direction, Xiao swiftly grasped the situation. Patting Xiao on the shoulder, Chu Xiu smiled, commending him. You did well. Please extend my regards to Yang Xiao. I will attend the gathering he organizes. Thank you, Chu Xiu. I'll disperse the crowd now. With that, Xiao turned to the students nearby and bellowed, you all heard. If anyone dares to speak of today's events online, I'll take it up with them. Now disperse. The crowd quickly dispersed, recognizing Xiao's formidable influence within the school. Lu Ruyin and her companions were left in awe, marveling at how the two notorious bullies had been brought low. Admiration sparkled in their eyes as they regarded the calm and composed Chu Xiu. Truly, he was a striking man, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Chapter 28. The Mysterious Chu Xiu. Mengyao, please tell us what happened yesterday. Is that brand new sports car really worth 45 million? Chu Xiu is exceedingly generous. After Wang Tao and his entourage departed, Chu Xiu delivered the items Meng Yao had purchased to her room before driving away. The curious gazes from the girls, especially Fu Qingqing and her friends, left him feeling overwhelmed. Retreat is the best strategy, he mused. As soon as he organized the purchases, the girls' insatiable curiosity was palpable. Noting their expressions, Meng Yao, with a furrowed brow, quickly diverted the topic, mentioning that Chu Xiu had gifts for everyone. It was indeed Chu Xiu who purchased a handbag for Yuan Meng Yao and additionally gifted each of her close friends an LV bag, which quelled the incessant inquiries from the women momentarily. However, after toying with the LV bags, Wang Mengmeng became insistent on hearing stories from Yuan Mengyao. Yuan Mengyao could only recount the events of the past couple of days, and under her vivid narration, her friends listened with rapt attention. They were particularly vocal about the antics of Lu Wan and his sister, offering a barrage of sarcastic remarks. When they learned that Chu Xiu had extravagantly spent over 2 million on a watch for Yuan Mengyao, Fu Qingqing and the others were left in disbelief. Wang Mengmeng exclaimed, Heavens, Mengyao. So, that means Chu Xiu has spent over 5 million on you in just a few days. Are you being kept? To which Yuan Mengyao, without a moment's hesitation, boldly affirmed, Yes, I am Chu Xiu's mistress. The nonchalance on her face left her friends utterly bewildered, understanding their concern for her. Yuan Mengyao displayed her phone, revealing Chu Xiu's bank transfer records. My word, 200,000. Upon hearing that Yuan Mengyao received a monthly allowance of 200,000, Wang Mengmeng was utterly flabbergasted. It was known that she had been working since her freshman year, diligently saving, and could barely earn 3,000 a month. To her, 200,000 was an astronomical figure. Yao, what exactly does Chu Xiu do? What is his family background? Yuan Mengyao admitted she was unsure, as Chu Xiu had never elaborated on such matters. However, it was evident to all that anyone willing to spend over 5 million on a woman must possess a significant family background. Yao, why don't you ask Chu Xiu to take care of me too? Wang Mengmeng said, shaking Yuan Mengyao's arm in a half-joking manner. Absolutely. That way, we can look after each other. Seeing the earnestness on Wang Mengmeng's face, which was devoid of jest, made her shy away. I was merely joking. Observing the commotion between the two, Lu Ruyin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Fu Qingqing also regarded Yuan Mengyao with a complex gaze, particularly since she was classmates with Chu Xiu and had introduced him to Yuan Mengyao. She never imagined that Chu Xiu would end up with Yuan Mengyao. Chu Xiu, so you are this kind of person. Not long after, the video of Chu Xiu fighting was deleted from the student exchange forum at Jinling Arts Academy, and all related posts vanished as well. It must be said that while Chao Pengzi played the submissive role in front of Chu Xiu, he wielded considerable influence. Numerous individuals expressed their regret for missing out on this significant incident and inquired online about the identity of Yuan Mengyao's boyfriend. This sparked a flurry of discussions among students. Some claimed that this man, surnamed Chu, was an heir from a hidden family in Jinling, worth over 100 million. Others said he hailed from the Magic City, a bastion of wealth, being the illegitimate son of a prominent figure on the rich list. There were also those who dismissed him as merely a loser who won the lottery. Even more outrageous rumors suggested that he was a master of martial arts, descended from an ancient martial family. In just half a day, this post garnered the attention of over 3,000 people. Given that the total number of students and faculty at Jinling Arts Academy was merely over 8,000. Ultimately, it was a first-year female student who had been present outside the girls' dormitory who published a comprehensive analysis post based on her observations and the available footage, which finally quelled the uproar titled, Who is the Mysterious Chu Xiu? The author brilliantly detailed Chu Xiu's wealth through meticulous observations, citing a BYD Yangwang U8 worth 1.25 million, a BMW M8 four-door coupe at 2.45 million, a Cartier high-end jewelry watch worth 2 million, a Roton Series HPI 0108 4 valued at 2.8 million, and the LV outfit Chu Xiu wore, valued at over 200,000. Not to mention the designer clothes, cosmetics, and handbags that Yuan Mengyao took from the car. all renowned luxury items starting from $1 million. Just these visible possessions nearly approached $10 million, not to mention the crucial aspect of residence that remained undisclosed. Coupled with the fact that Chu Xiu, a wealthy second generation, had bowed in deference, it was clear to see Chu Xiu's status and background. The post also cautioned male students to refrain from harassing the 4 prominent school beauties to avoid trouble. This post, once published, attracted considerable attention, and upon discovering the formidable identity and background of the individual in question, many could only helplessly curse, "May those wealthy elites not meet a good end." Subsequently, it was rumored that Chu Xiu sought out numerous individuals to track down everyone present and urged them to delete videos and photos, which gradually quelled the attention surrounding the incident. However, Chu Xiu remained unaware of the developments that followed. After escorting Yuan Mingyao back to her dormitory, Chu Xiu returned home to rest, as the exertion of the day and night had taken its toll on him, despite his physique being able to endure. His body demanded respite. He slept soundly until 6 in the evening, only to be roused by his mother's feather duster. After hastily eating dinner, Chu Xiu stepped outside for a leisurely stroll. He roamed the neighborhood for over 2 hours, finally completing the 10 boastful messages required by the boasting system. After this outing, Chu Xiu couldn't help but lament the simplicity of his neighbors, who failed to recognize the prowess of boastful individuals. "It's truly difficult for me." Ultimately, he could only redeem cash-related boasting messages, each with a guaranteed minimum of 1 million. Upon observing his bank balance restored to 3 million, he felt a slight uplift in his spirits. Chu Xiu gradually realized that the art of boasting relied heavily on the youth, which reminded him of his college roommates, childhood friends, and even Yang Wei, the wealthy second generation. Perhaps these circles were more suited for him to accumulate boasting messages. Resolute, he decided to reach out to his college roommates for a gathering. Unexpectedly, he received a call from Lei Yong, notifying him that he would be treating Elder Yi in 2 days. Listening to Lei Yong's hesitant voice, Chu Xiu had already surmised part of the situation. It was merely that Elder Yi had consented to his treatment, but his family remained skeptical due to his youth, which was understandable. However, 2 days prior, Chu Xiu had acquired the skill of advanced acupuncture through his father, and with the combination of the 7-star needles and the qi within him, he felt confident in his abilities. As for the Yi family, Chu Xiu sensed that the upcoming visit would not unfold smoothly. Chapter 29, Background Investigation. On May 30th. In the morning, the weather was clear, with not a cloud in sight. With some leisure time on his hands, Chu Xiu visited a tea house on the 2nd floor of the old street to listen to some tunes and scroll through boasting messages. After all, the elderly residents within the community had already been thoroughly plucked of their resources prior to arriving at the tea house. He had played chess with Old Man Zhang and achieved a consecutive win of 9 rounds, prompting the old man to finally concede. While the old man admitted defeat, Chu Xiu found himself at a loss, as there were no boasting messages left to redeem. Thus, he hoped to encounter a few boastful characters on the old street, only to find 2 messages that awarded basic skills, one in basic tea art and another in basic sales. How frustrating. Even a proficiency in a musical instrument would be preferable to this. After sitting idly for 2 hours with no results, Chu Xiu settled his bill and prepared to visit his father's clinic. It would be more advantageous to extract resources from the elderly, as he might be able to acquire several traditional Chinese medicine skills from his father, which would be immensely beneficial. With this in mind, Chu Xiu scanned the payment code and exited the tea house. As a matter of course, I also bestowed 1,000 yuan as a token of appreciation to the venerable performer. Just as I stepped outside, the shrill sound of a ringing phone pierced the air. Upon glancing at the caller ID, I was rather taken aback to find it was Yang Wei. I hadn't anticipated that he would assemble a gathering so swiftly. "Hello, young Master Chu, this is Yang Wei. I have arranged a luncheon with some friends and would be honored if you could join us," came Yang Wei's respectful tone through the receiver. After a moment's contemplation, I decided to accept the invitation. After all, it presented a splendid opportunity to test the efficacy of my boasting system. It is quite natural for young men to indulge in some bravado over a meal. Yang Wei promptly relayed the location of the gathering to me, and with his enthusiastic flattery, I ended the call. Despite my admiration for Yang Wei's rebellious spirit, his current demeanor of caution and restraint was somewhat disconcerting. I input the address into my navigation system. Jiangbei Pinyin Building, approximately 10 kilometers away, a journey of less than half an hour. Arriving at Jiangbei Pinyin Building, I entered the grandest banquet hall, the Jiangshan Hall. This opulent venue was adorned in splendor, spanning over 70 square meters, with a colossal round table capable of seating 20. At that moment, 5 or 6 young men, all in their 20s, occupied the table, dressed in the finest designer attire, epitomizing the affluent offspring of the elite. Witnessing Yang Wei's tone and demeanor on the phone, they gazed in astonishment, as if encountering him for the first time. Yang Xiao, who is the esteemed guest today that warrants such deference from you? One inquired. Indeed, Yang Xiao, as the scion of the illustrious Yang family of Jinling. Who could be so significant as to keep us waiting? Another chimed in. I heard that you recently had a setback with a mysterious individual. Could it be this person? Yet another added. Well, if he dares to come personally, Yang Xiao, do let us know if there is a need for reprimands or admonishments. Yang Wei, seemingly exasperated by their banter, retorted, behave yourselves. Today, I intend to broaden your horizons. Do not embarrass me. At that moment, the grand entrance swung open, revealing Chu Xiu, affectionately known as Fat Chow. Hey, brothers, Yang Xiao has orchestrated a splendid affair. Fat Chow exclaimed as he plopped down beside Yang Wei, voraciously consuming the drinking water from the table. For heaven's sake, drink like a civilized person, not like a swine. Fatty, you ought to consider shedding some pounds. If you expect me to lose weight, you might as well be wishing for my demise. Fat Chow shot back. Enough of your nonsense. Let Yang Xiao introduce us to this esteemed young Master Chu, another urged. The round table comprised the second-generation elites from various fields, all of whom typically only acknowledged Yang Wei, dismissing others. Upon hearing of the enigmatic young Master Chu, they eagerly flocked over to forge connections. Yang Wei, ignoring their inquisitive gazes, glanced at his watch and mused aloud. He should be arriving shortly. Indeed, within a minute, a commotion erupted outside Jianshan Hall. As the crowd focused their attention, a young man in his 30s, clad in a tailored black suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, entered with an air of composure, flanked by a robust and imposing figure. Instantly, the men at the table rose to their feet, respectfully greeting, Brother Hao, welcome. It was none other than Han Tianhao, the proprietor of Nightshade Bar. He waved dismissively, signaling everyone to take their seats. The formidable man accompanying him was his brother, Han Tianyu, dressed in the garb of a bodyguard, standing watchfully behind him. At this juncture, Yang Wei stood up, addressing his companions, brothers. My primary purpose today is to amicably resolve my differences with young Master Chu under Brother Hao's mediation. Noticing the discontent on his friends' faces, eager to support him, Yang Wei hastily reassured them. Today, I am treating. Let's allow Brother Hao to mediate this. You have no idea the lengths I went to acquire this information. Han Tianhao remarked, embodying the essence of a businessman. Despite disregarding his collaboration with Yang Wei, he was keen to collect his dues, as even brothers must keep accounts clear. Rest assured, this card holds $1 million. Please accept it, Yang Wei said, his expression pained as he gazed at the bank card. Knowing it represented months of saved pocket money. Amused by Yang Wei's plight, Han Tianhao quipped, you will thank me later. His gaze sharpened as he continued. Although young Master Chu is a youth, he hails from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and possesses skills in the family's martial arts. Most crucially, he has the ability to treat the elderly patriarch of the Yi family. Yang Wei was taken aback, pondering the implications of such a background. Which Yi family? He inquired, his brow furrowing. Han Tianhao smirked. There are several Yi families in Jinling. I refer to the Yi family of Mayor Yi, the top official in the city. He added, this young Master Chu truly enjoys fortuitous connections. The Yi family wields immense power. The eldest is the mayor of Jinling, merely in his 50s, enjoying a prosperous political career. The second is the president of the Jinling Business Association, overseeing the Yi Group, a conglomerate worth billions. The third, I hear, serves in the military, having achieved the rank of chief of staff at the Jinling military region in his 40s. And let's not forget the elderly patriarch, a former deputy commander of the military region, with a network that is nothing short of formidable. Han Tianhao had inquired multiple times with Lei Yong about the patriarch's former bodyguard, who had affirmed, young Master Chu is a favored individual of the patriarch. At first, Han Tianhao had thought he misheard, but after Lei Yong's repeated confirmations, he grasped why there was such reverence for young Master Chu, a young man undoubtedly harboring unspoken talents. Contemplating this, Han Tianhao speculated about young Master Chu's mastery of traditional medicine, given that his family had practiced it for 3 generations. Yet, the notion of a young prodigy in traditional medicine seemed implausible to most. At that moment, all present comprehended why Yang Wei exhibited such profound respect towards this suddenly prominent young Master Chu. After all, they rarely encountered even the 3rd generation of the Yi family, let alone the patriarch himself. The revelation that young Master Chu's backing was the Yi family was staggering. Han Tianhao scanned the room, noting the dawning realization among the guests, and chose not to elaborate further. Regardless of their individual statuses, young Master Chu's identity alone commanded the respect of all present. Whether the misunderstanding was fortuitous or not, it spared them from the shock of reality. With a subtle creak, the grand doors of Jianshan Hall swung open once more, revealing a tall, handsome young man, exuding an aura of confidence, none other than Chu Xiu. Chapter 30. Young Master Yang, in matters of boasting, you reign supreme. Han Tianhao's words cloaked Chu Xiu in an aura of mystery, and coupled with his striking appearance and capabilities, the young heirs instinctively rose to greet him. Noticing Brother Hao, Chu Xiu offered a slight nod, somewhat surprised by his presence. Han Tianhao, ever familiar, clasped Chu Xiu's hand and proceeded to introduce him to the others. After all, Yang Wei and his affluent companions were no strangers to the nightlife. They were well acquainted with the elite circles of Jinling. From the scion of the Jinling Steel Group to the heir of a leading fashion enterprise and the successor of a renowned restaurant chain, Chu Xiu observed that every individual had their own social network. Despite their seemingly frivolous pursuits of leisure, it was undeniable that these young heirs possessed impressive academic credentials. Among this select group, most are only a few years older than Chu Xiu, with the least educated being the rotund Chao. However, he hails from a 211 university. The most impressive of them all is Pei Luan, the scion of the Jinling Iron and Steel Group, who is a distinguished graduate of Harvard University. Indeed, one need not fear the antics of a wealthy heir. Rather, it is the cultured ones that evoke trepidation. Initially, this gathering was orchestrated by Yang Wei. But observing Han Tianhao's hospitable demeanor towards Chu Xiu, Yang Wei could only curl his lip in disdain, internally cursing, "Damn it, now I have to smile and drink." Especially after teasing someone else's girlfriend in front of young Master Chu. With a scowl, he shot a venomous glance at Chao, thinking that this subordinate was utterly useless. Meanwhile, Chao, blissfully toasting, suddenly felt a chill creep up his back, as if a sinister wind were blowing, prompting him to down a drink in fright. Chu Xiu, in high spirits today, had indulged a bit more than usual, unable to resist the boastful tales of these affluent heirs. Within half an hour, the system had recorded 3 instances of their braggadocio. Recording boastful information, 3 Chao Shiji. I'm not bragging. I can drink 1,000 cups without intoxication, young Master Chu. I'm in, you do as you please. Reward for withdrawal, 1,000 cups without intoxication. Recording boastful information, 4 Han Tianhao. Brother, I admire you. To have 4 campus beauties at once is impressive. Back in the day, I too was a conqueror of the night, 7 times in one night. Reward for withdrawal, golden double kidneys. Recording boastful information, 5 Yang Wei. Young Master Chu, I particularly admire you, such a young master of traditional Chinese medicine. I'm in awe. Reward for withdrawal, expert level diagnosis. Seeing Yang Wei genuinely in awe, Chu Xiu rolled his eyes. What drinking capacity? He hastily instructed the waiter to escort Yang Wei to a room for rest. Watching Yang Wei depart, Chu Xiu felt an unexpected twinge of reluctance. Young Master Yang, your drinking skills are lacking. However, when it comes to boasting, you reign supreme. Chu Xiu couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart, feeling that his visit had not been in vain, especially as Yang Wei had inadvertently allowed him to acquire an expert-level skill just shy of mastery. Moreover, it pertained to diagnosis, a fundamental skill in traditional Chinese medicine that is both extensive and profound, making mastery difficult for the average person. For instance, Chu Xiu's father, after 30 years of study, had only attained intermediate diagnosis skills. As for Han's golden double kidneys, upon reading the description, Chu Xiu's mouth watered. Ha ha yao yao. You shall enjoy a life of luxury henceforth. Recalling how he had effortlessly bested Yuan Mingyao, Chu Xiu felt exhilarated. He promptly took out his phone and sent her a location pin, inviting her for an evening of shopping. Yuan Mingyao. As for Chao, he was equally impressive. Just seeing that 1,000 cups without intoxication title indicated something extraordinary. Chu Xiu immediately examined the description. It was nothing short of a divine skill. 1,000 cups without intoxication. No one can surpass you in drinking. You will never become intoxicated. This skill protects the host from alcohol damage. A title skill that requires mental invocation for activation and can stack with other titles. The system unlocked a new skill, a title skill, which Chu Xiu immediately claimed and tested. After loading the title of 1,000 cups without intoxication, drinking felt as effortless as consuming water, unperturbed by the flow of alcohol. The best part was that the title remained invisible to others. Otherwise, it would drive them mad, or perhaps even himself. Thus, the group continued drinking for over half an hour, with everyone except Han being incapacitated. Even after a brief rest, Yang Wei attempted to join again, only to be promptly subdued once more. However, Chu Xiu regarded him with delight. That was an impressive level of boasting. Recording boastful information. 6 Yang Wei. Waiter. Bring my Rolls Royce over to escort young Master Chu. Reward for withdrawal. A custom Rolls Royce. Chu Xiu was somewhat aware of Yang Wei's tendencies. He knew he was driving a Porsche, not a Rolls Royce. How many bottles had he consumed? It seemed this guy had indeed drunk quite a bit. Chu Xiu believed that if he wished to earn good rewards, he should invite Yang Wei for a grand feast. It would surely yield results. In the end, under the effect of the title skill, Han Tianhao could only curse his fate, ultimately being carried out of the banquet hall. The Jiangbei Pinyin Building, renowned as the most luxurious restaurant in Jiangbei, provides an all-encompassing experience for dining, drinking, and lodging, making it a favorite among local tycoons. Chu Xiu promptly booked several rooms in the attached hotel, arranging accommodations for everyone. In the opulent suite, he utilized all 3 system withdrawal opportunities from the day, finally watching as the panel before him transformed from its former simplicity. Boastful realization system. Host, Chu Xiu. Assets, 3 million. System skills, Master Level 5 Animal Play, Intermediate Singing. Intermediate Go, Advanced Acupuncture, Expert Level Diagnosis, Golden Double Kidneys, 1,000 Cups Without Intoxication. System items, 7-star Needle. Recording boastful information, 1 Ms. Li. Could it be that Mr. Chu has feelings for me? He has specifically chosen my tea for 2 consecutive days. He is certainly a little man with many thoughts to draw near to me. Reward for withdrawal, Beginner Tea Art. Recording boastful information, 2 Zhang Tai. I must work diligently today to sell Ms. Li's tea. This will earn her favor. And I believe I can achieve my sales goal. Reward for withdrawal, Beginner Sales. Recording boastful information, 3, 4, 5, 6. The only disappointment for Chu Xiu was the missed opportunity to withdraw the Rolls-Royce, wasting today's chances. However, he was confident that a conversation with Yang Wei in the morning would surely yield results regarding the Rolls-Royce. 10 minutes later, Chu Xiu received news that Yuan Mingyao had arrived at the hotel. Having donned a light makeup, she hurried over, placing great importance on this date. As it was their first outing since confirming their relationship, the deep, resonant roar of a supercar reverberated throughout the hotel lobby. Especially as Yuan Mingyao stepped out of the BMW M8. Her makeup was exquisite yet understated, her eyes bright and spirited, resembling deep lakes that captivated onlookers. The afternoon sunlight bathed her in warmth, her meticulously styled hair cascading like a waterfall down her back, shimmering alluringly. Her skin was fair as snow, delicate as jade, seemingly fragile to the touch. Upon spotting Chu Xiu, she resembled a joyful sprite, gliding towards him with light steps. The corners of her lips curved into a charming smile as she leapt into his embrace. She was the undisputed campus belle and the embodiment of Chu Xiu's dreams. Together, they entered the hotel under the envious and jealous gazes of passers-by, indulging in the sweet moments that were uniquely theirs. Chapter 31. Senior, long time no see. The next morning, the sun slowly ascended from the east. Gentle rays filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a warm glow over the earth. Chu Xiu drove towards the Yunding Mountain Villa area, the location provided by Lei Yong. A smile graced his lips, reflecting his joyous mood as he recalled the delightful spar with Yuan Mingyao the night before, with both parties ultimately satisfied with the outcome. With the enhancement of Chu Xiu's golden double kidneys, Yuan Mingyao found herself continually retreating, pleading for mercy. Eventually, overwhelmed by the humiliation of defeat, she succumbed to slumber. Her body soft and pliable. The system's rewarded skills were consistently powerful, though he had yet to exert his full strength before she fell. In that moment, Chu Xiu felt that his circle of romantic interests should expand. By the time he left in the morning, she was still fast asleep. Not wishing to disturb her, Chu Xiu quietly exited the room and finally encountered Yang Wei in the first-floor dining area. The group of gentlemen indulged in an inebriated stupor yesterday, sleeping through an entire afternoon and night. To challenge the system's skills with a boastful claim of invulnerability to intoxication was, quite frankly, a reckless endeavor. Fortunately, with the advanced acupuncture techniques at his disposal, Chu Xiu took turns testing them on his companions, yielding commendable results. As dawn broke, Yang Wei presented him with a customized Rolls-Royce reward, prompting a surge of delight within Chu Xiu. An hour later, Chu Xiu arrived at the foot of the eastern side of Yunding Mountain, where only a vast parking lot and a grandiose guard post were present. Indeed, Chu Xiu's eyes did not deceive him. 2 impeccably upright soldiers stood sentinel at the entrance of the post. Beside the post stood a warning sign forbidding photography and prohibiting entry to unauthorized vehicles. It was well known that the Yunding Mountain Villa area was a prestigious residential enclave in Jinling, predominantly inhabited by affluent individuals, government officials, and the families of military personnel. Chu Xiu had heard whispers of this illustrious neighborhood, reputed for its unparalleled security, with guards patrolling ceaselessly. Consequently, the villas here were valued in the hundreds of millions. And despite their exorbitant prices, they remained highly sought after, with demand far exceeding supply. A few years prior, a wealthy businessman made headlines by purchasing the Pinnacle Villa for an astronomical $23 billion, an event that reverberated throughout the city. After parking, Chu Xiu was about to dial Lei Yong when a melodious voice caught his attention. Turning around, he was greeted by a pair of long, slender legs. Skin as fair as jade, smooth and delicate, seemingly exuding a faint luminescence. The girl before him radiated vitality and exuberance. Her bright smile and sparkling eyes reflected curiosity and enthusiasm as she scrutinized Chu Xiu from head to toe. With a light and graceful step, she approached and halted a meter away. "Are you Chu Xiu? I don't see anything particularly extraordinary about you," she remarked, her voice crisp and enchanting, reminiscent of tinkling silver bells, compelling one to draw nearer. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xiu's face as he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, a sensation he had not experienced since encountering the 4 campus flowers of Jinling Arts Academy. The young woman was undeniably beautiful as she moved. Her skirt billowed in the breeze, showcasing her stunning long legs, which added an aura of allure and charm. For a fleeting moment, Chu Xiu felt a sense of déjà vu. "Hey, are you mute? Why are you not speaking?" The girl continued, her expression playful. Chu Xiu scrutinized her for a moment before breaking into a soft chuckle. "Senior Yi, it's been a while." Upon hearing this address, she was visibly taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh, you know me? Are you a student at Jinling University too? How could I not recognize you? Which college are you from, and what year are you in?" The barrage of questions left Chu Xiu momentarily at a loss for words. "Senior Yi, I'm a third-year student in the business management department, Chu Xiu. I saw your performance at last year's welcome gala," he replied, recalling their brief interaction from memory. "Ah, I see," she responded, her demeanor suggesting that she likely did not remember him distinctly. "Grandfather asked me to come pick you up. Let's go?" She swiftly changed the topic, clearly feeling awkward about not recognizing him. Chu Xiu said nothing further and followed her for a couple of minutes until they arrived at a familiar Maybach parked nearby, a vehicle that Lei Yong had arranged for him previously. Once inside, Chu Xiu remained silent, calmly observing the scenery around them. After all, Yunding Mountain was one of the 8 scenic spots in Jinling, often dubbed a natural oxygen bar. Yi Qianqian, driving the military district registered car, passed the guard post without any hindrance, with the guards saluting them respectfully. "My name is Yi Qianqian. You may call me Senior Yi. Uncle Lei mentioned you are a miraculous doctor. Is that true?" She glanced at Chu Xiu through the rearview mirror, her calm demeanor indicating a composure not easily found, piquing his curiosity. "I am hardly a miraculous doctor, merely a practitioner of family traditions, possessing some knowledge of acupuncture techniques," Chu Xiu replied nonchalantly, choosing to remain reticent thereafter and instead admiring the surroundings. Yi Qianqian, sensing his disinterest in conversation, focused intently on driving. After traversing a winding mountain road for over 30 minutes, they arrived at an elegant 2-story building styled in the fashion of the Republic era. With its green bricks and red tiles harmonizing with the surrounding scenery, it was indeed an ideal locale for nurturing one's health. Upon disembarking, they passed through a spacious courtyard in front of the building, where 5 or 6 luxury vehicles, Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, Porsches, and the like, were parked, suggesting the presence of an affluent family. A shadow of trepidation crept into Chu Xiu's heart. Prominent families often prioritize their medical care, typically employing private doctors or well-regarded practitioners. Who would dare to trust a young man like him, relatively unknown in the field? Nevertheless, Chu Xiu remained unfazed. After all, he was merely offering assistance, willing to provide treatment to those who sought it. He pondered whether he should force his warmth upon those who might not welcome it. With this thought, he felt his anxiety dissipate somewhat, granting him a clearer mindset. "Ah, Chu Xiu, welcome, welcome. Old Lei has been eagerly anticipating your arrival." As soon as he stepped inside, Chu Xiu heard the boisterous voice of Lei Yong. Looking up, he saw Lei Yong striding toward him with purpose. The spacious living room exuded a traditional Chinese aesthetic, and it was filled with several individuals, both young and old, male and female, each radiating an air of affluence, unmistakably not of ordinary standing. The impeccably dressed guests eyed Chu Xiu with curiosity, scrutinizing him closely. It was evident that his identity as a miraculous doctor was met with skepticism, given his youth. Some even displayed unmistakable disdain in their gazes, leaving no room for ambiguity. Chu Xiu mused that each of them harbored their own thoughts. It seemed this day would not unfold without challenges. Lei Yong grasped Chu Xiu's right hand firmly and regarded him with a deep, meaningful glance before introducing him to the others present. First and foremost was the robust middle-aged man seated centrally on the sofa, Yi Chong, the eldest son of the Yi family. Chu Xiu recognized him well, for in Jinling, who did not know Mayor Yi Chong, he was also Yi Qianqian's uncle, a man in his 50s, tall and imposing, with a visage that exuded confidence and decisiveness, commanding respect. As the current mayor of Jinling, he oversaw the welfare of over 10 million citizens, having transformed the city into a super first-tier metropolis in less than 5 years. He was a figure whom Chu Xiu greatly admired. Behind Mayor Yi stood his family, his wife and 2 sons, Yi Shichong and Yi Shirong, twins who stood at an impressive height of 1 meter 85 and bore striking resemblances to one another, so much so that only those intimately acquainted could tell them apart. At this moment, however, Chu Xiu could distinctly perceive the malice glimmering in the eyes of the two brothers, an unvarnished hostility that was unmistakable. How intriguing, he thought, nodding toward them with a nonchalant gaze, his expression inscrutable. If Yuan Mingyao were present, she would undoubtedly discern the deeper meaning behind Chu Xiu's glance. Anyone who takes the initiative to tend to another's ailments, yet treats them as if they were an adversary, would inevitably harbor thoughts of discontent. The Yi family of Jinling is indeed quite remarkable. Chapter 32, The Art of Flying Needles. Yi Qianqian also noticed the disdainful glances cast by her two cousins, a flicker of contempt flashing in their eyes. She turned away, positioning herself protectively in front of Chu Xiu, gesturing towards a middle-aged man beside her to introduce him. This is Yi Yun, a man of resolute countenance. The lines etched at the corners of his eyes bear testament to his many years navigating the turbulent waters of commerce. Yet rather than diminishing his allure, they impart an air of profound experience. He is my father and the second son of the venerable Yi Lao, clad in a meticulously tailored suit of deep, somber hues. This must be Mr. Chu, he said, his voice cultured and gentle, exuding a warmth reminiscent of Yi Lao himself. Chu Xiu promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. In contrast to the imposing demeanor of Yi Zhong, Yi Yun's demeanor was akin to a refreshing spring breeze, truly befitting a magnate. A mere child, devoid of any knowledge, daring to flaunt the title of a divine physician to swindle others. A sudden, piercing voice of derision echoed from the second floor, reverberating through the vacant hall. Upon hearing this, the majority of the guests turned their curious gazes towards Chu Xiu, eager to witness his reaction, especially the Yi Shichong brothers, who were relishing the spectacle, as if anticipating Chu Xiu's imminent embarrassment. Chu Xiu disregarded the scrutiny of those around him, lifting his gaze to the elderly figure standing at the second-floor railing, dressed in a flowing robe. The man possessed a benevolent visage infused with an air of enigma. He descended the spiral staircase with deliberate grace. Despite his advanced years, his eyes were deep and piercing, and the wisps of his white beard danced in the breeze. His appearance exuded the aura of a reclusive sage, evoking an instinctive desire for closeness. Inwardly, Chu Xiu marveled at the man's presence, deeming him indeed a person of extraordinary caliber. The elder gently stroked his white beard, casting a cold glance at Chu Xiu. Rebuking him, traditional Chinese medicine is a national treasure, not a tool for you petty individuals to exploit for deceit. You tarnish its esteemed reputation. Noticing the bewildered expression on Chu Xiu's face, Yi Qianqian gracefully approached him, her figure exuding elegance, and introduced the elder. This is Master Wu, an esteemed expert from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital in Modu, and the contemporary leader of the warm nourishment school, specially invited by my uncle to treat my grandfather. Yi Qianqian remained by Chu Xiu's side, observing the extraordinary composure he maintained amidst such a confrontational atmosphere. She found his calmness in the face of adversity quite admirable. She believed in her grandfather's judgment. Since he held Chu Xiu in such high regard, the young man must possess considerable skill. Regrettably, her grandfather's current frail state prevented her from directly inquiring about the details. Bah! Master Wu, what nonsense! Lei Yong, upon seeing the elder, was instantly filled with ire, particularly as the latter pressed forward to challenge Mr. Chu, his frustration boiling over. Old Yi was already stable, yet your reckless medication has left him unconscious, and you dare to call yourself a master. Lei Yong nearly shouted accusations directly at Master Wu, his finger almost pointing in indignation. You brutish fool. I am a disciple of the warm school, a true practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. What do you know? Master Wu was incensed by this blatant challenge, having encountered numerous dignitaries throughout his life, yet never one so audacious. Old Lei, what are you babbling about? Apologize to Master Wu at once. Yi Yun rebuked Lei Yong, recognizing his authority as the head of the Yi family. With his elder brother engrossed in politics, he managed the family's extensive business affairs. Naturally, he trusted the esteemed Master Wu, as the reputation he had built was beyond reproach. Brother Yi, why should old Lei apologize? If it weren't for his reckless prescriptions, grandfather wouldn't have worsened. Lei Yong argued passionately, acknowledging the debt of gratitude he owed to the Yi family, who treated him like their own son. Master Wu, his face flushed with anger, refrained from confronting Lei Yong directly, for his status placed him above such squabbles. However, he was unreserved in his disdain for Chu Xiu. You, the so-called young master spoken of by old Yi, what merit do you possess to deserve such reverence? It is utterly absurd. I have dedicated 50 years to the study of the warm school's traditional medicine, publishing countless guidelines for its practice to benefit the public. You, A mere youth in your 20s, relying on dubious means, dare to call yourself a master? What a farce. His words detonated like a bombshell, directly challenging Chu Xiu's standing, casting doubt on Lei Yong as well. The latter's face flushed crimson, a palpable urge to retaliate coursing through him. Hypocritical old fraud. Though Yi Qianqian respected Master Wu's credentials, she remained focused on her grandfather's treatment. Witnessing Master Wu's relentless interrogation of Chu Xiu, her brow furrowed in concern, prompting her to inquire directly about her grandfather's condition. Master Wu, you are a revered figure in traditional Chinese medicine. How is my grandfather? When will he awaken? As Yi Zhong approached, a politician by nature, he spoke with precision. Master Wu, the priority is treating my father's condition. It has been 3 days. Please provide a treatment plan without further delay. Sensing the underlying tension, Master Wu's demeanor shifted, his discontent growing, for he was the esteemed leader of the warm school. Patience, everyone. My treatment method emphasizes gradual progress. Only by methodically restoring old Ye's health can I proceed with my treatment. As a master of traditional Chinese medicine, it was evident that Master Wu possessed skill, advocating for an internal approach, yet his methods were rather pedestrian. Master Wu, are you unwell? Chu Xiu interjected, his dissatisfaction palpable. Observing the elder's sanctimonious demeanor, he contemplated a resolution. How dare you speak such nonsense? I am in excellent health. Master Wu's ire surged upon hearing Chu Xiu's insult, his disdain for the young prodigy only deepening. The classic of the Linglan states, the liver is the ministerial officer from which strategies emerge. Old sir, your internal fire is afflicted. You are suffering from a liver ailment. Chu Xiu articulated his diagnosis with poise, causing Master Wu's gaze to sharpen, suddenly earnest. Afterward, Chu Xiu nonchalantly retrieved a wooden box from his pocket, revealing 7 silver long needles, each approximately 9 inches in length. These are the 7-star needles, Master Wu exclaimed, recognizing them as a treasure in the realm of Chinese medicine, rumored to descend from the craftsmanship of the Ming dynasty, most suitable for acupuncture. Most of those still in existence are mere replicas. This young man must be in possession of an authentic set. Facing the crowd's skepticism, Chu Xiu resolved to unveil the truth, no longer wishing to feign modesty. Presenting the 7-star needles, he steadied his mind and grasped one silver needle with his right hand. Chu Xiu, what do you intend to do? Yi Qianqian, uncertain of his motives, instinctively voiced her concern. Of course, to treat Master Wu, he replied, and before the words had fully left his lips, he summoned his internal energy, channeling it into the 7-star needle, flicking his middle finger as the needle shot forth towards Master Wu with startling speed. The entire sequence transpired in a flash, akin to a bolt of lightning. Master Wu let out a muffled grunt, feeling as though a searing silver needle had pierced his zhongzhong point. As the needle penetrated, a faint aura began to circulate around the acupoint, enhancing the flow of qi and blood within his body. It felt as if his chest had been emptied, expelling all impurities from his system, leading to an overwhelming sense of comfort. Is this flying needle technique a manifestation of remote manipulation? A martial arts master? This swift and astonishing display by Chu Xiu left everyone utterly astounded. Even Yi Chong, who was usually as steady as a mountain, found his jaw dropping in disbelief. His twin sons exclaimed in astonishment, he's not human. A martial arts master. Yi Qianqian gazed at Chu Xiu, her face etched with shock, thinking, indeed, he is as remarkable as grandfather described. Chu Xiu's flying needle technique seemed to unveil a new understanding of the world to everyone. So this is what grandfather referred to, a youthful master, a marvel of skill. The most astonished of all was Master Wu himself. Having been trained in the warming and nurturing school, he dedicated his life to improving traditional Chinese medicine's therapeutic methods and various prescriptions. He held acupuncture and internal therapies in disdain, believing they could not eradicate the root of illnesses and were inferior to Western medicine. He believed that the only path forward for traditional Chinese medicine lay in the continuous refinement of its practices and the promotion of traditional herbal prescriptions. He never imagined he would encounter such a master of flying needle technique today. After all, this method had only existed in ancient texts, mere legends. Witnessing such a display from 2 meters away was nothing short of astonishing. Is this indeed flying needle technique? I, an old fool, fail to recognize greatness. Which immortal or sage does your lineage trace back to, and what scriptures do you inherit? Master Wu felt a profound sense of guilt towards Chu Xiu, realizing that as a senior figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, he had unwittingly made things difficult for such a prodigious junior. If word of this were to spread, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for him. His ancestral teachings included the Zhongzhong Jing and acupuncture classics, but these paled in comparison to Master Wu's warming and nurturing school. Chu Xiu had come to heal, and if he did not showcase his skills, he would indeed be underestimated. Ah, so it is the Zhongzhong Jing of the great Hua Tuo. Your flying needle technique is truly remarkable. I, Wu Yuding, am in awe. Master Wu looked at Chu Xiu with a bitter expression and then bowed in apology. I, an old man, failed to recognize a master today. Please forgive me. Observing the bowing Master Wu, Yicheng instinctively moved to assist him, but noticing Chu Xiu's impassive expression, he hesitated. Indeed, ambition is not confined to age, nor is skill limited by youth. I hope Master Wu will treat others with greater caution in the future. Chu Xiu replied directly to Master Wu, choosing not to dwell on the past, but rather graciously assisting him in treatment, which was a testament to his magnanimity. As Elder Yi had said, a youthful master is still a master, representing the pinnacle of their craft and holding significant influence over the development and legacy of their field. A master must not be insulted. That is a shared understanding. Chapter 32. Elder, please continue to praise. In the villa atop Yunding Mountain. On the second floor of the Yi family residence in Jinling, there lay a room exuding an ancient charm, approximately 40 square meters in size. With a redwood bed placed centrally, Elder Yi lay quietly on the bed, with a respirator and heart rate monitor at the head, enabling constant observation of his condition. Master Wu followed Chu Xiu like a student, incessantly detailing the elder's symptoms. The members of the Yi family trailed silently behind, too apprehensive to utter a sound. Yi Qianqian watched Chu Xiu with eager anticipation, hoping that this mysterious youth could heal her grandfather. After a thorough examination, Chu Xiu discerned that the stagnation of qi in Elder Ye's heart and lungs had intensified, and there were even subtle fluctuations near the Baihui point atop his head. It appeared that he had been adversely affected by some external stimulus, which had resulted in a severe condition. Observing the anxious expressions of the Yi family, Chu Xiu smiled reassuringly at them. Rest assured, Elder Ye's internal injuries from his youth have accumulated over decades, culminating in a sudden outbreak that has destabilized his heart and lungs, leading to his current state of unconsciousness. He can recover. Chu Xiu's words immediately eased the concerns of Yicheng and the others, especially since the astonishing flying needle technique had only just begun to sink in for Yicheng. Prior to today, Yicheng had conducted a background check on Chu Xiu, and all evidence pointed to him being an unremarkable youth. However, several days prior, he had suddenly acquired a sum of money, which he had traced back to a perfectly normal source. This was, indeed, rather abnormal. Nevertheless, as long as the Yi family maintained a good relationship with Chu Xiu, all would be well. With that in mind, Yicheng glanced at his two sons, his authoritative gaze causing them to tremble. The brothers, Yi Shichang and Yi Shichao, were not foolish. They understood their father's intent. They did not wish to target Chu Xiu, especially since their grandfather had constantly praised him, elevating him to celestial heights while disparaging them. The exchange of glances between father and sons did not go unnoticed by Chu Xiu, who realized that not all members of the Yi family were naive. With this thought, Chu Xiu took out the 7-star needles and instructed Yicheng to remove Elder Ye's shirt to facilitate the treatment. Master Wu stepped forward willingly, helping to remove Elder Ye's clothing while watching Chu Xiu with eager anticipation, as if hoping to learn from him. Chu Xiu cast a humorous glance at the old man, no longer resenting him, for he too was part of a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine, wishing for its continued prosperity. He held a deep admiration for Master Wu, who had dedicated his life to the advancement of traditional Chinese medicine. Disregarding the onlookers, Chu Xiu focused intently on the 7-star needles. In a flash, the audience witnessed his hands move with remarkable speed. The 7 silver needles fell like shooting stars, and upon closer inspection, they found the needles had already been inserted into Elder Ye's chest. Upon closer examination, they formed the arrangement of the Big Dipper, and with the stimulation of the needles, Elder Ye's chest began to rise and fall rhythmically. Wow, Chu Xiu, you are truly incredible, Yi Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at him. This is like something out of a television drama. Your technique is astonishing. Master Wu looked on with longing, never expecting to witness the legendary flying needle technique in his lifetime, truly a revelation. With that, Master Wu pointed at the arrangement of the Big Dipper, his eyes alight with excitement. Indeed, this is the legendary needling technique, truly deserving of its reputation. Master Wu, will this Big Dipper arrangement be sufficient to heal my grandfather? Are those 7 needles enough, or should we add more? Yi Qianqian interjected. Though she recognized Chu Xiu's extraordinary flying needle technique, the matter at hand concerned a human life, and she felt compelled to inquire further. Master Wu shook his head, chuckling softly. Miss Yi, you may not realize that in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, the art of acupuncture has a long and storied history. Most contemporary practitioners utilize warming needles, electric needles, fire needles, and filiform needles. However, what young Master Chu employs is a legendary technique guided by qi, emphasizing the essence of qi. Qi, what is that? Yi Qianqian asked. having never encountered such a concept before. Among the crowd, only Lei Yong recalled hearing this term, suddenly remembering how he had been injured by Chu Xiu's palm wind in the park, at which point Elder Yi had also spoken of this qi. Haha, qi. In the texts of traditional Chinese medicine, is the very essence of life. It is a method of controlling the flow of energy within the body through breath and intention, purportedly capable of strengthening the body and prolonging life. What? It truly exists. Master Wu's words shattered everyone's preconceived notions, leaving even a figure like Yi Chong gazing at him with skepticism. If I am not mistaken, the young friend has inherited from the Zhongsong Jing and is undoubtedly proficient in the 5 animals play contained within it. As he spoke, Master Wu cast a profound glance at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu offered no response, instead continuously channeling energy through the 7 silver needles, allowing it to circulate within Elder Yi. Observing Chu Xiu's silence, Master Wu awkwardly smiled and continued to extol. Looking at the young friend's mastery over his own energy, it is evident that he has already surpassed the realm of the 5 animals play. Indeed, he is the young master as Elder Yi described. Chu Xiu gazed at Master Wu in silence, truly impressed by the duality of his demeanor. Master Wu, is Chu Xiu's cultivation truly that high? Yi Qianqian inquired curiously, her understanding still half-formed. Miss Yi, I confess I am no expert in the matters of practitioners, but from the young friend's techniques, it is clear that his internal energy is quite abundant. Hearing Master Wu's praise, Chu Xiu felt a surge of delight. This old fellow. Ding. A boastful remark has been detected, meeting the system's recording standards. It has been logged. Please check. Oh my, what a delightful surprise. I never anticipated that I could also record boastful information in this esteemed Yi family of Jinling. Chu Xiu examined the logged boastful information in his panel, utterly astonished. Recorded boastful information. To Master Wu. Chu Xiu excels in the art of flying needles. His internal energy is immensely robust, and the title of master is well-deserved. Reward: 10 years of energy cultivation experience. Instantly, Chu Xiu's heart brimmed with joy. This decade's worth of energy cultivation experience would undoubtedly enhance his future endeavors. With this thought, he cast an appreciative glance towards Master Wu. This was akin to an experienced treasure akin to Yang Wei's. Come now, Master Wu, esteemed elder, please continue to extol. 30 minutes later, Chu Xiu, drenched in sweat, withdrew the 7-star needles from Elder Ye's chest. At this moment, the 7 silver needles had turned crimson, emanating wisps of steam. The members of the Yi family were utterly astonished, yet upon realizing that Elder Yi had not yet awakened, they anxiously turned their gazes towards Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu himself had not anticipated that Elder Ye's internal blockage was so substantial. He felt as if he had expended at least 70 to 80% of his own energy. Remembering the newly logged boastful information, he felt a sudden impulse and silently chanted, "Withdraw." Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful withdrawal. You have received a reward of 10 years of energy cultivation experience, which has now been automatically converted into the 5 animals' breath and integrated into the host's body. Remarkably, the system was indeed considerate. In an instant, Chu Xiu felt a warm current radiating from his interior, beginning to expand his meridians, temper his physique, and augment his physical strength, causing his entire skeletal structure to crackle like popping beans. The onlookers gazed at Chu Xiu in awe, utterly amazed. The Yi brothers exchanged glances, silently resolving to offer a sincere apology. This individual was certainly not to be trifled with. Only Master Wu remained composed, remarking, "See, what I said was not without merit. The young friend's internal energy is profound, truly deserving of the title of young master." Chu Xiu exhaled a deep breath of turbid energy, feeling an unparalleled sense of relief. Noticing Yi Qianqian beside him, her eyes wide in astonishment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. Rest assured, Miss Yi, the old gentleman's internal injuries have been healed. However, he has overaccumulated energy these past few days, which has somewhat depleted his vitality. He will recover shortly. After speaking, Chu Xiu regarded Elder Yi, contemplating briefly before requesting to borrow the study from Yi Qianqian. She readily agreed, personally accompanying Chu Xiu to the study. While the others were curious about Chu Xiu's purpose in the study, they deemed it inappropriate to pry into personal matters. Thus, Yi Chong instructed everyone to step outside, leaving Yi Yun, Lei Yong, and Master Wu to guard Elder Yi. Mayor Yi, feel free to speak your mind. Master Wu, being a seasoned figure, discerned that Yi Chong had something to discuss once the others had exited. Master Wu, regarding the techniques Chu Xiu just displayed, who in the world could achieve such feats? Yi Chong fixed a serious gaze upon Master Wu. I, Wu Yuding, have studied traditional Chinese medicine for over 30 years and have encountered numerous martial practitioners. Only one has reached such a level. Master Wu shook his head, sighing, and added a note of caution. Young friend Chu, This medical skill can treat the vast majority of ailments in the world. Mayor Yi, you must take this seriously and cultivate a good relationship. It will greatly benefit you. His flying needle technique, if employed to regulate your health, would surely yield remarkable results. Master Wu held a sense of admiration for Chu Xiu's flying needle technique, yet felt no greed. Such a skill was not one that everyone could master. Without the potent energy within Chu Xiu, it would merely be regarded as ordinary acupuncture. Its efficacy significantly diminished. Yi Cheng was equally impressed by Chu Xiu's methods, recalling the tone of admiration Elder Yi had once expressed. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt for having doubted his father's judgment. With this thought, Yi Cheng glanced at his younger brother Yi Yun, tentatively inquiring. Second brother, how is that villa you purchased a few years back? Eldest brother, that villa was meant for Elder Ye's retirement. Alas. It is currently on hold as he chose this quaint, Republic-era building. Second brother, promptly arrange for the villa to be tidied up. I have need of it. Yi Yun cast a skeptical glance at his elder brother, but suddenly his expression sharpened. As a shrewd businessman, he possessed a certain acumen and instantly grasped his brother's intentions. Eldest brother, that is quite a clever tactic. By the way, isn't Qianqian a classmate of Chu Xiu? Qianqian is no longer a child. She should be dating by now. Chapter 33, The Yi family's grand gesture. In the villa atop Yunding Mountain, on the second floor in the study, Yi Qianqian sat quietly beside Chu Xiu. Resting her chin on her hand, her gaze intently fixed upon him. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a radiant glow upon her face, highlighting her exquisite features, resembling a beautiful painting. Regrettably, Chu Xiu was presently engrossed in the pencil in his hand, observing as it glided gracefully across the paper, his focus unwavering and resolute. Indeed, a man who is earnest is the most handsome. Yi Qianqian admired him, her heart brimming with respect and appreciation. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the world around them became serene and beautiful. Yi Yun stood at the door of the study, his expression a mixture of exasperation as he watched his daughter. Sighing inwardly, alas, my daughter is growing up. Having nurtured a delicate flower for a lifetime, it seemed destined to be swept away by a wild boar. Yi Yun's emotions were incomprehensibly complex at this moment. However, Qianqian, you ought to be more reserved. Pay attention to your gaze and keep your demeanor in check. Unfortunately, Yi Qianqian was oblivious to her father's intricate feelings, her admiration for Chu Xiu only deepening. It was not solely his remarkable techniques or his handsome appearance that captivated her. Rather, it was the aura of mystery that surrounded him, drawing her in irresistibly. Chu Xiu recalled the movements of Elder Yi practicing Tai Chi in the park, comparing them to his own understanding of the Master Level 5 animals play. Finally, within half an hour, he completed the supplementary diagrams for the 5 animals play movements. Chu Xiu, what is this you've drawn? It looks terrible. Yi Qianqian exclaimed as she beheld Chu Xiu's creation, simple sketches with rough lines and awkward postures. Prompting her to voice her critique, Chu Xiu could only shrug. After all, he was no artist, and producing such a level of work was already commendable. Sister Yi, these are movement diagrams. As long as you understand them, that's sufficient. I have never been one to fuss over details. Chu Xiu bent down to begin organizing the several diagrams into a booklet, and Yi Qianqian coincidentally bent down to assist him. Ouch! By a stroke of serendipity, the two inadvertently collided, and Yi Qianqian immediately felt herself losing her balance, teetering on the brink of a fall. Quick-witted, Chu Xiu instinctively extended his arms, enveloping her in a firm embrace. Time seemed to come to a standstill at that moment, their faces mere inches apart, breaths intertwining. A blush crept across Yi Qianqian's cheeks, her heart pounding like a drum, while Chu Xiu, too, felt an inexplicable acceleration of his heartbeat. Ahem. However, just as this intimate moment unfolded, a cough from Yi Yun shattered the silence. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Yun had witnessed the scene unfold from the doorway, though it was not Chu Xiu's intention. He could not suppress his irritation and felt compelled to interrupt. Moreover, upon seeing his daughter in Chu Xiu's arms, Yi Yun's expression turned grave. What are you two doing? The authoritative voice of her father broke the stillness, startling Chu Xiu, who quickly released Yi Qianqian. Flustered, Yi Qianqian hurriedly explained, Dad, we merely bumped into each other by accident. Yi Yun frowned, glancing between Chu Xiu and his daughter before admonishing, be more mindful in the future. Refrain from such behavior in public. With that, he turned and departed, his heart bleeding, lamenting silently, family, who can understand my plight? My little cotton-padded jacket is slipping away. Regaining their composure, Chu Xiu and Yi Qianqian exchanged an awkward glance, momentarily at a loss for words. Little did they realize that this very silence had woven an undercurrent of ambiguity between them, subtly altering the nature of their relationship. Dingling. A sudden phone call interrupted their stillness, and Yi Qianqian fumbled to answer. However, Upon learning that her grandfather had awakened, a radiant joy illuminated her delicate features. Chu Xiu, thank you so much. Grandpa has regained consciousness and wishes to see you. Without a second thought, she instinctively grasped Chu Xiu's hand and hurried toward the old man's room. As Chu Xiu felt the warmth of her hand, a wave of emotion surged within him, compelling him to follow her lead. Upon their arrival at Yi Lao's room, Yi Qianqian could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Grandpa, how wonderful! You've finally awakened." Qianqian was so worried. A profound silence ensued, observing the peculiar expressions of her family. Even her grandfather gazed at her in astonishment, eventually breaking into a bemused smile. Yi Qianqian's heart sank. At that moment, she realized she was still holding Chu Xiu's hand. Their fingers intertwined. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, she sensed an electric current coursing through her heart and hastily released his grip. "Oh no, this can't be happening. I'm mortified." Chu Xiu perceived Yi Qianqian's embarrassment and, displaying remarkable composure, turned to Yi Lao with a smile, saying, "Congratulations, Yi Lao, on your recovery." Yi Lao's gaze settled upon Chu Xiu's face, his demeanor softening as he replied, "I've heard about your situation. Young man, I truly owe you my gratitude for saving my life." With that, he exchanged knowing glances with Yi Zhong and the others, who promptly bowed in appreciation to Chu Xiu. This left Chu Xiu momentarily flustered, and he quickly feigned an examination of Yi Lao's condition to check his pulse. In truth, he had no real skill in pulse-taking. He merely utilized his inner energy to ascertain whether any lingering malevolence remained within Yi Lao. Discovering that Yi Lao had finally recovered, Chu Xiu let out a sigh of relief. "Yi Lao, take a look at this." He presented the supplementary illustrations of the 5 animal frolics he had painstakingly drawn over the last half hour. "Is this an improved version of the 5 animal frolics?" Yi Lao, who had practiced the art for decades, was momentarily taken aback. As he leafed through the pages, the astonishment on his face became palpable. "What's wrong, Grandpa? Is there an issue with Chu Xiu's scribbles?" Yi Qianqian could not help but voice her curiosity at her grandfather's astonished expression. Yi Lao gazed intently at Chu Xiu, slowly closing the booklet as he began to mentally rehearse the movements. Ultimately, he realized that this set of exercises was remarkably compatible with his own practice. "Chu Xiu, you have just conveyed to me the vital energy pathways for practicing the 5 animal frolics. Of course, even if one knew the pathways, without decades of experience, mastery would remain elusive." Yi Lao solemnly addressed Chu Xiu, "Young man, this gift is exceedingly precious. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude." Chu Xiu replied calmly, "Yi Lao, while you have recovered, you have still sustained some depletion of your vital energy. This revised version of the 5 animal frolics can help you cultivate your essence, fortifying your health and extending your lifespan." Hearing Chu Xiu's somewhat cryptic words, Yi Qianqian could not help but roll her eyes at him. "Qianqian, do not be disrespectful." Yi Lao chastised his granddaughter sternly, noticing her confusion. He then nodded toward Yi Yun. The latter, a shrewd businessman, stepped forward to Chu Xiu and bowed, saying, "As the head of the Yi family, I must express my gratitude on behalf of my father for saving his life. The Yi family also has a token of appreciation to present. I hope you will graciously accept it." As he finished speaking, Yi Yun handed a large red property deed to Chu Xiu. Observing the deed being offered, Chu Xiu accepted it with a composed expression, showing no sign of embarrassment. "Is this not rather impolite? At least refuse a few times," he thought, bemused by the youth's lack of decorum. Even Yi Qianqian could not help but smirk at Chu Xiu's reaction. Old Lei, seeing the property deed, exclaimed with envy, "Mr. Chu, this property is extraordinary. The Yi family invested a significant sum into it. You should take a look." Upon hearing Lei Yang's words, curiosity piqued within Chu Xiu. It was evident that Yi Lao recognized the true value of his meticulously revised 5 animal frolics, and to offer such a property as a gift was indeed remarkable. Thus, Chu Xiu opened the deed, only to discover it was a villa on Yunding Mountain. The place looked familiar, and upon closer inspection, it was the grand 3-story villa that had been purchased for an astounding $2.3 billion by a mysterious businessman several years ago, known as the pinnacle of residential estates. The Sky Garden, perched atop the mountain. The villa alone boasted a staggering area of over 3,000 square meters. In that instant, even with the system's enhancements, Chu Xiu found himself utterly astonished. This gift was worth as much as my meticulously revised 5 animal frolics. "Thank you, Uncle Yi." Chu Xiu composed himself and expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. "Chu Xiu, you may quietly revel in this. My father purchased it at a premium, and I designed all the interior decorations," Yi Qianqian remarked, her eyes shining with admiration as she regarded Chu Xiu. Indeed, when he turned to look, most of the Yi family regarded him with envy. After all, this luxurious residence ranked among the finest in the nation. What a significant gesture. Shortly thereafter, A housekeeper entered to announce that lunch was ready and invited everyone to dine. Yi Qianqian, her mind racing with words of appreciation for the property deed in Chu Xiu's hands, could no longer contain her shyness and pulled him away from her grandfather's room. "Oh, this girl is growing up too fast," Yi Yun lamented, watching his little cotton-padded jacket depart, his heart heavy with melancholy. "But Dad, will it be all right to give away the mountaintop villa?" Before Yi Yun could finish his query, Yi Lao interrupted. "Little Lei, you explain it." "Oh, Brother Yi and Brother Yi Air, Mr. Chu's manual on the 5 animal frolics is truly extraordinary. It complements perfectly with the old master's teachings, paving the way for the cultivation of vital energy, a genuine method for prolonging life," said Lei Yong, gazing longingly at the booklet in Yi Lao's hands, filled with envy. "What? Uncle Lei, can one shoot flying needles like Chu Xiu from a distance?" Upon hearing this, Yi Shichong suddenly felt an overwhelming desire surge within him. "You impudent brat. Such lofty aspirations. With your talents, you might not even achieve it in 50 years. Yi Lao promptly dashed his grandson's hopes. Martial arts depend on innate talent. Not everyone can reach the heights of Chu Xiu. Yi Lao was acutely aware of his descendants' capabilities. This manual on the 5 animal frolics could serve as a treasured inheritance for the family, passed down through generations, holding immense value far beyond ordinary wealth. Such a treasure cannot be bought with money. Chapter 34, The Family Heritage. Observing his ailing father, who held Chu Xiu and his manual in such high regard, Yi Yun couldn't help but frown and inquire, "Father, this villa involves significant interests. You are aware that many old friends in our circle wish to acquire it. Even Uncle Qianqian's family offered an additional 2 billion, yet you declined. Although Chu Xiu possesses remarkable skills in flying needle techniques, even revered Master Wu admires him. Can't we simply offer some money? A mere 10 million is insufficient. Why not 100 million? A young man like him might easily obtain such a sum. Why go so far as to entice him with a villa of such grandeur?" He simply could not comprehend his grandfather's reasoning. Even if Chu Xiu were formidable, he was still just a young man. According to his investigations, his background was average, and he had recently come into some fortune. Money could easily resolve this matter. "Second brother, in business, you are the expert, while I am not. However, in martial arts, you are mistaken. Do not underestimate the value of this manual on the 5 animal frolics. It is comparable to the authentic teachings of our late master and is priceless." Yi Lao's eyes narrowed as he regarded the manual, a glimmer of intense focus crossing his gaze. No one in the Yi family understood its worth better than he did. "This is the foundation of our family." Yi Lao's gaze shifted to his eldest son, Yi Chong, the only direct descendant of the Yi family involved in politics. Perceiving his father's scrutiny, Yi Chong spoke in the softest tone, yet delivered a startling revelation. "Second brother, as long as father possesses this manual, with his profound heritage, mastering vital energy shouldn't pose a challenge. When that time comes, longevity will inevitably follow. As long as father stands strong, the Yi family will forever be the foremost family in Jinling." Yi Chong's words enlightened everyone, revealing the unique foresight of the old master. Truly, as a politician, Yi Chong had a keen sense of judgment. If the Yi family were under his stewardship, they could undoubtedly soar to new heights, potentially rivaling the illustrious families of the Magic City and the capital. Unfortunately, due to the separation of business and politics, Yi Chong chose the path of governance, leaving the family business in Yi Yun's hands. From the beginning, Lei Yong had been steadfastly aligned with the Yi family. He contemplated the structure of the ancient martial world and interjected, "If this were in ancient times, such a manual of martial arts would be coveted by all, worth more than 1,000 taels of gold. Moreover, you cannot fathom what a young master represents." As he spoke, an unquenchable yearning emanated from his tone. A young master? Yi Chong, being a politician, found this term unfamiliar and inquired with curiosity. "Father, I recall that in your youth, you trained under Master Dong of the 5 animal frolics, who was renowned as a contemporary martial arts master. Is this the same concept? Grandfather, is a martial arts master truly invulnerable, as depicted in television dramas, able to traverse walls and evade blades?" The brothers Yi Shichong listened intently, their curiosity piqued by the elder's admiration. "Haha, it is not quite so exaggerated. Modern combat is dominated by firearms, and martial arts have waned. However, what of the masters? While invulnerability may be out of reach, who can truly define it?" Yi Lao reminisced about his youth training under Master Dong, nostalgia flooding his thoughts. If that is the case, do we still need to bestow such a grand gift upon Chu Xiu? He is merely an ordinary individual. It is not as simple as you believe. Yi Lao shook his head and glanced at Lei Yong, fully aware of the young master's prowess. Subsequently, Lei Yong, with a wry smile, recounted an incident that had transpired in a park. The members of the Yi family fell silent. If Chu Xiu could wield his flying needle technique from over 2 meters away, one might argue that it was remarkable, but merely limited to acupuncture. However, Lei Yong's account revealed that he could repel a fully grown, experienced man with just the force of his palm, an astounding feat. This illustrated the absurdity of Chu Xiu possessing internal energy. Reflecting on this, Lei Yong grew despondent, murmuring, "In the army's combat tournament, my best achievement was fending off 20 assailants and defeating them. By that measure, Chu Xiu, with his internal energy, could withstand an assault from over 100 people. Truly a one-man army. Such an existence, in ancient times, would undoubtedly be hailed as a great hero, renowned far and wide." Lei Yong's remarks shattered the family's doubts regarding Yi Lao's decision to gift the villa. Only then did they grasp the true significance of the term young master. Yi Lao surveyed the members of the Yi family and sighed. "He is the only master of our era. The only one." This time, the expressions of the Yi family members shifted completely. There was no dissent regarding the gift of the Yunding mountain villa. Instead, they contemplated how to cultivate a favorable relationship with Chu Xiu. Seeing the change in the crowd's demeanor, Yi Lao felt a sense of reassurance. He had feared that the gift might destabilize the family's unity. As the family members noticed the old master closing his eyes in contemplation, they gradually exited the room. In that moment, the vast chamber fell into silence, and Yi Lao's thoughts began to unfurl. Suddenly, he thought of Chu Xiu, the young man who would be the cornerstone of the Yi family's future. He had faith in his judgment. After a hasty lunch at the Yi residence, Chu Xiu took his leave. The overwhelming warmth of the family was difficult for him to acclimate to. Even the stern Yi Chong treated him with unexpected kindness. Feeling somewhat out of place, he concocted an excuse to depart. During this time, Yi Qianqian called to inform him that the transfer paperwork for the Yunding mountain villa had been completed and inquired when she could bring it to him. After arranging a time, Chu Xiu chose not to visit the villa atop the mountain, as being alone there felt rather dull. However, as he was leaving, Master Wu insisted on taking him to his Chinese medicine clinic. Chu Xiu had no choice but to comply. To his surprise, en route to the clinic in the old street, he discovered yet another skill within Master Wu. Moreover, it was an expert-level skill. One could only say, "Master Wu, you truly excel at boasting." Ding. A boastful statement has been detected, meeting the system's recording criteria, and has been logged. Please check. Logged boastful statement. Master Wu, I have studied bone setting for over 20 years, and I am unparalleled at the peak. Reward, expert-level massage and bone setting. Chu Xiu was rendered speechless upon witnessing the situation. The skills of traditional Chinese medicine at his disposal were numerous and of considerable caliber. Was the system truly intent on making him a practitioner of this ancient art? Furthermore, Master Wu had imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding the intricacies of the traditional medicine community to Chu Xiu, even boldly proclaiming, "Today, the Yi family is presenting a luxurious villa atop Yunding Mountain to you, undoubtedly elevating your reputation within the upper echelons of society, and soon, patients seeking your expertise will be in unceasing throngs." The mere thought of becoming the go-to physician for countless individuals sent a shiver down Chu Xiu's spine. Brother, this path is that of a lavish magnate, not a contemporary divine healer. Chapter 35, An Unexpected Visitor. Events unfolded precisely as Master Wu had anticipated. The villa gifted to Chu Xiu by Yi Yun was facilitated by connections with Yi Zhong, and within half an hour, the property was officially transferred to a person named Chu Xiu. Instantly, news of this transaction reverberated throughout the elite circles of Jinling, as everyone was keen to stay informed about the Yi family's movements. Particularly concerning was Yi Lao, the family's patriarch, whose declining health over the years had become a matter of great concern. Recently, rumors had surfaced regarding Yi Lao's fainting spells, especially since Yi Zhong had summoned Master Wu, the foremost contemporary expert in traditional Chinese medicine, to attend to him. However, even Master Wu found himself at a loss regarding Yi Lao's condition. Then, just at that moment, news emerged from the Yi family proclaiming that Yi Lao had recovered and was gradually regaining his strength, sparking curiosity about what had transpired. The investigation ultimately revealed that a miraculous healer named Chu had revived Yi Lao from his coma with merely 7 silver needles, truly a resurrection from the brink of death. In gratitude, the Yi family decided to bestow the Sky Garden Villa, valued at over 2 billion, as a token of appreciation to this divine healer. This gesture catapulted Chu Xiu's name into the limelight of Jinling's affluent circles, with many eager to uncover the identity of this healer. Notably, those closely associated with the Yi family began visiting Yi Lao, discovering that his health had indeed improved beyond its previous state, and they learned of Chu Xiu's existence directly from him. Given Yi Lao's esteemed stature, numerous families with elderly members in ill health soon arrived bearing lavish gifts, seeking the whereabouts of this miraculous healer. While this may have taken Yi Lao by surprise, upon reflection, it was entirely reasonable. After all, what do the wealthy fear most? Their health. and the possibility of leaving their wealth unspent upon their demise. In today's society, the environment has become increasingly perilous, with the likelihood of severe illnesses rising sharply. If such a miraculous healer indeed existed, it would offer hope for survival. Fortunately, at that moment, Chu Xiu remained unaware of the impact of these events. Otherwise, he would have found himself overwhelmed. In the hall of Jishir Hall on Jiangbei Old Street, Chu Xiu sat idly on a chair, scrolling through news on his phone while responding to messages from Yuan Mingyao. He advised her to return to school and rest well, promising to bring her a delightful gift in a few days. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's assurance, she cheerfully drove back to her school. Meanwhile, Han Tianhao had sent him several messages, suggesting a private dinner invitation. Confused, Chu Xiu pondered the nature of their relationship. After all, their interactions had been limited to a single meal together. Ultimately, Han Tianhao did not conceal his thoughts, mentioning that a healer named Chu had recently become the talk of Jinling's elite, having miraculously revived Yi Lao of the Yi family with a single silver needle. Upon hearing this, Han Tianhao immediately thought of Chu Xiu and cautiously inquired. Chu Xiu promptly replied with 6 words, "Do not spread rumors, do not believe them." He had no desire to scurry about attending to patients. After all, he was a future Rolls-Royce owner with a bank account boasting $1 million. Indeed, today, Chu Xiu had utilized 3 of his available rewards, although the system's boasting information was not yet fully recorded. The current 3 rewards were perfectly suited for him: a custom Rolls-Royce, 10 years worth of cultivation experience, and expert-level massage and bone-setting skills. Such indulgence allowed him to finally cease worrying about filling the boasting information. With a chuckle, Chu Xiu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. "What are you grinning about all alone?" Chu Mama, preparing prescriptions and medication, caught sight of Chu Xiu's silly smile and couldn't help but tease him. Chu Xiu rolled his eyes at her and continued to browse his phone. "Hey, you rascal. Dr. Wang, it's time to change the dressing." A patient's call interrupted Chu Mama's reprimand, causing her to hurriedly set aside the prescription and attend to the patient. Chu Xiu put away his phone, stretched lazily, and walked toward the medicine counter. Picking up his mother's prescription, he examined the partially prepared traditional medicine and, after a careful glance, began skillfully preparing it. His familiarity with the task indicated that he had certainly done this often. "Chu Xiu, I can't believe it's really you." Suddenly, a melodious voice chimed in, pulling Chu Xiu from his concentration. He looked up to find Lu Ruoyan standing before him. "Ruoyan, is it truly you? What a serendipitous encounter." Chu Xiu gazed at the girl before him, her long flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall, paired with a white t-shirt and a floral long skirt. True to her name, her beauty was as ethereal as smoke. "What brings you here? Is this work?" Lu Ruoyan's lips were full and rosy, her smile enchanting. As she stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her bright and profound eyes fixed on Chu Xiu. My father runs this clinic, and I'm just helping out temporarily. What about you?" Chu Xiu inquired, intrigued about why Lu Ruoyan had come to a traditional medicine clinic. "Oh, Ruoyan, you're here." Chu Mama's cheerful voice brought Chu Xiu back to reality, as he observed her warmly greeting Lu Ruoyan. It turned out they were acquainted. Upon seeing Lu Ruoyan, Chu Mama's face lit up, and she grasped her hand, introducing her to Chu Xiu. "This is my son Chu Xiu, who is the same age as you. Currently in his 3rd year. What do you think? Isn't he handsome? And he doesn't have a girlfriend yet?" Chu Xiu's face flushed crimson at his mother's words, unable to stifle a laugh. "Yao Yao, my potential love interest might just be added to the list. However, for you, it's not necessarily a bad thing. After all, a single person like you can't compete with me, and your living expenses could double." With this reasoning, he consoled himself while observing Lu Ruoyan's bashful demeanor. Today, she seemed to exude a completely different vibe from the assertive goddess he had encountered days prior. Such a stark contrast in style. Nonetheless, he found it appealing. Ultimately, Chu Mama encouraged Chu Xiu to take Lu Ruoyan out for a stroll down the old street, treating her to a meal and perhaps a movie. Considering he had nothing to do that afternoon, accompanying a beautiful girl for a leisurely outing seemed quite delightful. Thus, he walked towards the inner chamber of Jishir Hall, where he found Master Wu and Chu Papa engaged in pleasant conversation. After exchanging casual greetings, he departed. Stepping onto the charming, antique-lined old street, Chu Xiu noticed Lu Ruoyan's somewhat reserved demeanor. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired about her purpose at the traditional medicine clinic. Initially, Lu Ruoyan appeared shy, her cheeks flushed, hesitant to speak. Chu Xiu was perplexed. "Wait, little sister. You're supposed to be the confident type. Mind your persona." Eventually, unable to withstand Chu Xiu's persistence, and knowing that he could easily learn about her situation from her family, Lu Ruoyan decided to share her condition. To everyone's astonishment, her ailment turned out to be a case of stone woman syndrome, albeit a false one, that could be gradually adjusted and treated. Chu Xiu was utterly astonished, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. unable to fathom the situation before him. Chapter 36. The Astonishment of Lu Rian. To his disbelief, Lu Rian was revealed to be a stone woman. The notion that such an exquisite beauty could be afflicted by this condition left him feeling numb. He had heard of the affliction before, but what astonished him even more was how his mother managed to treat it. Has traditional Chinese medicine truly reached such remarkable heights? To his knowledge, surgery was typically required for recovery. This was no trivial ailment. In folklore, the term stone woman referred to those with congenital vaginal closure, and there were distinctions between true and false stone women. The genuine ones suffered immensely, unable to engage in marital relations or bear children. Current medical interventions were quite limited, only alleviating some symptoms, but at the very least, they could lead a basic life. Conversely, the symptoms of false stone women varied widely, necessitating different treatment approaches. For instance, his mother's use of traditional Chinese medicine was considered the most conservative method, which over time could yield improvements. The optimal solution would be surgery. However, due to the sensitive nature of the female anatomy, many women were reluctant to proceed. Chu Xiu stroked his chin, smiling enigmatically at Lu Rian. What a twist of fate. After his painstaking efforts over the past few days to acquire skills in traditional Chinese medicine, he finally felt they might serve a purpose. However, he needed to first earn her trust in his medical abilities. Otherwise, if he were to directly inform Lu Rian that he was a divine healer capable of treating her condition, there was a 50% chance she would perceive him as delusional. The other 50% might view him as a rogue, likely resulting in an immediate reprimand. He needed to devise a strategy, perhaps leveraging the rewards from the boast system to genuinely treat her condition. Lu Rian, could you show me the prescription my mother wrote? Lu Rian looked at Chu Xiu with curiosity, unsure of his intentions, but obediently handed over the prescription from her bag. What a lovely girl. She could be sweet, yet commanding. However, as Chu Xiu examined the prescription in his hands, he found it somewhat unfamiliar. Indeed, it was a complicated case, as he could easily memorize ordinary prescriptions. Even his mother had once remarked that had she known Chu Xiu possessed such talent, she would have encouraged him to pursue a degree in medicine. Unfortunately, on Blue Star, there was no equivalent to Zhang Xiefeng from Earth, which nearly derailed his ambitions. Gazing at the prescription, Chu Xiu felt bewildered. It was incomprehensible. The terminology was far too specialized. It seemed he could only seek an opportunity to absorb some information from his mother, hoping to procure an effective prescription. This way, after Lu Rian utilized it and observed its efficacy, she might come to believe in his abilities. Nice. Chu Xiu was quite pleased with his own ingenuity. He promptly dismissed any further idle thoughts and dutifully accompanied Lu Rian on their outing, watching a film together. After an uninspiring romantic movie which had lulled him into slumber for the first half, he spent the latter half engaged in lively conversation with Lu Rian. At one point, he mused that perhaps a director should capture the unfolding love story between him and Lu Rian. It might yield better box office results. Their date and the film had seemingly drawn Lu Rian closer to him. Checking the time, she expressed concern about returning late and suggested they head back to school. Chu Xiu was unperturbed. Summer break was approaching, allowing for spontaneous outings whenever they pleased. Unlike him, who could simply secure an internship certificate and lounge until September, relishing the carefree life that a university student should enjoy. Of course, if one lacked a system, diligent study was still a necessity. As a gentleman, Chu Xiu naturally offered to drive Lu Rian back. Observing her eager expression as she prepared to take the wheel, he was momentarily speechless. Had he seen a scene like this before? Was it truly so unusual for a girl to be fond of this car? In the U8, Lu Rian gripped the steering wheel tightly, her concentration palpable. Seated in the passenger seat, Chu Xiu was captivated by her profile, feeling himself on the brink of surrender. My goodness, watching a goddess drive was absolutely thrilling, especially for a commanding woman. Her profile seemed to be a secret weapon for attracting men. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly jolted from his reverie by the sound of a ringing phone, Chu Xiu felt a twinge of annoyance. What era was it, still having such a ringtone? Glancing down, he realized it was his phone, so he brushed off the irritation. Hello, is this Mr. Chu Xiu? I am Xiao He, the sales manager from Binjiang Luxury Car Dealership. The paperwork for your previously reserved Rolls-Royce Cullinan is complete. May I inquire if you are available to collect the vehicle today? Pick up the car? Oh, certainly. I'm free today. Where are you located? Chu Xiu glanced at the time, noting it was just past 3 o'clock, perfect for collecting the car. Mr. Chu, our dealership is situated near Jinling University Town. You can easily search for Binjiang Luxury Car Dealership on your navigation. All right. Chu Xiu was pleasantly surprised to find it was near his school, a place he had only admired from a distance during his studies. Chu Xiu, have you purchased another car? Lu Rian, focused on driving. Hadn't he caught the details of his phone call, but had vaguely heard something about a luxury car dealership and buying a car. Was he really buying his third car in just a few days? Lu Rian was left speechless, wondering if this was how wealthy second-generation elites behaved. She had encountered a few wealthy heirs before, but none were quite as extravagant as Chu Xiu. Not to mention, her own car had barely clocked 100 kilometers. And let us not forget the BMW M8 she had gifted to her friend Yuan Mingyao. Now, he was preparing to collect yet another vehicle, which he had indeed described as a toy. After Chu Xiu inputted the address, Lu Rian accelerated, seemingly fueled by admiration. The sudden rush pushed Chu Xiu back into his seat, and he couldn't help but notice how adorable Lu Rian looked with her lips pursed. At the east gate of Jinling University, at 15:45, they arrived at the entrance of Binjiang luxury car dealership. As Chu Xiu stepped out of his BYD Yangwang U8, he was immediately surrounded by enthusiastic individuals eager to introduce themselves. Lu Rian watched Chu Xiu from a distance, momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Was he truly so popular? However, as the crowd dispersed and she approached him, she nearly doubled over in laughter. It turned out they were all second-hand car dealers eager to buy his new vehicle. Chu Xiu stared at the pile of business cards in his hand, speechless. This was a brand new car, not a used one to sell. Seeing the exasperation on his face, Lu Rian couldn't help but chuckle softly. She walked up to him, linking her arm through his, and together they strolled toward the luxury car dealership. The softness of her arm dispelling his earlier frustration. Embrace the moment. Chapter 37, Class Leader Li Yi. Welcome to the luxury car dealership, where we craft your exclusive luxury vehicle. Upon entering the dealership, a row of elegantly dressed women in black stockings stood in formation, welcoming guests with fervor. When Chu Xiu and Lu Rian made their entrance, a striking young woman with cascading waves and a curvaceous figure approached them. She appeared to be around 25 or 26. Her alluring demeanor radiating warmth as she inquired whether they had an appointment. Upon hearing that Chu Xiu had a reservation, she moved closer, retrieving a tablet, and began searching with a gentle tone. Chu Xiu couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional service provided at this luxury car dealership. The quality of the attendants was remarkable. They exhibited not only warmth but also depth and insight, clearly adept at discerning the focal points that would captivate clients. It was no wonder that this establishment thrived financially. Lu Rian observed Chu Xiu's lecherous gaze and couldn't restrain herself from rolling her eyes, playfully twisting his waist with her right hand. Ouch! Chu Xiu inhaled sharply. The pain was genuine. Why does it hurt so much? I'm in prime condition. Humph. With a beauty like me beside you, why are you still ogling around, you lecher? What? I'm the one in pain here. I'm merely admiring the cars, not the people. You wouldn't understand. Naturally, he refrained from voicing this directly to Lu Rian. I've checked, Mr. Chu. It appears you are one of our esteemed Rolls-Royce owners. Please, take a moment in our VIP lounge while I summon our manager, Mr. He, to attend to you. My apologies. After confirming Chu Xiu's identity, the alluring attendant was taken aback, exclaiming in awe. Such a young Rolls-Royce owner, and so handsome to boot. Realizing this, she quickly bowed in apology. Ouch! Chu Xiu was momentarily blinded by the glare of headlights, his irritation mounting at the lack of decorum exhibited by the car owner. Lu Rian, rendered speechless, pulled him towards the VIP lounge. Once they arrived, Chu Xiu seated Lu Rian comfortably and excused himself to the restroom. Exiting, he unexpectedly collided with a young man engrossed in his phone. Oof! The force of Chu Xiu's robust physique sent the other staggering, nearly toppling over. Who the hell walks with their eyes glued to a screen? A curse escaped the young man's lips, revealing his diminutive stature and shifty demeanor, clad in counterfeit attire. As he glared angrily at Chu Xiu, frowning, Chu Xiu swiftly grasped the man's collar, pinning him against the wall. What is your problem? Let us talk this out calmly. With his feet dangling off the ground, the shifty-eyed young man trembled in fear, quickly pleading for mercy. Will you refrain from using foul language in the future? Should I hear another curse, prepare to slap yourself. Understood? Chu Xiu was vexed by those who merely blustered without action. Please, spare me. I won't do it again. The young man clasped his hands together in desperation. Seeing his cooperation, Chu Xiu released him, allowing his feet to touch the ground. The young man crouched, gasping for breath, occasionally glancing up at Chu Xiu with trepidation. Damn it, trying to sneak up on me. I'll make you regret it. The young man, emboldened by a moment of distraction, sprang up and charged at Chu Xiu, hurling insults. I knew you wouldn't play fair. Chu Xiu sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a horizontal strike with his right hand. Smack! The young man yelped as his right cheek bore the unmistakable imprint of Chu Xiu's hand. A clear testament to the encounter. What just happened? Whoa, I saw someone get slapped and sent flying. That was quite the hit. Poor kid. Didn't he check his fortune before stepping out? Realizing he was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, the young man cried out, Damn it! Brother-in-law, come save me. His pitiful wails tugged at the hearts of onlookers. Among the crowd, a well-groomed young man, eager to witness the commotion, was startled by the outcry. "Isn't that my future brother-in-law? Xiao, is that you? What happened?" The well-dressed young man rushed forward to assist. "Oh, isn't this our class monitor, Li? When did you get married? You already have a brother-in-law." Chu Xiu was taken aback to discover that the newcomer was indeed his class monitor, and more astonishingly, he was already married. Dressed impeccably, he exuded an air of maturity, clearly embodying the national call for students to marry before embarking on their careers. "Chu Xiu, what are you doing hitting someone? Aren't you afraid I'll report you?" Li squinted at Chu Xiu, recognizing him as merely an inconspicuous classmate, which eased his apprehension considerably. "Quick, help me get him to the hospital. You'll be responsible for the expenses. And my compensation for emotional distress, at least 100,000. The thought of a windfall made Li beam with glee, eyeing Chu Xiu with an air of superiority. "Why should I pay? I was merely defending myself." Chu Xiu replied with a calm smile. "You started it." The shifty-eyed young man interjected, panic evident in his voice. Chu Xiu raised a finger, a smile playing on his lips. "One foul word, and I'll remember it." The young man felt a chill run down his spine, recalling Chu Xiu's earlier promise to retaliate for any further insults. "Damn it, I'm not afraid. I've got my brother-in-law to back me." "Chu Xiu, it's been months, and your skills have improved. Aren't you worried I'll report you to the counselor and get you expelled?" Li threatened, knowing that fighting had serious repercussions for students, potentially jeopardizing their graduation. "Xiao, don't worry. Watch me handle him for you. Brother-in-law, you're the best. I'll make sure my sister marries you." "Huh, my sister and I were already planning to get engaged. We're all family now." Faced with the two simpletons' antics, Chu Xiu felt utterly bemused, questioning their intelligence. He cast a disdainful glance at Li and his brother-in-law before departing. As he brushed past Li, he muttered dismissively, "Useless." The insult ignited a fury within Li, his face flushing with rage. "Chu Xiu, you bastard. I'll make you pay." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to retaliate. "Stop. Who dares to cause a ruckus in this luxury car dealership? I'll call the police." A stern voice rang out from a distance. Li, incensed that someone would dare intervene, turned to confront the source of the interruption, only to find himself staring in disbelief. Wow, a stunning woman. The newcomer was a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s, her exquisite features and voluptuous form accentuated by the sleek uniform of the luxury car dealership, paired with a form-fitting black skirt that highlighted her allure. Before her, the chest surged with waves, subtly revealing her name tag, which read, Hiru, Sales Manager. The elegant woman glided gracefully towards the crowd, her movements accompanied by the rhythmic sound of the waves. This beguiling figure, Manager He, took a petite step forward until she stood before Chu Xiu, respectfully greeting him. "Esteemed Rolls-Royce owner, Mr. Chu Xiu, good day. Kindly proceed to the showroom to finalize your vehicle collection." A tempest seemed to sweep through the crowd, with most onlookers unable to maintain their composure. Not only was this enchanting lady captivating, but the youth who had just been embroiled in a scuffle appeared to be barely in his 20s. The pivotal revelation was that he was indeed a Rolls-Royce owner. Good heavens, he must possess a fortune of at least 100 million. After all, a Rolls-Royce starts at several million, with the most expensive models nearing a staggering 100 million. Furthermore, the fact that he was so young was utterly disheartening. It was a classic case of comparison brings despair. What? Chu Xiu is a Rolls-Royce owner. Are you out of your mind? Who are you to stop me? You must be in cahoots with Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, where did you find this accomplice? Don't think this will spare you from compensation. Given your family background, aspiring to own a Rolls-Royce is laughable. You'd struggle to buy a BYD. Witnessing such a stunning woman standing up for Chu Xiu ignited a seething jealousy within Li, who unleashed a tirade that left the surrounding crowd dumbfounded. However, his words did indeed cast doubt in the minds of many onlookers, who began to scrutinize both Chu Xiu and the staff of the luxury car showroom. Haha, I get it now, Chu Xiu. You must be interning here, running around selling cars. Seeing that Chu Xiu did not counter his claims, Li felt vindicated, convinced of his triumph. He looked down upon Chu Xiu, a student from a prestigious university, with contempt for resorting to selling cars. Chu Xiu, beg me, and then compensate my little uncle, and we will let you off today? Yes, you should thank my brother-in-law for his generosity, otherwise I would have complained about you to the store, and you wouldn't even have a job. As Li and the shifty-eyed youth exchanged barbs, it was evident they believed they had Chu Xiu cornered as an employee of the establishment. Manager He, please handle this. I wish to not witness these clowns any longer. Chu Xiu calmly observed their performance, his brows arching slightly as he addressed Hiru with poise. How dare you? Chu Xiu, what are you pretending for? Have you become addicted to the act? Growing impatient with Chu Xiu's stoicism, Li lashed out with a string of curses. And you? Don't think your looks make you superior. You're complicit in Chu Xiu's scheme against me. I will file a complaint against you. Li Yi soon realized that Chu Xiu was not to be trifled with, conspiring with the staff to put on a show, and he was determined to resist vehemently today. Hiru, glancing at Li Yi with disdain, retrieved her walkie-talkie and coldly stated, "Captain Fong, please send a few people over. We have a guest causing a disturbance." Goodness, what a farce. How many extras did you hire? The shifty-eyed youth mocked, noticing the situation escalating. For the second time, Chu Xiu maintained a stoic expression, raising a second finger in response. "How dare you? You really think you can act tough?" Before the shifty-eyed youth could finish, two security guards swiftly subdued him. "What are you doing? This is illegal." The guards ignored his protests, firmly restraining his hands. "Please, be gentle. I'm not causing trouble. It hurts." Initially, the shifty-eyed youth intended to continue his outburst, but the guards remained undeterred, applying more pressure, prompting him to plead for mercy. "What are you doing? Is there no law?" Li Yi stood dumbfounded at the luxury car showroom's efficient handling of the situation, realizing they were indeed cooperating with Chu Xiu's act. At that moment, a tall, robust man clad in a black suit approached, flanked by two security guards. "Captain Fong, these two have disturbed our esteemed Rolls-Royce owner. Please handle it accordingly." Captain Fong held himself with a straight posture, casting a curious glance at Chu Xiu. It appeared that such a young Rolls-Royce owner was a figure of interest wherever he went. Captain Fong then turned his sharp gaze upon Li Yi, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. "You are the one causing a ruckus? Do you not realize where you are? Take him to the security office." The two security guards promptly advanced and escorted Li Yi away. "This is illegal detention. I will sue you." As Li Yi realized the gravity of the situation, his face turned pale, and he shouted warnings as he was led away. The shifty-eyed youth also appeared ashen, understanding that their situation had taken a turn for the worse, and he felt utterly defeated. Chu Xiu, save me. I was just joking earlier. We are classmates, good friends." At this moment, Li Yi, like a drowning man grasping at straws, turned to plead with Chu Xiu. "I'm your class monitor, a student leader. Chu Xiu, you can't do this." His words elicited a laugh from Chu Xiu, who found it amusing that Li Yi still clung to his title amidst the chaos. Nevertheless, he was astonished by the luxury showroom's decisiveness and turned to Hiru. Hiru, with a charming smile, reassured him, "Mr. Chu, do not worry. Captain Fong is merely intimidating them and will not take any excessive actions." "Oh, that is not what I meant. I'm not familiar with him. That shifty-eyed fellow still owes me 4 slaps. Thank you, Captain Fong." Chu Xiu's voice floated lightly to Captain Fong's ears, causing the shifty-eyed youth to turn pale with fear. Captain Fong remarked, "This one is fierce." Chu Xiu's words prompted laughter from the onlookers, who were amazed that someone so young could be so astute. Hiru looked at him, speechless, as she dispersed the crowd. Then, while discussing vehicle customization details, she led Chu Xiu to the VIP lounge. At that moment, Chu Xiu discovered that the Rolls-Royce awarded by the system was a special customized model. One could not help but marvel at the system's capabilities, delivering rewards almost instantaneously. Upon returning to the VIP lounge, he found Lu Ruyan engrossed in her phone. She looked up as Chu Xiu approached, pausing her activity. "Chu Xiu, what happened outside? There were so many people watching." Lu Ruyan inquired with curiosity. Chu Xiu hesitated, unsure how to explain, for how could he admit to staging an impressive display? He feared it would only invite her laughter. Yet Hiru, noticing the gleam in Lu Ruyan's eyes, gently interjected, "This lady just witnessed Mr. Chu's remarkable prowess, as he dealt with 2 audacious troublemakers. Mr. Chu, your girlfriend is truly stunning. She is the most beautiful person I have ever seen, surpassing any celebrity." Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly cast a glance at Chu Xiu. It was no wonder that Hiru excelled as a sales manager. Her knack for engaging conversation was indeed impressive. In less than 10 minutes, Chu Xiu witnessed the rapid blossoming of a friendship. Hiru's eloquence enabled her to uncover Lu Ruyan's background in about 10 minutes, and they naturally became close friends, sharing everything, with Lu Ruyan even introducing Chu Xiu as a super wealthy individual. Upon hearing those words, Hiru's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Chu Xiu, her face aglow. He was her significant benefactor, especially considering the sale of this custom Rolls-Royce. Her commission would sustain her for an entire year. With this thought in mind, Hiru urged the staff several times via intercom to expedite the car delivery paperwork. At 4:20 p.m., they arrived at the luxury car dealership. Hiru cheerfully took Lu Ruyan by the hand, unabashedly flaunting her figure as she elegantly addressed Chu Xiu. "Mr. Chu, please come inside. The paperwork is all complete." Lu Ruyan looked at Chu Xiu with eager anticipation, aware that the Rolls-Royce Cullinan was an exceptionally rare sight in reality. Moreover, she was keen to take it for a test drive. Unlike most girls, she had little interest in sports cars or sedans. She adored SUVs, particularly off-road vehicles. The trio swiftly made their way to the showroom of luxury vehicles. As they walked, Chu Xiu's eyes were opened to a world of extravagance, with numerous renowned models like the G-Wagon, supercars, and rugged off-roaders on display. It was evident that the dealership's owner possessed remarkable clout, as not everyone could be a luxury car dealer. Upon reaching the dedicated area for Rolls-Royce, two service personnel awaited them, adorned in festive attire. A vehicle was draped in red fabric, obscuring its true form. Approaching closer revealed a straightforward process. He merely needed to sign a document. Hiru instructed Chu Xiu to unveil the red cloth, instantly elevating the atmosphere of prestige. With a swift motion, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan came into view, a special custom edition boasting an exclusive color scheme of cherry red paired with Selby gray. Most impressively, the vehicle featured hand-painted phoenix red bespoke accents, intricately infused with dragon motifs. Each dragon faced right, symbolizing the direction of the rising sun in the east. Captivated by its striking appearance, Chu Xiu declared his affection for the vehicle, playfully noting that his beloved Yangwang U8 would soon be overshadowed. Eagerly, he opened the driver's door and stepped inside, where the interior of the Cullinan did not disappoint. The headrests of the four seats were adorned with dragon embroidery and phoenix red stitching, contrasting vividly against the black or white leather upholstery. Most notably, the bespoke Starlight headliner was crafted to depict an eye-catching dragon pattern. Above the front and rear seats, 677 individually arranged fiber optic stars formed an abstract dragon, surrounded by an additional 667 twinkling lights. Wow! Lu Rian gasped in awe at the celestial ceiling, utterly enchanted by its beauty. Since acquiring the boastful truth system, Chu Xiu had been living a leisurely life, devoid of concerns about work, finances, or planning. Yet, this carefree attitude led him to become a winner in life in just a few days. With the acquisition of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, he felt he was beginning to truly enjoy life. Would you like to give it a try? Chu Xiu, ever generous with women, asked, noticing Lu Rian's delight. Oh, can I? She replied, her excitement palpable. Chu Xiu stepped out of the car, allowing Lu Rian to take the driver's seat and familiarize herself with the vehicle's functions and buttons. Mr. Chu, you truly adore your girlfriend, Hiru remarked, observing Chu Xiu's affectionate gestures with envy. If only she were younger, perhaps she could have entertained such thoughts. Alas, time waits for no one. I'm already 30. Chu Xiu, astonished, regarded Hiru, a woman who perpetually exuded mature allure, now unexpectedly melancholic. Yet, there was something about her wistful demeanor that stirred something within him. Could it be that I, too, share the traits of the legendary Cao Cao? He mused silently, captivated by Hiru's magnetic presence. It was no wonder that everyone despised Cao Cao, yet aspired to emulate him. Ultimately, Lu Rian refrained from taking the test drive, recognizing that her relationship with Chu Xiu was merely platonic. He said little more, simply handing her the key to the Yangwang U8, asking her to drive it back for Yuan Mingyao. He considered that he had yet to purchase a home, and his current residence lacked parking space. It made sense to entrust the vehicle to Lu Rian for the time being. During this time, he called Yuan Mingyao to inquire about her recent activities. Upon receiving the news of his car purchase, especially a luxury one like a Rolls-Royce, she was thrilled and insisted that Chu Xiu treat her to a celebration. They agreed on a time for dinner later that evening. However, this car purchase served as a reminder for Chu Xiu. It seemed prudent to acquire a house, at least for parking purposes in the future. As for the villa at Yunding Mountain, it was too distant, while it was suitable for vacationing. Daily life away from the hustle and bustle proved inconvenient. Dear sir, I swear I won't cause any more trouble. No, I never intended to. It was all a misunderstanding. That person was genuinely my classmate. If you don't believe me, I can call him. My father is Li Jinhua, who runs a chain of hotels. I'm here to buy a car, truly, please believe me. In the security room of the luxury car dealership, Li Yi wore a distressed expression, earnestly pleading with Captain Fong. His recent misfortune was compounded by the fact that he had intended to embarrass Chu Xiu, believing he could easily handle the situation. However, he was taken aback by the drastic changes in Chu Xiu. Not only had he lost face, but he had also become a Rolls-Royce owner, a distinguished guest at the luxury car dealership, an outcome Li Yi could not accept. He had hoped to flaunt his status with his younger brother-in-law, yet he found himself thoroughly humiliated. Oh, who is Li Jinhua? Brothers, have you heard of him? Captain Fong remarked to those nearby, mocking Li Yi's self-introduction. I suppose he must be involved in some small business. Daring to act tough at our luxury car dealership, truly overestimating himself. Faced with the relentless ridicule from the dealership staff, Li Yi could only grit his teeth in silence. The reality of his earlier bravado dawned on him. He had acted rashly, fueled by youthful exuberance, only to realize that the owner of the dealership had a formidable background, instilling a sense of fear within him. Beep, beep. Hello, Captain Fong, this is Hiru. The client requests leniency for the individuals who caused the earlier disturbance. Please let them go without pursuing further action. Upon hearing the voice over the intercom, Li Yi felt as though he had received a divine reprieve. Straightening his clothes, he cast a sycophantic glance at Captain Fong. The nefarious-looking youth beside him looked hopeful. Today had been a disaster, as he had merely intended to broaden his horizons, but nearly faced detention and a beating for his efforts. Let us go, Mr. Li. Since they aren't pursuing the matter, you should express your gratitude. As Li Yi assisted his younger brother-in-law in exiting the luxury car dealership, his emotions were a tumultuous mix of complexity and frustration. Having relied on his family's wealth throughout his life, he had never faced such humiliation. Yet, when confronted with this formidable establishment, Li Yi could only swallow his pride, enduring indignities in silence. Class monitor, remember to keep your mouth clean next time. Be a bit wiser, Chu Xiu remarked, rolling down his window as he passed by Li Yi, unable to resist a teasing comment. Chu Xiu, is that really you? Li Yi, coming back to his senses, heard Chu Xiu's voice and instinctively prepared to retort. The other party had already departed in their vehicle. It was only then that Li Yi realized they were driving a magnificent and unparalleled luxury car, marked by a striking emblem at the front. Indeed, it was a Rolls-Royce, prompting Li Yi to swallow the remainder of his words. What sensational news! Chu Xiu is driving a Rolls-Royce. Such a well-concealed secret. With this thought, Li Yi opened his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Dad. I checked out some cars today. I don't want a Mercedes. I want to buy a Cullinan. Get lost. A Cullinan? I'm strapped for cash. Chapter 40. That man has returned. As evening descended, the sun gradually set, casting a warm glow across the sky. A tapestry of clouds, reminiscent of fish scales, unfurled in layers, illuminating the entire art academy in a breathtaking beauty that made one reluctant to blink. A Rolls-Royce glided slowly through the school gates. The wheels rolled gently, the car's body shimmering with opulence, drawing the attention of numerous students. Wow, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. I never thought I'd see such a divine vehicle at school. I checked, it's nearly 9 million for the top configuration. Bro, take a closer look. The exterior has a dragon emblem. It's clearly a custom vehicle, likely exceeding 10 million. Holy smokes, it's truly a bespoke car. Impressive. Who is this person? He looks so familiar. Oh my goodness. Isn't that the boyfriend of the campus belle, Yuan Mingyao? The enigmatic Chu Xiu? Damn, just a few days, and he has changed cars again. It's true what they say. Those who have droughts die of thirst, and those who have floods drown. Such rare sightings of divine cars on campus attracted crowds of onlookers. However, with a graceful turn, the Cullinan vanished from sight. When Chu Xiu arrived at the girls' dormitory in the Cullinan, a throng of students had already gathered around, whispering to one another, filled with curiosity and envy towards the luxury car and its owner. The door of the Rolls-Royce opened slowly, and a young man stepped out, none other than Chu Xiu. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, he exuded an extraordinary aura, radiating confidence and charm with every gesture. His presence instantly captivated the attention of all. Indeed, the mysterious Chu Xiu has returned. Everyone recalled the day dominated by this enigmatic man. Yet, the majority of the boys cast envious glances his way. Some marveled at the car's lavishness, while others speculated about the man's identity. The girls, meanwhile, observed from the dormitory, their hearts brimming with curiosity and fantasy. Unfazed by the attention surrounding him, Chu Xiu strode directly towards the girls' dormitory, holding a bouquet of flowers, a gift from the luxury car dealership upon acquisition, which he had yet to discard. Against the backdrop of the Rolls-Royce, Chu Xiu walked with a steady and composed gait, as if he were the sovereign of this world. Handsome, boys are prohibited from entering the girls' dormitory. The dormitory supervisor looked at Chu Xiu with exasperation. He was exceptionally handsome, yet clearly lacked common sense. Haha, that's fair and just. My goodness, it's the first time I feel the dormitory supervisor is so handsome. Turns out the mysterious Chu Xiu, like us, can't enter the girls' dormitory. He nearly pulled off his act, but now he is dumbfounded. Hearing the laughter from the crowd, Chu Xiu remained unfazed. He had indeed been a bit carried away, almost mistaking it for the boys' dormitory. Brother Chu Xiu, Yao Yao misses you. Just as everyone expected Chu Xiu to leave in embarrassment, a melodious voice resonated. Under the gaze of the crowd, a slender young girl sprinted towards Chu Xiu. Amidst gasps of astonishment, she leaped into his outstretched arms, none other than the campus belle, Yuan Mingyao. At that moment, she was tightly embraced by Chu Xiu, and the two nestled against each other. Wow, the campus belle is so proactive. Sigh. She's the enemy of all schoolboys. If someone gifted me a sports car, I'd also throw myself into their arms. Get out of here. Under the witness of the setting sun, Yuan Mingyao and Chu Xiu embraced wholeheartedly. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and an amateur photographer inadvertently captured this beautiful scene, preserving it forever. Meanwhile, Yuan Mingyao's astonishing leap became the talk of the school. Everyone buzzed about the enigmatic Chu Xiu and his Rolls Royce. For the boys, it felt like a motivation towards their dreams and aspirations. At 7 p.m., as the girls finished their makeup, they all hopped into Chu Xiu's car, claiming they wanted to see the Cullinan's starry ceiling. Chu Xiu drove nonchalantly, occasionally glancing at the picturesque scenery outside the rear window. In the back seat, Yuan Mingyao, Lu Ruyan, and two other enchanting campus belles sat together. Their beauty resembled blooming flowers in spring, dazzling and captivating. Chu Xiu, seated in the driver's seat, found his attention occasionally drawn to the beauties beside him. Each girl possessed a unique charm. Some were strikingly alluring, while others appeared fresh and ethereal. Some were sultry and graceful, and others exuded warmth and gentility. The laughter and chatter of the campus belles echoed within the car, as if the entire world revolved around them. Chu Xiu endeavored to concentrate on driving, yet he found himself irresistibly distracted by their allure. Eventually, Yuan Mingyao noticed his subtle movements and playfully tussled with Wang Mingming, causing the latter's clothing to be inadvertently tugged, revealing a substantial expanse of fair skin. Chu Xiu couldn't help but take a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He understood the necessity of focusing on the road to ensure safety. Still, he had to admit that the beauty of these campus belles was profoundly enchanting. After a while, Chu Xiu arrived at their destination, a well-known trendy barbecue restaurant near the university town, Tiger Beach Barbecue. Due to their late arrival, they discovered the place was already packed. Outside, a large crowd was queuing for tickets, and given the situation, Chu Xiu estimated they would have to wait at least an hour. Yao, there are too many people. Let's South try another place, Wang Mingming said, looking at the throng with disappointment. It seemed they would have to seek an alternative. But brother Chu Xiu has been looking forward to barbecue. I must arrange the best place for him. Don't worry, let brother Chu Xiu think of a solution. In her eyes, Chu Xiu could resolve any problem. Her trust was unwaveringly blind. Yuan Mingyao's eyes sparkled like stars, her lips curling into a charming smile as she gazed affectionately at Chu Xiu. Touched by her unwavering trust, Chu Xiu scanned the area and noticed a waiter calling out a number. It belonged to a young couple. With determination, Chu Xiu strode over and proposed to buy their number with cash. The young couple, the man sporting glasses and possessing a certain charm, and the woman with a beautiful visage, appeared quite compatible. It was evident the man was somewhat tempted. Ultimately, Chu Xiu handed him a red envelope containing 10,000, which secured their agreement. However, when Chu Xiu entered, he was taken aback to find it was indeed a table for two, making the situation rather awkward. With no choice, they had to find another restaurant. A trace of disappointment flickered across the girls' faces. Just as Chu Xiu and his companions decided to leave, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, who was approaching Chu Xiu with small, hurried steps. Suddenly, there stood the once ardent admirer of Yuan Mingyao, the obsequious Cao Shiji, affectionately known as Fat Chow. Chapter 41. Old Chu, you're on fire. Chu Xiao, I never expected it to truly be you. I hope I'm not intruding. Chow Fatty exclaimed with a face full of surprise upon spotting Chu Xiu and his companions. It's you, what a coincidence. Chu Xiu replied, eyeing Chow Fatty with suspicion, pondering whether this fellow was still clinging to Yao. Noticing the apprehension in Chu Xiu's expression, Chow Fatty nearly knelt in fright, hastily clarifying, Chu Xiao, I have long ceased to disturb sister-in-law. At school, who would dare to interrupt? Fatty has a way of ensuring they regret it. Indeed, brother Chu recently. Cao Shiji has helped me fend off quite a few admirers, Yuan Mingyao chimed in, linking her arm with Chu Xiu's and gently swaying, which sent a wave of warmth through him. This girl, thank you for your efforts, Fatty. One day, I shall treat you to a feast. Please, Chu Xiao. It's all in a day's work, Chow Fatty replied, bowing deeply. As he saw Chu Xiu preparing to leave, he couldn't help but inquire curiously, Chu Xiao, have you finished your meal? I was hoping to treat you all. Well, not exactly. We're switching places due to the lack of a private room. What? This restaurant belongs to my uncle. There are private rooms upstairs. I'll have someone tidy one up. Upon hearing Chu Xiu's words, Chow Fatty became anxious, recognizing this as a splendid opportunity to curry favor. Oh, there is an available private room? Thank you. Haha, no trouble at all. Chow Fatty grinned, leading Chu Xiu and his group upstairs. Room 204 was indeed unoccupied. As expected, it was a spacious room. Once they were seated, Chow Fatty took the initiative to order and then left. He had also brought friends to dine today, so arranging a private room for Chu Xiu was serendipitous. Yao, how well do you know Chow Fatty? Yuan Mingyao nestled against Chu Xiu, tilting her head to peck him lightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief, seemingly teasing him on purpose. Mind your manners. This is a public space, chimed in Fu Qingqing, peering over with an exasperated glance at the affectionate pair. Chu Xiu stole a glance at Fu Qingqing, who sat quietly beside him, exuding a gentle charm, reminiscent of a lotus flower in full bloom, radiating an elegant fragrance. Chu Xiu is quite a well-known figure at our school, a notorious jock often pursuing girls from our institution. I've heard his family owns a restaurant, and this trendy eatery is one of their assets, though he doesn't exactly possess striking looks. Fu Qingqing elaborated, sharing what she knew with Chu Xiu. Observing Fu Qingqing's furrowed brow in contemplation, Chu Xiu felt a stirring in his heart, nearly forgetting that his girlfriend was by his side. After about 10 minutes, the waitstaff began to serve the dishes. At this moment, Chu Xiu truly indulged in what could only be described as regal service. Yuan Mingyao attended to him throughout the meal, prompting Fu Qingqing and the others to shake their heads in disbelief. Nevertheless, aside from the couple displaying affection, the grilled meats at Tiger Beach were genuinely delightful, a true culinary gem of Jinling. Gazing at the stunning women around him, Chu Xiu couldn't help but exclaim, "This is how life should be. Eat, drink, and revel." At Tiger Beach Barbecue, Private Room 205. Come, classmates, today we celebrate the birthday of the stunning Fong Qing. Let us raise our glasses together. Happy birthday, Fong Demei. May you find a boyfriend soon. Indeed, Fong Demei, you might consider me. At the round table in the private room, over a dozen individuals were engaged in toasting and congratulating one another. Seated at the center was none other than the breathtaking Fong Qing, the very woman Chu Xiu had drunkenly confessed to earlier. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her features exquisite, and her fair skin complemented by an exaggeratedly curvaceous figure that incited envy among her female friends and lust among the male students. Seizing the opportunity during the festivities, several classmates tentatively expressed their affections, eager to gauge her response. Especially after a few drinks, Fong Qing appeared even more enchanting. Her allure irresistible. "Hey, you lot, don't even think about taking advantage of the situation," Fong Qing's close friend interjected, pulling her away from the throng of infatuated boys. "Humph, don't think I'm unaware of your little schemes. Just a few days ago, one of Xiaoqing's male classmates attempted to confess after drinking, only to be rejected and leave in tears," she warned. "What? That happened? Who is it?" A scholarly-looking boy with gold-rimmed glasses inquired with curiosity. I think his name was Chu Xiu." Uffed. The glasses-wearing boy couldn't help but spit out his drink. "Who did you say? Chu Xiu? Impossible. He's South my close friend and roommate. No way. That shy guy would never dare do something like that. But, then again, under the influence, who knows?" Fong Qing shot a displeased glance at her friend, seemingly reluctant to revisit the topic. She then addressed the boy in glasses, "Pei Luan. Please don't spread rumors that might hurt Chu Xiu's pride. He was just drunk that day." Pei Luan, indeed Chu Xiu's roommate and close friend, was taken aback by this revelation. This shy guy actually had the guts? Impressive. He confessed to the class beauty. Chu Xiu. Why does that name sound so familiar? A round-faced girl nearby suddenly perked up, recalling the name but struggling to place it. She was a student from Jinling Art Institute, here to celebrate Fong Qing's birthday with her boyfriend. "Oh, I remember now. Isn't he the mysterious man who went viral on our school BBS a few days ago?" "Mysterious man? Chu Xiu, what is the story?" Seeing everyone gazing at her with astonishment, the round-faced girl was momentarily stunned before she began to explain. It turned out she had witnessed the incident firsthand while in the girls' dormitory and had even recorded a video of it. As she spoke, she pulled out the analysis post and shared the secretly saved video with everyone. Pei Luan, trembling with disbelief, opened the video, struggling to comprehend. What on earth has old Chu been up to? Robbing a bank can't earn this much. He still hoped it was just a case of mistaken identity. Meanwhile, Fong Qing maintained a calm demeanor, having seen Chu Xiu not long ago. He was nothing like the ostentatious persona described in the posts, with luxury watches and sports cars. Goodness, it really is old Chu. What has this guy been consuming to become so formidable? Pei Luan, after watching the video, sprang to his feet, almost dropping his phone. "This is astonishing. It's truly Chu Xiu. What? Impossible." Fong Qing's expression shifted dramatically, losing her earlier composure as she grabbed her phone to investigate. The video depicted Chu Xiu in action, effortlessly subduing Wang Tao and his crew with clean and decisive moves. The man's face was unmistakably Chu Xiu. In the room, the other classmates were equally astounded, particularly after witnessing Chu Xiu's prowess. Pei Luan took a deep breath, as if struck by a revelation, and dialed Chu Xiu's number. "Hello, old Chu, you've become famous." Chapter 42, Regrets of Fong Qing. Chu Xiu stared at his phone in disbelief, the caller ID reading, Pei Xiuzai. Memories flooded back. This was his roommate and classmate from the past 3 years. Pei Luan, perpetually adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles, feigns an air of sophistication, yet, in truth, this fellow is not even slightly nearsighted. To everyone's astonishment, he leveraged his genteel demeanor to ascend to the position of president of the literary club in his freshman year, and over the course of 3 years, he cycled through 7 girlfriends. He proudly espouses the maxim, "A gentleman uses words, not fists." Those familiar with him affectionately refer to him as Scholar Pei. Nevertheless, this fellow remains steadfast in his ambition to pursue graduate studies, while Chu Xiu has not seen him for half a year. "Scholar, speak plainly, and release your thoughts candidly. What's all this fuss about?" Chu Xiu inquires in a rather nonchalant tone, having discerned the underlying implications of Pei Luan's words. Since acquiring the system, he has no intention of concealing his true self. As for his parents, he opts for a benevolent deception to spare them undue worry, while regarding others, he remains indifferent. "Dude, you've become quite the sensation. It's said that over half the female students at Jinling Art Academy are inquiring about you. Imagine the profit if I were to leak your phone number. Ha ha ha, should I expose your WeChat and those lifestyle photos? Oh, old Chu, you're riding the wave of popularity. I must capitalize on this." Pei Luan's words shatter Chu Xiu's worldview, leaving him speechless at this fool's thought process. Damn, you're truly something else. Even in a state of emotional steadiness, Chu Xiu finds himself incensed by Pei Luan's remarks, feeling an urge to vent his frustration with a few choice expletives. "Ha ha ha, old Chu, do what you will, but be mindful of the consequences, you know what I mean." Before Chu Xiu can retort, Pei Luan abruptly hangs up. Damn it, his previously cheerful mood is dashed by this antics. Half an hour later, as Chu Xiu observes a group of young women engaged in lively conversation and playful banter, his spirits lift considerably. Their beauty is truly uplifting. He contemplates hosting a celebration with a bevy of stunning women in the villa gifted by the elder Yi once he officially takes possession of it. Without disturbing Yuan Mengyao and the others, Chu Xiu descends to settle the bill. "Wow, old Chu, you're dining here too." As he steps out, a familiar voice calls out, prompting him to instinctively glance back. To his surprise, it is Pei Luan, Fong Qing, and a host of classmates. Pei Luan rushes up, delivering a playful punch to Chu Xiu's shoulder, and curiously asks, "Old Chu, you've been hiding quite well. Are you a rich second generation? Is that post online true? Are you really dating the campus belle? I heard you gifted her a car worth over 2 million and a watch. How true is that? Damn, what a gossip." Chu Xiu groans internally, hastily interrupting Pei Luan's incessant questioning to inquire, "What brings you all here?" "Oh, it's Fong's birthday. We locals decided to celebrate her special day." Pei Luan shrugs, revealing his intention to mooch off the festivities, given his tight budget. After all, frequently changing girlfriends comes with its own set of burdens. Who understands the trials of such a lifestyle? It's all about starting anew and nurturing relationships. "Hello, Chu Xiu." Fong Qing, dressed in an elegant ensemble with her long hair styled into a bun, radiates an enchanting charm that captivates those around her. Hello?" Chu Xiu nods impassively, acknowledging her presence. Given that he traversed into this body after a failed confession to her, he cannot help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Fong Qing seems unfazed by Chu Xiu's demeanor, her face aglow with a radiant smile that draws people in like sunshine. This evokes a stir within him. She is indeed an extraordinary individual. Observing her current trajectory in social interactions, she is warm and generous, and throughout his memories, he has yet to witness her frown. In school, she greets everyone with a smile, although Jinling University has not designated any official campus beauties. Fong Qing was once celebrated as the girl with the most infectious laughter, underscoring the power of her smile. Even when Chu Xiu drunkenly confessed to her, she remained unperturbed, instead offering him solace. A social butterfly, a high society darling. Before Chu Xiu's arrival, Fong Qing was undoubtedly a formidable figure, adept at presenting and packaging herself. "Chu Xiu, I sent you a WeChat message 2 days ago, hoping to invite you to join us, but you seem to have been quite busy. Look at you, so articulate. Apologies. I've been preoccupied lately. I have other matters to attend to, so please carry on." Chu Xiu feels the need to cut through the awkwardness and hastily bids Pei Luan goodbye before heading downstairs to settle the bill. "Isn't this the guy who got rejected by Xiaoqing? What an attitude." Fong Qing's friend mutters in disdain, observing Chu Xiu's departure. "Enough already. The past is the past. Thank you all for coming today. I'm heading back now." Fong Qing shoots her friend an annoyed glance, suppressing her smile as she makes her exit. Indeed, once one acquires wealth, desirability escalates. Pei Luan reflects, watching Fong Qing's somewhat despondent figure fade from view. However, had Fong Qing accepted Chu Xiu's confession that day, it's possible he wouldn't be present today. This exemplifies the principle of causality. Every choice and action elicits corresponding outcomes. On the journey of life, we must grasp the essence of cause and effect, making each decision with care and confronting challenges with optimism. Only then can we reap a bountiful future amidst the cycles of causality. After completing the payment, Chu Xiu sends a message to Yuan Mengyao, patiently awaiting her arrival downstairs. Initially, He observes Pei Luan and the others gradually departing, before catching sight of Yuan Mengyao and her friends descending the stairs. Their entrance instantly captures the attention of everyone present, to the extent that Chu Xiu can faintly hear the sound of jaws dropping. Chu Xiu, did you drive here alone? Suddenly, a sweet voice breaks through his reverie. Turning, he is met with Fang Qing's gaze. Under the soft glow of the lights, she resembles a blooming rose, exuding an enticing fragrance. Yes, I did, but I came with friends, so I can't offer you a ride. My apologies. Chu Xiu swiftly cuts off her next sentence, unyielding in his response. Fang Qing appears taken aback by his reply, her expression one of surprise. Here they come. Chu Xiu gestures toward Yuan Mengyao and the others approaching from a distance. As Yuan Mengyao passes by Fang Qing, she casts a lingering glance at her before intertwining her arm with Chu Xiu's, as if to assert her claim. Noticing the mounting attention from onlookers, Chu Xiu, wishing to avoid complications, promptly heads to his car. When the Rolls-Royce rolls up to the entrance of the barbecue restaurant, a hush falls over the crowd momentarily. However, as Fu Qingqing and the others enter the vehicle, a cacophony of chatter erupts. Although Chu Xiu cannot discern their words from a distance, it's evident that feelings of envy and jealousy permeate the atmosphere. After gathering everyone, Chu Xiu presses the accelerator, departing amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. As Fang Qing watches the luxurious car retreat, a pang of regret washes over her. The smile that once filled her with pride begins to fade with each of Chu Xiu's rejections. In that moment, she experiences a heart-wrenching pain, realizing the weight of her decision. After 3 years of crafting the persona of the cheerful girl, what had been the purpose? Only she truly knows. The opportunity that once brought her closest to her desires was willingly relinquished by her own hand. A profound sense of regret wells up within her. Chapter 43. Return to school. The following day, within the confines of a 5-star resort hotel room, the first rays of morning sunlight seep through the curtain's crevice, lazily illuminating the space. Chu Xiu gradually awakened from his slumber, rubbing his eyes and instinctively reaching out to the space beside him, only to find it empty, save for a lingering trace of fragrance. Alas, the formidable prowess of men can indeed be a source of vexation. Recalling Yuan Mingyao's plaintive pleas from the previous night, had he not intervened, she would have surely fled under the cover of darkness. Sitting up, he surveyed his surroundings and was taken aback to discover a note beside his pillow. Picking it up, he read the elegant script. Dearest, thank you for granting me such a wonderful night. Yao Yao loves you dearly. However, I must depart, as there are activities at school today. Once summer vacation arrives next week, I shall dedicate my time to you. A wave of melancholy washed over Chu Xiu. It seemed the matter of a romantic fund could no longer be postponed. Unconsciously, he thought of Lu Ruyan, with whom he had grown closer. Moreover, with his proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine, he was well positioned to swiftly cultivate a deeper bond. After all, armed with his romantic fund, he had little to fear in the realm of nurturing relationships. The road ahead was fraught with challenges, but Chu Xiu, buoyed by determination, pressed on. Sighing, he dressed and departed the hotel. As he navigated the expressway in Jinling, he cracked open the window, allowing the morning breeze to invigorate his mind. With one hand on the steering wheel, he pondered Lu Ruyan's ailment when suddenly, a sharp ringtone pierced the air. Glancing at the caller ID, he was unexpectedly greeted by Fang Qing's name. After a moment's contemplation, he activated his Bluetooth headset to answer the call. Chu Xiu, good morning. This afternoon, the school has a returning event. I posted a message in the group, but noticed you haven't responded, so I thought it best to call you. Fang Qing's voice was sweet and soothing, yet tinged with a hint of fatigue. All right, I'll be back this afternoon, Chu Xiu replied in his usual manner, not treating her any differently for having previously rejected him. With the system at his disposal and the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, he was hardly concerned with such trifles. He simply preferred to limit his interactions with such a prominent socialite. Fang Qing, well aware of his indifferent tone, hung up the phone with a sense of disappointment, repeatedly reassuring herself, what is there to be angry about? Just because he has money. I'm not angry. Yet, despite her assertions, the image of Chu Xiu clad in exquisite LV attire, driving a luxury car worth millions, and donning a watch worth over 200,000, coupled with his formidable combat skills, rendered him irresistible to any woman and the epitome of security. In the realm of films, he would be akin to Sun Wukong in the eyes of the fairy Zixia. My ideal partner is a hero of unparalleled strength, who will one day ride the clouds to wed me. Sadly, she had glimpsed the conclusion but missed the beginning. Fang Qing's call inadvertently reminded Chu Xiu of the swift passage of time. Today marked June 1st, and in just a few days, the seniors would graduate. As a junior applying for internships, he too needed to return to campus to prepare for exams. Without further deliberation, he drove home to change, heading back to school. For a glorious return deserved a grand appearance. With a sudden press of the accelerator, his Rolls-Royce Cullinan surged forward like a beast awakened, racing towards the horizon. The vehicles on the road weaved in and out, yet upon sighting this majestic creature, especially the emblem atop it, they instinctively slowed down and steered clear, widening the path. At 1300, the eastern gate of Jinling University, the afternoon sun bathed every corner of the campus as the soon-to-be graduates prepared for their farewell gala. Freshmen and sophomores were diligently studying, anticipating the upcoming summer break. Juniors who had completed their internships began to return to campus in droves. The entrance of Jinling University buzzed with activity, vibrant and lively. The flora on campus remained lush and green, seemingly welcoming back the students. Particularly, the soon-to-be graduates radiated excitement and anticipation, some alone, others accompanied by family and friends, all ready to embrace the new chapter of life. In the classroom of the Economic Management Class 1, amidst the throng of students, the counselor, Lu Hao, appearing in his 30s with a kind visage and thick black-rimmed glasses, was taking attendance. Chu Xiu, here, here, here. The trio of responses stirred a commotion among the other students, and many chuckled mischievously. Who called out? Stand up. Lu Hao commanded, tapping the desk. Pei Luan slowly rose, grinning as he defended. Teacher Lu, Chu Xiu will be here shortly. He.s. just caught in traffic. 5 minutes at most. Uffed. Pei Luan, you're quite the exaggerator. Chu Xiu driving here? Haha, you're killing me. A thin, sharp-featured boy clad in black, known as the Monkey, erupted with laughter at this remark. What are you laughing at, Monkey? Pei Luan shot back, knowing full well that Monkey harbored animosity towards him for having stolen his beloved. Despite being discarded, Monkey remained bitter and believed Pei Luan was maligning him, leading to a relentless rivalry that even ensnared Chu Xiu and their other roommates. Monkey, with a sinister grin, stood up to address Lu Hao. Teacher, I have something to report. Pei Luan, sit down. Ho Fei, go ahead. Monkey cast a triumphant glance at Pei Luan, as if relishing his impending downfall. Teacher, this past semester, I interned at Jinling Zhongtian Fund alongside Chu Xiu. 2 weeks ago, he was dismissed for poor performance. With his skills, he wouldn't even be able to afford a bicycle, much less a car. And now, on returning day, he dares to be late. Given his dubious record during the internship, I suggest we assign him a 0 for his internship credits to protect our school's reputation. Ho Fei's remarks stirred a tempest in the classroom, even causing Lu Hao to rise in shock. Ho Fei, can you take responsibility for your words? Lu Hao approached him, intent on verifying the claims before passing judgment on a student's character. Crap, you're talking nonsense. The uproar from the students erupted at Ho Fei's coarse language. Particularly incensed, Pei Luan hurled a pin at him in outrage. Teacher Lu, Pei Luan assaulted me. You must take action. He insulted me. The pin struck Ho Fei squarely on the nose, causing a trickle of blood to flow, prompting him to wail and intensifying the chaos in the classroom. As the class monitor, Li Yi should have intervened to put a stop to the situation, yet when it involved Chu Xiu, resentment surged within him at the memory of the humiliation he had endured that day. Though he dared not offend them, he resolved not to assist either. Thus, after the conflict erupted between Ho Fei and Pei Luan, Li Yi chose to remain a silent observer. Feng Qing, although aware that Chu Xiu was far from the despicable character Ho Fei described, found herself at a loss for words in the tumultuous atmosphere, being merely a girl. Suddenly, the classroom door was forcefully kicked open, creating a thunderous noise that abruptly silenced the chaos, leaving the room in an eerie stillness as astonished gazes turned toward the entrance. The newcomer, panting and evidently anxious about being late, had dashed in, only to be startled by dozens of eyes fixed upon him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Huang Yan, what on earth happened? Why the panic? Lu Hao furrowed his brow, regarding the newcomer with a look of exasperation. The loss of discipline in the classroom that day left him baffled. Was it really so easy for the youth to become flustered over a few words? Younger generation, is there truly a need for such impetuousness? Mr. Lu, you won't believe who I just saw. Chu Xiu. That guy actually drove to school. Ah, Chu Xiu really drove. What kind of car does he have? Oh, a customized Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Huang Yin blurted out without hesitation, and the classroom fell into a profound silence. The sound of Ho Fei swallowing hard was audible as everyone processed this revelation. Damn it, Huang Yin, have you been drinking? How could Chu Xiu afford a Rolls-Royce? Stop bragging and be more credible. Initially, Ho Fei had been worried about being proven wrong. After all, there were plenty of cars worth over 100,000 these days. What if Chu Xiu's family had indeed gifted him one? But upon hearing Huang Yan's claim, he felt reassured. If you had said it was a BMW or a Mercedes, I might have believed you. But a Rolls-Royce? That's clearly nonsense. What era are we in? Playing such tricks to show off? Really? Chu Xiu is on his way here right now. If you don't believe me, go look outside. Huang Yan exclaimed, gesturing toward the building's exterior, predicting that Chu Xiu would arrive momentarily. Suddenly, a deep and resonant engine roar echoed from afar, growing closer. This powerful and majestic rumble seemed to rise from the depths of the earth, akin to a colossal beast awakening from slumber, imbued with strength and authority. Undoubtedly, it was the sound of an automobile, yet it was evident this was no ordinary vehicle. The reverberation quivered slightly, as if proclaiming its formidable power to the world. And as it drew nearer, the sound intensified like an exhilarating symphony that stirred the blood. Recognizing such a sound indicated a fine automobile, the students exchanged glances, wondering if Huang Yan's claim could indeed be true. Many classmates had little impression of Chu Xiu, only knowing he looked passable, while everything else about him seemed utterly ordinary. To suddenly hear such a remarkable entrance from someone perceived as a mere shadow was astonishing. The majority of students in the classroom began to whisper amongst themselves, and some even ventured outside to witness the spectacle. Only a select few, who had seen Chu Xiu's videos from Jinling Art College, remained seated. Pei Luan glanced at Fang Qing, and they exchanged looks of realization. Chu Xiu is truly on the rise. Pei Luan felt a shiver run down his spine, as if he could sense the audacity of Chu Xiu's demeanor. Step aside, for I am about to flaunt. Chu Xiu, nonchalantly driving the Cullinan, cruised along the asphalt roads of the campus, his tires crushing the silence beneath them, accompanied by a rich, resonant rumble. He slowly approached the front of the School of Economics and Management. Although the vehicle came to a stop, the engine's growl persisted, as if declaring its status as an unstoppable luxury vehicle. Before long, students began to emerge from the fifth-floor classrooms, many leaning over the railings to gaze down at the car. The silver-gray exterior paired with the vibrant Chinese red showcased a level of luxury and craftsmanship that was unparalleled. Only when Chu Xiu turned off the engine and stepped out of the car did the murmurs of the students gradually subside. With the exquisite combination of his luxurious LV leisure suit and the opulent Cullinan, Chu Xiu became an even more radiant figure. Chu Xiu, I want to have your child. A girl who recognized him suddenly exclaimed. Wow, this guy is Chu Xiu. Which class is he from? I never knew he was such a big deal. In 3 years of university, this was the first time someone had showcased a vehicle of such caliber. Had he been so low-key before? This is the Chu Xiu from Class 1 of Economics and Management. I can't believe he's a hidden rich heir. His status is on a different level. Chu Xiu, do you need any subordinates? Chu Xiu. The commotion surrounding Chu Xiu escalated, with a well-meaning student recording a video and sharing it in the school group, instantly making Chu Xiu a sensation at Jinling University. Lu Hao adjusted his glasses, casting a complex glance at Chu Xiu, signaling him to take a seat. Chu Xiu nodded calmly, displaying no emotion, and walked over to an empty seat next to Pei Luan. Those around him raised their thumbs in admiration, particularly Pei Luan, who whispered enviously, Chu Xiu, you've made quite the name for yourself at Jinling University today. Must feel good to show off, huh? Just standard procedure, Chu Xiu replied, leaving Pei Luan feeling slighted, as he muttered under his breath, show off. Quiet down, Lu Hao shot Pei Luan a glance before continuing with the day's agenda. After about 10 minutes, Lu Hao wrapped up his speech and departed, granting everyone the freedom to mingle. With a loud bang, as soon as the counselor left, numerous students flocked around Chu Xiu, bombarding him with questions, leaving him overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Pei Luan addressed the surrounding students, saying, everyone, just check the class group to find out what is going on. What? This is Chu Xiu. Old Chu, I didn't realize you were a martial arts master. What is happening? Is Chu Xiu on a rampage for a pretty face? Such is the essence of a man. Did anyone else notice the majestic U8 beside Chu Xiu? Chu Xiu, do you need a pendant? I'd like to pledge allegiance. Get lost. Curious. Chu Xiu opened his phone to discover that Fang Qing had shared a video of him single-handedly taking on 10 opponents at the art college in the group chat. As he watched the footage of his impressive display, envy and admiration filled the hearts of his classmates. This was the essence of a true man. From this day forth, the prospect of courtship at Jinling University lay just a step away from Chu Xiu. Chapter 45, Meeting Yi Qianqian. Chu Xiu cast a meaningful glance at Fang Qing, surprised that she had taken the initiative to share the video in the group chat. This woman was intriguing. While Chu Xiu was lost in thought, Pei Luan nudged him with his elbow, gesturing toward Ho Fei, who lingered at the edge of the crowd. He then succinctly recounted the slanderous remarks Ho Fei had made about him in the classroom. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu merely smiled faintly, dismissing him as a mere clown. Ho Fei is a figure who lingers in his mind. Back in the day, there were 2 students from the class who were simultaneously recruited as interns by the Jintian Fund in Jinling. Chu Xiu relied on his genuine abilities, while Ho Fei merely benefited from his father's connections. After joining the Jintian Fund, despite having someone backing him, Ho Fei's lack of competence nearly led to his dismissal. Had it not been for his father's influence, he would have been let go long ago. In stark contrast, Chu Xiu was an academic prodigy in high school. entering university with the third highest score in Jinling City. Although he excelled in cultural subjects, his overall performance was mediocre, causing him to become somewhat of an unnoticed presence in his class. It was only during exams that people remembered this academically gifted individual. He was rarely seen participating in club activities, cultural events, or sports. However, owing to his strong academic foundation, he performed exceptionally well during his internship at the Jintian Fund, garnering praise from various supervisors. Ultimately, it was Chu Xiu's personality that hindered his ability to integrate into the workplace, leading him to voluntarily leave after the 3-month internship period. At that time, he was confronted by Hou Fei at the office entrance, who ridiculed him for over 10 minutes. Rising from his seat, Chu Xiu maneuvered through the crowd before confronting Hou Fei with a cold smile, saying, "Hou Fei, after spending a few months in the workplace, how is it that you still show no progress? You've learned quite a few petty tricks, haven't you? Humph, don't get too smug. Just because you've got a Cullinan doesn't mean it's yours. Who has to say you didn't rent it?" Despite feeling intimidated by Chu Xiu's imposing stature, Hou Fei feigned indifference and retorted, "You fool. Who would rent a brand new Rolls-Royce?" Without hesitation, Pei Luan interjected, "Hou Fei, was it not your reckless words that caused this chaos in the classroom? Apologize to Chu Xiu immediately, or I will note this down as an infraction." As the class monitor, Li Yi quickly stepped in, sensing that Chu Xiu had the upper hand. He was quite apprehensive of Chu Xiu himself, recognizing this as an opportunity to mend relationships. Regrettably, it seemed that Monkey would have to be sacrificed. "Why are you siding with Chu Xiu?" Li Yi, Hou Fei questioned. Bewildered, Li Yi had always been a close companion, and now he felt betrayed, his sense of fairness deeply unsettled. "I, Li Yi, stand for justice. Apologize quickly. Hou Fei, your actions today were excessive. Defaming others is slander and a crime," Fang Qing declared, walking over to Chu Xiu, speaking up on his behalf despite the astonished expressions of their classmates. "Fang, you too? Have you joined forces with Chu Xiu?" Hou Fei stammered, his frustration palpable. Today had indeed turned unfortunate, realizing that not only could Chu Xiu afford a Rolls-Royce, but he also had allies. The murmurs among the other students grew, particularly given Fang Qing's reputation as an epitome of purity and grace, a paragon of youthful beauty in their class. It was shocking to see her defending Chu Xiu. The disparity in treatment afforded to the affluent was unmistakable, and in that moment, the students' perceptions of Chu Xiu dramatically shifted. They unanimously believed that the change in Fang Qing's attitude was due to Chu Xiu's newfound wealth. Yet, no one dared to confront her about why she chose to support him. "You fine, I apologize. Chu Xiu, I'm sorry. Is that sufficient?" Hou Fei, cornered by the pressure from both Fang Qing and Pei Luan, felt his resolve crumble as he quickly offered an apology, his face paling under the scrutiny of his peers. "Now leave." Pei Luan dismissed him with a wave, as if swatting away a fly. With his head bowed, Hou Fei glared at Chu Xiu and the others. Resentment etched on his face, silently vowing to remember their expressions for future retribution. Today was indeed a humiliating defeat, having his lies exposed in public, tarnishing his reputation. However, he swore not to allow Chu Xiu to revel in his triumph for too long. "You think you're tough? I'll make sure to give you a taste of your own medicine." As Hou Fei slunk away, Pei Luan could no longer contain his delight. Approaching Chu Xiu with a grin, "Look at him, he resembles a defeated dog." After a brief exchange with Fang Qing, Chu Xiu took Pei Luan's arm and left the classroom. Shortly thereafter, they arrived beside Chu Xiu's vehicle. It was Pei Luan's first close encounter with such an exquisite luxury car, and apart from feeling envious, he was utterly astonished. He couldn't fathom how, in just a few months, Chu Xiu had undergone such a transformation. This guy had concealed his affluent background for 3 years. Perhaps the family trial had come to an end, enabling him to inherit the family business. "Wow, old Chu, I had no idea you hailed from such a distinguished lineage. Impressive. Old Pei, what absurd fantasies are you entertaining? You look utterly ridiculous," Chu Xiu remarked, recognizing Pei Luan's imagination running wild. "Do you want to experience it? Just call me Dad and take a ride," Pei Luan teased, as Chu Xiu waved his car keys with a playful grin. "You, old Chu, why are you treating me this way?" Pei Luan was torn between the gleaming Rolls-Royce and the mischievous Chu Xiu, clearly unable to make a choice. At that moment, a familiar voice, laced with warmth and charm, broke through the banter. "Chu Xiu, there you are. Do you boys always indulge in such playful banter? Is it amusing to have someone call you Dad?" Turning around, Chu Xiu was greeted by Yi Qianqian, who appeared even more radiant and alluring than their previous encounter at the Yunding Mountain Villa. Dressed in an ethereal white evening gown that billowed like a dream, the attire complemented her complexion and grace perfectly, accentuating her exquisite figure and alluring curves. Her makeup was flawless, lips painted in a vibrant hue, and her hair elegantly styled, either cascading over her shoulders or fashioned into a sophisticated updo. Wearing a pair of elegant high heels, she stood tall and poised, resembling a blooming lotus in full splendor. Her presence undeniably captured the attention of everyone around. Students who had just exited the classroom found themselves captivated by Yi Qianqian's beauty, overshadowing even the allure of the Rolls-Royce. Chu Xiu's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her, and he greeted her warmly. Yi Qianqian noticed the admiration in his eyes, a flicker of joy surging through her, accompanied by a sweet smile. As their eyes met, a moment of stillness enveloped them, as if time itself had paused. Chapter 46, The Beauty's Request. Stunned into silence. Several classmates who had just departed from the teaching building initially fixed their gaze on the Rolls-Royce, as some individuals envied Chu Xiu for his possession of a Rolls-Royce. They sought solace in their hearts, reassuring themselves that although they lacked luxury vehicles, they were fortunate to have girlfriends, a privilege unattainable for the singletons among them. However, when Yi Qianqian made her grand entrance, resplendent in her attire, and exchanged a tender gaze with Chu Xiu, the onlookers suddenly felt a wave of dismay wash over them. It was a foreboding realization. Such a prized cabbage was about to be uprooted by a swine. Pei Luan was utterly astounded by the sight of the duo. Chu Xiu, who had previously been filled with righteous indignation for a lady's honor, was now in the company of another. Furthermore, this was none other than the illustrious Yi Qianqian, the epitome of beauty and affluence at their school, prompting a surge of envy and jealousy among the spectators. Yi Qianqian was one of the most renowned goddesses at Jinling University, not merely for her striking appearance, but also for her pivotal role within the student council. Whenever the school organized significant events or external activities, she was invariably one of the principal hosts. Her status as the daughter of the esteemed Yi family of Jinling was matched only by her extraordinary capabilities. It was said that upon entering her senior year, Yi Qianqian had embarked on the entrepreneurial journey with her close friends, even conducting live recruitment on the university's sports field, earning her considerable acclaim. Her fledgling company had swiftly transformed from an obscure entity into one of the top unicorns in the industry within Jinling, attracting substantial investments that skyrocketed her net worth to at least several tens of millions. Thus, a consensus emerged among the students. She was the most elusive goddess since the university's inception. Yet, even amidst such competition, suitors could form a battalion, though none ever captured Yi Qianqian's interest. In the presence of a genuinely capable and affluent heiress, mere rich second-generation science, nouveau riche, and elites were rendered inconsequential. However, today, Yi Qianqian's actions shattered the prevailing perceptions of her. It was astonishing that the goddess of Jinling University had been intercepted by Chu Xiu. This was monumental news, even more sensational than Chu Xiu's acquisition of a Rolls-Royce. Some even began recording videos and snapping photos, eager to share the juicy tidbits with their friends and classmates. "What's the matter? Don't I look lovely today?" Yi Qianqian teased, playfully twisting her skirt as she caught Chu Xiu's intense gaze, showcasing her beauty from every angle. She perfectly epitomized the adage that a woman adorns herself for the admiration of her beloved. "You seem quite surprised by my appearance," she observed, noticing the significant emotional shift in Chu Xiu, which filled her with a secret sense of pride. Despite his enigmatic aura and remarkable skills, upon encountering her, he too was rendered awestruck. Indeed, in Chu Xiu's memory, Yi Qianqian had always been celebrated for her natural beauty. Today's transformation was a stunning revelation. He didn't hesitate to express his admiration, having encountered a myriad of beautiful women over the past few days, yet none had captivated him quite like Yi Qianqian did today. Tomorrow night, the school is hosting a graduation gala. Today's just the rehearsal, she informed him. As a student council officer and a well-known host, she had begun preparations a day in advance. "Impressive as always, Yi Qianqian. I shall be in attendance tomorrow evening to support you," Chu Xiu replied, his spirits lifted by the sight of such beauty. I nearly forgot the main issue. Chu Xiu, there's a performance tomorrow, and the singer has suddenly fallen ill with a fever, losing her voice. "I was hoping you could assist," Yi Qianqian said with a sigh. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at him. "Shouldn't she consult a doctor? Why ask me?" Chu Xiu responded dismissively, regarding the request as trivial, given his proficiency in various traditional Chinese medical skills. "Come now, Chu Xiu, you're overestimating your modesty. This is a simple task for you," Yi Qianqian retorted playfully, catching Chu Xiu off guard before cleverly blocking his retreat. "All right then," he conceded with a smile, yielding to her request. Thrilled by his affirmative response, Yi Qianqian instructed him to meet her at the university auditorium after lunch, where she would be throughout the day. Before departing, she cast a knowing glance at Chu Xiu's Rolls-Royce Cullinan, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "This was earned through my own hard work. Don't let your imagination run wild," he mused, sensing that Yi Qianqian was indulging in some mischievous speculation about him. Before he could clarify, Pei Luan swiftly approached, snatching the keys and diving into the driver's seat with remarkable speed and precision. Starting the car, Pei Luan assumed the role of Chu Xiu's chauffeur, and they exited the campus. As the campus goddess and the newly minted male idol departed in succession, the onlookers, regardless of gender, couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. Even before leaving the campus, the vast chasm of life's disparities became evident, a gap insurmountable by human effort. Unbeknownst to Chu Xiu, within a mere hour, he had sparked a whirlwind of complex emotions among many. As mealtime approached, he and Pei Luan sought out a hot pot restaurant near the university. During their meal, he inquired about Pei Luan's plans for graduate studies, discovering that his friend was quite capable and had a solid chance of succeeding. Chu Xiu, however, dismissed the notion of pursuing further studies himself. With his unique advantages, the need for graduate school seemed unnecessary. After a delightful meal, noting the time nearing 1 p.m., Chu Xiu settled the bill and left the restaurant. To his surprise, as he passed through a narrow alleyway, a young man with bleached hair blocked his path. "Brother, what is the meaning of this?" Pei Luan asked bravely, sensing the hostility emanating from the intruder. The young man's icy gaze remained fixed on Chu Xiu, wordlessly sizing him up as if comparing him to someone in his mind. "Stop staring. I am Chu Xiu," he declared, anticipating the stranger's thoughts. "Ah, you have some nerve. But unfortunately, you've offended the wrong people," the young man replied, his surprise evident as he regarded Chu Xiu, who remained unfazed. "I hope you behave yourself shortly." With a sharp clap of his hands, as if signaling an unseen force, a horde of aggressive youths armed with clubs materialized from the shadows, about 20 of them, blocking the exit of the alley. This sudden turn of events rendered Chu Xiu and Pei Luan trapped, unseen by the outside world. Pei Luan's expression turned alarmed as he glanced at the gathering crowd, while Chu Xiu remained composed, surveying the situation with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, he recognized a familiar face among the throng. It was Hou Fei, the very individual with whom he had clashed earlier that day in class. Hou Fei. The revelation startled Chu Xiu. During the past few days, he had crossed paths with numerous adversaries, yet he had not anticipated that Hou Fei would be the first to seek retribution against him. This newfound respect for Hou Fei was unexpected, as he had previously perceived him as timid and cowardly. Yet, here he was, orchestrating this ambush over a trivial matter, indicating that he felt compelled to retaliate. As Hou Fei caught Chu Xiu's gaze, he raised an eyebrow and stepped forward, shedding any pretense of subtlety. "Chu Xiu, I warned you that you would surely regret this. So, how do you find today's spectacle?" Hou Fei's face bore a hint of malice as he coldly regarded Chu Xiu, speaking as he walked. "Damn it, Hou Fei, you fool. Do you even realize what you're doing?" Pei Luan exclaimed angrily upon spotting Hou Fei. The mere thought of the humiliation he faced while pursuing women ignited a fiery rage in Hou Fei. He exploded like a powder keg, his fury palpable. "Beat him severely. Especially that brat. Break one of his legs." Hou Fei viciously pointed at Chu Xiu and shot a glance at the yellow-haired thug ahead. The yellow-haired thug, equally ruthless and not one for words, waved his hand. "Kill him. Brothers, charge," he yelled. "Let us avenge our benefactor. Do not fear." Over 20 armed youths brandished their weapons, shouting as they surged forward. Pei Luan trembled at the sight, instinctively stepping back. It was his first encounter with such a brawl, and he felt overwhelmed by the throng surrounding him. Yet, seeing Chu Xiu standing resolute and unflinching, he wondered if he truly possessed the capability to take on 10 foes at once, just as depicted in the videos. With this thought, Pei Luan's resolve solidified, and he stepped forward to shield Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, taken aback, felt a surge of gratitude. This brother was indeed worth befriending. He placed a reassuring hand on Pei Luan's shoulder, signaling him to refrain from violence. Instead, he advanced boldly towards the approaching horde, embodying unwavering courage. With lightning speed, he charged into the fray like a tiger descending from a mountain, colliding with the crowd. A hapless thug was sent sprawling, unable to rise for some time. Utilizing the tiger form of the 5-animal play, Chu Xiu's strikes were fierce and unyielding. As he maneuvered with agility, he hoisted a hefty adversary weighing over 200 pounds, causing the thug to relinquish his weapon and beg for mercy. Witnessing Chu Xiu's display of prowess, the other thugs were left dumbfounded, many relieved they had not been the first to charge in. Observing the stunned crowd, Chu Xiu seized the moment, using the hefty thug as a makeshift sandbag, hurling him into the bewildered group. With a resounding crash, the thug collided with several others, injuring at least a dozen. This display of strength left Hou Fei nearly prostrated in fear. Is he really that formidable? Who on earth is this Chu Xiu? A martial arts master? Yellow-haired thug was the first to be struck down, pinned beneath the hefty body, screaming for help. A typical bully with no substance, and yet he fancied himself a leader. "Chu Xiu, stop. I concede. I admit defeat." Hou Fei cried out in desperation as he witnessed Chu Xiu advance, realizing he had inadvertently led his group into a trap. If Chu Xiu continued to rain down punishment, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against him later. In a moment of amusement, Chu Xiu approached Hou Fei, moving swiftly before the latter could comprehend. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap, sending Hou Fei tumbling 2 meters away, his face swelling grotesquely. Chu Xiu, please stop. I was wrong. One should never strike a face. Hou Fei pleaded, clutching his right cheek as he struggled to rise. Before he could regain his footing, Chu Xiu, as quick as lightning, slapped the left side of his face. A scream erupted from Hou Fei as he fell again, blood trickling from his mouth. A pitiful sight indeed. The force of the blows had been tempered, or else Hou Fei would have been knocked unconscious with the first strike. At that moment, the yellow-haired thug finally managed to stand, his eyes wide with disbelief at Hou Fei's lamentable state. Chu Xiu, clad in a white LV shirt and towering at nearly 6 feet, possessed a physique that was both imposing and well-proportioned. His muscular build, subtly visible beneath the fabric, accentuated his formidable presence. Such misfortune, I have truly stepped on a steel plate, the yellow-haired thug lamented, cursing Hou Fei for his foolishness in offering 2,000 to have Chu Xiu beaten. This encounter has cost me dearly. The remaining thugs exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Without any directives from their leader, they merely stood by, watching Chu Xiu. Pei Luan, witnessing Chu Xiu's valor, could hardly contain his admiration, feeling as if he might kneel in respect. Unable to suppress his indignation at Hou Fei's pitiful condition, Pei Luan delivered a few kicks to him, vocalizing his disdain. What were you thinking? This is not child's play. Admitting defeat is sufficient. Brother, I was blind to your might today. I concede. As Xiao Ma is indeed my good friend, please show him mercy. I shall be forever grateful, the yellow-haired thug implored, fear palpable in his eyes as he approached Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu merely snorted in response, bending down to pick up a stone, tossing it lightly in his hand. Then, with a flick of his finger, he propelled the stone like a bullet towards the yellow-haired thug. Ah! The stone struck the thug's knee from a distance of over 5 meters, causing him to cry out in pain, collapsing to one knee, momentarily incapacitated. Is that a hidden weapon? He possesses extraordinary skill. We must flee. In a matter of moments, the remaining thugs scattered, leaving only a few injured behind. Bang! The yellow-haired thug, a man of resolve, knelt before Chu Xiu without hesitation. Chu Xiu regarded him with a bemused expression. Are we still playing? I could entertain myself for an entire day. The yellow-haired thug trembled in fear, realizing the gravity of the situation. Your skills are unparalleled, I yield. From now on, I shall heed your commands. In this university town, my word still holds some weight. Just as Chu Xiu was about to respond, a commanding female voice suddenly broke through the tension. Stop. Release that handsome guy. No fighting is allowed. Chapter 48. The Beauty Rescues the Hero. Chu Xiu was taken aback. It seemed the yellow-haired thug had an ally. At the entrance of the alley, a strikingly captivating young woman approached, her appearance refreshingly unique. With skin as fair as snow and her long hair tied up in a high ponytail that swayed gracefully with her movements, exuding an aura of competence. Most notably, she was clad in a white martial arts training outfit, wielding a training sword in her hand. This attire hugged her figure, showcasing her agility and dexterity, with red trimmings adorning the collar and cuffs, adding a vibrant splash of color. The young woman jogged lightly, bypassing the sprawled crowd on the ground, and reached Chu Xiu's side, inquiring with genuine concern. Hey handsome, are you all right? Chu Xiu, with a bemused expression, replied. Do I look like I have a problem? Sister Su? Yes, I am injured, stammered Huang Mao as he raised his trembling hand to interject. Huang Mao? Haven T, you spent a few years training at the fighting gym? How could you stoop to bullying others? It was evident that the beautiful girl was familiar with Huang Mao, a local ruffian known for his troublemaking. Ignoring Huang Mao's injuries, she sternly confronted him. Huang Mao retorted. Beauty, who are you? Chu Xiu, with his hands in his pockets, sauntered over and casually asked, what is it to you? Upon closer inspection, the ponytailed girl appeared to be just over 20, stunningly beautiful, her face radiating youthful vitality as she stared at him in awe. Indeed, she was striking. With such looks and form, Chu Xiu would rate her at least a 95, though he noted her apparent lack of sharpness. Hello, handsome, my name is Su Xianwan. I'm 21, single, and a coach at the nearby Bawang fighting gym. She finally introduced herself. Realizing that Chu Xiu was remarkably young, not only handsome and skilled, but also youthful, truly her ideal type. Huang Mao interjected, Sister, are you alright? I'm in the middle of a fight here. Do you think it's a matchmaking session? Su Xianwan exclaimed, You're so impressive. Huang Mao has been training for over 2 years at the gym. She had witnessed Huang Mao rallying a group to surround Chu Xiu and had intended to rescue him. As they conversed, Chu Xiu introduced himself, learning that this beauty, Su Xianwan, was a senior at Jinling University, a year older than him, and a martial arts prodigy. This revelation nearly dropped his jaw. He never expected such a petite beauty to be a martial arts expert. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Su Xianwan typically worked part-time at the fighting gym near the school and had intended to return after work when she encountered Huang Mao's aggressive gang. She had planned to intervene should they attempt anything malicious. With a twinkle in her eye, she shyly inquired, "Chu Xiu, how did you become so skilled? You're even better than my teacher." At that moment, she truly observed the chaos surrounding them. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Feeling awkward enough to dig a hole to hide in, Huang Mao and Hou Fei exchanged glances, both hesitant to flee, especially with Hou Fei's battered appearance and Huang Mao kneeling in a comical fashion. Witnessing this, Pei Luan swiftly grabbed his phone and snapped a few photos. Chu Xiu couldn't help but chuckle at Su Xianwan's adorable demeanor. The altercation had yielded unexpected rewards. Not only had he acquired a high-level skill, but he had also dealt Huang Mao his due comeuppance and, most importantly, met the beautiful Su Xianwan. One could say that university students often hide their true talents, as most of the alluring individuals he had recently encountered were indeed college students. "Chu Xiu, do you have free time? Have you considered a part-time job?" Su Xianwan asked. After a moment of contemplation, "A part-time job?" The suggestion took Chu Xiu by surprise. "Yes, with your skills, I work part-time at Bawang Fighting Gym. The pay is quite good, but I'm graduating this year, and the gym has asked me to recommend someone." As she spoke, Su Xianwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Believing that Chu Xiu was the perfect candidate. "Well, I'm not particularly interested," Chu Xiu declined outright, as he didn't need the money and had no intention of taking a job. Chu Xiu, you should give it a try. Our gym owner is extraordinary, proficient in numerous martial arts, and unbeatable." Su Xianwan was unwilling to concede, revealing her trump card, knowing Chu Xiu's exceptional skills would surely pique his interest. Beep. A boastful remark has been detected. Meeting system entry criteria. Entry recorded. Please check. Recorded boastful remark. To Su Xianwan. The gym owner was skilled in dozens of martial arts in his youth. After all these years, mastering various styles is a given. Reward. Expert-level martial arts proficiency. What a delightful surprise. Especially with the prospect of acquiring an expert-level skill, which is second only to mastery. With this newfound expertise, Chu Xiu suddenly found his initial high-level fighting skill less appealing. Noticing his hesitation, Su Xianwan quickly reassured him, "Rest assured, our gym owner values talent highly. If you're willing to work part-time, he will definitely teach you." Faced with Su Xianwan's clear, pleading gaze, which seemed to say she would cry if he refused, Chu Xiu had no choice but to acquiesce. "All right, thank you, Su Xiuejia. Hehe, don't call me Xiuejia, just call me Xianwan. Remember to come find me at the gym in a few days." Upon hearing his agreement, her face lit up with joy, and after a few more instructions, she reluctantly took her leave, casting a disdainful glance at Huang Mao. "You're pathetic. You couldn't even handle this many people." After Su Xianwan departed, Chu Xiu strolled over to Huang Mao, regarding him with a dispassionate gaze. Huang Mao's forehead glistened with sweat, trickling down his cheek as he nervously wiped it away with his sleeve, offering a servile smile to Chu Xiu. He repeatedly assured that he would never dare to cross him again. "Just scram, and don't let me see you again." This command sounded like heavenly music to Huang Mao's ears, and he hurried to rise, only to find his knees numb, stumbling awkwardly back to the ground. Chu Xiu chuckled at the sight and gestured for Pei Luan to follow him. This scene, observed by Hou Fei, left him paralyzed with fear, too terrified to even glance at Chu Xiu, having been thoroughly intimidated. "Damn, why don't you help me up, you bunch of useless trash?" As the formidable Chu Xiu departed, Huang Mao returned to his obnoxious self, berating his lackeys. "And those punks who ran away? I'll deal with them tomorrow." Huang Mao had clearly fallen from grace, compounded by the betrayal of his subordinates, which was utterly unforgivable. As for retaliating against Chu Xiu, that was laughable. That guy was something else entirely, even resorting to hidden weapons. "Xiao Fei, let this grudge go. I've seen many skilled fighters at the gym, but none compare to the formidable Chu Xiu." Observing Hou Fei's pale countenance, Huang Mao could only offer words of solace, recognizing the futility of pursuing vengeance. Hou Fei sighed, casting a complex gaze towards the retreating figure of Chu Xiu. Chapter 49, a memorable scene with Yi Qianqian. After this brief interlude with Hou Fei, Chu Xiu and Pei Luan lost their enthusiasm and decided to head back to school. Chu Xiu first drove Pei Luan back to the dormitory, as he himself had stopped living on campus in the second half of his junior year. With some idle time on his hands, he decided to address Yi Qianqian's request first. Amidst the resounding roars of the engine, Chu Xiu arrived at the grand auditorium of the school 5 minutes later. He noticed a few temporary parking spots marked out at the entrance, with one still available. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, he parked beside a red Ferrari. As he pushed open the grand doors of the auditorium and stepped inside, he was greeted by the vibrant sounds of music. Observing the bustling figures around the stage, it appeared that preparations for an event were underway, resembling a grand soiree. Upon entering, Chu Xiu noticed no one was attending to him, so he made his way towards the backstage, presuming that the rehearsals were taking place there. However, as he stepped into the backstage area, he was met with a cacophony of raised voices emanating from one of the rooms. It seemed as though an argument was unfolding. Driven by curiosity, Chu Xiu approached to discern the cause of the commotion. He found a rectangular conference table crowded with people. Two young men in particular were embroiled in a heated exchange. Their faces flushed with anger. One even resorted to expletives. The surrounding individuals made no effort to intervene. Rather, they seemed to fuel the confrontation further. Lu Yong, don't think you can fabricate lies just because you're a student council officer. It's absolutely impossible. I am the director. One of them shouted. It's just a soiree. What is the big deal about being a director? Don't act like your position is more important than mine. My program represents the student council, retorted the other. And what of the student council? Does that mean you can lip sync? What nonsense. Hey, everyone. Lu Yong is merely unwell and unable to perform normally, but his perseverance in singing despite his illness is commendable, even if it's discovered that he lip synced. I believe everyone will understand his situation, another voice chimed in. Shut up with your flattery. We're talking about who will take responsibility if it's discovered. Can you handle that, Lu Yong? Hu Xing, you're just the temporary person in charge of this event. You may be called director out of respect, but without that, you're nothing. Do all of you in the student council act so tyrannically? If you don't want to cooperate, you can withdraw from the event. You're not really the director. The head of this soiree is our student council president, Zhao. You're just a placeholder, and I'm being kind letting you hang around. Bang. Suddenly, a beautifully dressed Yi Qianqian entered, her demeanor frosty as she glared at everyone present. Have you all had enough? No more insults. Lu Yong, I've already arranged for someone to help you recover. If you continue this way, don't blame me for being impolite. I will have to ask you to leave the stage. Director Yi, I apologize. I was merely frustrated by Hu Xing's provocation. I represent President Zhao of the Student Council, and I am concerned about the event's quality, Lu Yong replied, his pale complexion slightly flushed. Humph. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. This soiree is organized by my department. The Student Council is merely assisting. Yi Qianqian shot back, casting a disdainful glance at him. If it weren't for his solo performance, she would have long dismissed him. Had she known, she would never have agreed to let the Student Council present a program, which ultimately became a hindrance to her. With that thought, she could only offer a reluctant smile of apology to the furious Hu Xing, feeling flattered, was taken aback. After all, Yi Qianqian, a well-known beauty on campus, rarely smiled at men. However, Liu Yong's disrespect left him infuriated. He had a reputation as one of the distinguished directors in the Jinling Academy of Arts. He shot Lu Yong a penetrating glance before standing up to leave, only to notice a handsome young man standing at the entrance, exuding a unique aura. Without thinking, he asked, "Excuse me, which project are you responsible for? Is there something you need?" "Hello, I'm here to see Senior Yi," Chu Xiu replied, hands in his pockets, his voice carrying a nonchalant air. Oh, hearing Chu Xiu's voice, Yi Qianqian looked toward the entrance in surprise, and upon recognizing him, her face brightened with joy. "Chu Xiu, over here, come quickly," she called excitedly, her earlier anger dissipating like mist, her face radiating once more with delight. Her voice was melodious, akin to the tinkling of a clear spring, enveloping everyone in a sense of comfort. "Hello, Senior Yi, I've arrived. Which one of you is unwell?" Chu Xiu observed the tense atmosphere and directly stated his purpose, eager to resolve the matter swiftly. "It's him. He is the one who is sick." Yi Qianqian pointed her delicate finger at Lu Yong. "Oh, so it's him who is unwell. Indeed, he appears to be in a poor state," Chu Xiu remarked, scrutinizing Lu Yong closely and discerning that his ailment was more than just a fever. He was also rather insipid in demeanor. "How unfortunate. Who are you? Which department are you from? How dare you say someone is sick? You're the one who is sick. Your whole family is sick." Lu Yong stared blankly at Yi Qianqian and Chu Xiu, finally realizing they were mocking him. Especially Chu Xiu's penetrating gaze felt like a dagger, exposing his deepest secrets. "Damn it. Yi Qianqian may be a beauty, but I want to be intimidated by a little nobody." Lu Yong spat back, his frustration boiling over. "Lu Yong, you've lost your mind," Yi Qianqian exclaimed in alarm, her eyes wide with concern for Chu Xiu, fearing he might do something outrageous. While others may not know Chu Xiu's capabilities, she was acutely aware of his extraordinary skills, particularly his unparalleled acupuncture technique that left everyone in awe. Lu Yong cast a dismissive glance at her, thinking to himself that she was just a woman. Meanwhile, Yi Qianqian saw Chu Xiu's expression remain impassive, merely gazing coolly at Lu Yong. Such a gaze reminded her of those she had seen only from the guards of her grandfather. To prevent the situation from escalating further, Yi Qianqian decisively stepped in front of Lu Yong, as if gathering her resolve for an emotional confrontation. Lu Yong, smug as he was, gazed at the beautiful woman before him, thinking that no matter how rich and beautiful she was, she would ultimately have to plead with him for her precious little boy. Slap. In an unexpected turn of events, a delicate hand connected sharply with his face, leaving him stunned. Lu Yong's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief. His cheeks flushed crimson from the sudden slap. Ouch! My hand hurts. Ignoring Liu Yong's stunned expression, Yi Qianqian took a few steps back, blowing on her hand as if to ease the pain, pretending it was genuinely hurting. Yi Qianqian, what are you doing? Don't think just because you're a girl I want to retaliate. Lu Yong's face burned with humiliation, realizing that this woman had struck him in defense of another man. Just know I'm actually helping you, so be grateful, Yi Qianqian remarked coolly, looking at the furious Lu Yong with disdain. The sudden shift in dynamics left the other students in the room utterly speechless. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet, with most still reeling from the dramatic unfolding. Many were still absorbed in the spectacle of Chu Xiu and Yi Qianqian's banter when they witnessed her resorting to violence to defend a man. Oh my! She is indeed a wealthy and beautiful woman, a female CEO. How could she resort to violence? This clearly illustrates the man's esteemed position in Yi Qianqian's heart. How sweet! Setting aside Yi Qianqian's act of aggression, this man is undeniably handsome. Chapter 50. An immersive experience of suffocation. What a humiliation. To be struck across the face by a woman is an utter disgrace for a man. In light of the reactions of those present in the room, not a single soul showed concern for the victimized party. Instead, they envied the romance shared between the two. Lu Yong clenched his fists, his expression cold as he glared at Yi Qianqian, his face a deep shade of anger, wishing he could retaliate against this woman. Just as he contemplated taking a few steps forward, if not to strike, then perhaps to intimidate, he suddenly felt a flash of silver dart past him, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. Yet, the momentary agony dissipated, akin to the sting of a bee. Lowering his gaze to discern the cause, he was horrified to find a silver needle piercing through his clothing, lodged directly at the region of his heart. With each breath he took, the tail of the needle quivered incessantly. What in the world is this? Lu Yong was so frightened that he sank to the ground, a cold sweat trickling down his face. His trembling right hand seemed to reach for the needle, but a frenzied voice echoed in his mind, warning him, "Do not remove it, do not remove it. Otherwise, you shall perish." Instinctively glancing up, he caught sight of Chu Xiu not far away, coldly regarding him as if he were a corpse. Who on earth are you? He suddenly felt weak and powerless. Even speaking became a laborious task, his heavy breaths suggesting an invisible weight pressing down upon his heart. In truth, I am a divine physician. You are genuinely unwell and in need of treatment. The moment Chu Xiu spoke, the expressions of most individuals in the room shifted dramatically. What sorcery is this? Are we in a film? People instinctively distanced themselves, wary of being entangled in something beyond their comprehension. Yi Qianqian looked at Chu Xiu with concern, yearning to say something, but upon seeing his expression, she ultimately remained silent, silently praying for him not to act impulsively and make a grave mistake. She believed Chu Xiu was merely teaching Lu Yong a lesson. Yes, I apologize for having offended you. Please, remove this object. I feel as though I am dying. A sensation of suffocation swirled around Lu Yang's heart, and uttering those few words drained him of all his strength. His lips trembled, turning a shade of purple. The feeling of breathlessness made him feel as if his very soul were quaking. It was truly terrifying. Rest assured, Qianqian has entrusted me with the task of treating him. Murder is, after all, a crime. Chu Xiu approached Lu Yong with a measured pace, gazing at him with a knowing expression, and withdrew the silver needle. Phew! Lu Yong felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his chest, and the sensation of free breathing returned, his complexion gradually returning to normal. However, his eyes were filled with trepidation. Such a method was indeed unpredictable, transcending his understanding, and he had briefly believed he was on the verge of suffocating to death. He never expected acupuncture to be wielded in such a manner. In fact, Chu Xiu had not anticipated committing any unlawful acts against him. Yet a lesson was undoubtedly warranted given their incessant provocations. The advanced needling technique employed to address the acupoints surrounding the heart was something any seasoned traditional Chinese physician could achieve. Yet few could execute it with such swiftness and precision as Chu Xiu. Thank you, Lu Yong gasped, his condition visibly poor, his chest rising and falling erratically, his heart still gripped by fear. At this moment, he wished to leave this place without delay, and after speaking, he cast a woeful glance at Yi Qianqian. What a day of misfortune. A few harsh words had nearly cost him his life. Brother, is this how you typically handle disputes? Resorting to violence without a word? His pitiful demeanor indeed startled Yi Qianqian. She had once thought Dr. Chu Xiu was remarkable, but never imagined that traditional medicine could be so formidable. Lu Yong, your health is certainly not suited for tomorrow's gala performance. Be sure to rest well. Yes, return home and indulge in good food and drink. Eat as much as you can. What? Lu Yong felt as if he were on the verge of tears, utterly devastated. Yi Qianqian's words provided him with some consolation. However, what Chu Xiu said next nearly terrified him to death, suggesting he prepare for his last rites and enjoy his time while he could. Brother, divine physician, save me. I can still be rescued. Lu Yong, in a state of panic, tumbled from his chair, scrambling to Chu Xiu's side, pleading desperately. I cannot treat you. Seek a more skilled practitioner. Chu Xiu rejected him without hesitation, believing that someone of Lu Yang's caliber needed to learn a lesson and cultivate restraint. Divine physician, you must save me. I have money. I will give it all to you. Lu Yong, feeling an inexplicable spasm in his heart, became even more frantic, hastily increasing his offer. You are merely a student. How much money could you possibly have? Chu Xiu questioned, his skepticism evident. Divine physician, I have money. I have 300,000. Please save me. My heart is in excruciating pain. The cramping pain in his chest caused Lu Yong to weep, and in that moment, he cared not for money, only for his life. What a truly remarkable person. The extent of his delusions is terrifying, Chu Xiu thought, gazing at him with a mix of disbelief and resignation. The heart cramping was merely a symptom following the needling. If one calmed themselves and maintained a tranquil mind, they could easily overcome it. He never expected such unexpected results. Is your money obtained lawfully? Without acknowledging Lu Yang's frantic cries, Chu Xiu continued his inquiry. This is what I earned during my years working as a male model at nightclubs. It's completely legitimate. Wow. Lu Yang's final words shattered the worldview of those present in the room. They had never imagined that the seemingly composed Lu Yong engaged in such morally reprehensible activities. A student council officer? Earning money as a male model while having the audacity to flaunt it here? No wonder he was said to have issues. His reactions were so exaggerated. He must have had quite the social circle. Instantly, the gazes directed at Lu Yong brimmed with disdain, while only a few women looked at him with astonishment. Lu Yong, whose physique was average and appearance unremarkable, raised questions about how such an ordinary individual could possibly serve as a male model. Curiosity piqued within them, ignoring the chaotic thoughts of the crowd. Chu Xiu sensed that Lu Yong had been sufficiently dealt with and casually asked, who has quick-acting heart relief pills? Give him 3. He had no desire to soil his silver needles again to aid someone unworthy. I have some. In the corner, the director Hu Xing trembled as he raised his hand, and upon seeing Chu Xiu nod, he handed Lu Yong 3 pills, his lifeline after several nights of sleepless labor. Lu Yong swallowed the pills eagerly, his face lighting up as if they were elixirs of immortality. 3 minutes later, Lu Yong felt rejuvenated, casting a grateful glance at director Hu Xing. However, upon noticing the peculiar stares from the crowd, he understood he could no longer remain in this place, lowering his head and covering his face as he left in disgrace. He knew he had suffered a significant loss of face. Before departing, he dared not meet Chu Xiu's gaze, fearful of being subjected to another immersive experience of suffocation. Chapter 51. If one day I become wealthy. Yi Qianqian gazed sympathetically at the departing Lu Yong, her expression one of surprise as she turned to Chu Xiu and said, I never anticipated you possessed such skills. What transpired just now? Looking around, Chu Xiu noticed the eager faces of the onlookers, some even setting up small stools, evidently prepared to witness the unfolding drama. It's nothing extraordinary, merely a minor technique, he responded with a light-hearted chuckle. I administered a needle to a specific acupoint near his heart, obstructing his meridian flow, which caused a disruption in blood circulation, resulting in his labored breathing. But why did Lu Yang's complexion deteriorate so severely after you withdrew the needle? Yi Qianqian queried, well versed in the principles of acupuncture. You didn't perform any additional actions afterward, so what was his condition about? That was entirely his own doing, Chu Xiu explained. After acupuncture, residual pressure remains in the surrounding acupoints. At such moments, one must maintain a calm demeanor. Any extreme reactions can lead to angina. Oh, now I understand why the quick-acting heart-saving pills were effective for him. Hu Xing, having listened to Chu Xiu's explanation, appeared enlightened. Chu Xiu, you are truly remarkable. A miracle worker. Yi Qianqian showered him with unabashed praise. I've always claimed to be a miracle worker. As the crowd regarded Chu Xiu with newfound respect. Recollections of Lu Yong's earlier distress, the suffocating sensation he experienced, sent shivers down their spines, invoking a sense of dread. Are you certain you are a miracle worker? Not a dark overlord? This thought lingered unspoken in their minds. After all, who would willingly seek an immersive experience of suffocation? After this commotion, Yi Qianqian dismissed everyone. instructing them to return for rehearsal after 6 o'clock. The crowd departed as if granted a pardon, not glancing back. Only a few admiring young girls remained, gazing at Chu Xiu with starry eyes, as if hoping to exchange WeChat contacts. Just as they were about to approach, they noticed Yi Qianqian, resembling a protective hen, shielding Chu Xiu with a fierce glare. The girls, suddenly disheartened, left with reluctance. In the end, only Chu Xiu and Yi Qianqian remained in the room. Humph, Chu Xiu. I never realized you had such charm. Even my friends have begun to admire you, Yi Qianqian remarked, jealousy evident in her tone as she pouted. Chu Xiu could only shrug helplessly, acknowledging that a man's allure was beyond his control. Forget it, I shan't hold it against you. However, you must assist me with something, Yi Qianqian implored, her palms pressed together in a gesture of supplication, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Oh, what can I assist you with? Didn't I promise to treat that individual? Yi Qianqian's expression faltered. You have the audacity to mention that? You nearly scared him to death. What treatment are you talking about? She reflected on how she hadn't encountered anyone quite as exasperating as Chu Xiu in an entire year, until his arrival had made her acutely aware of her own frustration. Yet, she could hardly blame him. After all, Chu Xiu was affluent, capable, and undeniably handsome, an impressive combination. Naturally, she wouldn't indulge him, being a wealthy young lady herself. However, it was precisely this quality that made her regard him with newfound respect. For she had grown weary of sycophants. One day, amidst her musings, the entrance swung open to reveal a Tibetan mastiff, a striking figure that captured her attention. As she contemplated this, she observed Chu Xiu's perfect physique, and an idea blossomed in her mind. Chu Xiu, would you help me create a program and sing a song? What did you just say? Are you jesting? Chu Xiu was taken aback by Yi Qianqian's audacious suggestion. I'm tone deaf. You expect me to sing? Fear not. I've reviewed your background. Weren't you awarded as one of the top 10 campus singers in your freshman year? Tomorrow, I'll arrange for someone to help you rehearse. You can replace Lu Yang. It will be a piece of cake. Yi Qianqian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, filled with hope. Dumbfounded, Chu Xiu had not anticipated that he possessed any latent singing talent, but recalling his past accolades, he was indeed surprised. He found himself at a loss, unsure whether to acquiesce, especially as Yi Qianqian gazed at him with such pleading eyes, leaving him defenseless against her charm. He began to suspect that the system's golden kidney effect was rendering him soft-hearted in the presence of beauty. Rest assured, the person I'll arrange for you is an exceptional vocalist, a former professional singer. Seeing Chu Xiu's hesitance, Yi Qianqian laid out her plan explicitly to reassure him. Why not simply invite this professional singer to perform? Chu Xiu inquired, perplexed by her strategy of seeking him out instead of utilizing the better option. She has a unique situation and cannot appear. Trust me, her singing prowess is of a superstar caliber. She will have no trouble teaching you. Beep. A boastful statement has been detected and meets system recording standards. It has been logged for your review. Recorded boastful statement. Yi Qianqian, my best friend, a professional singer, possesses superstar-level vocal skills, surpassing all industry peers. Reward for redemption, advanced singing skill. Chu Xiu regarded her with skepticism, questioning the validity of her claims about her best friend. However, this skill was fortuitously timely. Reflecting on the 3 pieces of information recorded that day, 2 advanced skills and 1 expert skill, he mused, the youth truly excel at boasting. The older generations seem lackluster in comparison. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. What are you thinking? Why do you look so pleased? Yi Qianqian eyed him suspiciously, uncertain of his thoughts as he wore a contented smile that made her uneasy. Chu Xiu dismissed her curious gaze, declaring, I agree. Show me the lyrics. He settled into a chair, crossed his legs, and acquiesced. Yay, wonderful. I'll fetch them for you right away. Yi Qianqian exclaimed with delight, bouncing like an excited little rabbit, her evening gown accentuating her vivaciousness. This display was a feast for Chu Xiu's eyes, revealing unexpected allure. As Yi Qianqian caught sight of his appreciative gaze, she rolled her eyes dramatically and tossed the lyrics at him. As he examined the lyrics, Chu Xiu's brow furrowed deeper. What is this drivel? Are you certain this is the correct document? He challenged Yi Qianqian, questioning whether she had made an error. Of course not. This was written by a professional singer for me. I've consulted an expert. It is indeed very professional, she replied earnestly. Chu Xiu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Is this truly a song? 80% is in English, with lengthy repetitive sections. Is this what qualifies as a good song? Who dares to make such boastful claims? At that moment, he realized he hadn't encountered any renowned grassroots singers since arriving in this parallel world. It seemed that the entertainment landscape here diverged significantly from his previous life, as he had not heard of any songs by Mao Mao in this existence. Moreover, since acquiring the boasting system, he found himself humming one of Mao Mao's songs at every opportunity. If one day I become wealthy, I can keep everyone around me, living joyfully without concern for tomorrow or parting. This sentiment resonated deeply with the changes in his life in this world. It appeared he needed to elevate the cultural entertainment standards for the people of this parallel realm, starting with the song, If One Day I Become Wealthy. Chapter 52, A Rendezvous at the Bar. 10 minutes later, under Yi Qianqian's astonished gaze, Chu Xiu presented her with the lyrics he had crafted and composed. The delicate, fair hand, soft and gentle, touched the coolness of the surroundings, offering an exquisite comfort. Unmindful of the advantage taken by Chu Xiu, Yi Qianqian hurriedly made a phone call, seemingly reaching out to her friend, a professional singer, for an appraisal. While the lyrics and melody of this song may not be particularly remarkable, they are certainly superior to your Western-style composition. Moreover, performing on graduation night resonates profoundly with the graduating students, embodying their aspirations. After ending the call, Yi Qianqian suddenly realized, her expression a complex tapestry as she gazed at him. What do you think? Is it suitable for a performance? Chu Xiu inquired. Chu Xiu, who exactly are you? I truly wish to discover the depths of your abilities, Yi Qianqian remarked sweetly, delivering the cruelest words with a gentle demeanor. Chu Xiu felt a shiver run down his spine, hastily concocting an excuse to make his exit. Chu Xiu, my intrigue for you is growing, she mused, her smile enigmatic as she watched him depart, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights, her splendid gown adding an air of mystery to her presence. You cannot escape. A low whisper echoed in the quiet room. This woman was indeed somewhat intimidating. Time swiftly passed to 6 o'clock in the evening. During this interval, Chu Xiu had indulged in a nap in his car, while Yi Qianqian messaged him about rehearsal, only to be met with his outright refusal. Such a splendid opportunity was the perfect moment to revel. The burdens of study were but fleeting clouds. This was a classic saying of Pei Luan, who had invited Chu Xiu to join him for a night of revelry at a bar near the school at 6 o'clock. How could a good friend's invitation be declined? Of course, he was purely there to observe and learn, for it was his first outing to a bar accompanied by 4 girls, with acquaintances present, making it difficult to fully engage, a regret that Chu Xiu had often pondered. Upon arriving at the bar, he found no parking spaces after a brief survey of the vicinity. Ultimately, he had to park precariously beside a Ferrari, the space barely sufficient for his vehicle. Alas, such is the plight of a slender car. This bustling thoroughfare, known as University Road, was surrounded by numerous institutions within the Jinling University town, such as Jinling Normal University, Jinling Finance, Jinling Engineering, and Jinling Medical School. As night fell, the streets were alive with vibrant shops and throngs of people. The bar they had agreed upon was centrally located along this lively street. As Chu Xiu pushed open the doors of the bar, a rich fragrance of liquor and a lively atmosphere enveloped him. The interior boasted a minimalist yet stylish decor, adorned with various artworks and photographs, creating a unique cultural ambience. The lighting was meticulously designed, casting a warm and romantic glow that invited relaxation and comfort. The music, predominantly pop and rock, infused the space with energy and passion. Scattered throughout the central dance floor were young men and women engaging in drinks and conversation. This bar was no ordinary establishment. Its inviting atmosphere perfectly catered to the tastes of contemporary university students, thought Chu Xiu as he stroked his chin. It appeared to be a well-managed venue. After scanning the surroundings, he noticed Pei Luan was nowhere to be found. Just as he was about to retrieve his phone to contact Pei Luan, a teasing voice called out to him. Old Chu, I've called you several times. Why are you ignoring me? It was Pei Luan, sporting a flashy short-sleeved shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, striking a rather dapper figure. Old Pei, you certainly know how to pick a place. How come I've never heard of this bar before? Although Chu Xiu didn't often venture out from school, he was quite familiar with University Road. To his recollection, this bar had left no impression on him whatsoever. I'm not too sure either. I only know it changed owners a few months back. It used to be an internet cafe, and now it's thriving under new management, packed every night. Pei Luan was a master at charming women, balancing classes by day and clubbing by night, reveling in his newfound happiness, even having recently started dating. Come on, let us not linger here. Let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Pei Luan said, throwing an arm around Chu Xiu's shoulders as he led him to a corner booth. Inside the bar, the lights flickered, and as they approached the booth, 2 figures gradually came into view. To Chu Xiu's astonishment, one of them was Fang Qing, a classmate of his, with an exquisitely crafted visage, fair skin, and a form-fitting short skirt that accentuated her curves. She exuded confidence and allure. Her long hair swayed to the rhythm of the music, and her arms danced in the air like a butterfly in flight, her waist twisting as if whispering a silent allure. Even Pei Luan's gaze was captivated by her, while Chu Xiu was equally taken aback, surprised to witness this side of the seemingly innocent Fang Qing. He couldn't help but cast an appreciative glance her way. Beside Fang Qing stood Wei Menghan, Pei Luan's new girlfriend, dressed in a purple dress, her beauty radiant and figure voluptuous. Noticing Pei Luan's enthralled expression, she approached him, playfully twisting his waist with her small hand. "Hey," Pei Luan gasped, a look of feigned innocence plastered on his face as he pleaded for mercy. Chu Xiu chuckled at their playful interaction. However, he found it perplexing that Pei Luan had invited Fang Qing, fully aware of the subtle tensions between them. Realizing Pei Luan understood his unspoken concern, Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes at him. Pei Luan shrugged, adopting an expression of helplessness. Clearly, Fang Qing had approached of her own volition. Chu Xiu comprehended the situation. After all, Fang Qing had unequivocally rejected him in the past. Upon learning of his wealth, she had not hesitated to draw near, regardless of his relationship status. She did indeed fit the mold of a socialite. However, to Chu Xiu, it mattered little. "I possess wealth, you possess beauty, you desire my riches, and I am drawn to your charm. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement." Was this not precisely the type of individual his love fund sought? Having reconciled these thoughts, Chu Xiu ceased to dwell on them and took a seat beside Fang Qing. At that moment, Fang Qing noticed his arrival. She, being astute, had dressed deliberately for the occasion, her intentions unmistakable. It must be said, her appearance today was indeed striking. Since their mutual attraction was evident, he felt no need to hold back. Gently, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist, drawing her closer. With a soft murmur, Fang Qing nestled into his embrace, her face flushed with embarrassment, hidden against his chest. Today, she had come prepared. Hailing from the outskirts of Jinling, her parents were farmers who had sacrificed immensely for her education. She was determined not to become like them. Thus, she had worked tirelessly, striving to integrate into the affluent circles and secure a favorable future. At that moment, Chu Xiu entered her life, embodying all her ideals: wealth, good looks, and charm. Not to mention their established familiarity. If she were to play the role of a wealthy man's companion, she would prefer it to be with Chu Xiu. A clever woman indeed. As the clock struck 9, within the vibrant atmosphere of the bar, the music in the dance floor shifted to an exhilarating beat, drawing the attention of the well-dressed youth. And even Chu Xiu found himself unable to resist joining Fang Qing in the center of the dance floor, where they danced for over 10 minutes. Upon her return, Fang Qing was entirely slumped in his embrace. Her complexion flushed, and her gaze hazy as she looked up at Chu Xiu. Pei Luan was equally astonished. In just a few minutes, he had effortlessly captured the heart of the goddess of the business administration department, discreetly giving Chu Xiu a thumbs up. However, it was strange that his girlfriend, Wei Minghan, had yet to return from the dance floor. "Sister-in-law, why are you all alone?" Chu Xiu inquired with concern. Having been in the dance floor himself, he noticed how entranced Fang Qing had become under her influence. It was all too easy for girls to fall prey to such situations. "I'll go take a look," Pei Luan said, clearly worried, as he hurriedly stood up to search for her. Chu Xiu then carried Fang Qing back to their seat, pouring himself another glass of wine. With Fang Qing comfortably seated on his lap, as he surveyed the young woman in his arms, Chu Xiu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Indeed, she is a novice, not yet fully refined in her abilities. With my remarkable skills, I have rendered her utterly defenseless. Fang Qing, feeling the warmth of Chu Xiu's gaze, shyly buried her head into his chest. Her emotions were tumultuous. Initially, she had approached Chu Xiu with aspirations of becoming a wealthy lady, but now, having grasped his strength, she simply wished to secure a place in his heart. After all, those 8-pack abs were quite enticing. Coupled with the unparalleled sense of security Chu Xiu provided, she thought, a lover is a lover, after all. Suppressing a hint of grievance, Fang Qing gazed up at Chu Xiu with a pitiful expression, resembling a small wildcat about to be abandoned by its master. "Oh, so this is how we play?" Chu Xiu's playful spirit ignited, as he took a gentle sip from his drink and offered it to her. Meanwhile, in the center of the dance floor, a young man with dark circles under his eyes and unsteady steps suddenly brightened upon seeing the graceful Wei Minghan, striding over to her and saying, "Miss, your dancing is exceptional. May I propose a change of venue for a friendly duel?" Who are you?" Wei Minghan exclaimed. Caught off guard as a large hand groped her rear. Startled, she quickly called out, "Pei Luan, someone is harassing me. Come here." "Hey now, miss. No need to be tense. Let us have some fun." The young man with dark circles attempted to close the distance again. "Pervert, get away from me. If my boyfriend comes, you'll regret it." Wei Minghan threatened, her bravado thinly veiled. "A boyfriend? That's splendid. We can all play together. I don't mind at all." The young man replied, his smile oozing a sickly demeanor. "Disgusting," Wei Minghan retorted, pushing him away, but he stumbled and fell to the ground. "How pathetic. What the hell? Is he trying to fake an injury?" Wei Minghan observed the fallen young man with disbelief, eyeing her own hand skeptically. "Damn it, someone help. I've been bullied." The young man on the ground, feeling a profound sense of humiliation for being knocked down by a seemingly frail girl, quickly began to call for help. In no time, 4 or 5 aggressive youths arrived, dressed in finery, clearly the signs of wealthy families. Guanghui, what happened? Did you drink too much? One of the youths joked, eyeing Guanghui's disheveled state. Drink? Hell no. I've been bullied by this woman. Grab her. Guanghui stammered, pointing at Wei Minghan. Bang. Suddenly, someone from the crowd lunged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent Guanghui sprawling. It was Pei Luan, who, despite being a literature student, had taken to fitness for the sake of impressing girls and was quite muscular. Look, Guanghui got taken down. Brothers, let us get him. The well-dressed youths, now incensed, surged forward, eager to retaliate against Pei Luan. Though he managed to fend off several blows, Pei Luan soon found himself battered and bruised. Hey, are you alright? Does it hurt? Wei Minghan cried, her tears smudging her makeup as she rushed to support him, witnessing the beating he was enduring. At this moment, Guanghui had regained his composure, glaring menacingly at Wei Minghan. As long as you have a drink with me and show me your skills, I'll let him go. Are you out of your mind? This is a society governed by law. Minghan, hurry, go find Chu to save me. Pei Luan struggled, gritting his teeth against the pain as he called out to Wei Minghan. By now, murmurs spread through the crowd, with some young men eager to intervene on Pei Luan's behalf. However, they were restrained by their friends, aware of Guanghui's status. He was the brother of the bar's manager, tasked with maintaining order, and it seemed he had drunk too much and was now causing a ruckus. Listen, you wretch, I advise you to know your place. Don't reject my hospitality. This is my territory, and if you don't shut your mouth, your boyfriend will be left in a miserable state. Ha ha. Guanghui laughed mockingly, even going so far as to grope himself in front of Wei Minghan. You poor college students, do you think you can play the hero? Come on, try to take me down. As Guanghui egged on the crowd, a palpable tension filled the dance floor, leaving everyone speechless. Wei Minghan sat helplessly, her makeup streaked by tears, as more of Guanghui's cronies gathered around him. Bang! A bottle smashed against Guanghui's forehead, blood trickling down as he howled in pain. Who did that? Who dares touch me? Don't you know who I am? Huh. I've never encountered such outrageous demands in my life. Chu Xiu interjected, while instructing Fang Qing to record the scene, before striking Guanghui on the forehead with another bottle. Bang. That hurts like hell. Are you all idiots? Get him. Guanghui's lackeys exchanged glances, many of them merely part-time security students reluctant to escalate the situation further, fearing repercussions from the school. Damn it. Watching his minions hesitate, Guanghui felt a wave of frustration. He had hired these students to act as muscle, yet they proved utterly useless. Chu Xiu frowned, dismissing Guanghui as he dashed to Pei Luan's side, knocking out the 4 youths surrounding him with swift strikes. Youthful exuberance indeed, he muttered to himself, observing the unconscious forms. Haha. The crowd erupted into laughter at his sardonic remark. Who the hell are you? I am the owner of this establishment, Guanghui shouted, finding a handkerchief to cover his face, seething with rage. Not anymore, came a voice from the second floor, drawing the attention of the crowd. Chu Xiu looked up, surprised at the familiar figure. Mr. Chu, it's a pleasure to see you again. Chapter 54. The grace of Sister Rose. The newcomer was an enchanting woman in her 30s. Her fair skin glowing, adorned in a purple qipao that exuded an air of irresistible charm. With a delicate paper fan in hand, she swayed gracefully as she descended the staircase, each step a dance of allure. It was she. As Chu Xiu beheld the captivating beauty, memories of a few nights prior at the night bar flooded back. This woman had been seated at the same table as Lei Yong. Rose, a mysterious figure, rumored to own many of the leisure establishments in Jinling City. Subsequently, Lei Yong had approached Chu Xiu, cautioning him to be wary of this woman, who was there to negotiate the acquisition of the night bar chain under Lei Yong's name, with formidable forces backing her. Who do you think you are to talk down to me? Brother Guanghui retorted, his irritation piqued by the audacity of this unfamiliar woman. Although she was undeniably charming, it was evident she was unaware of her own standing, likely intoxicated and rambling nonsense. Damn it, you little brat, are you trying to kill me? Suddenly, a middle-aged, bald man burst forth behind the enchanting woman, his face a mask of indignation directed at Brother Guanghui. Upon hearing his words, the balding man's veins bulged. Panic etched across his features, and with a swift motion, he slapped Brother Guanghui. Brother, how could you hit me? I'm your little brother. Have you forgotten our mother's dying wish for you to take good care of me? Brother Guanghui exclaimed, disbelief and anguish evident on his face. He's your cousin. You fool, so shut your mouth. The middle-aged man shot back, irritated at the audacity of his relative. You scoundrel, you're trying to get me killed. The middle-aged man, wishing to redeem his image in front of the beautiful woman, quickly introduced her. This is General Rose, the owner of the night bar. What right do you have to speak so boldly? Apologize. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, The balding man inwardly cursed his cousin. A fool indeed. Daring to act tough before the big boss, when he himself was merely an employee. Upon learning that this enchanting woman was the owner of the night bar, Chu Xiu felt a twinge of surprise. Wasn't she a powerful figure in the leisure industry? It seemed she had ventured into bar ownership as well. Perhaps she provided a comprehensive service, from bar hopping to bathing, truly a testament to the terrifying reach of capital. Ah, Yang, your brother has quite the temper. Xiao Ding. Go give him a wake-up call, General Rose said with a smile, her gaze fixed on the balding man, whose body trembled under the weight of her cold stare. Having managed the night bar for years, he was acutely aware of the influence and ruthlessness of his boss. He knew his fate was sealed. General Rose. I acknowledge my mistakes. Considering my years of service at the night bar, I may not have achievements, but I have endured hardships. The middle-aged man attempted to plead for leniency. Brother, what big boss? ISNT this bar hours. We have the final say. Brother Guanghui, witnessing his brother's submission, felt a surge of anger. How could he allow himself to be humiliated on his own turf? Before he could finish his sentence, a burly man in a black suit stepped up beside General Rose and executed a swift side kick, sending Brother Guanghui spinning 180 degrees before crashing to the ground. He didn't even have time to scream, falling unconscious immediately. The precision of that strike impressed Chu Xiu, who couldn't help but applaud the impressive skill displayed. General Rose, Brother Guanghui is still my brother, your subordinate. Yang, if I didn't know about your commendable management, do you think I would remain unaware of your misdeeds? General Rose's words sent a shudder through the middle-aged man, draining the color from his face. I'm tired today. Let us end this here. Take your brother away. I don't wish to see you both, she declared, offering no room for argument, signaling to Xiao Ding. With a wave of his hand, a group of over 10 suited men emerged from the corners of the bar, swiftly escorting the middle-aged man and Brother Guanghui out. My apologies, everyone. Tonight's consumption at the bar is entirely free. After resolving the situation with Brother Guanghui, General Rose noticed the fearful expressions of the surrounding young men and women, announcing her generous offer. Yet, the crowd was still in awe of Chu Xiu's identity. Who exactly was this man that commanded such respect from such a beautiful and powerful owner? However, as the music and the dance floor began to play, their curiosity waned, and the young people erupted into joyous cheers, reveling in their unexpected fortune. Mr. Chu, my apologies for the disturbance. Rest assured, I will cover all medical expenses and compensation for this young man, Rose said with a warm smile, instructing Xiao Ding to take Pei Luan to a nearby hospital. As Pei Luan left, he gave Chu Xiu an assuring gesture, escorted by his girlfriend to the hospital. Chu Xiu felt helpless. His external injuries were not suitable for traditional medicine, so he complied with the arrangement. Mr. Chu, please, take a seat. Rose has some questions she wishes to discuss with you. General Rose tentatively invited Chu Xiu, suspecting that the young man, who had received such praise from Lei Laohu and was referred to as the young master by President Fong of the Martial Arts Association, was indeed the renowned miracle doctor spoken of in whispers. Sister Rose, I apologize. The earlier incident startled my girlfriend, so I must see her home first. Chu Xiu replied, sensing that she had guessed his true identity and wishing to avoid complications. With a gentle smile, General Rose gazed deeply at Chu Xiu and remarked, I didn't expect you to be so considerate of your girlfriend. No wonder you attract so many women. Oh, this woman is no saint. Just because you were rejected. You're trying to apply ointment to your own wounds, he thought. Haha, Sister Rose, I must take my leave now. Until we meet again. Chu Xiu laughed lightly, wrapping his arm around Fong Qing's slender waist as he made his exit from the night bar. As she watched him depart, General Rose fell into contemplation. The name of the miracle doctor, Chu Xiu, was one she must pursue. With a wave of her hand, Xiao Ding approached. Investigate Mr. Chu, especially those close to him. Understood, boss. How should we handle Mr. Yang? Xiao Ding inquired, receiving orders. Compile the materials and report it to the authorities. I don't want to see him for the next 10 years, General Rose replied coldly, realizing that allowing him to manage without oversight had revealed a sordid underbelly. If she did not punish him, it would be a disservice to herself. After leaving the bar, Chu Xiu and Fong Qing had indulged in drinks, securing a room at a nearby resort hotel. Ignoring the envious and jealous gaze of the young clerk at the reception, they booked a luxurious suite. Upon entering the room, seeing Fong Qing's flushed cheeks as she lowered her head, too shy to meet his gaze, ignited Chu Xiu's primal instincts. He swept her up in a princess carry, heading to the bathroom to refresh her and wash away any lingering scents from the night. The entire night unfolded with Fong Qing transitioning from passive to assertive, ultimately seeking to take charge herself. Yet, she ultimately succumbed to the prowess of Chu Xiu, displaying marked improvement compared to her previous encounters with Tong Yuan Mingyao. In a night filled with revelry, Chu Xiu found himself in high spirits. Chapter 55. The Lover's Fun Doubles. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the spacious bed. A young couple lay peacefully in slumber, their faces adorned with faint smiles of contentment. Ding ding ding. A familiar ringtone jolted Chu Xiu awake. Glancing at his phone, he noticed an unfamiliar number and instinctively hung up. He turned over, wrapping his arms around Fong Qing's smooth, fair back, and surrendered to sleep once more. Poor Fong Qing, her face still marked by traces of tears, slept soundly, undisturbed by the incessant ringing, having exhausted herself the previous night. Ding ding ding. Who on earth is so persistent? Chu Xiu muttered, not bothering to move, simply silencing his phone and tossing it onto the bedside table, dismissing it entirely. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Yi Qianqian fumed. Ah, Chu Xiu, you scoundrel. Ignoring my messages, refusing my calls, playing hide-and-seek with me. We have a rehearsal today. Clad in simple casual wear, her exquisite features still captivated attention. At that moment, she paced anxiously outside the school auditorium, her phone in hand, grumbling incessantly. It was already past 9. Could Chu Xiu be lost in the embrace of some woman? What a scoundrel! Taking a deep breath, Yi Qianqian resolved to give him another chance and dialed again. Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable. Ah, Chu Xiu, just wait. How dare you stand me up? Yi Qianqian. Her frustration reached a boiling point, causing her to stomp in place. Ding. Yi Shuejia. The rehearsal for If One Day I Become Rich will commence in 10 minutes. Are the performers in place? The director's voice crackled through her walkie-talkie. Get someone else to sing. Find someone immediately. Yi Qianqian growled, her resentment palpable, silencing the person on the other end with her fierce tone. In the cozy hotel suite, Fong Qing stirred from her deep sleep, her brow furrowed as she slowly lifted her head, surveying the disarray around her. Upon spotting discarded clothes and torn stockings strewn about, her face flushed crimson. When she noticed the man behind her, holding her closely, her eyes softened with affection, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Turning to face Chu Xiu, she gazed at his slumbering visage and tenderly brushed her fingers across his face, her touch as delicate as if handling a precious treasure. Noticing he remained asleep, an idea struck her. Suddenly, she dove beneath the covers, descending as if uncovering something astonishing, letting out a soft gasp. Blushing, she bore the peculiar scent in the air and began to stir herself awake. Not long after, Chu Xiu sensed her movements, a sharp intake of breath escaping him. He opened his eyes, captivated by Fong Qing's focused demeanor, his heart swelling with emotion. He reached out, gently pulling her into his embrace, enveloping her in warmth. Fong Qing lifted her gaze, their eyes locking, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In that beautiful morning, Chu Xiu felt Fong Qing express her love in a uniquely profound manner. Hand me your ID and bank card, he stated, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Reluctantly, Fong Qing retrieved her phone and sent him the information, wrapping herself in a bathrobe as she headed to the bathroom. As he admired her graceful form, Chu Xiu commended her performance from the previous night. Truly, she was a natural at the art of romance. He promptly added Fong Qing's details to the Lovers Fund panel. Ding. A notification chimed. 40,000 yuan credited to Alipay. Ah, darling, I love you. Fong Qing, in the bathroom, squealed upon hearing her phone's alert. After hastily rinsing her mouth, she rushed to Chu Xiu's side, planting a fragrant kiss on him. Isn't that a bit too much? She asked, her big eyes sparkling with adoration. Haha. As long as you are my woman, you shall never feel wronged. You'll receive 40,000 yuan as pocket money every month, and in due time, I may even give you more. Long live my husband. I love you. Another French kiss was bestowed upon Chu Xiu. After breakfast, I'll take you to buy a car, as a reward for your performance. Chu Xiu stated nonchalantly, his words striking her like a bombshell, leaving her momentarily dazed. Oh my, while I know Chu Xiu possesses incredible capabilities, I am prepared to offer myself to him. Receiving 40,000 yuan monthly already places me above 90% of socialites, and now he promises to buy me a car. If I continue to excel, perhaps a house will follow. With that thought, Fong Qing gazed deeply into Chu Xiu's eyes, as if wishing to etch this man into her heart forever. Slowly, she peeled off her bathrobe under his warm gaze and climbed onto him. Who could resist such temptation? With a swift motion, Chu Xiu turned them over, and they began an entangled struggle. An hour and a half later, amidst her melodious pleas for mercy, Chu Xiu triumphed in their playful duel. Observing Fong Qing sprawled on the bed, he placed his hand on her abdomen, a warm energy flowing into her, instantly relieving her fatigue. She looked at him in astonishment. What sorcery is this? Although she yearned to remain in his embrace, the thought of buying a car urged her to rise, biting her lip to muster the will. Haha. Seeing her conflicted expression, Chu Xiu could not help but laugh heartily. Checking the time, he noted it was nearly noon. Let us have breakfast first. Then we'll go by the car. Do we have any other arrangements today? None that I can recall. Oh well, never mind. Dressing quickly, Chu Xiu feasted his eyes on Fong Qing as she donned her clothes. Descending the stairs, Fong Qing suggested they eat first. But Chu Xiu preferred to head to the luxury car dealership. The distance was short, a mere 10-minute walk. They stopped at a small roadside eatery for a meal. And then Chu Xiu took her hand, leading her straight to the luxury car dealership by the riverside. As they walked, Chu Xiu glanced at the system panel, recalling how he had withdrawn his boasting information during the previous night's rest. Lately, he had been enjoying life. His achievements in boasting seemingly rendering the system indifferent to filling up with new information, as he had no need for money. Preparing to buy a car, he assessed his assets. Boasting system. Host, Chu Xiu. Assets, 3 million. System skills, Master Level 5 Animal Play, Intermediate Singing, Intermediate Go, Advanced Acupuncture, Expert Diagnosis, Golden Kidneys. Immune to Alcohol, Expert Level Massage and Bone Setting, Expert Level Boxing Proficiency, Advanced Combat Skills, Advanced Singing Talent. System items, 7-star needle. Looking at the increasingly impressive system panel, Chu Xiu felt a sense of achievement. However, the 3 million in assets felt somewhat inadequate for his stature. After all, he was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan owner, and having only 3 million in savings made him inexplicably anxious. This reminded Chu Xiu of a saying from a celebrity in his previous life. Every morning, waking up to find 1 million in the bank makes one feel anxious. Over the past few days, he had also discerned the characteristics of the system. The more one displays their prowess in front of others, the easier it is to provoke envy. If one wishes to surpass you but lacks the capability, what else can they do but boast? At that moment, it seemed as if Chu Xiu had discovered the correct way to navigate the system. Chapter 56. The Significance of the Luxury Car Dealership. At the entrance of the luxury car dealership by the riverside, as Chu Xiu and Fong Qing approached, he couldn't help but exclaim, "There truly are numerous affluent individuals in Jinling City. It is indeed the most prosperous city in Jiangnan Province." The last time he had come to collect his vehicle with Lu Ruyan, the area had been bustling with traffic, teeming with luxury cars. Surprisingly, after a few days, the dealership remained as lively as ever. Upon entering the store, he was quickly recognized by a spirited saleswoman, who approached him with a beaming smile. After all, on the day he acquired a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, he had also left a memorable impression by chastising 2 rude men. "Mr. Chu, welcome to the luxury car dealership. I am Yang Yan, your sales representative." The clever young lady was quite attractive, scoring around 70 points on looks alone, and with her makeup and attire, she barely reached 80. However, her amiability was indeed commendable. Chu Xiu found her pleasing to the eye and nodded, saying, "Introduce a car for my girlfriend. With a budget of 3 million, and it needs to be available immediately." Yang Yan's excitement was palpable. She had merely intended to greet him and test her luck. She never anticipated that this magnate would directly seek her out with a budget of 3 million, solidifying her commission. "This way, miss. We have many vehicles suited for you at our dealership. Please, allow me to show you." Yang Yan enthusiastically addressed Fong Qing, who gazed at her with envy, recognizing that beauty held its advantages. "Mr. Chu, let me take you to the VIP lounge to rest, and afterwards, I will show this lovely lady several models." "How does that sound?" Yang Yan inquired respectfully, her smile unwavering. Chu Xiu wholeheartedly approved of this arrangement. To be frank, he held little interest in sedans or sports cars. Resting was far preferable. He declined the saleswoman's guidance and effortlessly made his way to the VIP lounge, casually instructing Fong Qing, "Just buy whatever you like." Upon entering the VIP lounge, he was slightly disappointed not to see the elegant manager from his previous visit. He chose a seat and opened his phone. Wow. Unread messages, 99. Upon inspecting, he found 36 messages from Yuan Mengyao, predominantly sharing her campus life and delightful selfies. He instinctively saved a few, thinking, "Truly, she is my woman, splendid indeed." Then he noticed over a dozen messages from Lu Ruyan, inquiring about when he would take the Yangwan U8. After a moment's thought, realizing he had no place to park it, he decided to let Lu Ruyan keep it for a while longer. Lastly, he saw 99 unread messages from Yi Qianqian. Good heavens, was this senior sister going mad? As he glanced at the content of her messages, a cold sweat broke out. He suddenly remembered he had promised to perform karaoke. Oh no. Chu Xiu instinctively reached for his phone to explain himself, but upon further reflection, he realized he was not her lapdog, and there was no need to explain. He simply sent a WeChat message. "I have something to attend to and cannot make it." Instantly, he received a barrage of messages from Yi Qianqian, filled with expressions of anger and frustration. Forget it. A good man does not quarrel with a woman. A few insults won't be the end of the world. "Miss Fong, since your requirement is for an immediate vehicle, please follow me. I will introduce you to several available options," saleswoman Yang Yin said with a sweet smile as she guided Fong Qing. This is the Maserati Ghibli, a limited edition. We currently have only this one in stock. Its front design retains the signature Maserati grille, emphasizing a sporty yet elegant style. The selling price is approximately 1 million, with only a silver exterior available. This is the latest long version of the Porsche Panamera, measuring 5,202 by 1,937 by 1,428 millimeters, with a wheelbase of 3,100 millimeters. It is a unique four-door GT sports car and a luxurious large family sedan. As Porsche's flagship sports model, the Panamera is renowned for its ultimate handling and exceptional driving experience, excelling in comfort and chassis quality, priced around 1.5 million. This is the Porsche 911, one of the most famous models in the Porsche lineup. It boasts a distinctive style and remarkable durability, beloved by car enthusiasts worldwide. The GT2 RS version is equipped with a 3.8-liter twin-turbo engine, generating a staggering 700 horsepower, and with the PDK dual-clutch transmission. It accelerates to 100 km/h in just 3 seconds, priced at approximately 2 million. This Mercedes-Benz CLS is a stunning import, combining beauty with prestige as a four-door coupe. Not only does it feature a unique exterior, but it also provides ample space and outstanding handling characteristics. Furthermore, the vehicle's chassis feel is incredibly comfortable, perfectly meeting family needs. With a selling price of 980,000. Listening to the saleswoman's lengthy explanations, Fong Qing understood part of it and could only marvel at the blessings of wealth. Subsequently, the saleswoman introduced her to 4 more available vehicles, all prestigious brands like Bentley and BMW. As Fong Qing gazed at the glittering luxury cars before her, she felt closer to them for the first time, yet when it came to selecting one, she found herself in a dilemma. The saleswoman Yang Yin could only sigh. What a delightful dilemma. Over half an hour later, having already enjoyed his second cup of tea, Chu Xiu noticed that Fong Qing had yet to make a decision and decided to step out for a look. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted Fong Qing engaged in a low conversation with the saleswoman not far away. Approaching them, he observed Fong Qing's indecisive expression and directly stated, "Which car have you set your sights on? There's no need to overthink it." Upon seeing Chu Xiu arrive, Fong Qing hurriedly linked her arm with his and pointed at an orange Porsche Panamera in the distance. The saleswoman Yang Yin swiftly stepped forward, knowing that Chu Xiu was the true buyer, and quickly explained, "Miss Fong has taken a liking to this Panamera, but I just checked the records, and it has already been reserved by another customer, so..." Yang Yin hesitated to continue, feeling disheartened that a car she had finally found for her client was already taken. Upon hearing this, Fong Qing quickly waved her hand, saying, "Honey, let me look at other cars. I no longer want this one." Chu Xiu pondered for a moment. It was rare for Fong Qing to express such interest. He then took out his phone and dialed the number of manager whom he had consulted during his previous purchase. After explaining his requirements, he readily agreed to allocate the Panamera to Chu Xiu without hesitation, revealing that she was currently attending a meeting at the headquarters in Modu and apologized for her absence. Subsequently, saleswoman Yang Yin received a call informing her that the car was available for sale. With a respectful demeanor, she watched as Fong Qing filled out the selection form, tapping a few options before preparing to hand it to Yang Yin. Chu Xiu glanced at it, took over, and indiscriminately tapped away, ultimately driving the total price to 2 million. "All right, let's proceed with this. It's fully equipped, and I'll pay by card." The saleswoman Yang Yin was taken aback, as the originally priced 1.2 million vehicle had just doubled in price due to Chu Xiu's selections. Upon hearing these words, Yang Yin could only respectfully accept the bank card from Chu Xiu. She now understood why supervisor he had agreed to sell the car to him. Looking at Chu Xiu with a mixture of admiration and reverence, she thought to herself that this man was akin to a deity of wealth. At that moment, a singular thought crossed Yang Yin's mind. If only she possessed supervisor he's allure, she would willingly offer herself to this benefactor. "Mr. Chu, due to the extensive customizations, the luxury car dealership will need approximately a week to complete the assembly." Yang Yin spoke, her tone slightly apprehensive, fearing that he might cancel the order upon learning that the vehicle was not immediately available. However, Chu Xiu merely glanced at Fong Qing, who appeared unfazed, and proceeded to follow the sales representative to finalize the agreement and make the payment. As they exited the luxury car dealership, Fong Qing still felt as if she were in a dream, yet the reality remained that she had just acquired a 2.4 million yuan luxury vehicle, a Porsche Panamera. Glancing at the man beside her, a smile involuntarily crept across Fong Qing's lips. She knew she had made the right choice. "Thank you, darling." Chapter 57. The Ferrari owner Chu Xiu returned to the vicinity of the bar, intending to drive Fong Qing back to her school dormitory so she could rest properly. He instructed her to wait by the roadside while he retrieved the car parked nearby. However, upon arriving at the parking spot, he discovered a girl clad in a miniskirt, with a face reminiscent of an internet celebrity, leaning against his vehicle and taking photographs. She posed and snapped selfies, as if she were the owner of the car. "Excuse me, could you kindly step aside?" Chu Xiu said politely. "What's the matter? Want to take a picture?" "Just wait a moment," the girl replied dismissively, rolling her eyes and continuing to film her video. "This is my car. You're blocking my way," Chu Xiu said, exasperated as he took out his keys, causing the Rolls-Royce emblem to gracefully rise from the hood, startling the girl. "Is this your car? With that shabby appearance, you must be the chauffeur for some big shot, right? What are you trying to show off for?" The girl scrutinized Chu Xiu disdainfully, launching into a cruel mockery. "You look like a loser destined to be a driver for life, and you dare to flaunt this car in front of me? You're just in time. Hurry up and move your car, or I'll have it towed away," she commanded, revealing her true identity as the owner of a nearby Ferrari. "Wow, how is it that someone like you can afford a Ferrari? I'm impressed. I wonder who your benefactor is," Chu Xiu thought, bemused. "Humph. Do you even know what this is? It's a Ferrari, worth over 20 million. The girl sneered, looking down at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu was at a loss for words. It was amusing how the tables turned. Those who once looked down upon SUVs were now in a similar financial league. Beep. A boastful remark has been detected and recorded in the system. Please check. Recorded boastful remark. 1. Internet celebrity. "Honey, this model is a Ferrari Roma, worth 3 million. Even if I told him it's worth 20 million, he probably wouldn't understand it. Reward. 1 Ferrari LaFerrari. Ah, so this internet celebrity is just bragging. Even if I'm not well versed in sports cars, my system certainly is. Look at that, delivering a sports car to me. Thank you, my friend." Chu Xiu chuckled to himself. He had once read novels where protagonists owned multiple LaFerraris or similar vehicles, and now he found himself presented with an opportunity for immense wealth in this life. Glancing at the girl, he decided to let her pass, starting the car and preparing to leave. To his surprise, the girl was taken aback by his calm demeanor. "Wait, aren't you supposed to be envious and resentful? Why are you so composed? Come on, play along with my act," she exclaimed. "Are you just going to leave? Do you realize your car is blocking my Ferrari, preventing me from leaving? This affects my daily life, you know?" She stood defiantly in front of his car, raising her voice. Seeing her intent to extort him, Chu Xiu chuckled and asked, "So, what do you propose we do?" "Humph, consider yourself lucky. You can compensate me with 50,000 yuan for emotional distress," the girl demanded. Having noticed that Chu Xiu was driving a Rolls-Royce and assuming he must earn a decent salary as a chauffeur. 50,000? I'm just a driver. I don't have that much money," Chu Xiu replied nonchalantly. At this moment, people nearby were drawn to the commotion caused by the girl's loud voice. As the crowd began to gather, the onlookers eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. "Hey, buddy, bringing a watermelon to the scene is just too much," someone chimed in. Sensing the escalating tension, Chu Xiu felt a bit awkward as more people gathered. It was rather disheartening to engage in a conflict with an internet celebrity. After all, he was a distinguished owner of a Rolls-Royce. Conversely, the girl seemed to thrive on the attention, believing her charm was captivating the crowd. "Everyone, come judge for yourselves. This loser parked improperly, blocking my Ferrari and wasting my entire evening. Shouldn't he compensate me for my losses?" she declared. "Well, indeed. The owner of the Cullinan was in the wrong for parking there," a bystander remarked. "If I were him, I'd quickly pay off the matter to avoid further complications with my reputation. Clearly, this girl is just creating a scene. If she truly wanted to take her car, she would have called the police by now," Chu Xiu thought, pleasantly surprised to see some rationality among the crowd. He observed the gathering of spectators before fixing his gaze back on the girl and calmly inquired, "I admit I parked improperly, and I can offer compensation. But how do I know you are indeed the owner of that Ferrari? What proof do you have?" The girl's face lit up with delight at Chu Xiu's willingness to negotiate. "That car belongs to my family, but it's registered in my husband's name. I'll just call him to come and drive it away. Please, do tell him." Chu Xiu gestured for her to proceed with the call. "You'll regret this," the girl retorted with a cold smile as she retrieved her phone and dialed. "Hello, darling, where are you? What, you're on a business trip? But I see your Ferrari parked here next to me. Oh, you returned from your business trip last night. Hurry up and come take the car. Someone is blocking it and bullying me." "Miss, be careful with your words. I might have to sue you for defamation," Chu Xiu interjected calmly. "Huh. Just wait until my husband arrives. Let us see how he deals with you. He is an executive at a company, and you are just a worker. I advise you to settle this quietly," the girl boasted, emboldened by the support of her partner. Curious onlookers gathered, intrigued by the spectacle of a Rolls-Royce owner versus a Ferrari owner. Such a confrontation was rare indeed. 5 minutes later, a pale-faced young man with unsteady steps hurried over. "Fei, are you all right? Who is bullying you? Let me deal with him." The girl's expression transformed into one of excitement, and she dramatically covered her face with her hands. feigning tears as she rushed into his embrace. "Darling, you finally made it." "It's him. He is the one bullying me." "Whoa, if you speak any slower, I might think you're talking about Neza," Chu Xiu thought, slightly surprised to see a familiar face among the crowd. "Fei Fei, don't be afraid. Let me see who dared to block my car last night and still has the audacity to bully my Fei Fei. I'll take care of you." The boy, with a light and unsteady gait, pushed the girl aside to confront Chu Xiu. With a sudden motion, the man's complexion paled even further as he brusquely shook off the female internet celebrity and strode purposefully in the direction he had come from. Darling, what is wrong?" The female influencer was utterly bewildered. She had anticipated a lesson for him, perhaps even a decisive defeat. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. "That male model, stop right there." To Chu Xiu's astonishment, the newcomer was none other than Lu Yang, the eccentric student from the student council he had encountered the previous day in the grand auditorium. Now revealed to be a professional male model. Little did he know, Lu Yang was also the owner of a Ferrari. Good heavens. That car must be worth at least 2 to 3 million. How had he come by such wealth? Chu Xiu stroked his chin, observing Lu Yang as he came to a halt, and found himself lost in contemplation. Is this business truly that lucrative? Chapter 58, The Master of Time Management. What? This guy is also a model? What kind of model earns so much? Incredible. I wish I could do that. A friend remarked. Brother, if you take a closer look, considering the extent of physical toll, you'll understand what kind of model he is. Damn, if someone like that can do it, then so can I. Another chimed in. Wow, man, you have quite the hobby, they teased. The crowd, initially engrossed in the drama between Chu Xiu and the female influencer, was taken aback by the emergence of a male model. However, most of the male onlookers did not disdain Lu Yang. Rather, they felt a twinge of envy and jealousy. Some even contemplated approaching Lu Yang after the spectacle to inquire about his profession. No misunderstandings here. We merely wish to broaden our horizons. The world outside is quite fascinating, and I wish to see it for myself. Master, I did not recognize you, my apologies. It was all a misunderstanding. Lu Yang turned, his body trembling slightly, offering a deep bow of apology to Chu Xiu. The female influencer looked on in astonishment. In her perception, her husband was an epitome of pride. Why did he seem so intimidated in front of this mere worker? Darling, have you mistaken your target? He is just an ordinary worker. What does he count as a master? The influencer queried, her tone laced with a hint of dissatisfaction. With a swift motion, Lu Yang, witnessing the influencer's reckless behavior, slapped her across the face, casually remarking, I'm merely playing around. Do you really think I'm your husband? If you wish to throw your life away, don't drag me down with you. Ah, you dare strike me? Lu Yang, have you lost your mind? The influencer cried incredulously, clutching her face. Chu Xiu crossed his arms, observing the two with the bemusement of an audience witnessing a farcical performance. Lu Yang, his expression darkening, chose to disregard the influencer. Noting that Chu Xiu remained silent, he clenched his jaw and respectfully stated, Master, I am not familiar with this woman. It's merely a game to me. Her affairs do not concern me. What did you say, Lu Yang? You scoundrel. The influencer, incensed by his apparent callousness, charged at him, intent on scratching him. With the facade stripped away, Lu Yang felt no need for pretense and swiftly retaliated with another slap. His primary objective was to swiftly resolve the situation. Hoping to avoid any scrutiny from Chu Xiu, he was not keen on reliving the immersive experience from the previous day. At this moment, his only thought was to escape quickly and put distance between himself and this man. The influencer was momentarily stunned by the blow. Who am I? Where am I? Her fury reached new heights. While she could not match Lu Yang in strength, her resentment festered, attributing her plight to the driver of the Rolls-Royce. Yet, when confronted with Chu Xiu's cold gaze, she felt a shiver run down her spine, silencing her. Overwhelmed by humiliation, she gazed into Lu Yang's unfeeling eyes, her heart sinking as she realized her genuine feelings had been misplaced. Not only had she earned nothing during this time, but she had also squandered tens of thousands of her savings. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Lu Yang's Ferrari parked by the roadside, and a surge of vengeful impulse overcame her. Grabbing a piece of broken brick from the ground, she rushed towards the Ferrari, unhesitatingly smashing it against the windshield. Bang! Beep, beep, beep. The sound of shattering glass pierced the air, accompanied by the blaring of the car alarm. The crowd was left in stunned silence, witnessing her audacious act of revenge. Indeed, it was better to offend a petty person than to cross a woman. What the hell, you wretched woman? What are you doing? My Ferrari, Lu Yang exclaimed, rushing forward to see the windshield completely shattered, estimating repairs would cost at least 100,000. His expression contorted with rage. He glared at the influencer and shouted, Do you have any idea how much this car costs? Over 3 million. Do you know how long I pleaded with that hefty woman to buy this for me? You vile creature, I'll make you pay. Ah, Lu Yang, you bastard. You've been kept by someone and still dare pursue me? You scoundrel, I'll fight back. The influencer, despite her precarious situation, rose in defiance, pushing Lu Yong down and straddling him, her nails poised to scratch his face. Fei, stop. I truly love you. My relationship with that hefty woman is merely a charade. As soon as I received your call, I rushed over. Lu Yong, pinned beneath her, had initially intended to resist, but after days of physical depletion, he found himself too weak to fight back and could only helplessly explain. A bystander, initially prepared to intervene on behalf of the woman, was taken aback by this unexpected turn. The influencer certainly possessed formidable combat prowess. Chu Xiu, observing the spectacle with keen interest, couldn't he help but acknowledge Lu Yong's prowess. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. It seemed that during his time working at the club, a wealthy woman had taken a liking to him. How he managed to charm her into gifting him a $3 million Ferrari remained a mystery. Chu Xiu had thought his own generosity was substantial, having gifted his mistress Fong Qing a 240,000 Porsche, but Lu Yong's fortune had clearly exceeded his expectations. I must continue to accumulate wealth, Chu Xiu mused, though he had little interest in money. Still, after purchasing the car for Fong Qing, his own finances felt perilously low. Yet, Lu Yong's ability to navigate between two women without either discovering the other was indeed remarkable. Truly, a master of time management. Ding. A boastful message has been detected, meeting the system's recording criteria, and has been logged. Please review. Recorded boast. Bystander. I envy this guy's time management skills. I must strive harder. One day, I too will become a master of time management. Reward for withdrawal. Master of time management. Wow. Chu Xiu was taken aback by the system's notification, glancing around in bewilderment, unsure of which individual had made such an impressive claim. Master of time management, a special causal law title. Wearing it allows one to navigate among 14 women without temporal conflict. They will never encounter each other at the same time. Chu Xiu could only marvel at the system. For an ordinary person, this ability would be a miraculous skill. However, for him, it felt somewhat lackluster, far less appealing than a cash reward of 10 million. After all, as a potential financial magnate, only substantial wealth could prevent the emergence of a love triangle. Well, I'll save this for now and see if I can log any additional boastful messages today. At that moment, the nearby security personnel finally intervened, hastily separating the two and attempting to mediate the situation. With no one else to provoke him, Chu Xiu seized the opportunity to leave, driving off to the intersection amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers, ready to pick up Fong Qing. In the car, Chu Xiu recounted the events that had just transpired to Fong Qing, eliciting peals of laughter from the enchanting beauty, who became a vision of delightful chaos. Seizing the moment, he indulged his eyes, savoring the view. Amidst the thunderous roar of the Cullinan's engine, the vehicle swiftly vanished around the corner, embarking on a journey into the distance. Chapter 59. The invitation from Su Xianwan. Upon returning to school, Chu Xiu and Fong Qing enjoyed a brief flirtation in the backseat of the Cullinan. It was only when Fong Qing pleaded for mercy that he relented. Regrettably, he missed the chance to fully experience the ambience of the car, as Fong Qing, being a novice, feared her body could not withstand further indulgence. Unable to resist, Chu Xiu whispered a few words into her ear, prompting Fong Qing to respond with a beautiful eye roll. In the depths of his anticipation, she acquiesced to his whimsical request, promising to fulfill his desires next time. Seeing her agreement, Chu Xiu's face lit up with joy as he cheerfully escorted her back to her dormitory. Just as he prepared to enter the vehicle, a surprised voice pierced the air. Chu Xiu, what are you doing here? Turning around, he was met with the sight of the martial arts beauty, Su Xianwan. From the previous day, she approached him with a poised demeanor and light steps, her attire today radiating an even greater aura of confidence. Clad in a sleek black martial arts uniform adorned with exquisite embroidery, her hair was tied up high, revealing her fair neck, which enhanced her sharp and capable appearance. Hello, Senior Su. I was just dropping off a friend. Chu Xiu greeted her with a smile. This is the girls' dormitory. You aren't delivering your girlfriend, are you? Su Xianwan exclaimed, her curiosity piqued, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Chu Xiu noticed her inquisitive gaze and felt a wave of embarrassment, yet he answered candidly, Yes, Senior Su. Are all women this nosy? Oh, you really have a girlfriend? How unfortunate, Su Xianwan replied, her lips forming a cute pout, her expression a blend of disappointment and admiration. She looked adorably like a ripe apple, making one want to take a bite. With a chuckle, Chu Xiu found himself amused by her demeanor, unable to suppress his laughter. Suddenly realizing her own endearing foolishness, Su Xianwan's cheeks flushed, and she cleared her throat, regaining her composed and elegant demeanor. Ah, that's quite a skill. Seamlessly transitioning between two distinct personas. What a remarkable woman. Chu Xiu thought, instinctively considering her for his romantic endeavors. What a shame, such a wonderful girl. How could I entertain such thoughts? However, seeing her work part-time to make ends meet stirred a sense of compassion within him. Chu Xiu could not bear the thought of beautiful women suffering. He fancied himself a good man. Hey, what are you thinking about, laughing so lecherously? Su Xianwan scrutinized him, her gaze piercing as she sized him up with disdain. Oh, nothing. Just recalling something amusing, Chu Xiu replied, feigning calmness as he glanced at her and spoke nonchalantly. Humph. It better be that way. By the way, if you're not busy later, come with me to the fighting gym. Su Xianwan shot him a challenging look and, without waiting for his response, hopped into the car. But Chu Xiu was taken aback by her boldness. Though he realized he had already canceled on Yi Qianqian for the evening's graduation party and would have no plans. Thus, visiting the fighting gym seemed a pleasant diversion. A perfect opportunity to test his new skills in expert-level boxing. Once in the car, he inquired about the location of the gym, unaware of its whereabouts. You don't know this? Exit the campus through the south gate, turn right, and it's at the second traffic light. Su Xianwan rolled her eyes from the back seat. Exasperated. The Bawang Fighting Gym was one of the most popular and renowned venues surrounding Jinling University. Not only was it expansive, but it also boasted numerous national champions among its ranks. Additionally, the gym hosted monthly fighting competitions, attracting countless spectators eager to witness the real combat. 10 minutes later, Chu Xiu parked the car at the roadside. Upon stepping out with Su Xianwan, he was astonished at the sight of the Bawang Fighting Gym. He had anticipated a mere storefront or a few shops within a mall, but was instead met with a grand 4-story commercial complex, its scale impressive and breathtaking. Upon entering, the first thing that caught his eye was the octagonal cage in the center of the first-floor hall, robust and imposing, seemingly waiting for brave challengers. This must be the arena for the fighting competitions Su Xianwan had mentioned. Surrounding the first floor were various restaurants and snack shops catering to diverse tastes. In a corner, Chu Xiu even spotted a bar, a place for patrons to unwind after training. Truly, a one-stop shop for eating, drinking, and entertainment, with comprehensive services. Ascending to the second floor, he discovered it was designated for administrative purposes, with honor boards lining the corridors, showcasing various awards and trophies. Clearly, this was a well-established fighting gym, and as Su Xianwan had indicated, the third and fourth floors were reserved for training. Chu Xiu mused that a gym of this magnitude was likely unparalleled in the entire city of Jinling. Junior Sister Su, where have you been today? Why aren't you at the gym? I've been looking for you everywhere. A hearty laugh broke into Chu Xiu's thoughts. Turning around, he was met by a tall, burly youth clad in the Bawang Fighting Gym's coaching uniform, whose eyes lit up upon seeing Su Xianwan, followed by a group of students. Chu Xiu, come on. Let us ignore him, Su Xianwan remarked with a look of disdain, clearly uncomfortable, as she took hold of Chu Xiu's hand, signaling him to distance himself from the intruder. Junior Sister Su, who is this? Why are you holding his hand? The newcomer inquired, jealousy evident in his voice as he observed their closeness. Zhou Feng, kindly keep your words respectful. Who is your junior sister? Unashamed, he is my boyfriend. Su Xianwan raised her chin defiantly, hands on her hips, responding with conviction. Immediately after, she shyly leaned against Chu Xiu, whispering, play along, or else you'll be in trouble. She playfully raised her fist at him, a mock threat that caught him off guard. Oh, just when I was lamenting my lack of opportunity to connect, fortuitously, my romantic fund has an opening, and you fit the bill perfectly. A shield, I see, I understand. I can help you deal with him, provided you agree to one request, Chu Xiu said, releasing her hand and placing his own in his pockets, his demeanor relaxed. What request? You're not planning anything untoward, are you? Su Xianwan regarded him warily, her expression tinged with suspicion. What are you thinking? Just a simple request. Chu Xiu lightly tapped her forehead, causing her to blush like a shy rabbit, casting her gaze downward to steal glances at him. The confident demeanor of an elegant woman was utterly transformed into that of a sensitive little creature. The playful exchange transpired in a flash, appearing to outsiders as a pair of flirtatious young lovers. Hey, you there. Let go of Junior Sister Su. I'll take it from here. Chapter 60. Who else? Hey, you there. Let go of Junior Sister Su. I'll take it from here. A commanding voice erupted from Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng, a tall and robust youth coach, stood imposing, while his students pointed and whispered at Chu Xiu and Su Xianwan. Noisy, fatty, what do you want? Chu Xiu frowned slightly, casting an irritated glance at the rotund figure whose loud voice disrupted the surroundings. As soon as he spoke, a hush fell over the area, leaving many students momentarily dumbfounded. To dare call Coach Zhou fatty in public was akin to striking a nerve, yet, upon reflection, Zhou's portly visage and formidable stature did indeed lend some credence to the moniker. With an unabashed chuckle, Su Xianwan bent over with laughter, casting a disapproving glance at Chu Xiu. Her mirth seemed to ignite a chain reaction, as a chorus of laughter erupted from the surrounding students. Can you imagine a clumsy fat man throwing punches, his flesh quivering with each movement? Ha! Shut up, no laughing. Zhou Feng glared fiercely, scanning the crowd, his expression threatening. Attempting to restore order. When this tactic bore no fruit, he strode directly to Chu Xiu, taunting, "Pretty boy, let us have a match. Whoever wins gets Su Xianwan." Chu Xiu regarded Zhou Feng with an air of indifference, slowly uttering a single word, "Scram." Su Xianwan let out a cold snort towards Zhou Feng, retorting, "You big oaf. I belong to no one. What gives you the right? Is it your ugly mug?" Though Zhou Feng was not the sharpest tool in the shed, he was not entirely foolish. Ignoring Su Xianwan's jibes, he derided Chu Xiu instead. "Coward, all talk and no action. You should just leave Sushimi alone, or I'll knock you out with one punch." He raised his fists, which were as large as cooking pots, the knuckles rough from rigorous training. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes at the hulking man, a glint of coldness flickering within. He had no desire to stir trouble, yet some individuals seemed intent on provoking him. "Handsome, you should leave quickly. Coach Zhou, nicknamed Iron Fist, is quite formidable," a young girl among Zhou's students interjected, expressing concern for Chu Xiu's safety. "Not necessarily. Look at him, unfazed. He may actually possess some skill," several students speculated, some feeling irked by Chu Xiu's apparent nonchalance in the presence of a stronger opponent. Interpreting it as mere bravado. "He might even look down on Coach Zhou," one spectator remarked, adding fuel to the fire. Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened. It was evident that their gathering was drawing the attention of others in the office area. A middle-aged coach, witnessing the flirtation between Chu Xiu and Su Xianwan, refrained from interjecting, but could not suppress his thoughts. It seems he is yet another suitor for that girl. TSK, an old bull chasing young grass. However, Zhou Feng, unbothered by these comments, smugly turned to Chu Xiu, nodding provocatively as if to say, "Did you hear that? I'm quite impressive. You should leave." As the crowd swelled, Su Xianwan, eager to avoid further entanglement, decided to pull Chu Xiu away to seek the gym owner. "Coach Su, don't go. Brother Zhou wants to spar with your friend. It's a golden opportunity for everyone to learn." At that moment, a young coach descended from the third floor, evidently wanting to involve himself, blocking their path. "Indeed, young man, you wouldn't dare back down, would you? Just admit your mistake." The middle-aged coach interjected with a sardonic smile. Chu Xiu's eyes flashed with cold intensity as he gazed at the group, slowly responding, "Fine, fatty, I accept." Seeing Chu Xiu fall for the bait, Su Xianwan instinctively grasped his hand, wishing to caution him. Feeling the warmth of her palm and her concern, Chu Xiu couldn't help but smile inwardly. He was indifferent to the rotund figure before him. After all, such a character was, in his eyes, hardly a challenge. Oh, who would have thought Coach Su's boyfriend would have such spirit, actually agreeing to a match? Huh, but what does it matter? It's not like he can defeat Coach Zhou. Indeed, Coach Zhou had secured 9 consecutive victories in the ring. It seemed he was on the verge of a 10th. Such a feat is monumental. We must notify everyone so they can bear witness. As the crowd reveled in Zhou Feng's impending triumph, some even called friends to come and witness Chu Xiu's potential embarrassment. Su Xianwan's delicate features hardened, glaring at the onlookers. "Well, that is not intimidating. He looks even more endearing," she thought. Half an hour later, surrounded by Zhou Feng and his entourage, they arrived at the octagonal cage in the basement. Chu Xiu was taken aback by the size of the arena. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the ropes and railings had already been set up. The majority of the gym's patrons, having heard of someone foolish enough to challenge the 9-time champion Zhou Feng, paused their activities to gather around, eager to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, in the ancient boxing training room on the 4th floor, several 2-meter-tall wooden posts stood at the center, upon which a young man trained, his bronzed muscles glistening, clearly defined and robust. This individual moved with an enigmatic grace, practicing a profound style of boxing with fluid hand movements. Suddenly, the door to the training room was forcefully pushed open. "Master, it's bad. Someone has come to challenge us." A young man in a coach's uniform rushed in, panting heavily. Xiao Wu, how many times must I tell you not to be so agitated? Let them come. What's the big deal?" The young man on the wooden posts remained undistracted, continuing his methodical practice. But this time it's different. The opponent has already defeated 7 coaches, each one in under 10 moves. Xiao Wu exclaimed, alarmed by his master's calm demeanor. "Oh, that is somewhat impressive. Whereas Coach Sure, he is the champion of the year. He should be able to handle it." The master seemed to grasp the seriousness of the situation, gradually ceasing his training and leaping down from the 2-meter-high wooden post, landing soundlessly, showcasing his formidable prowess. "Oh no, master." Coach Sure was defeated even more miserably, taken out with a single blow. "What? You should have said that sooner. Get to the point." The master was taken aback upon hearing that Coach Xiu had been defeated in one strike. If he were in the ring, he would likely find himself in a similar predicament. Who is this audacious challenger, daring to invade my domain? With this thought, the master swiftly executed his footwork, racing down the stairs like a shooting star. Upon reaching the ground floor, he heard a calm voice emanating from the ring. Next, who dares to step up? In that moment, the entire Bawang fighting gym fell into a profound silence, an eerie stillness enveloping the space, broken only by the faint sounds of despair. Chapter 61, The Master. I challenge you. A spirited voice resonated from the crowd surrounding the ring. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, observing the newcomer striding forth with confidence. His upper body bare, rippling muscles suggesting considerable skill. The bronzed skin and terrifyingly defined physique, illuminated by the lights, was almost too intense to behold. It was none other than the master, hurrying down from the ancient boxing training room. He heard Chu Xiu's words. Who else is there? As he glanced at the row of coaches sprawled out not far from the arena, he could no longer suppress the fury and fighting spirit surging within him. Since the establishment of the Overlord Fighting Gym, he had never encountered such a situation. Although there were numerous coaches in his gym, fewer than 10 of them were truly adept in actual combat. These were individuals who had participated in national fighting competitions, and some had even fought in underground arenas, renowned for their prowess. He swept his gaze across the scene and noted with astonishment that 6 outstanding coaches had been taken down, particularly Coach Xiu, who was famously known as the Underground King in Jinling. This was the very master he had painstakingly requested from his father, and it was simply unbelievable that no one had dispatched him in an instant. Look, the gym owner has arrived. He will personally intervene. The crowd erupted in excitement, admiration gleaming in their eyes as they gazed at the gym owner, whose physique was extraordinary. Indeed, a fighter who had once claimed the world champion belt. This kid is impressive, requiring the gym owner's personal involvement. It's a tremendous opportunity for him. Owner, take him down. Defeat him. The shouts resonated through the crowd, the majority of whom looked at their gym owner with adoration, fervently rooting for him. Chu Xiu, observing the throng below, felt a sense of bemusement as he thought, I hope I haven't been too harsh. I might have pushed these kids into a corner. His original intention had been to teach Zhou Feng a lesson, but after engaging with him, he discovered the latter's combat skills were commendable. He had merely intended to practice a few moves with the expert-level boxing skills he had acquired from the system the night before. Little did he expect that his opponent would crumble so easily. Despite his attempts to hold back, he had dispatched Zhou Feng in fewer than 10 moves. Then, like stirring a hornet's nest, 7 more coaches entered the fray. Chu Xiu unleashed only about 30% of his strength, effortlessly overcoming them all within 10 moves. Only the last opponent, who boasted the title of Fighting King, posed a slight challenge, prompting him to exert 50% of his ability before swiftly defeating him. The students of the gym could not accept this. They were filled with indignation, yet dared not voice their frustrations, surrounding the arena and demanding their gym owner to take on the challenge. The senior brother approached the octagonal cage, leaping gracefully onto the stage and landing lightly. This sight struck Chu Xiu as oddly fascinating. A person of such stature could display such agility. An expert, indeed. With this thought, Chu Xiu clasped his fists and calmly stated, I am Chu Xiu. I humbly seek your guidance. The senior brother appraised him in return and introduced himself. I am Lei Wanshan, the gym owner of the Overlord Fighting Gym. Please offer your teachings. Chu Xiu couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing such an antiquated name. He never anticipated a person would bear such a name. It was reminiscent of an ancient general. Lei Wanshan cast a cold glance at Chu Xiu, resolving not to show any mercy. He launched a powerful straight punch aimed directly at Chu Xiu. With a firm gaze, Chu Xiu met the blow with one palm, their fists colliding. It felt as if Lei Wanshan's punch struck a steel plate, forcing him to stagger back several steps. You, Lei Wanshan exclaimed, astonished to see a faint red mark on his knuckles, realizing the strength of his opponent was formidable. I must get serious. With that, Lei Wanshan charged at Chu Xiu with all his might, his fists raining down like a storm of petals. Real and feigned attacks intertwined, making it difficult to discern the truth. Ah, it's the Misty Steps. Chu Xiu thought with amusement. The system had rewarded him with expert-level mastery in boxing, allowing him to execute over 100 different techniques effortlessly. The Misty Steps were certainly among them. Resolving to match Lei Wanshan's style, he too began to employ the Misty Steps. The two exchanged blows, each strike resonating with profound power. Their techniques morphed unpredictably, leaving the audience in awe, erupting with gasps of admiration. One could vaguely see the gym owner's lithe form, his movements as agile as a leopard, continuously launching attacks around Chu Xiu. In contrast, Chu Xiu maintained a deliberate pace, stable as a mountain, his punches exuding an immense pressure with every swing. Even as Lei Wanshan's punches came like a torrential storm, Chu Xiu met them with ease, consistently retaliating at the most opportune moments. Gradually, however, the crowd noticed something amiss. Their gym owner's strikes and footwork began to slow, while Chu Xiu remained unfazed, preserving his initial state. What is happening here? Good heavens, could the gym owner be losing? Stay calm. Do not disrupt the morale. Focus and observe keenly. Su Xianwan watched the duel with a tense expression, still perplexed by the situation. The men had taken to the stage with little explanation, and after Chu Xiu had triumphed over the gym's coaches, others could not resist the urge to reclaim their honor, culminating in the gym owner's personal intervention. As she gazed at the arena, Su Xianwan's fingers intertwined nervously, her mind racing. Lei Wanshun felt his breath becoming labored, his steps growing sluggish. He realized his stamina was nearly depleted. This was the drawback of the misty steps. Pursuing exceptional striking speed required significant energy expenditure. Facing Chu Xiu's techniques, he had given his all, but the more he exerted himself, the less he could afford to retreat. Sweat drenched his body, a faint red hue trickling down. Lei Wanshun could no longer contain a roar, channeling all his remaining strength into his right fist and launching a final, desperate strike. Boom! Their fists collided, creating a force akin to a tornado sweeping across the arena, leaving spectators momentarily stunned. Both fighters staggered back. Chu Xiu took a single step back, but stood firm, while Lei Wanshun reeled back 4 or 5 steps before, utterly exhausted. He stumbled and sat upon the stage. With heavy breaths, sweat streamed down, and soon, a faint crimson hue appeared on his skin. It became evident that the gym owner, Lei Wanshun, had been defeated. The strongest master of the Overlord Fighting Gym, world champion, and national martial arts champion, had lost to an unknown contender. Chapter 62. Hello, Uncle Chu. The octagonal arena on the first floor of the Overlord Fighting Gym was enveloped in shock. The audience was astounded by Chu Xiu's prowess. Their eyes opened wide by such a display of martial skill. Most of the gym's members were ordinary students, and their encounters with the most formidable fighters were limited to the gym's elite coaches. Typically, these coaches trained gifted or competitive students, and ordinary students rarely had the opportunity to engage with them, only witnessing their prowess during monthly competitions. Having witnessed the remarkable feats of these coaches, the students could fully appreciate Chu Xiu's exceptional capabilities as he dispatched them with ease, akin to a child. Particularly striking was his victory over the gold belt holder and national champion, a testament to the man's terror. For Lei Wanshun, the one facing Chu Xiu, his emotions were complex. He felt a sense of despondency and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He realized that the man before him was likely stronger than even his own master. You are formidable. Today, I concede defeat. My misty steps are nearing perfection, and one day, I shall surely triumph over you. After a moment of buffering, Lei Wanshun finally stood up against the octagonal cage, resolutely declaring his intentions. Chu Xiu nodded slightly. With such an indomitable spirit, this fellow was destined to carve out a place for himself in the martial arts community. Ding! A boastful statement has been detected, meeting the system's criteria for inclusion. It has been recorded. Please check. Recorded boastful statement. 3 Lei Wanshun. I have trained in martial arts since childhood, possessing extraordinary talent. After 10 years of practicing the elusive footwork, I am on the verge of mastering it, which will render me invincible across the land. Reward: advanced elusive footwork. Goodness, I retract my earlier words. You certainly have no place among the boastful. The system's notification caught Chu Xiu off guard. He never expected such an earnest young man to boast without a hint of embarrassment. It was a pity, though, that he boasted of an advanced skill, indicating that his own elusive footwork was likely only at an intermediate level. Young man, you still have much to learn. Continue your training. Clap, clap, clap. Just as everyone was astonished by Chu Xiu's victory over Lei Wanshun, the sound of applause resonated through the air. The crowd turned to see an elderly gentleman, over 60 years of age, with a head of white hair yet a youthful demeanor, dressed in a white training outfit, his face adorned with a benevolent smile. Many seasoned students of the dojo immediately displayed expressions of excitement, parting to create a passage for the elder. The new students, unaware of his identity, whispered inquiringly about who he was. This was the former head of the dojo, and moreover, the president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association. What? This is Master Fong, whom we have seen countless times on the photo wall. This is my first time seeing him in person. Step aside. The old master just retired 10 days ago. He was here at the dojo every day before that. Oh, I am new here as of yesterday. Master, you have arrived. I have embarrassed myself. I lost. Lei Wanshun exclaimed, rushing off the stage to bow. However, the elder gently grasped his hand, preventing him from bowing further. Haha, Wanshun, your temperament is nothing like your father's. I named you with the hope that you would promote traditional Chinese martial arts. A few years ago, you accomplished that. You are my pride. The elder, full of vigor, exuded the aura of a grandmaster, enhanced by his training attire. Well then, today's competition comes to an end. Coaches, please take care of your students and return home. He instructed, as a young man followed closely behind him, quickly directing the other coaches within the dojo. Upon seeing the elder, Chu Xiu leaped gracefully out of the octagonal ring, landing deftly a short distance away, cupping his fists in salute. President Fong, it has been a long time. His gesture left the elder slightly taken aback, as well as the young man beside him and Lei Wanshan, all staring in astonishment. Especially Lei Wanshan, who, despite his ability to silently descend from over 2 meters atop the plum blossom stakes, was astonished by Chu Xiu's effortless leap over the 2-meter-high ropes. Landing precisely, a clear indication of his profound skill. Even the elder, as the president of the Martial Arts Association, who had encountered various practitioners of the so-called ancient arts and lightness techniques, knew how difficult it was to achieve such ease. Ah, I never expected Mr. Chu to still remember me. You have truly broadened my horizons today, the elder remarked, recognizing Chu Xiu from a previous encounter at Lei Yong's dinner. President Fong was a highly respected senior. He looked at Chu Xiu with a knowing gaze, initially thinking that Lei Yong overestimated him, but now realizing his true strength, perhaps even in his prime, he would not have been a match for him. Mr. Chu, I forgot to introduce you to my disciple. Oh, President Fong said, pointing to the young man behind him. This is my eldest disciple, Lei Wanshan. I trust you are already acquainted. At this point, President Fong chuckled as he looked at Lei Wanshan. Not only is Wanshan my disciple, but he is also the son of Lei Yong. By rights, he should address you as uncle. What, uncle? Lei Wanshan stared incredulously at his master, bewildered by the notion. After all, this fellow wasn't even older than him. Chu Xiu mused. So this is old Lei's son. He bears no resemblance at all. He looks like a martial arts fanatic, quite unlike old Lei, the cunning fox. Haha, indeed, Wanshan. Your father and Mr. Chu are sworn brothers. You ought to show him some respect. Otherwise, you will face the consequences when your father learns of your disrespect. President Fong said, half jokingly, half seriously. Uncle, greetings. Lei Wanshan gritted his teeth and bowed his head to Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Caught off guard by President Fong's antics. Observing Lei Wanshan's unwilling expression, President Fong inwardly cursed him for being foolish, giving him a kick that sent him kneeling before Chu Xiu, while sternly commanding, how dare you? Show some respect to your uncle. Go on, bow your head. With gritted teeth, Lei Wanshan glanced at Chu Xiu, closed his eyes, and resolutely bowed his head in an act of submission. Old master, what on earth are you doing? Chu Xiu felt his head spinning, utterly perplexed by their intentions. President Fong chuckled, gesturing for Lei Wanshan to rise and stand beside Chu Xiu, saying meaningfully, Mr. Chu, as Wanshan's elder, I hope you will take care of him. He is currently at a bottleneck in his martial training. His external skills have reached their limit. Hearing his master's words, Lei Wanshan, who had been disheartened, suddenly had an epiphany upon hearing the latter part of the statement. He knelt before Chu Xiu respectfully, saying, Uncle, I humbly request your guidance in my martial arts practice. I would be eternally grateful. Good grief, this old fellow is playing a shrewd game. He seeks to exploit my skills without reservation, merely calling me uncle and bowing his head to gain my techniques. It seems too easy. After all, when I provided the Yi family with a simple skill, old Yi offered a luxury villa worth over 2 billion as a token of gratitude. Uncle, rest assured, as long as you are willing to guide me, I will pay the tuition fee without fail. Lei Wanshan, noticing Chu Xiu's composed demeanor, felt compelled to sweeten the deal. He recalled hearing from his father that the top-tier Yi family of Jinling once exchanged a simple internal training method for a luxury villa worth 20 billion. With this in mind, Lei Wanshan's expression hardened. Inhaling deeply as if making a monumental decision, he inclined his body and stated, Uncle, I am willing to offer the entire Bawang Fighting Academy to you, provided you are willing to impart your internal cultivation methods. What? Senior brother, do not act rashly. The Fighting Academy is your life's work. Oh exclaimed in shock, rushing to intervene. Indeed, Wanshan, you promised your father that if the academy failed, you would return home to inherit the family business. President Fong sighed, lamenting that his disciple, who resembled him most, was burdened with the responsibility of promoting martial arts while grappling with the mundane affairs of running a business. The academy's success was largely due to the assistance of professional managers. Lei Wanshan was merely a figurehead. Chu Xiu, please assist the headmaster. All my skills were taught by the former headmaster, and he is like an elder brother to me, Su Xianwan said, wrapping her arm around Chu Xiu's, speaking in a charming manner. Truthfully, witnessing the scene before him, Chu Xiu felt quite moved. If it weren't for the system's notification sound interrupting him, he might have almost believed it. Ding. A boastful message has been detected, meeting the system's recording standards, and has been logged. Please check. Logged boastful message. For Lei Wanshun, great. Finally encountered a master of internal martial arts. I must seize this opportunity. Someone offered $1 billion at the fighting gym. But I didn't sell. Exchanging for martial arts techniques is worth it. Cash reward, 10 million. It turns out this fighting gym is only worth 10 million. Lei Wanshun is not as straightforward as he seems. Where does he get his confidence? Apparently, these fellows are all performing a play for me. Yet this lad has a good premise, a master of boasting. You wouldn't be waiting for an IPO to fleece the shareholders, would you? Now, Chu Xiu finally understands how market value is calculated. Today, you might be worth $1 billion, but tomorrow, you could lose several tens of millions in value. That's even more magical than cultivating internal martial arts. However, he still had to thank Lei Wanshun for directly posting 2 messages today, especially the cash reward of 10 million, which finally alleviated his concerns about his savings. Fine, in consideration of my dear nephew's heartfelt intentions, I shall offer you guidance. As for the fighting gym, I'm not short on money. Chu Xiu patted Lei Wanshun's shoulder, chuckling inwardly, adopting a tone of an elder expressing concern for a younger one. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Lei Wanshun quickly responded with a beaming smile, unaware of Chu Xiu's inner thoughts. Seeing the other party agree to offer guidance filled him with joy. However, Chu Xiu's elder demeanor made Lei Wanshun somewhat uncomfortable. At that moment, President Fong called everyone to the second-floor office for a break. Chu Xiu also suggested helping Lei Wanshun with a simple treatment. After all, he had expended a great deal of energy earlier, and failing to recover promptly would affect future training. Thus, the group arrived in a spacious lounge, the exclusive resting area for the gym owner. Under the astonished gazes of the others, Chu Xiu utilized the 7-star needle awarded by the system to puncture several vital points on Lei Wanshun's body, transmitting his internal energy to assist in his recovery. It wasn't until Lei Wanshun had fully recovered that President Fong and the others snapped out of their astonishment. Especially Su Xianwan, who gazed at Chu Xiu with a dazed admiration. Mr. Chu, I didn't expect you to be the miraculous doctor spoken of by the Yi family. This must be the extraordinary needle technique, the flying needle art. Even President Fong, who had cultivated an unflappable demeanor over the years, was astonished by Chu Xiu's display. Lei Wanshun was utterly in awe, his eyes sparkling with eagerness to learn. Any previous discomfort he felt had dissipated in the wake of Chu Xiu's dazzling needlework. At that moment, he felt as if he could worship him as a father. Uncle, please have some tea. Is this your flying needle art? At that moment, Lei Wanshun wished to transform into a sycophant, eagerly offering tea and attending to Chu Xiu's needs. Chu Xiu chuckled inwardly, nodding, taking a sip of tea before slowly saying, I just examined your bones and muscles. You are indeed suited for martial arts practice. However, to achieve the unity of internal and external, your blood energy is too abundant, which may hinder internal cultivation. I shall provide you with a herbal remedy for a period. Lei Wanshun listened, somewhat bewildered, worried that Chu Xiu was hiding his talents and unwilling to guide him, casting a pleading glance toward his master. So that's how it is. I have fallen into misunderstanding. President Fong seemed oblivious to Lei Wanshun's gaze and bowed in gratitude to Chu Xiu. Seeing this, Lei Wanshun had no choice but to accept Chu Xiu's proposal. It appeared that Uncle Chu was dissatisfied with my lack of sincerity. I must perform well and secure the internal cultivation method. Uncle, tonight, I'll treat you to a feast to welcome you. Please grant me this opportunity. Seeing Chu Xiu and his master engaging in lively conversation, Lei Wanshun hurriedly interjected. Indeed, Mr. Chu, you have greatly assisted our master-disciple duo and enlightened those arrogant fellows at the gym. We must extend our hospitality. In light of his disciple's future, President Fong had no choice but to swallow his pride and strive for more opportunities for his student. Observing the pair of master and disciple, it was clear that any refusal would provoke action. Chu Xiu could only smile wryly and concede. It seemed that the misunderstanding with senior sister Yi would remain unresolved for the time being. He had initially intended to attend the evening performance and offer an apology. Haha, splendid. Heroes emerge from youth. You youngsters enjoy your conversation. I shall take my leave. President Fong, with a kindly demeanor, said as he prepared to depart. Hee. Very well, Wan, accompany me for a while. After the elderly gentleman, Au, and Su Xianwan exited, the lounge fell silent. Uncle, this is a specially supplied premium tea. Please have a taste. Lei Wanshun eagerly presented a beautifully packaged box of tea leaves from a hidden cabinet. While brewing the tea, he explained with enthusiasm. This is my father's cherished collection. I brought over a box. Uncle, do not underestimate it. This small box weighs 20 grams and is worth over 600,000. I am reluctant to drink it, but since you, Uncle, have come today, I must treat you well. Ding. A boastful message has been detected, meeting the system's recording standards, and has been logged. Please check. Logged boastful message. 5 Lei Wanshun. Dad, I apologize for taking your cherished collection. Next time, I will definitely buy better tribute tea to present to you. Cash reward, 1 pound of premium tea. Wow, dear nephew, you are quite the schemer, pilfering your father's treasures. Are you not afraid of a beating? Chu Xiu finally understood why this father-son duo often boasted of their filial piety. They both enjoyed the art of exaggeration. By reviewing the system, Chu Xiu discovered that this premium tea was valued at over 10,000 per gram, making a pound worth more than 5 million. Of course, one would need to find a discerning buyer. With that thought, Chu Xiu glanced at Lei Wanshan. Dear nephew, it is time for you to repay your filial duties. Chapter 64, Taking Uncle to the Club. Upon learning that Chu Xiu possessed a batch of premium tea he wished to sell, Lei Wanshan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The peculiar look Chu Xiu had given him earlier had nearly led to a misunderstanding. If Chu Xiu knew his true intentions, he would surely protest, for in all honesty, Chu Xiu merely sought a gullible buyer. However, Lei Wanshan's willingness to acquire it pleased Chu Xiu, as he felt he had contributed to the father-son duo's bond. Today's visit to the fighting gym proved unexpectedly fruitful. Chu Xiu couldn't help but cast a deep glance at Lei Wanshan, realizing that this fellow was also an adept at system manipulation. Opening the system panel, Chu Xiu reviewed the information. Boastful reality system. Host, Chu Xiu. Assets, 550,000. System skills, Master Level 5 Animal Play. System items, 7-star Needle, Lover's Fund. Logged boastful message. 1 female internet celebrity. Darling, this car is a Ferrari Roma, worth 3 million. Even if I told him this car is worth 20 million, he probably wouldn't understand. Cash reward, 1 Ferrari LaFerrari. Logged boastful message. 2 bystander. I really envy this guy's time management skills. I must work harder. I will definitely become a master of time management. Cash reward, time management master. Logged boastful message. 3, 4, 5. Firstly, the 20 million supercar is definitely a cash out, as a wealthy individual. I also need a supercar to maintain appearances. The title of time management master is a special one. For Chu Xiu, it is rather redundant, as he possesses the confidence and ability to manage relationships among women. Pass. As for sequence information 3, the reward of the elusive steps from Lei Wanshan did not pique Chu Xiu's interest. Given his current physical capabilities, he found such advanced skills somewhat beneath him. Sequence information 4 and 5, although both offered monetary rewards, still left Chu Xiu feeling rather financially strained, having spent 2.4 million on a car yesterday, leaving him with only a 6-figure bank balance, which made him uneasy. Observing this, he decisively opted to withdraw from boasting sequence information 1, 4, and 5. Beep. Congratulations, host. On withdrawing boasting information sequence 1, you have received a Ferrari LaFerrari as a reward, now stored at the luxury car depot. Please contact them promptly to collect your vehicle. Beep. Congratulations, host. On withdrawing boasting information sequence 4, you have received a cash reward of 10 million. Beep. Congratulations, host. On withdrawing boasting information sequence 1, you have received a pound of specialty tea, now placed in the host's storage vehicle. Please retrieve it at your earliest convenience. Your bank account 9430 received an income of 10,000,000 yuan on June 6th, leaving a balance of 10,550,000 yuan after the transaction. Jinling Bank. It has not been easy. Acquiring the system for nearly a week, he has withdrawn over 20 entries of boasting information, encompassing various skills, titles, and monetary gains. Finally, he has amassed a deposit of 10 million, marking a significant milestone. An evening of celebration is in order. Yet the thought of possessing an exorbitantly priced top-tier villa alleviated his excitement. After informing Lei Wanshan, he went to his car to retrieve the tea leaves, promising to return shortly. For this, Lei Wanshan even prepared a special consultant card for Chu Xiu, granting him unrestricted access to the fighting gym henceforth. The privileges of this card were quite prestigious, second only to the gym owner himself. Glancing at the purple card in his hand, he suddenly realized that his nephew was quite commendable. Born with a proverbial golden key, he nevertheless lacked the ostentation typically associated with the wealthy elite. Despite his youth, he had already clinched numerous championship titles and tirelessly pursued his goals. During this period, Chu Xiu had encountered many affluent individuals, including the scions of wealthy families. Even Yi Shichang from the illustrious Yi family of Jinling paled in comparison to this young man. His nephew was undoubtedly on a trajectory befitting a protagonist. Perhaps, it might indeed be feasible to impart the inner cultivation techniques to him. Upon returning to the vehicle, Chu Xiu handed over the specialty tea to Lei Wanshan. Whether out of too much trust in Chu Xiu or simply a generous disposition, Lei Wanshan immediately instructed the finance department to transfer 5 million to Chu Xiu without verifying its authenticity. As for Chu Xiu, being young and indifferent to tea, He perceived it as no different from drinking plain water. As the clock struck 5 p.m., Chu Xiu called Feng Qing, asking her to make her own arrangements for the evening as he had prior commitments. The girl did not ask further questions, merely reminding him to stay safe and drink in moderation to avoid harming his health. The education paid off. She was indeed a commendable partner, which brought Chu Xiu great satisfaction. Concerning Yuan Mingyao, he had added another person to the lovers' fund yesterday and gifted her an extra 200,000 yuan in pocket money. The girl excitedly sent him several short videos and alluring photos, prompting him to shower her with compliments, while she promised to visit him soon, bringing a surprise along. Considering the drinks he'd consumed that evening, he chose not to drive and instead hopped into his nephew's off-road vehicle. This young man, true to his affluent background, possessed a mighty off-road beast, a model Chu Xiu had never encountered in the market. It was only through Lei Wanchuan's explanation that he learned it had been directly modified from a discarded vehicle through his father's connections, boasting bulletproof and blast-resistant features that rendered it superior in every aspect. Though Chu Xiu felt envious, he understood that such a marvel was unattainable even with wealth. The formidable vehicle roared down the road for over 30 minutes before arriving at their destination, the Lingxiao City nightclub. Golden characters gleamed in vibrant colors, towering at the entrance, giving an impression reminiscent of a celestial palace on high. The parking lot nearby was filled with luxurious brands, indicating the establishment's popularity among the affluent. Lei Wanchun casually parked the vehicle and tossed the keys to a nearby doorman, leading Chu Xiu inside without a backward glance. His nephew's nonchalant demeanor was impressive. It was clear he frequented this place, exhibiting a relaxed familiarity akin to being at home. "Uncle, let us ascend to the 6th floor and find a quiet private room. Allow me to handle all arrangements for today," Lei Wanchun said, half jokingly, half seriously. Chu Xiu nodded, signaling him to lead the way, despite being a novice in such establishments. As an elder, he could not show trepidation. Upon reaching the luxurious room 601 on the 6th floor, it was evident the space was lavish, spanning at least 200 square meters. At the center lay a small dance floor, with a colossal 200-inch screen against the wall and a row of opulent European-style sofas opposite. The cost of such a room likely exceeded 30,000 per session. Lei Wanchun directed Chu Xiu to sit at the center and expertly brought out a tablet to order a selection of exquisite wines, including Martell, Remy Martin, Hennessy, and Chivas among others. Uncertain of Chu Xiu's preferences, he ordered a bottle from each brand, totaling over 20 varieties. With a mysterious smile, Lei Wanchun assured, "Uncle, rest assured. Today's arrangements will surely meet your satisfaction. Please make yourself comfortable while I prepare everything." With that, he winked at Chu Xiu and exited the room. Chu Xiu found himself somewhat astonished. What other surprises could this nightclub hold? Not long after, 2 elegantly dressed servers arrived, delivering an array of fine wines and a substantial assortment of dishes. To his surprise, there were even hearty hot dishes, leaving Chu Xiu somewhat awestruck. He had never encountered such opulence in a nightclub before. After sampling a dish, he had to admit the flavors surpassed those of typical restaurants. Once the servers completed their task, they stood by Chu Xiu, inquiring if he wished to open any bottles. Chu Xiu casually instructed them to uncork a few, confident in his title of being able to drink 1,000 cups without becoming inebriated. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from the entrance of the room. One of the servers approached and opened the door, revealing a middle-aged woman holding a small tablet. After giving Chu Xiu a surprised glance, she approached with great respect, saying, "Mr. Chu, greetings. I am Nana, sent by young Master Lei to attend to you." She dared not show any negligence due to his youth. Curious, Chu Xiu observed the woman, sensing an inkling of what was to come. The woman cautiously approached him, handing over the tablet while explaining, "Mr. Chu, these are the arrangements made by young Master Lei for you, and I hope they meet your satisfaction." Afterward, she stood by, awaiting his response. Taking the tablet, Chu Xiu scrutinized the content on the screen. To his astonishment, it displayed a series of headshot photos of beautiful women, each accompanied by a name. The ladies were adorned in various styles of hanfu, exuding elegance and grace. As he browsed through the images, he couldn't help but admire the marketing prowess of his hosts. Within the tablet, the women were clearly categorized by their appearances. Those of ordinary looks were simply identified beneath their photographs by stage names. In contrast, the more enchanting women were bestowed with various ethereal titles, instantly elevating their status. A few sweet-faced girls, reminiscent of the 7 fairies, were designated as the first princess and second princess, among others. Some resembled the captivating 100 Flowers fairy, while others exuded the fresh and transcendent aura of the Jade Pool fairy. Each photograph radiated a unique charm, compelling admiration. However, when Chu Xiu turned to a particular page, he was astonished to find the name Fairy Chang'e listed. Curious, he scrutinized the image, noting that while this fairy Chang'e possessed striking beauty, she bore a certain resemblance to a renowned actress from a past life, known as the Little Dragon Girl. Yet, her visage seemed marred by conspicuous signs of cosmetic surgery, rendering her once natural beauty somewhat artificial. It appeared that the beauties of Lingxiao City were of commendable quality. Chu Xiu chuckled inwardly, pondering whether this was indeed the legendary selection of a consort. Nonetheless, he found himself more enamored with Yuan Mingyao and Fang Qing, primarily due to their unblemished backgrounds and genuine worth. After all, authenticity holds significant value, as everyone understands. Momentarily, Chu Xiu lost interest in the selection. Perceiving these fairies as rather mediocre, he glanced at the matron and declared, "You may leave. I have not found anyone appealing." Upon finishing, he returned the tablet to her. "Mr. Chu, might you reconsider? There are better options yet to come," she implored, her expression a mixture of disbelief and concern as she gestured toward the screen. Chu Xiu remained impassive, yet his displeasure grew, and he pointed firmly at the door, articulating, "You may exit." The woman stood frozen, reading the seriousness in his demeanor, and ultimately left the room with a grim countenance. Shortly thereafter, a call from Lei Wanshun came through, his tone amicable as he addressed Chu Xiu with warmth. However, upon learning that Chu Xiu had not selected a single beauty, he grew anxious, urging him to wait, assuring him there were superior choices still available. Chu Xiu, uninterested in the conversation, decided to dine first, eyeing the delectable spread on the coffee table with relish. His nephew had clearly put thought into it, ordering a variety of hot dishes knowing he had yet to eat. The nearby waitress observed Chu Xiu, who appeared to be a mere figure of authority, and discreetly rolled her eyes, silently perplexed. "Sir, this is a nightclub. Are you here to dine rather than enjoy the company of charming women, sing, or partake in games?" Unaware of the waitress's thoughts, Chu Xiu would have surely retorted that a lack of enthusiasm for dining signifies a troubled mindset. 10 minutes later, after the two waitresses had tidied up, the room was left with only Chu Xiu. After finishing his meal, feeling somewhat parched, he opened a bottle of Hennessy as if it were a refreshing beverage. To his surprise, the taste was quite agreeable. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door, leaving Chu Xiu puzzled, suspecting his nephew might be up to some mischief again. Upon opening the door, a woman with a captivating figure fell into his embrace. "Quick, save me. I've been drugged, and my phone is missing," she implored, nestled against him. Her voice elegant yet faint. As he looked down, he confirmed she was indeed a stunning beauty, lightly made up, with rosy lips and cascading hair. Her exquisite features were flushed, and her eyes appeared slightly dazed, suggesting intoxication. There was a hint of confusion and anxiety in her gaze, her shoulders trembling slightly, as if struggling to remain conscious. It was clear she had been affected by some sort of substance. Recognizing the situation, Chu Xiu effortlessly scooped her up and closed the door, laying her gently on the sofa. Her breathing grew rapid, her chest rising and falling irregularly. Her lips parting as if to speak, yet only muffled sounds escaped. Without hesitation, he retrieved the 7-star needle, administering 2 swift pricks to her neck and crown. Suddenly, her eyes appeared even more unfocused, her body began to sway, and her complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. After approximately 3 minutes, her color gradually returned, her body relaxing, and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of bright, clear orbs that sparkled like stars, emanating an enchanting glow. Upon recognizing Chu Xiu, she seemed to recall that he was her savior and attempted to rise, yet her limbs felt weak and unresponsive. "I can only alleviate most of your symptoms with acupuncture. You feel weak now, but you shall return to normal within an hour. Do not worry," Chu Xiu patiently explained. Noting her bewilderment, "I am Xiaoqingxi. Thank you, big brother, for saving me." Overcome with emotion, tears welled up in her eyes as she expressed her gratitude. Her gaze rich with myriad sentiments, joy, sorrow, and anger. "No need for thanks. I am Chu Xiu. It is merely a twist of fate." Sensing that her recent ordeal may be tied to her current state, he refrained from probing further. Xiaoqingxi's face lit up with a smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons, seemingly conveying her happiness without words. Chu Xiu found her eyes profoundly expressive, capable of communicating her feelings effortlessly. Chapter 66, Zhao Yushu. In the Lingxiao City nightclub, room 610 on the 6th floor, this suite was grander and more opulent than Chu Xiu's room 601. Only 3 suites of this caliber existed within the entire nightclub, each with a minimum consumption of 100,000. The room, aglow with lights, housed about a dozen young men and women, with the males impeccably dressed, exuding the air of high society. The women, clad in vibrant, alluring attire, nestled against the arms of the men, engaged in lively banter. Among them was a sharply dressed man with a center-parted hairstyle, who, in stark contrast to the others, drank alone, exuding an air of distinction. His presence seemed to suppress the rowdiness of the other gentlemen. Suddenly, a round-faced girl rushed in, panting heavily. Approaching the suited man, she spoke with trepidation. "Chairman Zhao, Qingxi is missing." Crash. The suited man smashed his glass at the girl's feet, sending shards scattering. The girl gasped, startled by his sudden outburst, her face a mask of fear. The previously jovial atmosphere in the suite fell silent, all eyes turning to the suited man. "Qingxi is your closest friend. How could she just vanish after being drugged?" he said, his smile unfaltering as he regarded the girl with a calm demeanor. "I accompanied Qingxi to the restroom, but when I stepped away to take a call, she disappeared," the girl stammered, her voice trembling as regrets began to flood her mind. She wished she hadn't engaged with this man for monetary gain. She had heard numerous negative rumors about him. Yet the allure of his wealth and status had clouded her judgment. Fool. The man in the suit adjusted his attire and, with no hint of courtesy, addressed the round-faced girl. Smack. When he noticed she remained rooted in place, he delivered a sharp slap, his voice icy as he commanded, "Hurry and find her. If you fail, you know the consequences." The girl, clutching her face, looked at him with fear in her eyes, her expression numb as she turned to leave, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Humph. What a worthless girl, unable to handle such a simple task. "Brother Zhao, shall I send someone to look for her?" A young man with a buzz cut approached, inquiring. "She has taken something. She won't have gone far. Arrange for someone to search. Keep it discreet. The patrons here are either wealthy or influential. Some of them are not to be trifled with." The man in the suit contemplated for a moment before agreeing. After all, he had long coveted the exquisite Summer Qingxi. He had finally found a pretext to attend his friend's birthday party, only to find her suddenly missing. "Everyone, please assist in the search, focusing mainly on the private rooms on the 5th and 6th floors. Maintain a low profile." The buzzcut youth, held in some esteem among the crowd, received nods of acknowledgement from the others. Thus, they dispersed to begin the search. The man in the suit resumed his seat, and a perceptive beauty beside him took the initiative to pour him a drink. He looked at her with mild surprise and remarked, "Come, sit down and share a drink with me." "Of course, Chairman Zhao," she replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. "What, Zhao Yushu? That name sounds so familiar." Chu Xiu, listening to Summer Qingxi recount the recent events, interrupted her upon hearing the name Zhao Yushu. Although he seldom engaged in student activities, the name of the student council president was well known. This individual was a prominent figure at the school, rumored to have been directly admitted to a prestigious university, but followed his love interest, Yi Qianqian, to Jinling University. Indeed, Zhao Yushu could be described as Yi Qianqian's most devoted admirer. He was both scholarly and athletic, reportedly a second-level national karate athlete, having won numerous national championships, and even studying abroad in Sakura country for 6 months to refine his skills. What intrigued many was his family background. The Zhao family was the wealthiest in Jinling City, primarily engaged in real estate, commanding over 30% of the market, an astounding feat. Chu Xiu was taken aback, realizing that the seemingly devoted Zhao Yushu was also a scoundrel. Why also? In school, he was the infatuated prince pursuing Yi Qianqian for 4 years. Outside, he was rumored to have several illegitimate children and numerous mistresses, reportedly spending 7 figures annually on public relations to erase unsavory news about his escapades. Summer Qingxi had only just entered her freshman year at Jinling University last year and was immediately crowned the most beautiful goddess of her cohort. Naturally, she caught Zhao Yushu's attention, who had persistently invited her both openly and covertly to no avail. Today marked her best friend's birthday celebration on the 1st floor. Everything had seemed normal until Zhao Yushu made a sudden appearance at the party, prompting someone to cheers for a drink. Reluctantly, she drank a glass of fruit wine, only to soon feel drowsy, realizing her phone was missing. At that moment, she knew she had been drugged and realized her friend's betrayal, as the drink had been handed to her by the very person she trusted. Despair and helplessness clouded Summer Qingxi's eyes. Fortunately, fate smiled upon her as Chu Xiu unexpectedly came to her rescue. As she recalled this, tears cascaded down her cheeks, soaking the ground. Her lips trembled as she expressed her gratitude to Chu Xiu, her body still shivering, clearly not yet recovered from the nightmare she had endured. Chu Xiu gazed at Summer Qingxi with empathy, astonished that the dramatic scenarios he had often viewed in television dramas had manifested in his own life. In his previous life as a programmer, he had frequently encountered stories of women victimized by such malicious schemes. Zhao Yushu? He murmured the name, having previously heard it from Yi Qianqian and Lu Yang. He sensed that he would soon confront this hypocritical individual. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks reverberated through the door. Startled, Summer Qingxi shrank back, pressing into the corner of the sofa. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Chu Xiu softly stroked her long hair, attempting to soothe her anxiety. Hearing his gentle voice, Summer Qingxi found an inexplicable sense of security emanating from him, her body gradually relaxing as her tension eased. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open, and a dozen young men stormed in. Haha, Summer Qingxi, you're indeed here. I, Zhao Yushu. Never fail to get the women I desire. You won't escape today. The leader, impeccably dressed in a suit, was none other than Zhao Yushu, the scion of the Zhao family and the president of the student council at Jinling University. Beep. A boastful message has been detected and meets the system's recording standards. It has been logged. Please check. Logged boastful message. Zhao Yushu. I am wealthy and powerful, as long as I desire a woman. I will always succeed in pursuing her. Reward. 18 techniques of pursuit. Ridiculous. Zhao what? What are you boasting about? I've heard you're just a devoted admirer of Yi Qianqian for 4 years, and still haven't won her over. Chu Xiu looked at him disdainfully, mocking. Before Zhao Yushu could respond, one of his subordinates could not suppress a laugh. Chapter 67, Confrontation. Hearing the laughter, Zhao Yushu snorted coldly, abruptly turning around to cast a disapproving glance at his followers. The group fell silent, lowering their heads, too intimidated to make another sound. Zhao Yushu shifted his gaze back to Chu Xiu, scrutinizing him with evident disdain, clearly recognizing that he was a well-known wealthy second-generation heir in Jinling. It seemed he was merely an overzealous bystander. Noticing the unusual attention from Zhao Yushu, Chu Xiu felt a twinge of astonishment. The nonchalant demeanor of a wealthy heir was indeed striking. Having found the beauty he sought, Zhao Yushu settled into a chair before Chu Xiu and his companions. Adopting a commanding tone, Qingxi, you understand my feelings. Come with me, and I will overlook today's incident. This guy was calm and composed, quite extraordinary. Observing Zhao Yushu's demeanor, Chu Xiu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The privileged heir certainly carried himself differently. Seemingly aware of Chu Xiu's scrutiny, Zhao Yushu glanced back at him and curiously asked, Do you know who I am? Feigning contemplation, Chu Xiu replied, I know, you're that Zhao something. I've heard of you. You insolent brat, show some respect. It's Zhao Yushu. One of Zhao Yushu's subordinates interjected, annoyed by Chu Xiu's failure to recall the full name. Oh, so you're the most devoted admirer of Jinling University. Chu Xiu rolled his eyes, feigning realization. In an instant, Zhao Yushu stood up, his eyes narrowing as he cast a dark glare at Chu Xiu. Yi Qianqian represented his greatest failure, a taboo subject for him. And he was taken aback that this individual dared to provoke him repeatedly. As Chu Xiu stood there, Xia Qingxi anxiously shook his arm, her face etched with concern. She was acutely aware of Zhao Yushu's formidable reputation. He offered her a reassuring smile and nodded slightly, indicating his comprehension. Turning to Zhao Yushu, he said nonchalantly, This girl is under my protection. If you leave immediately, I can overlook this matter. The moment the words left his lips, a chorus of laughter erupted from the group of Zhao Yushu's followers behind him, pointing and jeering at Chu Xiu as if he were a mere jester. Zhao Yushu furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes as he sneered, seemingly mocking Chu Xiu's audacity. Teach him a lesson, so he doesn't become arrogant and forget his place. He commanded, his gaze fixed on Chu Xiu. One of the robust young men behind Zhao Yushu stepped forward, bellowing, You think you're tough, kid? I'll knock you out. With that, he swung his fist towards Chu Xiu. Unfazed, Chu Xiu let out a cold laugh and executed a swift side kick aimed at the young man's neck. The force of his kick was formidable, a clear indication of his martial prowess. The robust youth was taken aback, instinctively retracting his fist to block, but Chu Xiu's kick was too swift, sending him crashing onto a nearby coffee table, unconscious. The fierceness of this counterattack left many of Zhao Yushu's followers in shock, their faces paling. For the fallen youth was among the strongest of their group. They glanced over at Zhao Yushu, fully aware of his status as a national karate champion. Yet, despite Chu Xiu's rapid retaliation, Zhao Yushu remained impassive, even deriding Chu Xiu with a dismissive remark, a mere display of flowery techniques, trivial skills. His followers, emboldened by Zhao Yushu's confidence, shouted in unison, Chairman Zhao, show him what you're made of. You must avenge our fallen comrade. Zhao Yushu smirked, looking at Chu Xiu with disdain. Kid, here's your chance. Kneel and admit your faults. Given your apparent strength, I might consider taking you under my wing. His expression was one of mock concern, as if he were genuinely considering Chu Xiu's plight. If you have a liking for the lady behind you, I wouldn't mind you taking a second chance. She missed the opportunity one offered you. Chu Xiu glanced at Zhao Yushu with a cold smile, retorting silently that it was unclear who the real frog in the well was. Zhao Yushu's expression finally shifted. He was no fool and preferred to avoid unnecessary confrontation. However, his pride had been stung, and with a snap of his fingers, 4 burly men in black suits entered the room, clearly his bodyguards. Though he was a national champion, Zhao Yushu understood the wisdom of not fighting alone. You seem quite disheartened. Do you really think I would engage you in a fight? He sneered. Chu Xiu regarded his bluster with bemusement, unperturbed by the imposing bodyguards. Teach him a proper lesson. Zhao Yushu ordered his men, eager to resolve the situation swiftly. Wait. Chu Xiu interjected. Laughter erupted from Zhao Yushu's entourage. They initially stared in surprise, but realizing that Chu Xiu had sensed the impending attack and was frightened, they decided to mock him instead. I'd like to make a phone call first, otherwise, you might regret it, Chu Xiu stated calmly. Relishing the prospect of extending the amusement, Zhao Yushu waved his hand, signaling his bodyguards to halt for the moment, intrigued by Chu Xiu's audacity. He lounged back in his chair, nodding at Chu Xiu with a sneer. What, looking for help? I give you the opportunity to call. I'm curious who would dare stand up for you in Jinling. Without wasting time, Chu Xiu retrieved his phone and dialed Lei Wanshan's number. The call was answered almost immediately. Hello, dear nephew. I'm cornered in a private room. Could you come and sort this out? Chu Xiu said. What? Uncle. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. I'm curious who has the gall to bully you. After hanging up, he seemed to be on his way. Huh. This guy is truly amusing, one of Zhao Yushu's lackeys whispered, finding humor in the situation. In the entire Jinling circle, Hu Wunti recognized Chairman Zhao. It was hard to believe anyone would dare stand up for Chu Xiu. Perhaps he was merely stalling for time. My people will arrive shortly. Give it a minute. Chu Xiu replied with a smile, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. He then returned to Xia Qingxi's side, acutely aware of the many gazes upon them, particularly Zhao Yushu's blatant scrutiny, as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Xia Qingxi instinctively tightened her grip on Chu Xiu's arm, almost retreating into his embrace. Their intimate display transformed Zhao Yushu's incredulous expression. He raised his chin, nodding in disbelief. Very well, I'll wait a minute. If your reinforcements fail to arrive, I will personally deal with you. A flicker of madness crossed Zhao Yushu's eyes as he whispered, Don't worry, I'll only break your limbs. And I'll cover your medical expenses. Chapter 68. The Pact of a Punch. When the minute is up, where is your help? I'm keen to see who would dare intervene today. Zhao Yushu derisively eyed Chu Xiu, shaking off his attire as he slowly rose, towering over him. Zhao Yushu, who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly? Such grandiose claims. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the door, followed by a commanding voice that filled the room. The harsh words sent Zhao Yushu's followers into a stir, their curiosity piqued as they turned to the entrance. Who could this nameless individual summon? In walked Lei Wanshan, his imposing figure striding confidently into the room, flanked by several 30-somethings. Upon entering, Lei Wanshan cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Yushu, disregarding the bewildered stares of everyone else in the room, and hurried to Chu Xiu's side, bowing respectfully. Uncle, are you all right? I apologize for the inconvenience. It was poorly arranged today, he said. Chu Xiu shook his head with a smile. These people couldn't harm me. However, this Zhao fellow possesses some intrigue. Indeed. With your strength, I overestimated this situation. Leave the rest to me, Lei Wanshan declared, turning sharply to Zhao Yushu, his gaze sharp as he scolded. Zhao Yushu, who do you think you are to speak so brazenly? Zhao Yushu's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Lei Wanshan, losing his previous composure, and internally lamenting the arrival of this calamity. Young Master Lei, what brings you here? Is this your uncle? Zhao Yushu asked cautiously, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Though his family was the wealthiest in Jinling, he was acutely aware of the social power Lei Wanshan wielded, which instilled a sense of trepidation in others. Having been on the receiving end of Lei Wanshan's lessons, he couldn't help but recall why he had taken up karate in the first place, to reclaim his pride. Yet, even after mastering karate, he found himself at a disadvantage. Zhao Yushu felt a tinge of trepidation towards Lei Wanshan. This brash fellow was capable of anything. With a cold smirk, Lei Wanshan proclaimed, This gentleman is a close brother of my father. Had I arrived a moment later, you might not have been able to leave this room today. What? He is a close brother of Uncle Lei? So young? Zhao Yushu gazed incredulously at Chu Xiu. This fellow, aside from being somewhat handsome and agile, appeared utterly unremarkable. Who would have thought he could befriend the notorious Lei Laohu, one of the formidable leaders of the underground triad in Jinling? The mere mention of Lei Laohu was enough to instill fear in the hearts of all Jinling's denizens. What? Do you dare to question me? Lei Wanshan strode forward, standing beside Zhao Yushu, his massive hand gripping Yushu's shoulder with a vice-like grip. Crack! Merely by the force of his hand, Zhao Yushu's shoulder bones creaked ominously. Damn, what a brute! Cold sweat streamed down Zhao Yushu's face, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. His bodyguards, witnessing the altercation, rushed forward to pry Lei Wanshan away. This only served to further provoke Lei Wanshan, who retaliated with a swift kick, sending four burly men sprawling to the ground. Remarkably, these men remained silent, lying on the floor without uttering a word. This spectacle left Zhao Yushu and his entourage utterly dumbfounded. What a display of prowess, a single move to decimate the opposition. The room fell into an eerie silence, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Zhao Yushu's expression soured. Being publicly reprimanded in front of everyone was a blatant affront to his dignity. However, considering the Lei family's connections to the underground forces of Jinling, coupled with the support from the Yi family, he knew that prolonging this standoff would yield no favorable outcome. Yushu, I am somewhat acquainted with your father. Today's incident is merely a misunderstanding. For the sake of our friendship, let us call it a day. One of the young elites accompanying Lei Wanchun suggested, attempting to mediate. Absolutely not. How could I simply walk away after offending my Uncle Chu? Lei Wanchun sneered at Zhao Yushu, seizing his chair and sitting down with an air of superiority, crossing his legs. What face do I have to give you when I've yet to find a woman tonight to satisfy my uncle? Chu Xiu was a distinguished guest of both the Yi and Lei families, respected by both, and in this context, Zhao Yushu seemed insignificant. You think you can just insult me like that? The elite man fell silent, visibly incensed by Lei Wanchun's blatant disrespect. The other attendees exchanged astonished glances. Realizing the true depth of Chu Xiu's connections, it was no wonder he remained unfazed in Zhao Yushu's presence, exuding an air of calm. He was evidently a hidden powerhouse. Many silently congratulated themselves for refraining from any rash actions or foul language. Otherwise, they would have surely incurred the wrath of both the Lei and Zhao families, which would result in dire consequences back home. After all, what purpose did the wealthy second generation have in mingling together if not to bolster their networks? Zhao Yushu, you seem rather unconvinced. How about we settle this with a duel? If you can defeat me, you may leave unscathed. However, should you lose, you must bow to my elder and then scram, Lei Wanchun bluntly proposed, showing no regard for anyone's feelings. This was sheer recklessness. He was clearly intent on not letting Zhao Yushu off easily. Losing would be a humiliation of the highest order for the son of a tycoon. Who doesn't he know that Lei Xiao is a martial arts champion in Jinling? How could I possibly be his match? Zhao Yushu paused, casting a meaningful glance at Chu Xiu, and continued, perhaps it would be better for us to settle our grievances tonight. Zhao Yushu, who do you think you are? What qualifications do you possess? Lei Wanchun attempted to mock Zhao Yushu's overconfidence, only to be interrupted as Chu Xiu stepped forward to silence him. Very well, I accept your challenge. However, to ensure no one accuses me of bullying you, if you can withstand a single punch from me, I shall consider you the victor. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, gauging whether his opponent would accept his terms. What? Just a single punch? Chu Xiu's proposal left everyone in disbelief, exchanging bewildered glances. Suspecting he was jesting. All right, since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Zhao Yushu's face lit up with a sudden sense of fortune. To prevent any regrets, he instructed his subordinates to clear the area, leaving an open space in the center. Come on. Zhao Yushu was no mere facade. He assumed a martial arts stance, exuding a fierce aura. Chu Xiu stood opposite him, his right hand clenched into a fist, launching a direct assault aimed at Zhao Yushu's midsection. Zhao Yushu reacted swiftly, crossing his arms in an X shape to shield his torso. The battle was about to erupt, just as everyone held their breath, watching the duel unfold. A concerned voice broke through the tension. Young master, be careful, watch out. It was a bodyguard behind Zhao Yushu, who, seeing Chu Xiu's initial movement, urgently called out a warning. As Zhao Yushu braced for impact, Chu Xiu's right fist accelerated suddenly, striking Zhao Yushu's arm with the ferocity of a thunderbolt. Boom. Zhao Yushu was sent flying backward as if struck by a speeding vehicle, hurtling 3 meters before crashing into his own subordinates. The scene erupted into chaos as several bodyguards rushed over to assess the situation. Cough. Call a doctor. I think my arm is broken. Zhao Yushu's complexion turned ashen as he coughed violently, the agony of the fracture causing cold sweat to pour from him, urgently issuing commands. The onlookers grasped the gravity of Zhao Yushu's plight, his arms hanging limply at his sides, clearly fractured, leaving them utterly astonished. An eerie silence settled over the room. The elite gentleman who had accompanied Lei Wanchun was nearly in disbelief. Among the wealthy second generation, it was common for some to indulge in combat training. But such a dramatic turn of events was unprecedented. Everyone had assumed that with Zhao Yushu's title as national karate champion, he would easily overpower an ordinary individual. The reversal was so swift that none had time to process it. Zhao Yushu had been decisively defeated by a single punch, suffering such a humiliating loss. The sheer force of the blow not only broke both his arms, but propelled him 3 meters away, truly terrifying. Zhao Yushu, the national champion, was he truly so weak? Damn. Could it be that he bought his title? Having a wealthy father must be convenient. Even championships can be purchased. Brother, the national competition? That is nothing compared to Lei Xiao's championship belt. now that carries world-class weight. The subordinates of Zhao Yushu dared not speak freely. But those who accompanied Lei Wanshan were unrestrained. They cared little for the dignity of the son of the richest man in Jinling. After all, the financial power of a local tycoon was hardly comparable to their own family's influence. These remarks reached Zhao Yushu's subordinates, causing them to exchange glances filled with uncertainty. Their perception of Zhao Yushu began to shift dramatically. Hearing the mocking comments and feeling the disdainful glares from those around him ignited Zhao Yushu's fury, and he spat a mouthful of blood in response. Damn it, incredible! Even Lei Wanshan, the esteemed heir of the Lei family and the master of the Bawang Combat Academy, could not help but exclaim in astonishment at such an unusual scene. It truly was a sight to behold. Someone so enraged they could vomit blood. He felt his horizons had been broadened. To his surprise, Chu Xiu cast an unexpected glance at Zhao Yushu. This fellow seemed to possess remarkable resilience. Although Chu Xiu had only exerted half of his strength in that punch, it still carried a hint of formidable force. The blow had toppled Zhao Yushu, resulting in a fractured arm, a mere external injury, and some slight internal damage to his chest. If not treated promptly, he would likely require 3 to 5 months of recuperation in bed. Unbeknownst to him, his own fury had led to such a release. Yet fortune favored him. With a month of rest, he would soon be back on his feet. Worry not, it is merely an external wound. Let us send him for medical attention. Lei Wanshan glanced at Chu Xiu, noticing his lack of concern, and signaled for Zhao Yushu's bodyguards to escort him away. Given the man's dire state, Chu Xiu was reluctant to cause further trouble, especially since he noticed that Xia Qingxi's complexion was once again paling. Whatever medicine she had taken was evidently potent. It seemed imperative to find a tranquil place for her acupuncture treatment. Chu Xiu turned to Lei Wanshan, requesting him to arrange transportation back to the vicinity of the university town, promising to visit the combat academy in a few days to offer his guidance. Lei Wanshan, brimming with excitement, quickly expressed his gratitude and made a phone call to arrange a vehicle, which was soon waiting downstairs. Ignoring the complex gazes of those within the room, Chu Xiu confidently embraced Xia Qingxi and departed with an air of nonchalance. As they watched him leave, many felt a tumult of mixed emotions. It was likely that before long, this seemingly unremarkable individual would achieve great notoriety within the upper echelons of Jinling society. Lei Wanshan, however, was less concerned with public opinion. His focus lay solely on the inner cultivation techniques. In his eyes, this Uncle Chu would inevitably stir the entire city of Jinling. After all, who would not wish to become acquainted with the esteemed healer and martial arts expert spoken of by the Yi family? As the saying goes, when one does not speak, they remain unnoticed, but when they do, their voice echoes throughout the heavens, and this aptly describes Chu Xiu. Upon arriving near Jinling University, Chu Xiu spotted Fang Qing waving at him from the roadside. She approached with palpable excitement, eager to embrace him, but slowed her pace upon noticing the woman in his arms. Chu Xiu chuckled internally, moving closer and softly stating, "She was drugged. I was merely rescuing her." Fang Qing, a lone man and a woman. Could it be that you were the one who drugged her? She tilted her head, looking at Chu Xiu with suspicion. Do not let your imagination run wild. Quickly book a hotel nearby. I need to treat her. As he walked, he thought to himself that if he knew Fang Qing's thoughts, he would have given her a light smack on the head. Oh, it's already arranged. Come with me. Fang Qing replied, dismissing her earlier musings. After all, the situation had already escalated. Having more female companions would only be a matter of time. So she resolved to be at ease. Chu Xiu regarded her with suspicion, wondering at her rapid change of demeanor. He hoped she was not concocting another scenario in her mind. They returned to the luxurious room where he and Fang Qing had previously spent time together, a circumstance he found rather fortuitous. He gently placed Xia Qingxi on the bed and instructed Fang Qing to fill the bathtub with warm water, while he prepared to administer a couple of acupuncture needles to alleviate her symptoms. In a state of drowsiness, Xia Qingxi opened her eyes and, upon seeing Chu Xiu preparing to needle her, struggled to rise. Do not move. You will take a bath shortly to dispel the medicinal effects, and you will feel better soon. He gently urged her back down. Ah, a bath? I do not want treatment. I want to go home. The thought of being alone with a man in a room frightened Xia Qingxi to the point of nearly fainting, and she succumbed to unconsciousness under the influence of the drug. Goodness, this girl has low blood sugar. With a practiced eye, Chu Xiu quickly assessed her frail condition, noting her low blood sugar levels, and shook his head in dismay. Young women today often starve themselves in pursuit of an ideal figure, drastically reducing their sugar intake, which can easily lead to hypoglycemia. In his previous life, he had frequently encountered videos of women fainting on the subway due to such issues, having witnessed it firsthand on several occasions. After Fang Qing finished preparing the water, Chu Xiu carefully carried Xia Qingxi into the tub and asked Fang Qing to assist in ensuring she was well soaked. He then retreated to the side room to freshen up, having spent the entire day engaged in various exertions. Approximately 20 minutes later, donning a bathrobe, Chu Xiu emerged to find Xia Qingxi lying in the main bedroom, her figure partially concealed beneath the covers, with only her neck and above visible. He was bemused, unsure how Fang Qing had managed to transfer her to the bed, thinking he would have to assist. Xia Qingxi, despite her slender appearance, had proven to have a surprisingly curvaceous form during their previous encounters. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands slid down from his waist, causing Chu Xiu to gasp in surprise. "Who looks better, her or me?" Fang Qing asked playfully, wrapping her arms around him from behind. Inhaling her faint, floral scent, Chu Xiu turned to embrace Fang Qing, grinning mischievously. "You will find out soon enough. I intend to make you look stunning." "Ah, you are so wicked." Fang Qing blushed, burying her face in his embrace, unable to meet his gaze. Chapter 70. A Night Beneath the Same Blanket. The stage was set for a kingly game of combat. As the match commenced, the red team began to enhance their own buffs, purchasing equipment such as attack speed boots and an ensemble of black attire that increased their charm. The blue team, observing the formidable gear of their opponents, refrained from advancing recklessly. Player Chu Xiu opted for a tentative offensive, prompting the red team to adopt a defensive stance. As the blue team continued to probe, they captured two high grounds and relentlessly attacked the mental defenses of their opponents. Ultimately, the red team conceded, begging for mercy, and the blue team emerged victorious after an hour-long battle. However, the red team, unwilling to accept defeat, insisted on a rematch, leading to a fierce back-and-forth exchange. Once again, a spectacular clash ensued between red and blue, culminating in blue's victory, bolstered by the buffs from their golden duo. Yet, just as they thought they had triumphed, their adversary attempted a counterattack. Exhausted, both teams exchanged knowing smiles, set aside their rivalry, and embraced each other in consolation before drifting off to sleep. At 12:10 a.m., faint noises echoed in the background, resembling someone banging against the walls, accompanied by a woman's startled cries, which left Xia Qingxi feeling irritable and unable to sleep. Wait a moment, unable to sleep? Wasn't she attending a friend's birthday party? The more she pondered, the more fearful she became. Suddenly jolted awake, she opened her eyes to the soft glow of the bedside lamp, surveying her surroundings and assessing the room's furnishings. Hold on, this is a room. Oh no. Xia Qingxi felt a shiver run down her spine as she abruptly stood up from the bed. Her nightgown slipped down her shoulder, revealing a large expanse of fair skin around her neck, with hints of her curves barely visible. Staring at her attire, Xia Qingxi felt utterly bewildered. Her purity, safeguarded for 19 years, had seemingly vanished in an instant. Tears streamed down her face as she stared blankly at the distant mirror, realizing she had undoubtedly been violated by Zhao Yushu. This scoundrel, known for toying with women, she had encountered him back in school, mingling with two women at a bar. The moment she heard he was interested in her, she had fled far away, never anticipating that her best friend would let her guard down. Wait, wasn't she rescued? What was his name again? Chu Xiu. Could it be? Xia Qingxi hurriedly wiped away her tears, tightened her sleepwear around her, and left the room without even slipping on her shoes. The lavish hotel suite was expansive, and to her surprise, there was another bedroom adjacent to her master suite. Xia Qingxi's eyes widened as she scanned the room, failing to find any trace of a man's presence. Had she been rescued by another woman? Suddenly, her gaze fixed on the slightly ajar bathroom door. Cautiously, she pushed it open and glanced down. The floor was strewn with her clothing, alongside a pile of men's garments. Recognizing the colors, she realized they belonged to Chu Xiu. Fortunately, she had not fallen into Zhao Yushu's clutches. Goodness, Xia Qingxi, what are you thinking? She gently slapped her cheeks, and upon witnessing the scene, it dawned on her what had transpired. Her heart began to race, fluttering like a startled fawn. Chu Xiu must surely be a good man. Amidst the throngs of people, he had saved her and cared for her. Xia Qingxi suddenly recalled that Chu Xiu was skilled in medicine, particularly in the art of acupuncture. She must have been under the influence of a potent drug. As a vague memory surfaced, she had been feverish and unwell. Someone had carried her into the bathroom, enveloping her in a warm embrace. It had to be Chu Xiu. He had helped her change, drawn her a bath, dressed her, and then tucked her into bed. Goodness, had she completely exposed herself to Chu Xiu? Her cheeks flushed anew. Wondering if the effects of the medication were resurfacing, Xia Qingxi tenderly caressed her burning cheeks, feeling conflicted and uncertain about her feelings. Yet, her subconscious urged her to seek companionship, lest she feel immense discomfort. If she had to choose someone, it would undoubtedly be Chu Xiu. Given that he had both seen and touched her, she was a woman of unwavering commitment, ensnared by the dual influences of gratitude and lingering effects of the drug. Trembling, Xia Qingxi opened the door to the adjacent bedroom, and a glance outside revealed the scant starlight, restoring her vision a fraction. An odd scent wafted through the air. Without further contemplation, Xia Qingxi gingerly approached the bedside, sensing the presence of another person. The unmistakable scent of male pheromones confirmed that her heroic savior was indeed nearby. Although reason wrestled within her mind, her body ignited with desire. With a complex sigh, Xia Qingxi lay beside Chu Xiu, unable to resist the urge to embrace his sturdy form. Uncertain of her choice, right or wrong, she could only hope he would treat her well in the future. In a half-awake, half-asleep state, Chu Xiu found himself roused by Fang Qing's clinginess. This girl truly had a knack for causing trouble. With a swift motion, he rolled over, pinning her beneath him, his primal instincts surging forth. It was only then that Chu Xiu fully awoke, realizing with astonishment, who was this? In the dim starlight, he discerned the beauty of the woman before him, her brow furrowed, yet undeniably alluring. It was none other than Xia Qingxi, and he pondered her motivations for appearing so willingly. Now that she was here, how could he abandon the opportunity? He gently pressed his lips to hers, soothing her. Thus, under the witness of countless stars, the two shared a bed and experienced an unforgettable night together. Immersed in the moment, Chu Xiu remained oblivious to Fang Qing, who should have been sound asleep inside, now wide-eyed and watching the two of them, claiming it had nothing to do with her. What a scoundrel! Fang Qing silently scoffed. Though as she listened to Xia Qingxi's melodious voice, she suddenly considered that perhaps this was not entirely a bad thing. After all, she was no match for Chu Xiu on her own. Moreover, she was aware that Chu Xiu had a girlfriend, a stunning beauty from Jinling Art Academy. Having an ally was not a disadvantage. What if they merely shared a bed? No problem at all. With that thought, Fang Qing relaxed and returned to sleep, though the sight of others' intimacy made her anxious. How infuriating. It had been over half an hour, and they were still at it. Eventually, she lost track of time and drifted off. When she finally awoke, it was past 7. Gazing at the two peacefully sleeping figures beside her, she noted Xia Qingxi's tear-streaked face, wondering what grievances had caused her to cry so. What a tangled fate. Fang Qing mused, carefully dressing and rising, ultimately slipping out quietly to avoid disturbing them. Chapter 71, School Life. The following morning, Chu Xiu was awakened by Xia Qingxi's piercing scream, only to find Fang Qing had already vacated the room. There was Xia Qingxi, her expression adorably hazy, looking at him with an allure that was utterly irresistible. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu captured her lips in a passionate kiss, silencing her and erasing the memory of her earlier outburst. Under his comforting embrace, Xia Qingxi blushed. Memories of her reckless decisions from the night before flooding back, especially when Chu Xiu mentioned that a girl had assisted her in changing, bathing, and tucking her into bed. Overcome with shyness, she buried herself beneath the covers. No matter how much Chu Xiu called her, she remained cocooned, her voice tinged with tears, which only amused him. Noticing her bashfulness, Chu Xiu leaned down and whispered, "Actually, when you came in last night, there was another woman in bed with me. She was there all along." "Uh-huh. You big scoundrel, you pig." Her reaction was as if the heavens had collapsed, her face flushing crimson, mortified that her reputation was in tatters. In a flurry, she began to swat at Chu Xiu with her tiny fists. Just then, the bedroom door creaked open, and Xia Qingxi gasped, resembling a startled little rabbit, burrowing deeper into the blankets. The intruder was Fang Qing, who had come to call them for breakfast. Amused by the sight of the bashful Xia Qingxi, she exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Xiu, signaling him to freshen up first. Once Chu Xiu had completed his morning routine and emerged, he discovered Fang Qing and Xia Qingxi engaged in animated conversation, as close as sisters. Xia Qingxi was too shy to meet Chu Xiu's gaze, while Fang Qing held her head high, exuding confidence. Chu Xiu gave a thumbs up, recognizing her as his capable assistant. With that thought in mind, he requested Xia Qingxi to send him her identification and bank account details. Though still slightly dazed, she obediently complied. She was determined to take responsibility for her decisions, having placed her trust in him, and naturally, she would follow his lead. If only Chu Xiu could glimpse her thoughts, he would surely exclaim, "Girls untouched by society's trials are truly good girls." Before long, Xia Qingxi received a text message. Encouraged by Fang Qing's supportive gaze, she opened it to find a notification of a 60,000 yuan deposit into her account. "Wow, Chu Xiu, what is this?" Xia Qingxi exclaimed, jumping up in surprise. Turning to him with curiosity, "Haha, what should you call me? If you get it right, I might just tell you." Embarrassed, Xia Qingxi lowered her head, murmuring, "Hubby." Her voice was soft and melodious, delightful to Chu Xiu's ears, who then informed her of her monthly allowance. Xia Qingxi, still in disbelief, stared at him with wide eyes. Goodness, could she have heard correctly? 60,000 yuan a month. This is equivalent to the annual salary of many elite individuals. "Darling, I love you." Xia Qingxi exclaimed excitedly as she jumped up, wrapping her arms around Chu Xiu's neck and tiptoeing to plant a kiss on his cheek. At this time, Yuan Mingyao and Fang Qing also received a windfall of 200,000 as pocket money. Particularly, Yuan Mingyao sent a barrage of question marks. Bewildered by the sudden influx of money, having just received 200,000 a few days prior, another 200,000 the day before, and now, at the crack of dawn, yet another 200,000. Goodness, what does my husband do? Is he running a bank? Chu Xiu genuinely wished to inform her that he was not running a bank, but rather a foundation. He secretly motivated himself to expedite the acquisition of all 10 positions, aiming to fully exploit the system's benefits. After dining with the two stunning beauties, Chu Xiu first escorted them back to their university before heading to the fighting gym to retrieve his car. During this time, upon learning that Xia Qingxi had just entered her freshman year and had yet to obtain a driver's license, he insisted that she must acquire one within a month, promising to gift her a car thereafter. The little girl was overjoyed, bouncing around without a trace of the usual goddess-like restraint. Far from feeling embarrassed by Chu Xiu's teasing, she took pride in it. Chu Xiu understood that this was likely a side of her that she only exhibited in his presence, which only deepened his affection for her. After seeing them off, Chu Xiu walked for over 10 minutes to the fighting gym, but did not enter. He simply drove off. Back at school, he chose not to stay in the dormitory, as he found the hotel he had been staying in quite comfortable, particularly due to its large bathtub and spacious bed, something everyone understands. He extended his stay for another half-month, knowing that the junior exams would soon conclude. Afterward, he planned to visit Yuan Mingyao, who had been complaining lately about his lack of visits. However, considering that Chu Xiu was also a student preparing for exams, he could only allow her to vent her frustrations. It was heard that she was planning a summer road trip to Tibet with a few close friends, which thrilled Chu Xiu immensely. With 10 positions available, wasn't this a golden opportunity? Thus, Chu Xiu commenced the final few weeks of his junior year. During this period, while the days were somewhat mundane, his nightlife remained vibrant. Whether taking Fang Qing and Xia Qingxi to bars or bringing them back to the hotel, he was engaged in lively pursuits. The only regret was that Xia Qingxi was far too shy, preventing any genuine opportunity for a shared night. During this time, Chu Xiu also made a trip to the luxury car dealership, where he picked up his Ferrari, which further elevated his status at Jinling University. After all, driving a 10 million yuan Rolls-Royce or a 20 million yuan Ferrari LaFerrari made him a unique figure on campus. Increasingly, more girls began to inquire about him, prompting Fang Qing to publicly acknowledge their relationship. This made it easier for them to be together, both day and night. The male students at the university were envious, relieved that no one had discovered that Xia Qingxi was also with him. Otherwise, he would have faced the ire of the male population at Jinling University. However, amidst the joyful moments, there were also troubles. The first issue was Yi Qianqian, who had sought out Chu Xiu several times since he had stood her up, but he managed to evade her. Fortunately, it seemed that she was preoccupied with organizing her new company's IPO, which alleviated his anxiety. The second issue revolved around the boasting system. During this time, he spent his free moments in class chatting with classmates, earning various basic and intermediate skills. Given Chu Xiu's standing, no one dared to boast recklessly in his presence, relegating their claims to mere light-hearted banter. This left Chu Xiu feeling anxious, prompting him to take Fang Qing on casual strolls through the food streets around the university town. Remarkably, within a mere 2 weeks, he amassed 15 million in cash, 2 properties, a luxurious RV, and several intermediate skills, all of which were related to his studies, addressing his immediate concerns. After all, given his circumstances, he might have forgotten even high school knowledge, though his proficiency in English, likely due to his programming background, remained exceptional. As for the 2 properties, they were upscale apartments near the university, each around 90 square meters, a mere 10-minute walk from Jinling University. Without hesitation, he gifted them to Fang Qing and Xia Qingxi, leaving the 2 girls utterly moved to tears. Owning a home in a first-tier city is a formidable challenge, often costing millions. That night, good deeds were rewarded, and Chu Xiu finally experienced royal-level service. Overjoyed, he felt that this was the ideal university life he had always envisioned. Chapter 72, Shopping Excursion. June 21st, 4 p.m. Jinling University, School of Economics and Management. Ding ling ling, time's up. Please put down your pens and leave your seats immediately. Under the persistent urging of the proctor, most students in the classroom put down their pens, tidied up, and prepared to exit. Chu Xiu heard the bell and was the first to dash out of the classroom. For him, exams were an arduous ordeal. Thankfully, a few days prior, the boasting system had refreshed several intermediate skills related to learning, or he would have surely failed. Upon leaving the classroom, he spotted Fang Qing at the stairwell, elegantly waiting with a thick economics textbook in her arms. Ever since receiving her allowance from the Lovers' Fund, she had become quite adept at enhancing her appearance. At this moment, She wore a light blue strapless embroidered hanfu, draped with a delicate veil shawl that accentuated her fair skin, creating an alluring effect. Her lower half was clad in a flowing long skirt, making her appear even taller. A gentle breeze swirled in the corridor, playfully tousling her hair. Fang Qing delicately tucked a stray strand behind her ear, and upon seeing Chu Xiu, she bestowed upon him a radiant smile, reminiscent of a pristine lotus blossoming from the mud. Anyone passing by couldn't help but steal a glance, realizing for the first time that the School of Economics and Management had such a goddess. Especially her smile melted the hearts of many boys. However, when the hanfu-clad beauty rushed into the embrace of an unremarkable boy, the hearts of most boys felt a chill. Why? Such a precious cabbage was eaten by a pig. Goodness, what does this man have? He is no different from me, and perhaps not even as handsome. If Chu Xiu were aware of these thoughts, the system would likely fall silent, wondering how many boasting messages it would need to refresh. Alas, the system probably regarded such matters with disdain. Indeed, it must be because I am too handsome that I don't require such trivialities. The system is considerate. As they descended, the crowd soon understood why the hanfu beauty had thrown herself into the arms of another. It was because of wealth. A luxurious Ferrari, resembling a slumbering dragon, lay low at the roadside, quietly awaiting its master. When onlookers saw Chu Xiu and Fang Qing climb into the LaFerrari, they suddenly recalled who he was. Oh my, it's Chu Xiu. No wonder he's so ostentatious. Of course, he was the notorious show-off of the School of Economics and Management, cruising around campus in his Ferrari. Bro, don't be envious. Chu Xiu is not someone you can envy. He also has a Rolls-Royce, you know. Did you see the hanfu beauty beside him? He gifted her a Porsche. Damn, what a wealthy guy. Amidst the roaring symphony of engines, the Ferrari supercar gradually vanished from sight. After all, two noteworthy events had recently captivated the attention of the school. The impending graduation gala for the seniors and the viral sensation of the song, If One Day I Become Wealthy, which had taken the internet by storm, sparking fervent discussions about its creator. The other phenomenon was the newly affluent Chu Xiu from Jinling University, who boasted a fleet of 3 or 4 luxury vehicles, each worth over $1 million. Particularly, his recent acquisition, the LaFerrari, had stirred envy among many, especially after he publicly displayed affection by gifting his girlfriend a Porsche Panamera at the campus gate, reportedly costing over $2 million. This act ignited considerable chatter among classmates, with some envying Chu Xiu and others coveting his girlfriend. After escorting Fang Qing back to her dormitory, Chu Xiu found himself somewhat disheartened, as Fang Qing had gone to visit relatives that evening. Additionally, with the recent exams concluded, he had been preoccupied with arranging their apartment and selecting various furnishings alongside Xia Qingxi. Sensing Chu Xiu's melancholy, Fang Qing stifled a chuckle and softly suggested, Qingxi is shopping at Hanyang Square for furniture. You might want to pay her a visit. She should be free this evening. Chu Xiu's eyes brightened at this prospect. Under his remarkable acupuncture treatment, Xia Qingxi had not only regained her physical vitality, but he had also helped her achieve a remarkable state of well-being, which, combined with her deep-rooted dance skills, captivated him profoundly. As he hurriedly departed, Fang Qing could not help but roll her eyes, thinking, men are such simpletons. Upon arriving at the mall, Chu Xiu was astounded by the sheer size of Hanyang Square, which housed 4 furniture galleries alone, not to mention the expansive decorative city adjacent to it. Feeling slightly lost, he sent a message to Xia Qingxi and soon learned she was at the Ocean department store. Amidst the bustling crowd, Xia Qingxi strolled leisurely, clad in a fashionable dress, the hem fluttering with the breeze, accentuated by a pair of high heels that elongated her silhouette. In her hand, she held a chic LV handbag, her hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders. With each graceful step, she radiated an enchanting allure, effortlessly capturing the attention of passers-by, becoming a striking focal point on the street. Even Chu Xiu found himself momentarily frozen in his tracks at the sight. What an unexpected twist of fate. Chu Xiu silently expressed his gratitude to Zhao Yushu. Had this fellow been live-streaming, he would have generously gifted him a yacht to show his appreciation. Upon spotting a familiar figure in the distance, Xia Qingxi's eyes widened with surprise as she hurried over, exclaiming, Darling, didn't you have exams with Sister Qing today? Finished so soon? Of course, I am a scholar. Chu Xiu replied, amused by her adorable demeanor. As she exclaimed, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing them closer together. Inhaling the subtle fragrance that enveloped her, he found himself wishing to take further liberties. Had they not been in such a public space, she was undeniably becoming more feminine and alluring. Seeing the expression on Chu Xiu's face, Xia Qingxi couldn't help but chuckle, pouting playfully as she tugged him along for shopping. Before long, they arrived at the most renowned women's clothing store within the Ocean department store. Staring at the English letters for a while, Chu Xiu finally recognized the brand, Givenchy. Although he considered himself wealthy, His exposure to luxury goods had been minimal, even across 2 lifetimes. Observing Xia Qingxi flit about like a joyful sprite among the dazzling fashions, Chu Xiu silently vowed, in this lifetime, he would be her fairy, fulfilling her every desire. Isn't that Xia Qingxi? You're trying on Givenchy? My goodness, do you have any idea how much that dress costs? Just as Chu Xiu was lost in admiration, a round-faced girl emerged from the adjacent fitting room, her expression one of shock as she gazed at Xia Qingxi, derisively commenting, Tian, it's you. Xia Qingxi recognized her, surprise flickering in her eyes. However, recalling the deception from not long ago, she offered no cordiality, instead regarding her with disdain. What do you mean by that look, Xia Qingxi? No wonder I've heard rumors of you being kept. It seems there's some truth to it. Otherwise, how would a country bumpkin like you dare shop here? With a swift motion, Xia Qingxi delivered a resounding slap, making the round-faced girl's face appear even rounder. Ah, you wench, how dare you strike me? A sharp, piercing voice echoed throughout the store, drawing the attention of all, as the round-faced girl stood there, a clear imprint of a hand on her cheek. Though she possessed decent looks, at that moment, she resembled a shrew, incredulously gaping at the beautiful girl before her. Wow, she's stunning, murmured admirers among the men, for Xia Qingxi's beauty was a well-established fact, especially to Zhao Yushu. Chu Xiu, observing the unfolding drama, was puzzled by the relationship between the 2 girls, but offered Xia Qingxi a reassuring glance from a distance. Upon noticing him, Xia Qingxi felt a sense of calm wash over her and coldly addressed the round-faced girl. Tian, consider yourself fortunate that I only slapped you. Think back to the incident when you drugged me. My refraining from reporting you was already a testament to my leniency. Tian, clutching her face, initially displayed a flicker of unease but soon transformed her expression into one of anger, shouting, Don't you dare slander me. I kindly invited you to my birthday party, and instead, you turned the tables on me. What do you intend? Her loud voice attracted the attention of everyone in the store, with curious onlookers pausing to witness the unfolding spectacle, especially given that one of the protagonists was a stunning beauty. As the crowd thickened, Tian, with a pitiful demeanor, pleaded, You're my best friend, Qingxi. How can you accuse me so unjustly? I was merely curious as to why you were here. You strike me. Are the rumors at school true? Have you truly found a benefactor? Xia Qingxi's face turned pale with anger at her incessant lies. She regretted ever associating with someone like her. However, in the public eye, she refrained from fully recounting that day's events and instead replied with a complex expression. Tian, you may conceal what happened that day, but you have no right to spread rumors about me at school. Don't you think I'm aware that you are the source of these whispers? Tian's expression shifted nervously as she realized her deception had been uncovered. Glancing at Xia Qingxi, adorned in her expensive attire, she scoffed. Humph, Xia Qingxi, your outfit must cost a fortune, especially that LV handbag. Where would a country girl like you get such money? You might as well admit you're being kept. Seeing Xia Qingxi rendered speechless, Tian sneered. Qingxi, if you agree to meet Chairman Zhao, we can still be best friends. The mere mention of Zhao Yushu made Xia Qingxi feel nauseous, as memories of that helpless day flooded her mind. At that moment, Tian appeared utterly despicable and repugnant in her eyes. Unable to endure the grievances in her heart any longer, she boldly stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across the other cheek. Slap. The turn of events unfolded so swiftly that even Tian was momentarily taken aback, only to feel the stinging pain on her face moments later. With a loud cry, she shrieked, Vile creature, I shall claw you to death. With that, she lunged forward, claws outstretched, determined to confront Xia Qingxi. Yet, alas, after merely 2 steps, a sudden thud echoed through the air. The woman had been tripped, her round visage colliding forcefully with the ground. Ah! Another anguished wail erupted. Onlookers stared in astonishment as Chu Xiu slowly withdrew his foot, dumbfounded by the relentless twists of fate. Overcome with joy, Xia Qingxi embraced Chu Xiu tightly, resting her head on his shoulder, her eyes brimming with tears of injustice. Chu Xiu had not anticipated her reaction to be so intense. Today she had struck back with fervor, only to appear so wronged now. However, he reminded himself that she was merely a girl of just 20. In the public eye, subjected to the malevolence of another, she could only silently bear the weight of her humiliation. The round-faced woman scrambled to her feet, her face swollen and bruised, resembling a pig's head. With wide eyes, she spewed venomous words. Have you lost your mind? Who do you think you are? Do you intend to commit murder? I will report you to the police. Then, turning her ire towards Xia Qingxi, she continued, You little wretch, I was the one spreading rumors. And I shall continue to do so until your reputation is utterly destroyed. You ungrateful harlot, I only drugged you for your own good. Aren't you better off with Chairman Zhao? Huh, this must be your paramour, A mere pauper with such poor taste. Chu Xiu remained speechless, utterly dismayed by her erratic tirade. The onlookers, initially sympathetic to the girl's plight, were taken aback by the woman's shamelessness, their perceptions shattered by her appalling lack of morals. And you? How dare you, as a man, lay your hands on a woman? Just wait, my boyfriend will be here soon. And you will see how I deal with you, you impoverished fool. Chu Xiu gazed at her in disbelief, wondering if she had truly lost her senses, indiscriminately attacking others. He waved towards the waiter, addressing Xia Qingxi. Please wrap up all the garments that this lady just tried on. Sir, are you certain you want to purchase everything? The waiter, having been an observer of the unfolding drama, approached without hesitation upon recognizing the customer's request. However, she was taken aback by the sheer volume of garments involved, having witnessed the stunning beauty trying on over 10 outfits, totaling upwards of 400,000. With a nod and a smile from Chu Xiu, the waitress maintained a polite facade while secretly reveling in her good fortune. Meanwhile, Tian's resentment towards Xia Qingxi deepened. Why had Chairman Zhao taken a liking to her? And now, this man was spending money on her. It seemed utterly unfair. Why this disparity in treatment? Chu Xiu was tempted to interject. Could it be that this has little to do with fate, but rather with your own appearance? While the round-faced girl might have had some charm with a bit of effort on her part, it was nothing compared to the ethereal beauty of Xia Qingxi. You cannot leave. My boyfriend is coming, and not one of you will escape. With a grand gesture, Chu Xiu swiped his card for over 470,000. Carrying the bags of clothing, while Xia Qingxi linked her arm with his, ready to depart. However, they were halted by Tian's desperate plea. Darling, come quickly. Someone has hit me. Boo-hoo. Just as Tian was about to hurl insults at Xia Qingxi, she caught sight of a crew-cut young man rushing towards them and shouted, Hey, who are you? The young man, startled by the sudden appearance of the pig-headed woman, was taken aback. Boo-hoo, darling, it's me, Xiao Tian. I've been bullied. Tian, with a face full of grievance, pointed at Chu Xiu and Xia Qingxi, recounting her woes. What the hell, is there no law? I want to see who dares to be so brazen. The crew-cut young man, fuming with indignation, was accustomed to being the one who bullied others in the wealthy circles of Jinling. He never expected to find himself on the receiving end of such treatment. Rolling up his sleeves, he approached, but upon seeing Chu Xiu's smiling face, he halted mid-step. With a swift pivot, he turned back, hastening away in the direction from which he had come.